Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Nottingham. It's day 3 of the 2022 European Touch Championships, and so far we've had 2 days of thrilling action. We're going to see even more today. Now, once again, I'm of course joined by Jordan and Ben. It's a real pleasure to have you guys throughout the course of the week.
Good to be back.
Now, we saw a lot of rivalries yesterday, didn't we? We've got a few more coming up. I'm going to ask you boys what you think your 2 top games here on Field 1 are going to be. Jordan, let's come with you first.
I'm going to go with game 2 after this one. We've obviously got England men's opens v Germany first up, but the second game of the day at 9:35, we've got probably the top 2 mixed open teams at the minute. Wales v England. Yesterday we probably scored. I'm going to say it now. It's probably going to be the score of the tournament, and it was only on day 2. Toby Phillips managed to somersault over 3 people.
It was very good
in the tightest space possible, and so
you've got a video of it, haven't you? Actually,
it is on the England Touch Instagram.
So we must get it. Yeah. We must get that clip.
Yeah, it is on the England Touch Instagram. If you get a chance to have a look at it, it's unreal. It was on pitch 2 yesterday afternoon, but. I'm going to put a lot of pressure on him to pull out something similar at the bag. I know he's got some special.
He's either going to do that or he's going to break his leg, one or the other. So tune in for that reason alone.
It's a gamble. It is one or the other. That's confirmed. That's one for me. My second one, I'm going to go with back to the men's open. Scotland, France, 11:15. France, we thought, put a bit of a shock on England day 1. It turns out that they're legit and they are genuine threats. They turned over Ireland yesterday. Obviously, we had our big game yesterday, England-Ireland, and the 2 games later, France came out and rocked Ireland and I think they beat them by 2 in the end. So
yeah, absolutely. I think
that was a massive win.
On that point, we'll have to get some insight from the French today because they've had such a big shock. They've shocked a few teams, and what they've done over this last 2 days so far, they've got to obviously continue that. But the French,
they win it.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently on record, they've not lost. Every other men's open team's lost. So yeah, absolutely. So we need to get into an insight into them today. We need to find out what they've been doing in France to make sure that they're competing at this level.
Well, let's come to you then, Ben. Your top 2 games here in Field 1 for today. Of course, every game's going to have its excitement, isn't it? But
yeah.
Your top things.
So the first one, I'm going to go England mixed versus Wales mixed as well. I'm going to repeat what Jordan's just said. Like, they're the top 2 teams we believe that will be in that final. So we've got a final here essentially, and what they've produced so far is just stunning touch. Yeah. There's some really good young athletes, some really good older heads, and it should just come together as a really good game. And then the second one for me is actually in the senior mixed. It's England versus France. I believe it's at 1 o'clock. Now, it was a good game yesterday. We went and watched that on pitch 3. It was 5-5, I believe. Some really incredible touch. But it's a bit of a personal one for me as well. One of our best friends, Ryan Meemshek, he had a total knee reconstruction probably 9 months ago now, maybe a little bit longer.
9 months. For
total knee reconstruction.
As you do.
And he looks like he was running like 10 years ago. You know, like it is one of the most incredible stories. He might not want to tell it, but for us to try and just get that little bit out there that, you know, touch is one of those incredible sports that people want to play, all ages, that he's back doing that. It's just something that holds quite special to me and obviously Jordan.
He may not want to say it, but we'll try and get him up here anyway.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Now, guys, just a quick question. It's day 3, of course, and we'll just want to talk fatigue quickly. I spoke to Claire, the women's 27 Irish captain, yesterday, and she played 5 games in 27 hours. I think. Does that really have a knock-on effect, do you think, Jordan?
I think I was going to mention, actually, now we're getting to day 3. That's when we might start seeing a little bit more, maybe not experience, I suppose experience in terms of looking after yourself in the first 2 days. Meeks did touch up on it on the first day, actually, in terms of your preparation. You want to be when it comes to Saturday, you want to be as good as you were on Tuesday. And that comes down to experience and preparation. So I think now fatigue might play a little bit of a part. Those little niggles, you're becoming a bit more aware of a bump you took on day 1, and I think that cumulative amount of touch time and time on the field, and I think me and Johnny have spoken about it a few times. Johnny picks up on straight away how big the squads are, and it starts playing a part now. I think day 1 and 2 you're okay, because touch normally tournaments are 1-2 day tournaments. It's that getting up on day 3 where you're like, oof, I'm a bit sore today. Maybe that, I don't know, maybe is that just me?
No. I've just been watching the England men's open actually start warming up, and you know, even the young boys, they're actually, you can hear them creaking almost, you know. You can hear them as maybe it is Clark, but as they start to get that through that first 2 minutes, the body is sore, and you're just trying to get it moving, and your head's saying, body, please move, and that is even worse tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Right, it is a big sporting rivalry coming up. It is Germany against England very, very shortly in the men's open. Fortunately, it can't go to penalties, which we're very happy about. But Jordan, I know you would like to hand over. You've got a very special message to hand over. So over to you. Take it away.
I have wanted to do this. This is an absolute dream. Absolute dream for me. 10 hours of commercial-free touch start now.
You couldn't have said it any better. We're going to hand over to your commentary team for the very first game of the day. It is Germany taking on England. It's going to be a cracker.
Good morning. Thanks, guys, for setting up the day. Great job. And as they said, it is a big, big rivalry first off this morning. Germany taking on England. And we've seen Germany. They've set us up for the day for the past 2 days, and day 3 is no exception. Ben has made his way over from the studio.
Morning, Jono.
Morning, Ben. And this, I think, in the context of the men's open, this should be an England win, but you can't really say that for definite.
Not for definite, no. But I think on paper, yeah, they should win. Looking at the teams warming up, both teams warming up, it looks like England are probably a little bit more prepared in their warm up, but that doesn't really mean anything on game 1 and day 3. So it'll be really interesting to see how both teams start this game, and I think whoever starts this the better will probably come out on top.
And in this men's open, there was another, I wouldn't say surprise result, but one that lifted a few eyebrows yesterday with France beating Ireland.
Well, do you know what? Before the competition, I would have said, yeah, that was a shock. To start the tournament, obviously they beat England, and they're actually the only unbeaten team. So, and we watched it. It was a fiery affair, as was the England men's open and Ireland game as well. Yeah, France. We were just saying in the studio that France have come so far in such. It's been quite a while. We've not seen France for such a 3 years since the last World Cup. They didn't really compete at the level they wanted to. They've obviously done a lot of work in camp in France and have come out firing. They've still got 3 days to compete. So let's just see if they can continue with that.
We saw France on here in the first game yesterday, which was also against Germany. 17-2, they came away with the victory in that one. And I think one thing that, and it's a feature of all the French teams we've seen on pitch one in the first 2 days, is they are so quick. They've got so much pace, and they have a really fluid and really good forward play.
Yeah, I think that's, it's very similar to their rugby union team. It's probably one of the closest nations it touched. It's close to their rugby union team, and obviously this sport doesn't really cross with union as much as it does with rugby league, but they just want to play a similar style. They want to keep the ball alive, they want to go forward, they want to have a bit of fun, and if they get on a 3-on-2, they're going to take that instead of going through the traditional touch route.
Let's look at England. Yes, they had that opening defeat against France, which wasn't the greatest start to the tournament for them, and they probably came in as the favourites for the European title. So not a great start, but then they really made Belgium and Wales pay for that opening defeat, because their next 2 games, 24-0 against Belgium and then 18-1 against Wales.
So England men's open, haven't actually lost at a European Championships until the first day of this competition, since the final in Treviso in 2012, where they lost to Scotland in the final, and that was always going to end at some point. Now, it was unfortunate that it was day one, game one against France. You learn more from a loss. You learn more about yourself, how you can bounce back. England have obviously had a few words, not major words because it was day one, but I think they've definitely looked at themselves and gone, we don't want to do that again. We're going to learn from this and we're going to build throughout the tournament.
Is it the thing where it's probably best to get that loss away in the first game, and it maybe sharpens some mind somewhat?
Yeah, absolutely. The way they played in that first game, no one will be proud of that, but it was game one. It absolutely means nothing because you're playing each team twice, and then it's top four goes into a semi-final, and then that's where it really hots up. So, you know, that first game, it was probably the best time for England Men's Open to lose. If it was the semi-final and lost then, they'd be more gutted to lose that one than game one, so it was absolutely the right time.
Looking at yesterday, England 11-0 against Scotland to open up, and then on pitch one of the games of the day, an 8-5 victory over Ireland.
Yeah, bit of with that Scotland result, I think people thought that might have been a bit closer. From what I've heard and speaking to different people, England were just up for it a bit more. They obviously got on top. The defence obviously won out, and then that game against Ireland. Now, was it a classic? Absolutely not. It was fiery, and I think that's probably where it stops. Both teams didn't show as much as they wanted to because they know they were playing each other. First game on day 5 against on Saturday, and then potentially, as a result, they play each other in the semi-final. Obviously, we've got another round to go, so they don't want to show too much. So it was a fiery affair. It was a tense affair, but it wasn't a thriller. But I think that thriller will come later in the week.
Looking at the men's table overall, France on top with 6 wins out of 6. England with the chance to go second if they win this game. They've only played 5, as have Germany, so they only had 2 games yesterday. Do you think that will play an advantage?
It swings and roundabouts really, because the French have played 2-3 game days. Now today might be their 2-day game, and then tomorrow might be their 2-day day. 2-game day, apologies. And if they have their 2-game day tomorrow for the French, that is going to be massive, because England have got 2-3 game days now, and that can really be a detrimental effect if France have got a 2-game day tomorrow.
And of course, all these teams, they've also got a round-robin game opening on Saturday. So first game on Saturday, they play a round-robin game before they actually get to the knockout stages. Yeah,
and it's not unique to touch, but the amount of games that the Men's Open are playing this European Championships is probably the most they've ever done. It's 14 games if you make the final. Now, I've played touch since 2012 for England. I've never played 14 games in a tournament, so that is going to be it's going to be tough. When you're in that final, you want to get up for it, but if your body's saying no, then it's very much a mental battle.
Well, we're a minute away or so from tap off here. It's Germany who will start. And there goes the hooter, and we are underway. So Germany with a chance to have the first attack at the England line. England defence holding firm so far. Goes out to the right hand side, back into the middle. Oh, is he down? I think the touch was made.
Yeah, touched by Louis there.
So Louis Triez getting the touch.
This is my first sight of Germany. They want to throw the ball around. They want to spread it from left to right. So that's a nice first set, a good settle set for them. But they've got to now defend this England drive.
So England with their first drive of the game. They're going to make some changes. 3 touches to halfway. That's 4. Oh, there's a trip there, but play on called. Oh, the switch pass to Adam Brimlow, almost working from Horatio Price, but didn't quite come off. Germany have the ball again, but they're very deep in their own half.
Yeah, if one player in the England team that's going to take someone on one-on-one when there's a fifth touch, no scoop, it's Horatio. He's probably got one of the best steps here, and if you're not settled your hip square as a defender, he is going to beat you on the outside. He's then got the flick. So yeah, it was a good set, no finish, but they'll look to sort their finish, their scoop out on their finish. But then Germany have dropped it over at halfway, so it's going to be a roll ball to England here.
Opportunity for England as they have a fresh set of 6 in the German half. Good try so far. Now it will just settle down as they get towards the 7 metre. Still in the middle, it's a very patient build up from England. Goes left hand side. And it's handling error. It's obviously first game of the morning. He's probably going to take a couple of minutes just to get the cobwebs out.
I think England will be disappointed with the ending of their first 2 sets. The scoop didn't go to plan, and then they got a repeat set, and the repeat set went to ground. They could win finals, so I think they'll want to sort that out. But it looks like England have just got another repeat set.
Will Lupton just came off a bit gingerly there. He's being looked at in the sub box.
Yeah, I think he's done something to his foot. He might have been stood on with close contacts in the ruck. Being stood on is quite frequent. Dom trip on the 23. Yeah, and he dives in nice. So this is just a link quickie punish play, getting on the outside, and Dom just gets in and with a nice slide dive.
So it's England who take the lead early in this one. Dom Tripp gets the ball back and then slides through. The gap just opened up nicely for him there.
Yeah, so if anyone watched the England versus Ireland game yesterday in this men's open category, both teams were looking to just do link punish plays. They didn't want to show too much, and that's how England got on top of Ireland.
And Germany coming right back.
Yeah, nice little open side quickie there, but Louis was already on side and could chase out and get the ball, get the touch.
Lucas Makavicius has the ball again, but unfortunately they've run out of touches, and England will start again from their own 7 metre line. A lot of speed in this England team, though.
Yeah, I think that from when I've played with them, that they're definitely not running as hard as they could, but they're trying to get to halfway with minimal touches, so they've got more touches to play with at halfway, after the halfway. Here's JWS, John Weston Stanley with 32 long from Adam Brimlow, and that's a great ball by Horatio Price. It's actually just been called forward.
Yeah, I couldn't. We'll take a look at this again.
Yeah, so this is really nice. John Weston Stanley just breaks out from the 33 trying to the 32. Adam Brimlow gives the ball to Horatio, and he gets on the outside of his play. I think he probably could have got in for himself, but he's throwing the ball and it's just floated forward, and the referee Robin Budd was right to call that.
So England still 1-0 ahead as Germany have the ball. They go towards halfway. Oh, there's a handling error, and that is going to be a gift for England.
Yeah, Germany so far, I think they've had 3 or 4 sets from their own line, and they've only made it to halfway, and then they have a handling error. So they need to get past halfway and give England a bit of trouble. Here, Dom Tripp on the outside on link punish play, drops it back into John, and the defence looks after that one quite comfortably. Yeah, I think the Germans just need to get past halfway a bit more and trying to give England a bit of trouble.
A lot of close play, a lot of close passing.
Yeah, another punish play on that link. The referees called them for not walking forward. The Germans for not walking forward, so they've got a new set of 6 here. It'll be interesting. I think they'll do the same thing with Adam Brimlow on the other side. I know they actually go for a 32 dump. Horatio Price on the short.
Touch is made, so they'll go back to 7 metres. Horatio Price and John Weston Stanley just passing.
So they're going to try exactly the same, but instead of going short, they go long. And as I said earlier, I think Horatio Price could just get on the outside of his middle as he's just done there.
So 2-0 England. Horatio Price popping the ball down, dodging his way through. And this is the start that England would have wanted.
Yes, they're 2-0 up now. Start of day 3, they're getting their minds and bodies sorted. So yeah, this is a great start for the day. And unfortunately though, England have just been caught with 7 players on. They couldn't get their far side wing on, so you know that's very frustrating from an England perspective that they've been caught with 7 on, and Germany have got a new set of 6 here, so hopefully they can look to attack the line.
They do attack the line. It's Mallow Peen.
Good defensive coverage here by Sam Jones. Looking rather young with his new haircut as well.
That produced a smile from Jordan Melling to our left.
Yeah, I think Sam Jones was starting to look like his dog Lola a little bit actually.
And Germany, good drive this as it comes along. Oh, I think he dodged it. Mark Davidson picking the ball up, and there's going to be a consultation between the officials.
There is.
Robin Hood goes back and he is going to give the try.
Yeah, so we've just got the replay here. It's a bit of a scramble attack really. They actually throw the ball into a man-on situation. Vaughan Meredith he either slips or he can't get his foot, he can't get himself closer to the ball, and the German winger just snipes in between the wing and the link to get the ball, and Vaughan's left on the floor with his hands in his head. So that's 2-1. So we've got a game at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how England hit back.
Yeah, I do wonder. It's a lot cooler today. A lot cooler this morning. I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of dew out on the pitch. Probably a bit of moisture out there.
I think first game there's always a bit of moisture out there, and I think that was a slip by Vaughan. We won't say he misread that. I think he genuinely just slipped. So that does, and obviously there's a few handling errors to start with. As Dom Tripp just goes for a 23 again.
Slides through, I think the touch.
The touch was made. Instead of going on the outside, Dom just made a small step backwards, and the link was able to recover.
Jörg Schlossmacher making the touch. Here comes again Louis Triez. I think has gone over.
Yeah, so what England have done here, so they've been doing a link punish play, so the whole defence is now towards the right side of the field, so they're all compact. So as soon as Louis dumps the ball, he actually splits away from that last play, and that enables the player to get on the outside, and Louis then steps back, and there's a big hole that he's dived into.
So 3-1 England lead. Germany, certainly no pushovers at all. They played very, very well in this opening 9 minutes. Got themselves on the scoreboard. 7 metres away. That's final touch. As it comes to the right hand side, unfortunately can't be taken, and England will have possession once again.
They actually don't here, Jono. They've Germany went for a mid quickie, and just on the out they threw the ball, and then the far wing from England has just touched the ball, so Germany actually have a new set of 6.
Diving through was Ariane Guilmeish. They do keep hold of the ball though at the 7 metre. Back into the middle. Good patient build up from Germany. I think that may be a roll ball, is it? Germany keep possession.
So the referee's just penalised England for not walking forward. I think the Germans were 10-12 metres out, and the English didn't push out to go and get it, so I think next time if they go that far back that they will try and go and get it, but the Germans will want to stay on the 7 metre line. It's an open side quick with a scoop.
Comes back into the middle. It seems that they're looking to try and work it out to the wings, doesn't it?
Yeah, to start with they're going from left to right. Now they're playing with the ball in the middle, so here's Germany at that 12 metre line, so England have just pushed them out.
And they've run out of touches.
Yeah,
good defence by England.
Yeah, absolutely. They stayed squared. No one was put under any pressure, and England are just going down. They're on their own 10 metre line already into the first touch. They look to be on second just before halfway.
So England make it to halfway, just over now. bit of confusion there.
Oh, a bit of a hard touch. Was it a hard touch in my eyes? Probably not. I think Ben Grinter was a bit off balance, as we can see that here. Bit of confusion as the England players are sweeping on. Bit lackadaisical. It was a bad pass. Maybe it was the right call. Actually, we're looking back at it.
The Germany have the ball. So the move broke down for England. So Germany moved towards their sub box. England forcing them backwards though. Germany just struggling to get towards the halfway line on this drive. They're there now, but they're on final touch, and the pass isn't completed. Could have been an argument for a hard touch there, but England have the ball.
Yeah, I think they could have been, but it was last touch. The ball had been dropped as well. England did very well in midfield there. They only allowed the Germans to get to halfway in 5 touches, which obviously puts the Germans under pressure, and the English defence are quite chilled out. So they've got a set from halfway now. Can they look to try and get 2 attacking strikes off here? Louis with an open side quickie. He then steps back and just dots the ball down very casually.
That was so cool by Louis Triez. He kept his head, wasn't worried about the defenders advancing towards him, and just managed to dodge to the right hand side and put the ball
as
down.
we look at this replay, I think he thinks that when he steps back there'll be people there, and he goes, oh no, there's a big hole, and goes, dots the ball down.
He had options out to his left as well. Louis Triez with his second try of the game. England lead 4-1. Screaming the touches. That's the 5th touch.
Inside quickie if they've got an option.
And Germany have managed to draw an infringement, so they will have a fresh set of 6 by the looks of it.
Yeah, the referee's just called it. From his signal, he's saying that the English weren't walking forward. Now, it didn't look. Yeah, we'll just let the referee have that one. The English obviously weren't happy with it.
Lucas Mikovicius driving through again. The touch was claimed. Germany think they've scored.
Germany do think they've scored, and the referee thought they scored as well. Let's have a look at the replay here just as we go on. So they do a quickie. Will Lupton never makes it onside, and the referee says play through.
So it is 4-2. So Lucas Mikovicius makes it 4-2, saying that the England player wasn't onside, so the touch doesn't count. So work for England to do here. They're certainly not having it all their own way at all. And Germany, of course, they've played, this is their 3rd game on this pitch, so they're actually used to this environment as well. As it comes into the middle of this space out on the left, and that is a very, very good try.
Yeah, so that's a good score. It's a score that England have been doing quite a lot recently. If you watch the Ireland-England game today, and even this morning, they've already scored a couple like that. So they'll look to punish the link on the right, the near side, as we're looking at it. And instead of giving the ball back to number 5 Dom Tripp, they actually fire the ball out to Horatio, and he just gets on the outside and gives the ball into Charlie, who's dotted it down.
Charlie Thompson, his first try of the game, and that was good quick movement from England, but now they have to defend Germany from the tap off. Germany at 7 metre. This is keeping it alive, Germany, but the pass doesn't make it. But I think he's drawn the the infringement.
Yeah, Germany have got a repeat set here because they've forced Vor Meredith to shut down the overlap, and there's an extra set of 6.
Mike Moller there. He's very pleased to get the fresh set of 6, as you probably saw from his reaction. Another patient build-up from Germany, but good touch there by Josh Henderson.
Yeah, just in a good defensive position, 4th touch. We'll see what the Germans can do for a 5th touch strike dump.
He's just run out of options, and again, good defence by England. If they're going to make changes, they need to get over to the right-hand side. They come over now. Fresh legs coming on. Good drive. Comes back into the middle. Triers again. Oh, great pass. And that is Adam Brimley who pops the ball down, and England goes 6-2 ahead.
Yeah, shout out to Adam Brimley for NQ Rebels here. He actually starts this drive in the attacking half. He then gets the ball back from a Louis Trey scoop to go through the link hole to dot that down.
It's a very easy game when it wants to be, isn't it?
It is such a simple game. It's about getting on the outside and creating a 3-on-2 and then executing that 3-on-2.
So we're 2.5 minutes away from half time. I don't know if it's just me, but these games seem to be really flying on here.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 2.5 minutes to go until half time. I think the players will still be starting to feel it now. You can tell by the pace that England are probably running at that they're not going at 100%, probably keeping a bit in the tank, but the Germans will definitely be feeling the pace of this.
As England have the ball again they're starting from deep. That didn't stop them last time as John Weston Stanley picks the ball up, comes back into the middle, almost overstepped, still kept alive though by England. Final touch on Louis Trey as he needs someone spare. Now did Shabadine get that down?
I think the referee's deliberating. I think as Louis Trey went in goal, the German number 7 said he made the touch. Did he get the ball away before that? No, but there is. Oh, I've got the replay here. He steps back, and I think he got the touch, but there was an offside potentially. That's why Louis had to step back. So that's why England have got a new set of 6, and they'll look to go a punish play here with Josh Henderson. I think he actually loses the ball there.
Comes back to his feet. There's no celebration, which suggests that it will go back to the 7-metre line. Indeed, it does. Treyers again. Shabadine, Treyers to Shabadine. Galaxy players working well in tandem as it comes out to the left-hand side, but it's well covered by Germany. It looked like there was a big gap opened up there.
Yeah, they actually had an overlap. The winger shut in, they put the ball down. Here's another punish play, and Louis Trey just gets on the outside to Matt Sanderlat, who's just dotted the ball down.
So 7-2. That is what England will have wanted. So close to half-time. 10 seconds remaining, so Germany may get a chance of one drive from this tap-off. There is the hooter, and indeed half-time is blown, so Germany don't get a chance to have a drive from the tap-off, and it is England who lead 7-2. Here's the highlights from the first half.
Yeah, so England were dominant, but not as dominant as they would have been like, but the scoreline shows 7-2, and they have scored some good tries and got on the outside of Germany quite a few times here. But then the Germans have hit back with a few good scores of their own.
This one is good quick passing. That was a really good shoulder drop there by Horatio Price. His first German try was that.
Yeah, and this is that. I don't even think Vaughan slips on that one. I think he just misreads the ball and the player coming in from him, so it's a good score from the Germans.
Louis Treyers has
step back and dive.
Yeah, he's been everywhere in this first half, and that was the one where he just opened up really nicely for him.
I think he expected someone to be in front of him so he could pass the ball, but no one was there, so he put it down.
Germany. That was the second try where Will Lupton offside, which meant the touch didn't count. And England come back. Charlie Thompson with that try. And this on final touch. Louis Treyers again, just getting the ball on the outside to Adam Brimley. And this was the final try just before the end of the half. Treyers going out to the left-hand side. And it was 7-2 England at the end of the first half. We're going to go back over to the studio. Ian is with Jordan.
Welcome back to the studio, everybody, and England leading the way 7-2. Perhaps not the biggest shock there, Jordan?
No, not at all. I mean, it started a little bit slow to begin with, a little bit of back and forth, and like you were saying before, you kind of expect that from a game so early in the day.
Yeah.
Germany were running fast, and they managed to get 2 scores, but I think both of them were, especially the first one, were from England's mistakes. England have looked quite composed at times. I won't say they look frank to get any point. They've not been able to go deep into their play, but like they kind of did against Ireland yesterday. They've been able to rest 2 of their more experienced players, Will Serracold and Max Howard. So no, I think England will be. You're never really fully happy. Because you expect so much of yourself in that team, but I think there's a lot to take from this.
It's a solid introduction into the days. And one thing I did notice in that match, and as an England international yourself, you'll be able to explain this to the viewers a little bit better. Both teams have been penalised for not walking forward. Explain that to us.
So once the ball goes into the 7 down here on line attack, England players have got. Once the ball is outside the 7. If the defence enter that 7 metre line, they've got to start advancing, especially if the German players have the ball in hand. So it was something that was picked up on yesterday in the England-Ireland game. It wasn't as close as it looked at yesterday, and that's just consistency across how the games are refereed. Obviously in this game we've got a different set of a different team of refs, and they seem to be quite on it. Whether they've been told yesterday, whether it was something that the referees were told, guys, we need to make sure we're looking at this. And you'll get that every so often. You'll get those days where hips aren't square in the roll ball and referees are letting that go, and then the day after the hot on it. It's little things like that you kind of have to quickly adjust to straight away, and that's just the nature of the game.
So England, you never like to assume, but they're in a good position to win this game, and they should win this game. What's the second half about for them? Can they take the foot off the gas a little bit, or is it a case of just getting everybody warmed up, ready for the day?
I think they can do. Whether they will do, I'm not too sure. I think they can probably get to a point, maybe the last 5 minutes or so, where they can do a little bit. It'll be in the parts of the games that are more in the midfield. So transition, then midfield D. They can afford to take it off a little bit. I think for England now, it'll be about execution, fine-tuning those little things. So when we come to Saturday, they're at the top level that they can be. I don't think they're going to practice too much or reveal too much, but
Right, superb. Let's hand back to commentary team. It's game on.
Thanks, guys. Underway in the second half, and it's England who had the tap off. Diving through.
So that was Horatio Price just trying to get on the outside of the middle quickie, but it looks like the Germans weren't walking forward, so he gave the advantage, but no advantage came. So England have got a fresh set of 6 here. Again, they'll go for the 23 punishes they start with, and Will Lupton gets on the outside and dots that down.
Yes, I think he was quite clear to the referees that no touch had been made there.
Yeah, you can see him gesturing. He loves a good word to the referees as well, Lupton, and Robin Budd knows him very well and won't take any notice of him. He'll make his own decision.
John Weston Stanley with the pass to Will Lumpton. Of course, Will Lumpton on home soil.
Yes, Nottingham. Well, he's actually born and bred in Lincoln, but he's a Nottingham touch player. So he now lives in Nottingham, but he was born in Lincoln.
There's Germany. Good drive this, and it dived through. I think the touch was made. It's Tumelo Keane, who we've seen in games before. He's a lively player for the Germans.
He's got good footwork. He wants to get on the outside, so the Germans are going for a 32 touch. And he dives in, but the touch is made by Camille and Louis.
Comes out to the left-hand side.
So the English have just driven them back a little bit, so they've now got a bit more space to play with. They go for a long.
Oh, that's a shame. It was a nice little bit of interplay there by the Germans as they tried to get something going.
Yeah, they got on the outside of Louis Trey's. They then cut back, but they couldn't make the overlap count here, so England have now got the ball.
There it goes again. So move towards the sub-box. New players will come on. Just couldn't quite avoid the touch there as Brian Lay took it on. Ben Grinter has it now, pops it down. Now goes out to the right-hand side. Grinter, his touch, his final touch.
Yeah, so that was a lovely little play. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the score there, but they've got a last play, so they'll see if they can keep the ball alive. They do on the overlap. And that looks like that was a forward pass there, so England will have to start their defensive set, and Germany will look to see if they can.
Yeah, forward pass given. I don't think there's any arguments there, really.
No. I think we all saw that from up here, that it went forward.
There it goes again. There's
England's
Germany.
midfield defence, we saw this yesterday against Ireland. They're very, very good. The fitness is impeccable. They're up and back. They're sending shooters when they need to. They're sending all full press when they need to. And it's fifth when Germany have not even got to halfway with their full set of six.
And England almost started too quickly.
Well,
then.
yeah. Trying to get on with the game. Obviously, it's a fast pace. The quicker you play, the harder it is for the defence. And Ben Grinter just does a weird goose-steppy thing to get off.
Comes back into the middle. There's a space out on the right hand side. It comes back into the middle though. Now at the 7 metre drop down. There's space on the left. But Horatio Price looking to go through himself, but was touched on the way through.
Good touch there by the German number 7.
And start again. And now there is space opening up. She's not to go to the right hand side, and that gives the ball back to Germany.
I think there's a bit of confusion there whether they were going to go for a short or the long. I think John Weston Stanley wanted long, and he got it on the short, so he had to do a lot of work and couldn't get on the outside of the player he wanted to.
England have forced the error and have a fresh set of 6.
Again, the English defence is very good in midfield. You know, they're putting so much pressure on the Germans that the Germans got caught as a dummy half. You know, they go for another punish play, do they? No, they go for a long, and they've got the ball that's thrown to the winger, and Hanro gets the dot down there.
Great play out to the left hand side. Drop down.
Obviously,
pass.
we're all looking at the passes and stuff from England here, but what wins them what gets them this touchdown is the midfield defence and stopping the Germans getting to halfway. It is relentless out there for the Germans. They're having to put so much effort in to just get to halfway, and then they have to go and defend because they've not got as far as they wanted to.
Yeah, it was.
But they've got an opportunity on the outside. The dot step back. Did he get it down? No, good.
Not given.
Good cover defence there. I think if one more pass, he would have been in.
Germany have certainly caused England a few problems in this game, and they have looked dangerous every time they've got to that 7 metre
Yeah,
line.
they have looked dangerous, but the English defence are just a little bit better on getting on the outside. It's more their defensive body shape. So if you just look at Louis Trez and how he made that last touch, he actually makes sure that he gets the outside of the attacker that he's made the touch on. He then covers that outside all the way until he makes it onside and doesn't change direction. That little nuance that you probably can't see, but if you start looking for it, it will really help the defence here. So the referee's saying that they're either not walking forward or offside, but the ball looked like it was in the 7 metre line. And when the ball is in the 7 metre, the defence don't have to actually walk forward, they can stop. So it's interesting to see what the referees are calling here, and the English defence are having to actually change what they need to do to ensure that they're not giving any penalties away.
Touch made there.
Again, we watched Louis Trez there as he made that touch from that quickie play. He just trailed the outside shoulder and he made sure that no one could get on the outside. Yeah, you might watch him here, or even Camille do it. That's probably not the best one to see. But
It's an interception.
Will Lupton go all the way? Yeah, he looks like he will.
He's going to sprint away, and Will Lupton is going to put the ball down from the interception on their own try line. Runs the length of the pitch, and Will Lupton makes it double figures for England.
He does, and what he does here is a very good defensive policy. As that quickie is made, he actually steps up off the line. You can see him stepping up off the line, and he gets in the passing channel, and that's why he gets the ball. So he's not there by accident. He works on being able to step back off and then off the defensive line and pops up quickly and gets in that passing channel, and the ball comes to him rather than him chasing the ball. So you look at Ben Grinton now, he gets on the outside from that quickie of the step back. The Germans have got the outside, they've got an overlap. If they give him the ball, he can score. Good scramble defence there by England, but good attack by Germany there as well.
Yeah, they created some holes there within the England defence, and they've not... We say they've got to the 7 metre line a lot, but they've not really created those holes for them to dive into, but they did there.
Yeah, they did there, and they were so close, but what England do very well is they're very, very compact in defence. They want you to throw, and the Germans don't want to throw the ball, so it's actually working against the German... attacking policy not to throw the ball. So the English know what the Germans are going to do and are trying to counteract that.
And England there, you see there was on final touch some great interpassing to try and just find that gap to get over the line. They didn't manage it, but it was a great passage of play.
Yeah, if you're looking to keep fifth touch alive because you've got no other strike dump, all you can do is look to keep the ball alive. So a few flicks, a few steps. I would say a lot of the time it doesn't come off, but it looks very good.
Germany have used their latest set of 6, so England have the ball again. Weston Stanley pops it down, comes over to the left hand side as changes are made once again. Weston Stanley picks it up again. Good drive by England. That's the 4th touch. Oh, now space opening up on the right hand side. Touch is claimed.
So we've coming back to the previous touch. The referee signalled that it was touch and pass. So that good play on the outside was counteracted by the referee calling a touch and pass.
So Germany do have the ball. It looked very nice and free flowing.
It looked great, but if the referee's called something, you might as well just put the ball on the floor. But they didn't know. So let's say it was really good, which it was.
Germany, good drive. Coming back over to this right hand side, but the England defence doing so well, and it caused the panic there.
It did, and you could see that panic in the German middle there. He had to throw the ball back towards his own sub box. It was a bit of a loopy pass, and they couldn't collect it in. So the English have got the ball just inside their own half at the moment. They won't worry about that. They think they can go full field and score from anywhere, so they'll look to do that now.
Again, it's dubbed down.
Sammy Jones with the great footwork. Ben Grinton with the scoop. He gets into goal, and he gets
There
the
it
ball over to the wing to dot that down. Hanro with the finish.
So another try for England. It's their 11th of the game. Still got 9 minutes to go.
And this is going to be the hardest part for Germany. They've fought for half an hour now, for 30 minutes. That they've been running their hearts out, and it's starting to warm up out there as well. And as soon as the Germans give the ball up at halfway, it is going to be tough to stop this English team who know how to score.
It's Germany from the tap off, but once again that England defence really not giving them anything to aim at. They might do now, but the pass isn't on point, and England will have the ball back.
Yeah, England stayed very square there. The Germans got on the outside a bit, but they didn't actually turn the hips of the English defenders, which meant there was no overlaps. They all stayed very, very square.
England make changes. Oh, there's another slip out there. I do wonder if there is a bit of moisture on that.
Yeah,
pitch.
probably. Still, game one, day three. It's probably drying up and a bit. Oh, it's a great ball by Louis Treyers.
And straight over to the right hand side where Vaughan Meredith pops it down, but that was all about the pass from Louis Treyers.
Yeah, so what the English do here, they've been scooping and they've been trying to scoop through to in goal. This time Louis Treyers steps back, he throws a passive line, so it means it goes backwards. So normally we would chop the hole and Adam Brimler would go straight through the hole. This time, because they've done that a couple of times, the ball goes a lot deeper, but if you get on the outside of the player that they want, the wing then has to shut in, and it's just a 2-on-1 complete.
Germany at the 7 metre again.
Open side quickie for Germany. Ball to ground, unfortunately.
Yeah, the England defence has really shut down in this second half. They've given Germany very, very little to aim at.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was the Germans, I would look to try and spread the ball a bit more, because the English, and here they go, they've got a fly option.
I'll have to come back inside, but they're keeping the ball alive. Final touch, and now this space on the right hand side. Now, did he get it down in time? Oh, I think he did. Yes, he did.
The referee's turned his hand to the sky and has awarded the score for Matt Sandelat there. Good keeping the ball alive. So it looks like England were about to score, but the German scramble defence got across. They then kept the ball alive, and Horatio Price went for an open side quickie, got the ball over to Matt Sandelat with a 3-on-2 cut out pass, and good finish. So another good score from England. But if we look at this German side, they are trying to get on the outside of the English. They're doing it very well, but at one point they feel like they're not getting on the outside. They don't commit the defenders. I would like them to see them run a bit harder and try and get on the outside of the English defence, whereas as soon as they compact everything, the English love that, because that's how they defend. They're very, very compact. If they can get on the outside, they'll cause a few more issues, but at the moment they're not trying to do that, and that's causing them issues because it's playing towards the English defensive policy.
Yeah, the defence has been so good in this second half, as we've shown. Germany have quite easily got up to the 7 metre line, but once they get there, the defence is just closing in and just giving them absolutely nothing.
Yes. A bit of a belly flop there from Sam Jones, I would like to say. I don't think that was a hard touch. I think he got caught with the ball in a position that he didn't want to. I think he fell to ground, got the penalty, and England are not going to be stopped in that position currently.
This is relentless from England now. I think that's four tries in probably 3 minutes. Yeah,
probably four tries from 4 sets as well. Again, England just do a punish play. So the punish play so far, England have got on the outside of their link. This time the link pulls a really good corner to make sure that he doesn't get scored on the outside of. Josh Henderson just steps back and dives and gets the score.
And whistle goes again as England have the ball back.
Bit unfortunately, I think John Weston Stanley did put a hard touch in. The ball was dropped. If it wasn't, I think it probably should have been a penalty, especially if Sam Jones got a penalty. The the play before.
Oh, and now it comes out long. I think that will be forward, though.
Yeah, Hanro's caught this one, but he's had to run about a mile to get it. So yeah, absolutely forward. He celebrated though. Hanro celebrated when he put the ball down, but you don't. It's not American football. The ball's got to definitely go backwards.
I think when the pass starts from behind the try line and he's taken beyond the try line.
Sometimes those lines can be deceiving. You can throw the ball backwards and it can float forwards, but when it goes forward and always forward, it's definitely a forward pass. Hanro didn't know that, and he caught it, dotted it down, celebrated, and then went,
Germany.
Oh,
Quick
good hands by
passing.
Germany. Here we go. Can they spread the ball? They've got the option. Oh, so that was the first time in this half that Germany have actually looked to spread the ball. They've gone from right. They've taken on a few plays. They've cut the ball back inside, and maybe they should have gone with hands through 2 or 3 sets of hands to get to the other side instead of the big loopy pass. But that big loopy pass actually causes the English defence to turn and chase. I would like to see the Germans do that more.
It's England. Great speed again. Here's Lou Treyes. Gets it over. And Adam Brimley.
So this is the same setup where Louis Trez comes in to scoop. Instead of stepping back like he's done last time to throw that passive line, he's actually stepped in and gone short side. He's created the overlap short side, and Adam Brimlow with another dive. Well, it was a stop, drop and roll really, wasn't it? It wasn't really a dive.
England have 15, and they've been quite relentless in this second half.
Yeah, I think England don't like being scored on. They conceded 2 in the first half, and that would hurt them. You know, they don't want to concede at all. They pride themselves on their defence. So as soon as they get that opportunity to get those 2 back, they're going to take it, and they have been relentless in the second half. And like I say, the Germans have worked so hard that it just becomes a little bit easier when England are probably the fitter team as well.
And that's a good thing as well, because you're taking that frustration and using it in a positive way.
And as we say that, England dropped the ball for the first time probably in this half. That's probably the first real error that they've made. So they'll be okay with that. 1 error per half is probably what they look for. But coming back to your point on using the frustration in a good way. Touch, yes, we all see the skills. We all see how quick they run, how far they dive, and how far they can pass. But it's being able to do all of this under pressure and making sure that you're cool and calm. When you're not cool and calm, you can't do what you want to do, and that causes you issues. Can Germany got the ball down? Referees, I think we're probably gonna have to have a look at this one again, because both players are saying they made the touch. Referees taking a step back, and
so Germany have their third.
It'll be interesting to see if that one was actually a score. But you look at what touch is about. England made a mistake in their own half and they were punished. So we're looking to look at the replay here. Let's just see where the touch was made. Touch was made outside of the 7, so no one should be on the line. And it looks like everyone steps back. It was close. It was close. There can't have been an offside call, so the referee must have said the ball was down before the touch was made.
It's one of those where you need a super slow-mo camera.
Yeah, and you've got to trust that the referee's got a better vantage point than we do.
Louis Treyes bursts through, and it is another try, and I think that is a hat-trick for Louis Treyes.
I think it is, and I think he's probably assisted more than he's actually scored as well. He's had a good game, and what he does here, he goes on the outside, he gets his defending player chasing out. He's got great footwork, he steps back and then he weaves his way between the 2 middles, and that is full time.
Yeah, so we've had the hooter, and it's an emphatic victory to open up the day for England, 16-3. But Germany played their part in that game.
They had opportunities, especially in that first half. They could have gone, they could have been a lot closer at half time. But overall, England will be very happy with that. A few things to build on, but I think they'll be very happy.
So, first game of the day, and it ends in a 16-3 victory for England in the men's open competition. Ben heads over to the studio very, very quickly, and we'll join Ian over in the studio.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. Ben commentated on the game there.
Yes.
Comprehensive win for England.
Yeah, a good win for England. But the Germans, as we were saying with Jono there, they played their part in the first half. They had opportunities, and at half time it could have been a lot closer than it was. I think it was 7-2.
Yeah.
It felt like a 5-3 game really. England made a few mistakes. Germany couldn't really capitalise on them. But in that second half, England realised that if they kept that error rate down, that they could go on and score. I think they made only one error in the second half, England did, and actually Germany scored from it. So you've got to put the credit to England that they kept that error rate down, and they got the scores.
Will England be a bit disappointed at, because they were on to nil Germany in the second half there? Were they trying to do that?
So I know that England team very well. What they'll want is one error per half. In the first half they didn't do that, and they conceded a few tries. They conceded one error in the second half. They conceded a try.
Yeah.
I think they won't be, but if they play Ireland and France and Scotland, they won't want to concede that score, because they pride themselves on keeping very tight, and it was through the middle, so England want to be tight and compact and want the scores to be outside of them, whereas that was through the middle. That's probably what they're most disappointed about.
Fantastic stuff, Ben. Thank you so much
No, it's
for
okay.
your time. Next game coming up already, mixed open, I believe.
Gonna be a good game.
And it's England-Wales.
Yes,
Right.
in the mixed
There we go.
open.
Fantastic. Let's stand back to your commentary team. Stay through it. Enjoy it. It's going to be a good one.
Welcome back to Nottingham. Game 2 of the day is in the mixed open, and it should be one of the games of the day as Wales take on England. Both teams unbeaten in the competition so far, and I say Jordan joins me for this one, and we're hoping this will be a cracker.
I think it will be. I think I'd be really surprised if this doesn't, if this disappoints. Sorry, I think it's going to be a great game. Both teams unbeaten. I think especially on the England side of the ball, there's box office players. I think we talked about it in the preview this morning, but Toby Phillips scored. I'd be very surprised if it was top the score that he pulled off yesterday. And he's busted out some new yellow boots for this one, so keep an eye out for number 7. He's last through the tunnel. It's going to be a cracker, this one.
And just describe that try for anyone who hasn't seen it. There has been clips on social media, but
so,
I will leave it to you.
I'll be a storyteller. So England down to 5 players actually, so they even score with a man less. Toby runs a counties play with his winger, which is really unusual, and it's a play that he had no right to score off. He steps infield, 3 of the French players collapse and give him no room to move. Toby comes off his right foot and sees a French player low down on the floor, tight space. He does a front flip over 3 players and finishes off the score. It was pretty special. England straight into a sweeper with Toby straight away. He skips to the outside.
Oh, what
Jamie
a
inside,
start.
dots it down. Big score from the English.
And that is making a statement straight from the off, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's with using the danger man. We've just talked about him in the build-up, but he comes round on that tap-off move, sweeper play, skips to the outside of the toucher, creates that 3-on-2, creates that decision from the defending Welsh link, and he's got Jamie Ironside hitting a nice hole from link, and it's a good start.
So Wales have 6 inches from the tap-off, and then
Good dive.
Threatening the line.
So on the Welsh side of the ball now, Dan Roberts, former men's open captain, number 10. He'll be one of their strike players, especially in that pod that Wales have got on now. But England have forced a penalty. I don't think they've stepped over the ball on that one. And England will just make their way to the box now. So we'll get a little bit of an idea of what England's transition looks like. We've been looking out for it with other teams, and it's something to look at, especially in the mixed game. So England will hit one to the middle, and it looks like they might be going into a four-man. They're going to get that penalty.
Yeah. Player going to ground there, Danielle Evans.
What England... I've been talking about some of the male players, but England have two really strong female links. Danielle Evans and Anna Crossley are both NQ Rebels players, really quick. Keep an eye out for them, especially on line attack.
And England right on the line again.
Hill on the outside.
What a great pass, but a fabulous take by Megan Pemberton. And England are 2-0 up with less than 2 minutes played.
Really good start, really good start. Looking strong, it comes on a counties play. Head up, 4-on-3, right option, right hand pill, over the top to the winger. Great score.
And it's been a great start by England. And this thing, they knew this is probably going to be a challenging game for them, and they've really come out of the blocks at 100 miles an hour.
Started really quick, and Wales obviously only had that one line attack, so could have been an intercept from Harry Goldman there, and he's checking his fingers are working. So Dan Roberts back on now. We'll see what Wales got with a full set of 6. They'll should get 3 strikes on the English line here. We'll see what they've got. They started with quickies. They're going to go straight into a sweep play, and they run it. They're going to look for those options, and I think the referee's calling a touch.
Touch was made.
So that's two down already. First strike is a sweep, and Dan's gone out to link now. He'll come on the sweeper. Watch him to pick up on this one. No, QB. Ball down. He's called him offside. Play through, and Wales have pulled one back.
Yeah, Wales needed that. I think after such a strong start by England, I think Wales getting on the board, it'll give them the confidence to know that they can get the ball down.
So get a little bit of a sense of what Wales like to run, especially with that pod that was just on with what I would say their danger man is with Dan Roberts, and they like to run those sweepers. He likes a QB off it. He likes picking up. If he's at half and he's got a sweeper coming round, that's something to look out for. Toby on that sweep again. He looked for the same play that they got the opening score off, and it wasn't working that time. I think Wales did well to take away Toby's outside, and they really didn't give him much room to run, but they forced an error again. And Josh Ingram, the England captain, will pick that up, and England will go straight back into their line attack. Toby's got a little bit of space on that outside for a punish, but doesn't like the look of it.
Yes, fresh set of 6. They've had one touch.
And across, they'll run it this side. They'll come back with a long Ingram off his left hand. It dips and it's a little bit too short. Wales looking a little bit more lively on that line defence there.
It's Wales who have the ball. They're going to go to the sub box and make changes. Good high defence from England, though.
Both teams' transition looked fairly similar, and they'll look to get a strike play on 5th there. They'll tip back inside. He was looking for a 33 dump there, a 33 scoop, and it was just poor skills. But England will reply with their transition. They'll tip back in with Anna Crossley, Daniel Evans driving in, and then we're going to work our way to the strike.
It's just held up in the middle.
Yeah, and Wales have got it back. They had a lot of space on that right hand side. I thought they were going to break into a bit of a punish play. It's a little bit of a tendency of some of the England players, and I thought that's what they were going to break into, but Wales will be happy with that. It stays at 2-1.
Yeah, Wales really come back into the game now.
Good.
And
he's got that
great
down.
drive.
Dan Roberts likes to pick up. I think if he looks back on that, he'll be harsh on himself. Maybe not harsh on himself, but I think Dan really likes picking up from half, and he's dangerous on it. I think when he looks back on this footage, he'll know that he probably should have squared the toucher up, kicked to that short side, carried on going to the left, and I think they would have seen a bit of joy off that. Wales looked dangerous in that transition. Then that's the positive I would take from that.
Thanks, England do great drive forward so
Nice.
far. They're up to the 7 metre. It's final touch.
That's
great. Diving through
That's
now.
great.
Was it down?
It's called no touch. Good honesty from the Welsh middle, but that's really nice work. Two hot custard teammates linking up there in the middle, and it's a little bit of a hot custard pod that just went on there. I think all 4 middle players then were a hot custard teammates, but it's a middle scoop and dump. He'll step back inside, and then it's a beautiful middle court. Great dive from Harry Goldman as well.
Just fooled the defenseman as well, because he was going to the left-hand side and had to immediately change to the right.
Yeah, I think
Just
Wales might have thought at one point then we've locked this up. We've kind of stunted this middle scoop, and they managed to pull something out of the bag. So a little bit of a different attacking pod for Wales now.
They're trying the long pass, but he gives the ball back to England.
So it seems that James Enion is the go-to strike player in that pod. Maybe he seems to be the one that wants to run the strike plays, and they did create a little bit of space on this side. So if they've got a pill over the top, they might be able to exploit that.
Great speed shown from England as they
straight through,
and
that's
it's
beautiful.
down again.
That's really nice.
There's Megan Pemberton again, who gets free and has the easiest job of taking the ball and putting it down.
Yeah.
And England lead 4-1.
Yeah, good speed from Tom Lawton-Davies. Tom Lawton-Davies is looking sharp coming off those 32 pickups. Obviously the first score is going over the top. This time he's going straight through, and he's looking really sharp. When England get the tails up on their transition, they look really dangerous. Watch for Dan to pick up here. No, he's given off. That's good. This is what my thinking here. If Dan is at half, I would be thinking he's going to pick up. So that might be the reason why England were a little bit loose in the middle here. He actually gives the sweep, and that's why this middle channel opens up a little bit more. That I could be wrong on that one, but that's what I would be expecting from Dan, and he fooled me there. So no, it was a nice play, good setup, and it's a good reply from Wales. They really needed that.
And Kieran Evans putting the ball down from the dive, but it's England who come straight back from the tap off, and a bit of space has opened up. I think the touch was made though.
So we've got the hot custard pod on now, and Kendall Fry at female link on the right, Dan Mayall left link here. Let's see what they've got. They're playing around with them a little bit. They've pushed themselves back at the 7. That's 5th touch. Harry Goldman worked his way into a corner there, and they'll be disappointed with that. But Wales will be really happy with that last couple of minutes. They got a score. They've D'd one out. We're a quarter way through the game now. 2 scores behind. If they can pull one back here, 4-3 looks a lot better for Wales.
And that was good D as well by Wales.
It was.
They committed players over to that right hand side that gave England no space to play into.
Yeah. They took away quite a few options for them then. I think England were looking for those 23 platforms, and it looked like Wales pushing England back out the 8 metres, 9 metres, 10 metres, not letting them really set up anything. It caused them a few problems there. So Dan Roberts back on. He'll look to get himself to half. That was beautiful. He's given the torch. He'll be really gutted with that. That was a beautiful setup. Nice little bounce play. He gets himself to the outside. That's a great pill over the top. What a pill! He's got that in his locker. But going back to that play, nice little bounce play. He gets a 3-on-2, and Fry makes that a great touch. But yeah, what a score! Great score, and he's got that in his locker. It's a bit of a static play. Kicks to the outside, right hand pill over the top. Awesome. Wales will be really happy. Last 2 or 3 minutes for them. They've got themselves right back in this game. 2 good defensive sets, 1 good attacking set. We've got a good game on here, but Toby back on that sweep.
Diving through.
I think the link made that touch.
No,
I think
It's given. Yeah, it's given.
I think Wales will feel hard done to there. It looked like the middle was offside and the ref was calling play through on the touch in middle, so he's calling him offside. It looks to me the link does make that touch, number 2. Anna Melmoth steps in and makes it with the left hand. I think unless the sideline ref is calling her offside, obviously on the footage there we couldn't see if she had made the line, but it looks to me that was a good bit of defence from her. Wales will come back with a reply.
Oh, good take.
The referee was calling play on. That normally would mean play through. One of the England players is offside, so you don't really want to give Dan Roberts a fresh set of 6, and that's what England have done. Oh, he's taking it! He's gone. He's gone.
He's looking around. As
yeah, he's good.
bursts through.
Slowing it down. I think some of his teammates will realise he's got 3 days to go.
Great take. He did well because he had a lot to do once he tapped it up into the air.
Yeah, I was just thinking that the amount of times we've seen that in the past few days where somebody's tapped that up and it's kind of, gone away from them, or he's not been able to find it in the air. So to actually obviously D them out, and for Brad Murphy to be able to tip that up to himself and have the concentration to be able to finish that off is really good, really good.
So Brad Murphy, who is the latest try scorer for England.
He's taking a few deep breaths on the sideline there.
Yes,
I think Toby is as well, actually, but he's not really done much for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, great pass.
What a ball!
Pass onto the inside, and Kendall Fry takes it, and they high five, and well they might. It was a great pass inside.
I tell you what, Harry Goldman is a very handsome man, and that was a very handsome pass. That was lovely. He's held the play up so well, and the hot custard pod are when they get in a bit of a groove, they look like like you would expect, like they play together all the time, and yeah, they're looking sharp.
So Wales, after coming right back into it, suddenly find themselves 2
down
again. Oh, they almost.
So Wales, what you see there is Wales digging into their playbook a little bit more. They've run the sweepers, they've run a little bit of a variation on it there. So it's what's called a QB. So the sweeper comes round, he receives the pass, he tips straight back, so he's at his half that's giving him the ball, and that should give you a little bit of a space outside the saving middle. They did create a little bit of space, they just weren't able to execute. Morton Davis is looking really sharp here. Every time he picks up the ball at speed, coming off his right hand, coming off his right foot, Wales are just all over the place. They can't handle that speed when he's picking up. And they'll go back to those 23s with Daniel Evans. Really dangerous off it, but Wales have defended it well. I think she took a little bit of a stumble there, but yeah, watch Evans on the right hand side, female link. She'll look to get a quickie on her opposite link. She does not care if she's opposite a bloke, she'll still beat him.
So, good defensive set by Wales so far though.
That's what England have at the minute. That's what's separating them. Their female players are just, it's like playing with 4 blokes in the middle. Oh, what a play! I think he's given the touch. I'll tell you what, great play, great D.
It was indeed.
Nice little follow play. It's a really good variation on what England have been running. So they go over to Evans again. She splits to the outside for that punish play. Then she'll step in off the ball, and that's where that space is created. Ooh, that's a tough call. That's a tough call.
And Wales have used their set of 6. England start again. And I think this is another thing that is setting England apart in this game, is the way that they are driving from deep in their own half. Yeah. They're getting up to the other end so quickly.
Yeah, they look really good. They've got into a bit of a groove here and they're looking really sharp. Hot custard pods on, great pill over the top. Just died off a little bit.
And if you're Wales, you've got it back to 4-3. You've got within 1. And then all of a sudden England
And then,
bang, they're away again.
Bang, 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 and the game's gone away from them a little bit. They've still got 5 minutes here till half time. If they can rescue it a little bit, and we know they can do it, they've got the players to do it. I don't know. It seems to me that Wales have just had to work a little bit harder for their scores, and obviously, like England's scores, they've had some really good ones, and both teams have dug into their playbooks a little bit. I think Gabe Pennington and Justin Conway might have a little bit more up their sleeve if they need it.
It's Wales driving through. They've got to the 7 metre. The England defence
Good
holding
middle
firm
of
now,
They've
but
got them running a little bit here. If they can hit that hole, they do, and it's back to one. Daniel Roberts is going to throw it on touch one. That was back. Oh, it looked to me that was back to one. Sorry, I thought one of the England players touched it in the flight.
they can start again from their own 7 metre.
Good yards from England, and that's what we were talking about yesterday with the transition. There's things that you want from your subbing, and if you can get a repeat set just because you're driving so hard, that's a win. You'll take that. Josh Ingram will take some yards up the Welsh box and make his way down to the 7. He's got a couple of attacking threats here, Toby being one of them. He gets on a 33 counties. He's in behind his man. He's done that so well. Oh, that's a leaf out of Ryan Meancheck book. That is one of England's greatest ever Opens players, who's playing for senior mix today. He stepped in behind the touching player, so the Welsh defender then he has next to no chance to get onside before Toby can get it down.
And a standard try from Toby Phillips.
Yeah, it was a bit boring. Yeah, if I'm honest, it wasn't really.
Yeah, expect a triple Salco with Pike or something.
Yeah, it wasn't too much to shout about. Disappointing.
It's Wales who are making yards from their tap off. They're back to the 7 metre as the England defence again holds quite firm.
England have been really sharp here, especially the last 10 minutes. They've been, like I said, ever since Wales brought it back to 4-3, and they looked like they pulled themselves back into the game. England have just been ruthless. Every time they've broke into their transition, they've either scored or got a repeat set from it, and then scored off that repeat set. They've been pretty clinical.
And
good.
Oh, that's a good.
Wales backing it. Good.
Yeah, really good try.
Yeah.
Good quick passing.
Yeah, it's just a middle quickie, similar to what Toby ran before. He's not got in behind his defender. Sorry, it's a 33. It's a 33 county, so he's got on his other middle, but he's got to the outside of the saving defender, and the England link has got a decision to make, and he's decided to step in. The Welsh attack has executed that well. 8-4. If they can defend this set out, that'd be huge for Wales.
Long pass comes in.
And they have defended it. So that's big for Wales, and they've got a minute here. Hopefully they'll get some comms from the box. If I were Wales here, I'd go into a 4-man drive, blow England off the park, but they're going to work into their subbing, so they should get a good strike on England unless this midfield D steps up.
Good yards. And
they've coughed it up. Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that. Not only that, they've given England 30 seconds here. It's not a great deal to play with, but England might get a good shot on the Welsh line. They might get one play.
Yeah, there is communication coming from the England sub-box. You can see that
I wouldn't expect anything less from Gabe Pennington. He'll keep his eye on the clock, but it's just come a little bit earlier than I thought it would, and England haven't been able to get anything from it. So 8-4 to England as we go into half-time.
So the match living up to the hype that we gave it beforehand. 12 tries in that half, 8 for England, and Wales really came back into it. Came so close at 4-3, but then it seemed to flick a switch in England and they just ran away with it there.
That's what the good teams do. They can ride that storm. England started strongly. Wales came back, and there was a good little back and forth from a bit. Like we were saying, it was 4-3. We had a really good game going, but England just turned it on. Like, they were great. I think there's players that are standing out here for England, and I think the hot custard pod are every time they're on an attack, they just look sharp, and Wales are finding scores difficult to come by. They're able to do it. It's that line defence that they just need to shore up a little bit, and a little bit on midfield. England's transition just looks so fluid, and they're really looking good.
Seeing the highlights of the half here and some of the tries that both teams have been scoring, but that was great, just bursting into the end zone and then the pass coming out.
So a staple of the Welsh attack is those sweepers, and they've got a lot of threats on at dummy half with Dan Roberts, and when those sweepers are coming round, they've got players that can execute those dives really well, and there's some really good stuff here. This little bounce play, they didn't get a score off it, but that was nice. I'd like to see that again, because they caught Harry Goldman on his heels there. I think he probably owes Kendall Fry a beer for saving him there, but Dan Roberts just decided to get it back and rip one to the wing, and that's been really pulled them back into the game.
Yeah, that was what made it 4-3, but then England were just bang, 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 and it was all of a sudden it was 7-4.
So good, and we built him up before, but Phillips is having a really strong game here. He's set a few up, he scored a few himself. This was the intercept, and like we were saying, the concentration to tip it up to yourself, regather, and then finish it off. That's something worth noting, because the amount of times we saw yesterday somebody would flick up a little bit of a bobbled ball and it'd get away from them, or they'd lose it in the air. That was great.
This one, nice little pass inside. Down it goes again. Still England weren't finished.
So this is what I want to see in the second half. Daniel Evans running those punish lines. They didn't get a score off that one. The ref called the touch, but that was a beautiful play, and that's something that Gabe Pennington will have got them running quite a bit. Their assistant coach this week, he unfortunately picked up an injury in round 3 of the men's NTS. Former teammate of mine, really experienced player. If he was out there today, he'd be having a field day, diving through the middle. But what he'll be offering now is just invaluable coaching, and those types of players, those little follow plays, they'll be something that he'll be loving. Obviously, they didn't get a score off it, but he'll love that they created something off it.
That Welsh try was finished the scoring for the first 20 minutes. 12 tries in 20 minutes, and it shows the quality of these two teams, and they rightly come into this game both unbeaten. England want to set down a marker, obviously, but Wales certainly not letting them have it all their own way.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're right about the wanting to set the marker, because France looked strong yesterday. They had a really good game against France on field too. So it isn't just England Wales in this division. France looks sharp, and I think these three teams will have a little bit of a back and forth. It'll be interesting to. I think I would back England to be in the final on Saturday. It'll be interesting to see out of Wales and France who makes the final out of those two.
And Scotland top of the group at the minute. They have played one game more. They're also on 4 wins and just the 1 loss. Jersey in the mix as well there.
Yeah, Jersey. They weren't. I don't think they were at the last Euros. But when I first started playing mixed open, and I played mixed open for England for 10 years before moving to men's open, and Jersey were always the top 2, top 3 team in the mixed open category, and they had some really sharp players. So it's great to see them back this year.
Yeah, and it is Wales who start us off, and they.
Murphy looking for that full length intercept again.
No juggling that time, unfortunately. As Wales have the ball on the 7-metre line. They'll be wanting to get the score early on to put pressure on England as well, because even though they're 4 down, they're not going to feel they're out of this at all.
No, not at all, especially if they can get a score here. So they'll look into those sweepers again and they'll run them. Oh, that would have been lovely. The diving pass, and it's interesting to see that they haven't gone into much progression off that sweeper yet. I think they did run a QB in the first half, but yeah, it's interesting to see that Roberts hasn't looked to pick up and go against the grain yet. I've been looking for that a little bit later in the game, but England back into that deadly transition that they've got.
Quick passing, they're just not completed though, and teams feel their way back into the game after a 5-minute break.
Yeah, it was an interesting one from England. That I think I might have lost the count there. I don't know if it was me or the ref, but oh well. We'll not go into that. Yeah, it looked like England only got to 5th touch, 5 or 10 metres into the Wales half, so that put them under a bit of pressure to actually get something from it. If Wales can keep up that midfield D, then that'll help them massively. That's one box ticked for them, but obviously that's a lot of effort, and that's a good touch there. Good strong touch from Josh Ingram. So Wales will make their way back down to the 7 now, and they'll look to reply now. So this will be their strike play. They'll go into those sweepers again. This time they do pick up against the grain. Short side, wingers free, down.
Yeah, and that is the score that Wales wanted. They've opened the scoring in this second half.
That's what I was looking for before when we're talking about progressions off that sweeper play. This has been their attacking move, those sweepers. That's the first time that they've picked up and gone against the grain on that scoop, and wingers free, dots it down. Got a game on.
Great play by Emilia Gracciarola.
Yeah, really nice. Looked really sharp at a dummy half and picked the right option. Hot custard pods back on now. Yeah, they'll rip it back inside for a long. Good D. Really good D.
Yeah,
Anna Melmoth again. She's done that a few times now. She's been able to step in and help her middle out. Obviously in the first half she was adjudged to be offside. I'm not sure if she was. And England will break the way into the same move on the opposite side. That might have been forward. No, sideline ref gives it. Great score.
Really good score as England strike back straight away. They get their 9th. A great long pass across the line.
Yeah, really nice. Good patience from England. They ran a punish play on the right hand side and ripped long infield. Anna Melmoth saving it on this near side for us, but they just remained patient, ran the same move the opposite way, and that's where the space came from.
Wales diving through again.
Call him offside again.
Yeah,
got a little bit of a shootout here at the minute, and I think from an England point of view, you're not going to be that disappointed that it's a bit of a shootout, because you've already got that four score buffer. Obviously Wales, you need to be making a few stops, and they're not able to do that, and especially with Phillips back on at the minute. I need to stop inflating Toby's ego, because it's too big as it is. Josh Ingram will look to reply with a pick up against the grain. What a pill for Josh Ingram!
And the pattern, and he's given great pass out to the left hand side. Watch this again.
Beauty.
Ball comes down the middle.
Toby on the sweeper, they're worried about the sweep. Josh picks up against the grain, pill over the top.
Down goes. An almost carbon copy of the 9th try.
It was, yeah. It's the like we're talking about. It's the progression off that sweeper. If you're worried about that sweeper coming round and you've got a dangerous player at half that can pick up and throw, then why not? QB from Wales. Great score. Great reply.
It is. I think that's the 5th of this second half, and
so
we're
again,
not even 5 minutes in.
Again, we keep talking about those progressions off the sweeper. This is another one. Sweeper comes round. This is a QB play, so the sweeper's going to give it straight back to his half. England have tucked under a little bit too tight, and that's why Dan Roberts is outside of his saving middle, and that's where the space comes from. Good D.
Touch is made in the corner this time. England been successful with the past 2 drives where they've got it over to the left-hand side and scored. Wales learning though, and that's part of the game as well, isn't it? It's
really
cutting off those options.
I tell you what, that was good on both sides of the ball there. It's a play that England were running before and they keep getting joy from. It's a punished play. A half will turn back in field to throw long, but this time Harry's gone the next progression off it. He'll come off his right foot and go back to the short side, and the Welsh winger has sniped that so well. No touch from Harry Goldman. Wales will be really disappointed with that. It was good flow.
It was looking to be a really strong drive, as you say. It was flowing really well. They got over to their sub box, made the changes, and they was looking to strike in on the line, but unfortunately the error has given the ball back to England. 10-6 England lead. Wales by no means out of this.
No, not at all. Like I said, they'll be really disappointed that they've given away a no-touch space on the outside for England. They're going to go. That was interesting. England so running that fly play on as they're coming on in transition. They had a lot of space on the left-hand side. It would have been nice to see them exploit that, but Wales happy that they've not conceded after that no touch, and great take. They'll break into that fluid transition again. Slow down a little bit. Hopefully they can regain a little bit of momentum here, and Roberts will go straight back into a counties play. He'll come off his left foot. Great dive. He slams the ball down.
It was a great play by Dan Robertson. Great dummy as he managed to change his direction very quickly.
Really nice. He's great as a live player when he's getting that ball. He's good from half, but when he's got that ball in 2 hands, and he's great on his feet. He stands people up so well. And yeah, Josh Ingram's he's gone behind the line there. He's got to get off the line, step up, and put Dan under a little bit of pressure. And because Robertson's got nice and low, it's a great dive. Ball.
10-7 England lead. So England Wales coming over halfway.
Wales' transition's looking much better as we get throughout this game. Looking a lot more dangerous. They'll get to the outside space. What a pill!
Oh, it was so close.
Wales will be getting a lot of positives from this. Even though they didn't score, then their box was clapping, and they were, they're looking a lot better as this game goes on, especially in that transition. Touches 4 and 5. If 1, 2 and 3 is good for Wales, and England don't put them under a great deal of pressure as they're coming off and on, Wales look really threatening as they come on, and that's really good to see, because England have got that in their locker as well, and here they come with their reply.
And it's an error, and that's going to give Wales the ball back, and Wales just got the momentum at the moment.
Yeah, Tom Holland-Davies will be disappointed with that one, because he looked really threatening in the first half, coming on that 32 pickup, and he wasn't able to finish it then. Robertson on the top, what a pill!
Oh, brilliant! Brilliant. Amy Reese really taking that well.
That's right. What a ball over the top. I keep going on about him, but he's having a blinding game here. So dangerous coming out of half, picks up against the grain. It's actually a pick up against the grain on the doggies play, so he's even got further to throw, and yeah, he's having a blinding game.
Wales coming back again, they're within 2. And we said they weren't out of this.
Nah, top game. Phillips on a sweep, off his right foot, down low, good touch.
So now it's about the Welsh defence. if they can hold out here,
Yeah.
get the ball back.
That's the first time that they've forced Phillips to step inside off that sweep, and they'll get a penalty here, I think. Yeah, they will. You don't want to be giving Toby Phillips 6 touches.
So 6 touches for England here.
The thing that they've got here, they've got a good balance of speed, execution, and scoring ability here with this pod that's on at the minute for England. Josh has just proved that he can pick up and throw from half and across leash. That's a big touch. Inside, Ingram, Crossley. They go on that punish and rip to the other side, and Wales have survived another, and their box is up at them. And
that was really good Welsh defence though, because they gave England nothing to aim at, and in the end they essentially threw the ball away.
Yeah. The thing is, at the minute, England aren't going too much into their playbook, and I don't know whether that's on purpose, and maybe they're saving a few things for Saturday. I wouldn't be surprised if they are. But here comes the Welsh transition. Oh,
it's just beyond reach of Amberley Ruck.
Yeah, there was a little bit of an opening there. Josh Ingram did well to force Wales to come back into that middle channel. James Enyon he had a look at the outside of him and wanted to come back in off his right foot. And England will just work their way up the field now with some good yards.
England.
And they'll look to run those strike plays now, and that's a great touch. And it's a lot. Yeah, they've lost possession there. Wales have done that a few times now. Where they've gone maybe not a tiny bit heavier, but yeah, they've put England the England player under a little bit of pressure. They've forced 2 little incompletions at the ruck. It's getting a little bit edgy out there now.
And that's the thing, England under pressure now, with the game so close, and just a few errors creeping into that game.
Yeah, a little bit. They've not been in this situation really yet, and Roberts will do what he does best and pick up from half. That was an interesting one. That I thought the space was outside on the short side when he picks up. He does come off his right foot, and there still was space. There's things opening for Wales here, and I think they'll be really happy. There's space on the right here on that punish play. Oh!
Now was the touch made? I think it was. Yeah.
Again, Wales looking to step back inside, and I would just like to see them test England's outside edge at the minute. Really interesting this. Good
diving through.
Gets underneath Harry Goldman.
Got
What a
it.
dive.
They're within 1.
Woo! Owen Carroll has got a mega dive. He's a tall lad, but he's done to Harry Goldman what Harry Goldman does best, and it's a nice low dive. Comes off his left foot. He nearly drops to his knees a good 3 metres out. Gets that right hand nice and low, and he's got under, snake in the grass. Beautiful.
So Wales within 1.
Just doing a quick score check. Toby Phillips off his left. Good D from Wales. They're locking up Toby and Josh really well here. This is really good to see. Like we were talking about, like you said before, like touch is about learning quickly about what England's your opposition tendencies are, and fixing them quickly straight away. Wales are doing that on the fly, and it's England are going to have to start digging into their playbook here. Got a great game here.
So
Phillips.
We do apologise. We've been calling the score wrong. It's actually level at 10-10. So it puts an even greater emphasis on this game.
What Wales are doing really well on line D, and it's Anna Melmoth again. She's sniping these plays that are coming towards her edge, and they've been caught offside a couple of times, but she's saving them from potential scores. Ingram, what a play! Oh, put your glasses down, what a play!
England in the lead by 1, 11-10. And it looked like nothing was really on there.
Anna Crossley, it's a little bit of a punish, but they go on the middle. She stands up her link, skips to the outside, Josh does really well to hold the ball up.
What a game.
What a game this is.
But this has been a fantastic display by Wales. They were 4 down at half time.
Yeah, Roberts picks up from half, Pill off his left. Touch. What great defence. Great attack, great D. Great game. Dan Roberts counties. They come off his right hand. Over the top. Big Pill. What a dive. What a score.
Amy Reese puts it down.
Pill City.
We're level again. 11-all.
Huge pills. We're having a pill off. Dan Roberts is having one of the best games I've ever seen him play. What a ball over the top. What a dive as well. She's diving as she's caught it. What a game.
And this is what we wanted. Both teams coming into this game, 4 wins out of 4, and there's nothing between them with 3.5 minutes left.
Oh!
Drop the ball. That's going to give it back to Wales. You see, frustration for England, joy for Wales. They've got a lot of work to do to get it back up the field from here, but they're more than capable of doing it.
England haven't been in this position before, where they've been under this pressure in this tournament yet. I know it's only day 3 and we've got till Saturday, but great touch from Josh Ingram. Hunting him down, and now they've got no momentum on 5th. Wales will look to generate something and they've not been able to. That's a mega touch on 4th, that. So what Josh has done there, Wales are trying to get some momentum for a 5th touch scoop or a 5th touch option. By Josh making that touch, Wales have had to generate momentum from a static play, a good 20-30 metres out from their own line. Good day from Wales.
2.5 minutes left.
Custard
England
Cruz
on the
on.
attack. There's space over
on
on
the
the
left.
left-hand side. It's taken.
Great
It's down.
Pill.
England take the lead again. What a game of rugby
I
this
talked
has
about it
been.
before, and the Custard Crew back on there, and they're just exploiting space. It's a little bit of a slow fly play, and that's really nice.
2 minutes remaining. Wales with 6 from the tap off.
This is who I'd want that on there for Wales. Dan Roberts, he might pick up here. Oh, it's a fresh set of 6. That's a big decision, that.
He's,
So this will be interesting now. Dan's gone out to link.
and they're coming over to the
Back to
left-hand
those quicky
side.
plays, back to 1. So with Dan at link now, they've got a few options, and obviously earlier in the game, Owen Carroll, number 8 on the ball now, he's got a mega dive, so he might run into those 2-man plays early on and test England in this little channel here. Now they might go out to Dan Roberts. It looks like he's calling something. They might run into a bit of a counties play because that's what's given him success. Fire up maybe. Yep. Oh, that's a little bit of a wasted touch for Wales for me.
There's
They do
space
go out
now
to
on
that
the right.
right side.
Oh, great defence by England.
England
when they
defending
have
as well.
when they have to be.
Oh, it's a forward pass. I think it's a touch pass. Oh, Wales have wasted that.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, they'll be devastated with that.
Now, do England drive for the line, or do they try and play the clock down?
I think you've just got to drive forward. You've got to go hard, and maybe not 100 miles an hour. That's a loose. Oh, they've given Wales another shot.
She knew as well.
Yeah. So Wales have got 45 seconds. I think this pod that are on at the minute, you can't afford to sub off. You've got to go. You've got to go. You've got to go. So I'd go into a 4-man drive. Just keep this pod on. But you've got to get to the line quick. You've got just over 30 seconds. I want to get Dan Roberts down to the line as quickly as possible. Give yourselves a couple of shots. Right, now you've got to go into your plays. Wales have got 2 strikes on the England line.
So it's the Wales attack against the English defence.
Sweeper.
Which one will win out here?
Oh!
Oh, it's a loose pass.
I think
And that has probably given the game to
it was
England.
a miscommunication. Wales were looking for another progression off their sweeper. And the gap was there. Oh, what
There
a
goes
game.
the hooter.
Josh will just kill it off, I think.
And there's the touch. Oh, an
What a
incredible
game.
victory for England. But what a performance by Wales in the second half to come back and almost get a draw out of the game. And it was a game worthy of the 2 unbeaten teams in this group.
Yeah,
coming into this.
I mean, it was a shame that wasn't a final.
It may well be.
It could be. Let's hope it is, and let's hope it's the exact same game, because that was awesome, absolutely awesome. Credit to Wales, Dan Roberts, and a few of his teammates. You can see him now. He's gutted with that. He dragged Wales back into that game. He was outstanding. I think he was MVP in that game for me. I think I would say that maybe both teams might have been holding a few things back, knowing that they'll be there and thereabouts on Saturday. I would definitely think that of England. I reckon Wales have got a little bit.
Well, Jordan, you've got to head off to the studio. A few feet to our left, and I'll give him a couple of seconds, and then it's time for me to hand over to Ian and Jordan in the studio, who are just going to have a quick summary of the game. Over to you guys.
Well, welcome back to the studio. John's just managed to leg it over here, although it's not a massive distance, is it?
It's
although
far enough.
You're probably out of breath after that game. So far, we think England and Wales have served up arguably the best game we've seen. So far on field one at least.
Yeah.
What did you make of that, Jordan?
Awesome game. One of the best games we've seen so far, I reckon. I just think that maybe England holding back a little bit. I reckon Wales are holding back. Just a few little things in their playbook. I don't think that they've opened the playbook yet. So I reckon we've got more to see from both teams.
In that game, we saw England did manage to just get about 4 points ahead at one point, but Wales fought back so well. Do you think they'll be a little bit disheartened that perhaps they just let it get away a touch
too far? Yeah, I'd agree. I think it got to about 8-4 at one point, and it looked like England could just close the game out. Wales is so well to pull that back in, and I can't speak highly enough of how good Dan Roberts was in that game. That was one of the best individual performances I've seen definitely this week. I was expecting him to be good, especially on line attack, but there was one moment I was just shouting "pill" because people were just throwing pills left to right, and it was just awesome.
I wanted to touch on that actually, because we saw a lot of that. We saw a lot of the long ball out to the wing, and it works, but there's a big danger of it going wrong, isn't there?
There is, yeah. So you normally do that kind of thing later on in your set of six. But as a ball player, if you're trying to create a 4-on-3 option, if that option's open and it's early in the count, you've got to back yourself to throw it, and you've got to back your wingers to catch it. Otherwise, what are we doing here? You've got to throw it. So no, fair play. I thought England were great, and they deserved the win. They did enough, especially in that middle portion of the game, to kick on and get 4 scores ahead. Like you said, Wales just let the game get away from them in that middle section. They did an amazing job to pull it back. I can't wait to see them two play each other again.
Well, there's certainly plenty more coming up as well. England will have served up a real treat. Coming up next, we have the women's 27 round robin match between Scotland and Spain. Almost time to get underway, so let's hand over to commentators, and it's our 80 sitcom back together again, Jono and Mel.
Thanks very much to Ian and Jordan. We are moving on to the women's 27s competition. Scotland taking on Spain. I'm delighted to say for the first time today, Mel Day joins me in the commentary box.
Thank you, it's good to be here. I've just had to adjust the headphones. Apparently Jordan Melling has quite the large head, so I've just had to adjust these headphones to get them to fit. But this should be a cracking game with the women's 27, Scotland-Spain.
Yeah, we had Spain on here yesterday. Scotland coming on for the first time. And, you know, in a way you feel a little sorry for them, don't you? Because they have to follow the game we've just had.
Hopefully they'll ride on the coattails of that game. That was absolutely cracking. The commentary box was going off like raw chicken up here. Massive crowd for that game, and you know what, suitable between two titans of mixed touch, England and Wales, definitely putting on a show.
Going off like raw chicken. I'm going to remember that one.
And this is going to be a great game, the women's 27s. We've got Scotland and Spain. Scotland currently second on the table. They've only had the one loss to a very strong England team. And Spain currently fourth on the table with one win and one draw. So they'll definitely be hoping to take it to the Scottish team.
Yeah, Scotland with a 7-2 win over Wales in their last game. And Spain with a narrow 6-4 loss to Switzerland. That was at 2:40 yesterday. Of course, we did see Spain with a great 7-2 win over Ireland on this pitch yesterday. So we'll see. Expecting quite a close game here, I think.
Yeah, we definitely hope so. I love this Spanish kit as well. I think they've got one of the kits of the tournament. Jeez, it looks great out there on field one. And I was speaking to these ladies before the game, and a lot of them come from mainland Spain, Madrid, Valencia, and here they go. Some great ball action through the hands from the Spanish ladies. Plays to watch from Spain is the number 11, Elena Lopez Cañara. She's got some wheels on her. She's in the sub box at the moment, so she might come on in the next subset. As Scotland making a break down the wing.
Very good touch on that left-hand side, but Scotland with a couple of drives so far. 90 seconds into the game, so both teams just feeling each other out.
That's made them plenty of metres. That's fourth touch. They've got plenty of options here as they scoop from half.
And there is the space, and it's Alexandra Watson who pops it down. And in fact, no, it's not a score.
No, it looks like the touch was in there on the half. Unlucky there for Scotland. I think as she's picked up from half here, she's gone through, and I think this touch is made by the Spanish defender. Great touch there.
And the touch was claimed. Good positioning by the official as well to see that. Spain on fifth touch.
Cañara with the ball, this number 11, but unfortunately not quite getting a strike dump in. That was 6 touches, so Scotland in pretty good field position. They'll take touch number 2 after the halfway line. And I spoke to the Scottish coaches before the game as well. They asked me to commentate on their good looks, apparently. Ross and Simon over in the Scottish box. So, yeah, after a couple of invites to Bulgaria and Germany, hopefully I'll get invited for a deep fried Mars bar in Scotland, and they've just gone over the line there.
Inglewood now. Yes, it is going to be given. The referee nods that Inglewood puts Scotland into the lead.
And I love these games where, to get these scores like that, they have to beat some incredible defence. And number 8 there, Ruth Esteban Marin from Spain, a diving defensive touch and almost good enough to stop the score. But, yeah, great ball out to the wing. Yeah, nice put down by 15 Inglewoods from Scotland.
Spain from the tap off. Not quite got to the 7 metre line yet, in between the 10 and 7. Just a little bit of confusion there.
Yep, starting to drag the defence now, starting to move the ball across the whole width of the field, but this is 5th touch, so just not seeing the fluency from Spain at the moment that perhaps we saw in the game against Ireland yesterday. No, unfortunately, I think they're taking an extra drive or two to make it down the field. We can see number 13 there from Scotland.
Tutu Osfer-Duran.
Oh, she's just an incredible player. She goes by Tutu. Yeah, she's got some wheels and she's the high scorer for Scotland, so watch for her on some of these Scottish attacks coming up.
That was a good take. It was very low to the ground. Frankie Alcott just picking it up, and now here's the opportunity. Great quick passing, and Scotland go 2 ahead. Over on that left-hand side. Here's the replay.
You can see why they've only had the 1 loss. Great step back there. Hands out. Nice quick hands there, and great score on the wing.
So Scotland double their advantage. Spain with work to do. Still obviously plenty of time left in this one. We're just struggling to get into the game, Spain, here.
Yeah, first game of the day for both teams, and yeah, it's getting a bit warm out there this morning. It's already heating up. Well, the mixed open probably heated up field one for us before in their game, but yeah, sometimes it just takes a little while to get some fluidity in your attack and just to get the nerves under control and handle the ball for those 6 touches.
Some warmth in the commentary box would be nice. The wind is blowing right across, and of course I made the mistake of not bringing a second layer today.
That was a
schoolboy error, really. I should know. I've lived here all my life. I really should know better.
If only you were Scottish, you'd be here in singlets and,
well, yes.
and your short shorts.
So this latest Scotland drive comes to nothing, and it's Spain who have the ball. They need a strong drive here.
Oh, great go forward by the Spanish attackers here. This is much better from Spain. 3 touches. They're going to set up for a 4th touch on the mids here. 5th coming. They're going to get a strike dump. I hope they set up a... Oh, they've spread it wide. Good option. They've held it for all the touches and tried to set up a good attacking play. And Spain, they've got lots of talented individuals amongst them. Spain's a really big touch nation within Europe. In Elche, they host the European Club Championships every year. Loads of regional tournaments in Valencia, Madrid. So it's great to have them here, and they're probably feeling as cold as you are, Jono.
Yes, I'm sure they're used to much warmer conditions than this, probably similar to what we had at Branbury a couple of weeks ago.
I think so. I like the look of some of these Scotland players. Number 11, Marie-Claire Maxwell. I think she's setting up some great plays out there.
Handling error by Spain, and that's going to give Scotland a great opportunity with a fresh set of 6 with about 10 metres to go to the line.
You've got your danger player, Tutu Osifa Dunrun on the field, and she's there now making a dive. I think she might have got through there.
Yes, she did. So Tutu Osifa Dunrun put Scotland 3 to the good. And Spain really do have work to do.
Yeah, great score here. You can see that she's just looking for the line when she made that dive there. 2-2, putting them up 2-0. See what I did there? Oh, 3-0, sorry. Should have used that line a little bit earlier, unfortunately.
I'll use the raw chicken one. I won't use that one.
And here they go from the tap-off. They need to use this field position. Unfortunately, over the mark there. Good call by the referee.
Scotland have the ball back. They the deepest that Scotland have started from in a while as they head towards the sub-box.
Yeah, they've got some good shooters coming up, Spain. 3rd touch, you can see their defenders are getting back with the referee, trying to get up and interrupt this midfield attack by Scotland, which I think they've done very effectively on this set. 5th touch, they're going for the wing.
Space on the right hand, it is down. And it's, I think it was Inglewood's. It was Inglewood's on the right hand side. Good drive from 5th touch, and they worked it really well over to the right hand side. Inglewood's in a lot of space, just had to pop it down. 4-0 Scotland lead, and it's been a really dominant performance by them so far.
Yeah, it has been, and as we've seen, they're scoring everywhere. Left wing, right wing, through the middle.
So we are going to take a short break from commentary. We're going to throw to the studio. Over to you, Ian.
Hello everybody, welcome to the studio. As you can see, I'm delighted to be joined by a couple of Portuguese players. Introduce yourselves, gentlemen.
Walter Rodrigues
and André Miranda.
Now, it's great to have you over here. Let's ask you a question. How's it been going so far here in Nottingham for Portugal?
It's been going great. A lot of learning.
Yeah.
We are on the stage that we are learning. Good games. Every game is a different game, so we're going a little bit further in each game. I think we're coming. It's not easy for us because we haven't been playing touch for so long.
Yeah.
So we're a very recent country playing touch.
Yeah.
But we are learning. We've had very good games. Yesterday we had a very good game against England.
Yeah.
The day before against France and Scotland also. We had a less best game against Swiss. But today we've got 2 good games. We're hoping we can go forward.
Fantastic. What's the expectation for Portugal?
Well, the expectation for Portugal is first of all to have good games and to try to difficult the tasks of our opponents, because we need to have our foot on the ground and think that we are a Portuguese association was created in 2017, so we have 5 years of touch.
So it's a very young, which is great.
That's why, and we are all of us are learning a lot and very paying attention to the simple details of the basics on the touch rugby. So that's it.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and I can see it's all smiles. That's what we like.
Yeah,
to see.
we're enjoying ourselves. It's very nice.
That's
It's
what I
very
like
good to
to
be. Brilliant weather, so it's very good.
And I appreciate you making the way up the stairs as well. So thanks
lad.
chaps. Enjoy the rest of the
Thanks.
tournament. We will be watching as well. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Back to the Commons team.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Many thanks to Ian there. We've had a couple of scores while that interview was taking place. Here's a replay of the latest try.
Jennifer Wright, such speed going straight through the Spanish defence.
Stephanie Cole putting it down. Of course, there was a try for Spain as well, just as that interview started. Marta Recio putting the ball down, and I think that'll be good for Spain to get something on the board.
Oh no, I think they've just got their second here.
They have indeed. It's been much better from Spain.
Much more positive driving and great setup here. You can just see them pass back in, strike dump on the 7, catching those defenders offside. Excellent touch there from Spain. They've scored 2 through the middle there. Scotland really have to make that line and then just take that step up off that line, because Spain is showing them that they've got great dives through the middle of the field.
Marta Ayana scoring. So 5-2. It's good to see Spain come back into this. They started incredibly tentatively and allowed Scotland to get quite a good lead, but that first score seems to have given them quite a lot of confidence, and they're driving much better now.
Yeah, both of those scores have come from really confident drives down the field, and I think their midfield defence has also taken a step up. Really good body shape in this line defence by Spain, and have held out Scotland, so they've just got to keep the ball safe, drive forward. Once they get these their players just running really direct lines forward, they're really making some momentum.
And this is the thing as well, isn't it? Because if they can get a really good drive here and maybe get it to within 2, then their confidence builds. It starts to put pressure back on Scotland. And we saw it in the last game, didn't we, where England were a good 3-4 tries ahead and Wales brought it back, and in the end it was just that 1 try victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum plays such a big role in touch and building that momentum, and often when you score you'll get another couple, and Spain definitely with the upper hand in the last 5 minutes or so.
Scotland with the ball now though. Get it towards sub-box. Oh, good drive. Nice bit of speed. It has to be pulled back now. But it allows the good transition from Scotland as they bring new players on. Inga Woods there, just looking for someone free, and maybe rushed the pass a little. The touch was coming in though, and this Spain really seem to flip the switch, and they're playing much better.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching now, and even the intensity with which these girls are subbing off, they're sprinting towards this sub box. They've just got a lot more energy, a lot more confidence, and as they take a touch over the halfway line and trying to set up a really good struct up here. Great driving here. This is 5th touch. Going out to the wing.
Good touch. Oh no.
It's a penalty here. You can just see when they drive really, really well, they're catching these Scottish defenders offside, and as they were driving there, they've gotten a penalty for an offside. So 6 again, right in front of the Scotland line.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame. And Scotland, I think they'll be breathing a sigh of relief there, Mel.
I think so. Spain were looking very, very strong. And it is very, very windy here. You can see the flags in the background. The players will just have to adjust their depth for that to make sure that those passes hit the targets.
Good drive by Scotland as they get towards the 7-metre line, and now there's space out on the right hand side. They look for it, and it was Inglewood's again. She's looking for a hat-trick. She's had 2 tries already, but there's been an infringement, and it looks like Scotland are going to have a fresh 6 on the 7-metre line.
Yeah, let's watch this 13, Tutu Ospadunran. They'll definitely look to her as well for their attack, but 11 diving through, Spanish defender not making the line, and great score there by Marie-Claire Maxwell. Celebrating on the way off as well. I love a good try celebration. Haven't seen enough of them, have we? She was stoked with that score.
And unsurprisingly as well, because Spain have probably had the better of it for the past 5 minutes or so. So that takes the pressure off Scotland and puts them in a really, really good position with 2.5 minutes to go to half time. 4 up. And if they can manage to defend this set, I think Scotland are going to be absolutely delighted.
I think so. They've just run a sweep of play. This is 5th touch now. Going for the wing. Great long ball
And
there.
interception, so 0 touch.
Oh, excellent drive down the middle of the field, Scotland.
So they're only at 1 touch now. That's 2 at halfway. They'll bring fresh players on. So this is looking good for Scotland here.
Yeah, nice step up by the defensive link there, but Scotland
Great
straight
speed,
through
and there it is, and there is the hat trick for Inglewood's. 7-2 Scotland lead, and that all came from the interception.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can consistently see these defenders, they're coming in but then just struggling to pull their corner just with the speed of this Scottish attack, and nice easy pop pass over the top. Those middle attackers make it very easy for Inglewood, but you know, Inglewood's is catching those balls and scoring the try, so she'll be stoked.
Yeah, she's getting into great positions on the right hand side in lots and lots of space, and you've got to give credit to the links and middles as well, getting the passes over accurately for her to take and put down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spain coming again, unfortunately. Let the ball go, and Scotland will have the ball back with a minute to go until half time. I think Scotland was starting to look a bit shaky as Spain came back into it, but those couple of tries have put Scotland back in a really good position.
Yeah, they just seem so much more consistent. Excellent driving here. You can see they're making 10 metres on each of these drives. It's just incredible watching this Scotland 27s team at the moment. Great speed, great ball skills. Here they go, setting up for a strike dump here on the 5th. Pick up by the half. Here she goes, looking for a support player.
And this time on the left-hand side. It's worked so well on the right with Inglewoods, and now on the left-hand side, and it's 8-2.
It was definitely their turn. And you can see that momentum shift by the number 10 from Scotland, Terry McWaters. Great, just little step back. You could see all the defenders were kind of pulling corner very hard. She stepped back, moved toward that open side of the field, and yeah, found a great support player there. And
there goes the hooter for half time. And a great half by Scotland, with probably a sticky spell in the middle where Spain came back into it. But I think Spain are going to be wonder really what hit them in the latter stages of that first half.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they're going to rue a couple of missed opportunities, because I think a lot of those scores happened from a couple of errors in their midfield. So they'll know if they keep it for the sixth, then they should be going fairly strongly, as we look at our co-commentator over in the commentary box.
Yes, we are going to head over to the studio. We're going to go back to Ian, who is a very special guest with him. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you, John. I certainly do. This is the Pink Flamingo, the mascot of Spain, and now it's day 3 of the 2022 European Championship. So what that means is it's Capture the Mascot Day. Every single team here has a mascot similar to this, all sorts of different animals and mementos going on out there. And what it's up to is up to the other teams to come and capture it, steal it basically, theft, and bring it up here to the office and then hand it in, and then when the players come back and give it in, they then have to pay a fine or whatever the forfeit is. So each individual player, each team has an individual player who's responsible for the mascot. I've got the Pink Flamingo. This is Spain. Relevant because Spain are playing right now, as you can see, up against Scotland. So we've got all sorts. We've also got a pink sheep up there. We'll keep bringing more in throughout the day. Who's going to get the biggest fine? Well, we're going to find out. I think it's probably time to hand back to your commentators for the second half here of Scotland and Spain in the women's 27. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. And Ian's friend, the Pink Flamingo, mascot of Spain. I've been to Spain a few times. I don't recall seeing many flamingos there.
No, I'm questioning whether that's a stolen mascot or whether our co-commentator has just brought that from home. No, Spain, beautiful, beautiful country. One of my favourite countries to go and visit. I've been to Valencia far too many times. Madrid, beautiful. Malaga, gorgeous, gorgeous country.
How's the wine?
Plentiful. Not so plentiful after I catch the flight home. But yeah, sangria, churros, tapas. Yeah, fabulous, fabulous country.
Love some churros, especially with the chocolate sauce. Anyway, I'll make myself hungry. Let's analyse that first half. Scotland starting brilliantly, and they play really well. Really didn't give Spain anything for the first few minutes of that half. Spain then got that score and they came back into it for a while, but then Scotland just stretching away again.
Yeah, I think with Spain they've just got to focus on their passing and their ball skills. They're throwing a few errant passes and it's just breaking down some of their drives, and we've seen that when they just keep those passes safe, they've got a lot of players with great speed and great scoops and dives that they can convert. But Scotland, the first 5 and the last 5 minutes of that half, we can see why they have the potential to really compete with this England 27s, who are the favourites for this division.
Yeah, and let's have a quick look overall at this division once again. England on top, 5 wins from 5. But Scotland, it looks like they're going to go for 5 wins from 6 after this game. And then we're looking at Switzerland, Spain, Ireland and Wales. And we saw Spain yesterday had a very, very good victory over Ireland, 7-2. So I think they're going to be in the mix when it comes to the knockout stages, semi-finals. And this Spanish team, they look like they play really well in sort of pockets of the game, and if they can get to those knockout stages, they're going to be confident that maybe they can get themselves to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have some really quality players, and when their defence is very set, very structured when they're communicating to each other, they're holding out Scotland a lot of the time, but it's just when their defence gets that little bit broken, they're not making those touches in front. Scotland are fighting those holes and just going straight through. Their scoopers have been exceptional in this game.
And the wing play has been excellent from Scotland as well, as mentioned it quite a few times. Inglewood's 3 tries in that first half. Exceptional at finding space on the wing.
Yeah, she definitely hasn't put her foot wrong this game. She's having a rest in the sub box, I think. They're trying to distribute their scores and giving Another few of their wingers to go. Good start by Spain.
It is good passing. Still got a couple of touches to play with as well as they're at the 7 metre. It's been a good drive from the tap off. And now they're on last touch. I thought there might have been a handling error there. They've been allowed to continue, but now Scotland have the ball back.
I think you might have just got your level 2 referee badge there, Jono.
It's taken me long enough to work out the rules of this game.
And here we go, Scotland. This is where they're making this ground. Just exceptional drives, really strong in these rucks. You can see them initiating those touches, and there they get an offside penalty, and that's because of how strong their rucking is up the field.
Scotland 10 metres from the halfway line, driving towards the 7 metre now. This is the first drive of this half. Chance now on the right hand side, but diving through.
A couple of holes on that right hand side as well, but as we speak, Spanish defence really tight and some options coming to the left.
And we're going to take a short break on commentary. It's back to the studio where Ian is with Josh Ingram and Jordan.
Right, welcome back to the studio, everybody. We're delighted to be joined by Josh Ingram, the captain of the England Mixed Open team. Now, Josh, I must say congratulations, first of all, on getting the win against Wales. It was very tight indeed, wasn't it? I know you're a little bit disappointed, though, because you did have a solid lead at one point, didn't you?
So we were up 4 at half time, so a little bit disappointed they managed to bring it back to 1 in the end. Took our foot off the gas a little bit in the second half, so a few things to work on there, but Wales played a brilliant game. Dan Roberts played light side touch, so you can't be sad by being beaten by someone who's that good. So they beat us in the second half, but 1 overall, so that's good for us.
Fantastic. Jordan?
Yeah, it was more of a question, an individual question for you, Josh. So obviously you're at the point where you're quite an experienced player now. Started playing in for England for 2015 World Cup. We had to play together, unfortunately, didn't we? Yeah. But very sad, yeah. But this year you've stepped up into a captaincy role, a leadership role. If anything, how things changed for you?
It's been a little bit of a change for me, but it's not necessarily as hard as you might think, because the group that we've got, it's not like managing a team at all. It's more like you've got a group of your mates, and basically I just say what everyone's thinking anyway, so it's not tough for me. I'm really enjoying it, so yeah, I love managing those guys. It's great.
Before we head back, quick one for you. Who would win in a fight between a silverback gorilla and a grizzly bear?
Silverback gorilla all day.
Good answer.
Good question.
That is the answer. Yeah, you're right.
Good answer, Josh. Thanks so much for joining us. But you weren't expecting that, were you? Right, let's hand back to Jono and Mel for the rest of the second half.
Many thanks, Ian. Great insight there from Josh Ingram on that fabulous game that we saw second up here at the Mixed Open. Victory for England against Wales in a quite incredible match. No further additions to the score in this game. It's still Scotland leading 8-2, but we've seen a couple of really good drives from the Spanish.
Yeah. They're starting to really build momentum. Number 6, Sarah Diaz-Guzman, she's got some great speed on her, and she's really trying so hard in defence and taking a real leading role on the field right now.
This is Scotland. I think they've got a fresh set of 6, have they?
They may just be playing the touch here, a roll ball.
Patient build-up as they just look for the gaps. Suzanne Browning takes it through, and now this space opened up on the right-hand side. Has to come back in. Oh, they're doing well, Scotland, to avoid the touch, but it was last touch. And Spain have the ball back, but really good ingenuity there from Scotland to keep the play alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they almost had space in there. I think if the pass just came that little bit earlier, I think that ball play just ran into that little space a little bit, and you could just see the Spanish defence close in, and they have adjusted for those long balls. So no scores yet, but not for lack of trying.
Spain, the latest drive. Final touch. Oh, and a handling error. That's unfortunate. A trip as well. There's an injury to Concepcion Colli. She just stumbled off the play and then went straight off the pitch, and I wonder if she's turned her ankle as she went over.
Yeah, I hope she's alright. She looks in a little bit of pain there, but she's got some coaches and team personnel with her, so hopefully she's okay. As we see Tutu Osipodunran, just great driving here. Oh, exceptional drives from Scotland. Here they come.
Scotland drive through the middle now, and at the 7 metre, it's really strong drivers are on final touch. Great pass! Oh, that's brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. Stephanie Cole puts it over. It's 9-2 Scotland, but with the pressure of final touch to find that pass so well. Watch this again. Brilliant play by Jennifer Wright.
Oh, and great hole hitting there as well. Oh, the momentum that they had coming into that scoreline, it was just incredible to watch them drive that ball.
It really was. Great play by Scotland. 9-2 they lead. Spain with a good drive themselves from the top of it. Shame, just another handling error. Anna Hernandez. Scotland have the ball back.
Yeah, going direct here, targeting these middle players. And Spain guarding off this box now. And great defence. You could just see these Spanish players getting up out of their line, and they've forced the error there from Scotland. And going for the quick restart, but the referee just slowing it down a little bit, which I don't think is a bad thing for the Spanish team. They just need to build some composure as they pass it back towards their box, getting some fresh players on.
But say Concepcion Kelly is back on after taking that stumble. It seems she's managed to run it off and is back on the field, which is great to see.
Marta Rezio just taking the touch there. Try scorer in the first half. She's got the ball now. Making this dump just outside the 7. They've got a short runner with the ball now. Diving for the line. And I think that was 6 touches there.
Was Scotland have it back, but much more encouraging from Spain.
Oh, the drives here are just very, very good.
They've been incredibly fluent when they've been making changes, Scotland, but they've been driving forward so well. They've made some great yards on pretty much every drive that they've had, and they've done it again here. And space on the right hand side, and it's down again. Scotland have 10, and it's another beautifully worked try.
Yeah, we can see the players sweeping on. Very good strike dump here, and the number 16, Jennifer Wright, she's done this a few times during this game. That speed, she's just beating her defender, going through the defence, and she's got a great left to right ball that she's just demonstrated there.
Scotland using their wings so well.
Yeah, they really are, and I think they're going to be so much happier with this second half. We're not seeing that lull that we saw in the first half of touch.
Whenever Spain have had the ball, they've defended really, really well in this second half. I'll say that's a bit of space opening up for the Spanish now, but it's closed well by the Scots once again. Spain looking to work it back to the left-hand side now. They'll probably come in field and do. Touch made.
Yeah, nice work from Spain. You could just see them spread that ball there. And the Scottish defence, the inclination is to want to make it back to your line. They've caught them just dropping early. They've gotten that penalty, so 6 more touches. And nice spreading the ball. You can see them spread the ball from one side of the field to another. keeping that Scottish defence moving. This is what they really need to do to try and create these holes. They're pulling them up off their line. Good strike dump.
Ball down, but it's back to the 7 metre. Touch did come in. Spain still have possession. They'll take heart from this. This is a good spell on this drive from Spain.
Last touch, so they want to kill it over this side.
You were saying how the midfield defence of Spain had to be on guard there, but Scotland have been so efficient when they've been driving forward, getting over to the sub box, getting fresh players on, and rewarded with the score there. It's been a really, really good performance by them.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see a good touch there by Pamela Gillespie, making sure she gets up off that line, putting pressure on the Spanish attack. Yeah, and I think fitness-wise as well, Scotland just don't look like there's been any lull in their intensity, in their speed. They just look like they've come into this tournament really, really well prepared and running so strongly. Here we go, Pamela Gillespie running up the ball, making an easy 10 metres on that drive. Whereas Spain, you can just see them coming off a bit, not really getting up off their defensive line, starting to roll a tiny bit. So they've really just got to dig deep for this last 7 or 8 minutes.
It's a good point you make there, and considering that we're into day 3, just double check here, but it's the 6th game for both teams, but Scotland look incredibly fresh.
They do, especially in their driving and their line D. You can just see that in their line D they're covering for each other. There's not a lot of holes opening up, whereas with Spain, that cover defence coming across, they're just lacking a little bit of intensity, and that's where holes like 2-2 Ospedunderen just exploited with that last score. And unfortunately Spain are just giving Scotland an attacking opportunity 15 metres out from their line.
Scotland with a chance to make it a dozen. I think another feature of this Scottish attack as well is how patient they are. They sort of seem to just slowly look to draw the Spanish defence out, and then they just attack with speed.
Yeah, they really do, and just an error there. Unfortunately, no touch made, so a voluntary roll ball, and Spain definitely getting let off the hook there as they drive. This is a much better drive from Spain, and good dump, good initiating the touch. Much better. They're into the Scottish half.
Still touches in hand.
And here they go, getting that go forward again. Thought she almost could have gone through his half then. Oh, there she goes, number 11.
And touch is claimed and touch is given, but that was much better from the Spanish.
Yeah, much better. And Eleanor Lopez Cañara, we picked her as a player to watch, and you can see that she has speed. Here she goes again.
Close down, mate.
It's tricky when you are running from half, and I think she was so focused on looking for that support player, knowing that she was half. There she goes. It's almost like if she just put her head down and ran straight through that gap, she would have been through on the scoop. But there she goes again.
It's a great touch, to be fair, from Terry McWaters.
Must have got a ponytail, just like fingertip touch, but great defence by Scotland, but great to see some optimism on that Spanish attack as well.
Scotland coming again in that patient build-up once again. 5 minutes to go. And they're on final touch, but there's space out on this left-hand side. Can't quite be taken by Terry McWaters. Spain will have the ball back.
Good driving here from Spain. When they go direct like this, I think this is when they look most effective, when they just put their head down, run very direct lines. 5th touch, they'll look to go left.
Touch back right. Oh,
good hands.
What's good hands in the end. But once again, it's good defence from the Scots. To drive from deep again, something they've been doing so well all game. rare handling error by Scotland there.
Yeah, very rare. They've been making that check off to the wing very, very successfully on their drives, but unfortunately just putting the ball down. Spain on their halfway. Just got to watch these marks a little bit, make sure they initiate these touches.
Just driving back, this 3 minutes left in the game. So it's going to be a comfortable Scotland victory.
Spain would love a score to round out this game and give them a bit of confidence going into their next match.
Well, back into the middle, but again, it's great defending by Scotland, and that's a bit of a waste, really.
Yeah, unfortunately, just maybe not quite counting those touches. I think they're getting a little bit surprised by that fifth touch coming up, and then not structuring their plays to really know they need a strong strike dump. It's just a little bit of hesitation. When you make that fifth touch and don't have a play coming off the back of it, it just really limits your options, unfortunately, in the last play.
Scotland, again with the patient build-up. Final touch.
Nice done by number 1, Frankie Alcott.
Touched on the way through, so that will give the ball back to Spain. We've got a couple of minutes. Strong drive needed if they're to set up a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, just looking a little bit flat here. But here we've got subs coming in from depth. That's much better there.
From halfway to drive towards the 7 metre.
Oh,
I think she's avoided the touch. Can she make the line? Massa Peredo did really, really well, but just couldn't avoid the touch on the line, and it's probably the best, well, it is, I think, the best drive from Spain in this second half.
Yeah, fifth touch, there was nothing really happening, and she's gotten the ball, had a quick step back, you could see plenty of air between her and the defender, and then she's just put her head down and unlucky not to make that score.
But once again, the Scottish defence recovering well and closing in. Final touch here for Scotland. Spain have the ball again. We're into the final minutes of the game. It's been a very, very professional performance by Scotland.
Yeah, I'd be really happy if I was Simon and Ross in a sub box. Firstly, because they're a couple of good-looking troops, and secondly, because of the performance of their team. Just an absolutely cracking game, and not a lot of improvements to make about this Scottish team. We keep on talking about that lull that they had in that first half, but geez, if they brought it back.
Yeah, and they totally and utterly controlled this second half of the game. As the hooter goes, final touch is made, and that will be that. It's a really, really good victory for Scotland. 11-2 over Spain in a game that you may have expected to be closer, but Scotland excellent all the way through.
Yeah, what can we say about Scotland? I thought their driving was just incredible, and they've got incredible ball skills. There weren't a lot of handling errors from Scotland in that game. They drove very, very hard and very, very well structured attacks as well on the line. You can see them running consistent sweeper plays, targeting their key players like Tutu, and then conditioning the defence, and then running a few sweeper pickups the other way. So I'd be stoked if I was coaching Scotland at the moment.
You certainly would. Well, Mel, thanks as ever, and we will see you again a little later. But coming up next, it's another big game from the Men's Open. Scotland taking on France. Do join us for that very shortly. Welcome back to Nottingham. A big game coming up. Scotland against France in the Men's Open. France 6 from 6. Scotland with won 3, lost 3, but these two teams had played each other earlier in the tournament.
Sorry, if you can hear Mel Day in the background, it's because she has a crush on France number 8, Yannick. I don't blame her. I'm just telling her what's.
So it was an 8-7 victory for France in the last game. So Jordan is with me again, and you're expecting another close one?
Yeah, we've also got a game again where
it's another blue on blue,
blue, so I've no idea what's going on. I'm expecting a quick game here. We bigged them up this morning. I was going to say France are the dark horses. They're the top of the table at the minute. So, I mean, it's a tough one because this is not a slight to France at all. Like every time I've watched them, they've been great. I watched them against Ireland last night, and I was still surprised by that win. And I would still class England as the favourites. It might sound like I'm being a bit biased, but I still think they're the team to beat. And but France to me are now the dark horses, and the fact that they not only beat England on day one, that was huge. But then to beat Ireland, I think there's a lot of things that we've got to take into consideration with that. Oh, that's a nice middle court. Great start from Scotland. Great transition early on.
And Rory Grant puts the ball over. I mean, you say about France being the dark horses, but they're 6 from 6. They played every other team in the group, and they've won every game.
That's why I was quite hesitant to say it, because I just still think that England are the team to beat. That, and again, that isn't a slight to how France have been playing or how good they are. They've obviously been great, and they're worthy winners against England and Ireland. They were great in that Ireland game last night, and their danger man on at the minute, number 8. So we'll see what France have got on line attack.
I think one thing you can say about the French victory so far, though,
Pill.
Oh, great! And France comes straight back. Jérôme Mazers putting the ball down from the fabulous pass from the middle.
He's the
Gone
guy you
in
want to look out
space.
for. Yannick, he's gone on that quickie play, stepped outside, come off his right foot, 4 on 3, see you later. Sydney Harbour Bridge pass over the top.
Down it goes, 1-1. But yes, as we were saying, like, 6 from 6 for France, but they've all been very close victories. But does that show another quality as well, where you can battle out the victory even when you're under pressure?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think just touching on the France Ireland game yesterday afternoon. I think, I was just having to think about. Oh, that's a big error. Sort of things you've got to take into consideration with that game, because Ireland has played what I would probably say is their biggest game in about 3 years. About 2 hours or an hour and a half previous to that France game.
Yeah.
And then France have had a rest for a while. They've not played anyone that strong throughout the day, and then they roll out against Ireland. Sorry. Oh, that's nice. Scotland have started well here.
Yeah,
really good start.
Diving through, so Scotland retake the lead.
Strong start from Ireland. From Scotland. Sorry. They're just looking sharp, and that middle channel seems to be opening a little bit too much for France. It's a nice little step back and picking the right options, and France have got Yannick back on here, so he's going to work his way down to the 7. And we'll see what he's got. He's going to go counties to begin with. Right hand, right foot, link hold.
Good defence. James Pinkerton stepping up there and making the touch.
I think the wing option was on again there for Yannick. He's going to pick up from half. 33.
Almost an interception.
Yeah, so they're changing up what they're doing a little bit there, France. It's nice to see that Yannick is running as a live option player on his counties, and then he's happy to go into half and be a threat from there. He's going to go straight into those 2-man plays again. And let's see what we got. Skips to the outside. I thought he caught him there. Scotland have got away with that. So light on his feet, ball in 2 hands. He'll try and manipulate both those middles. Scotland playing a little bit of a pocket here, and they do get on the pocket for that quickie play. Fire up to the left. Good D from Scotland. Really well read.
They really managed this.
Early variation on the quickie plays. Yannick from half. Link hold.
Oh, it could have been
they should get the penalty anyway. They should get the so they got the penalty anyway. But let's have a look at that again. He's done really well. Yannick comes off his left foot, 4 on 3. He's picked the right option. What I would like to see there from that link hole hitter from France is it wants to be more on an angle rather than straight, because then the Scotland defence have got a little bit more work to do. France getting Scotland running. Cut.
Good switch.
Hit that hole. Come on. France will be disappointed with that. They created a really good 4 on 3, and the outside players were just watching. Good snipe from Link.
Oh, and it's
good D.
Too far.
I'll tell you what.
It's great D by Scotland
if we
on
can
that
see
whole
that
play.
again, the whole play Scotland D'd out that really well. I think it was a 33 counties to begin with, and it was sniped really well. It might have been a pick-up from half, actually. But yeah, Scotland have D'd that out really well, and they deserve this 2-1 lead.
We'll take a look at that again when the play breaks down again.
Woo!
Oh, this bursting through.
I think France are calling the touch.
And that
No, he's not.
is a great try, great speed down the wing. It's 3-1 Scotland.
Wow. I don't know what's going on there.
Or is it?
There's a player calling the touch here. He doesn't seem that convinced. He's not convincing me anyway. Skips through, no touch called, and then they start claiming it. Yeah, I think you've got to give that.
Finlay Lockhart putting on the burners, and the bagpipes start.
So they've given
Given
a penalty for offside. That was a strange one. That, I mean, looking back on it, I'm not convinced the touch was made there. that'll be interesting to see again. But you're right, the bagpipes are out, so. Right foot.
And they make it 3
again.
now.
Ball down.
Yes, it is 3-1. Or is it? No.
Scotland will be devastated the last minute of play. They've had 2 scores given and then both overturned. I think it was a forward pass. I think the sideline ref came in for that one, so the on-field ref, Robin Budd, had give that score, and one of the sideline refs had judged it had gone forward, and that's a tough call. They're always those passes on the scoreline. They're always going to be flat, and yeah, that's a tough call. That
Scotland not letting it affect them. Their defence is still holding really firm. They've forced the error from France to get the ball back.
I think Scotland will be really happy with this start. I think not only are they'll be a bit disappointed with that. I think being up by 1, obviously, but I think the fact that their strike players, especially Lewis Burns, is looking threatening on France's line. Middle hole and link hole is way too loose for France at the minute. They've got to lock that up. The thing is, as well, Scotland do have a long ball threat. So if they do shore up those 2 holes, long ball options on, so we're going to start seeing some big pills.
And the bagpipes continue. As well they might. It's been a really good start to the game by Scotland. 8 minutes in, they lead 2-1, and they're threatening again here.
Again, it's just a little bit too loose. It was a good touch and he got there, but yeah, it was a little bit too loose. We've got a mascot joined us up here.
More interested in the bottle of water than what's going on the field.
France's transition looks not as sharp as it looked yesterday, and they're really under a little bit of pressure here. Scotland are playing really well. They've got a good coaching setup at Scotland at the minute. They've got some really experienced heads in the box, Gareth Revel and Robbie McKenzie. Just link hole.
Oh,
there you go! What a pill!
Great pass and beautifully taken by Arnaud Carrier, and that is 2-2.
He's done that twice now. It didn't work on the first one. Middle scoop off your right foot. There's your 4-on-3. There's your link hole. Beautiful.
Yannick Bizet showing how important he is to the French team. That was an absolutely stunning
He's top.
pass.
I'll tell you what, when you talk of box office players, Yannick's it for France. He's the man at the minute.
To Scotland, and they'll feel a bit hard done to Scotland. They've had those 2 tries chalked off.
Yep.
And found themselves at level pegging when it could have been 4-1 ahead if they'd have been given.
Yeah, definitely. I think they'll feel a quarter of the way through. It's a really interesting game, this. So Lewis Burns, number 12 for Scotland, will look to run into those quickies, and he's got really light feet, but I think he was looking at the line before he caught the ball there, a little bit of white line fever. And France will break back into that hard subbing transition that they've been so good at in earlier games, and they're slowly picking things back up. Scotland trying to slow it down and retaliate with some good midfield D.
And we saw it yesterday in the game against Germany, how quick the French were, and they've shown it again there. It's a drive from so deep in their own half, and they put the ball down and they take the lead in this game for the first time.
I think the Scotland winger will be looking back on this, will be disappointed he's not trusted his inside here, because if you see that, Link's got him all day. You've got to trust your inside. If you're not hearing any comments from the middle, trust your inside Link, trust your mate to make that touch. And I think Marshall was all over that. He'd recovered well, he was chasing him down. I don't know whether he did say anything to his wingman, but I think James Pinkerson will be a little bit disappointed that he's not trusted his inside there. But like you said, that came from good transition from France. They earned that score.
Scotland
And play. He's calling play on, he's called offside, but I think that last player was onside. And he's going to give offside. So yeah, we're hearing the ref call play on or play through, then we know that a player is offside, but he's obviously affected it a little bit, the play too much. Scotland on a hammer. We'll go to the short side.
Set of 6 for Scotland from the 7 if he's won.
So this pod for Scotland seems to be running a little bit of a different setup, and it's Finlay Lockhart who loves coming on that hammer play, and here he comes from Link. Wing was open all day then, and Finlay's got that in his locker. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to a similar play and he bombs long. And they do go to it. It might be an FML. No, he goes into the hammer. Bomb long. There you go. Pill over the top.
Brilliant.
See you later.
They're saying forward. They're claiming forward.
Given.
But it has been given.
Yeah, so they ran it 2 plays before. Finlay noticed that the wing was open. We all did. We all saw it coming. He comes off his left foot. He's only got eyes for the winger. Big left hand pill over the top. This is awesome. This great game.
What a game. And of course, the first game between these two on the backfields on Monday finished 7-8. And would you bet against a similar scoreline here?
I think we're going to see something similar. Marshall and Cam in defence in the middle, 2 quick, experienced players. They're going to go on that 33 counties, and Scotland have defended it well.
There's an injury on the play.
Injury on the front middles. I think he just might have winded himself diving. So what we saw here from Scotland, this is a little bit of a different way to how especially England defend it. For example, it's a 33 counties, so the France player is going to get it, he's going to split inside, and Scotland are going to try and race out and stay 3-on-3. What England would do, for an example, normally their link would step in and snipe that play down, but Scotland had decided to compete, chase it out, and they made the right decision. It was good defence, good urgency to get across. Scotland moving away from their box. That's good yards. Touch 2, so they're going to work their way over to get those fresh legs on now. Touch 3. Oh, that was a shame. That was big. That because
France.
I think it was the right play. A nice little cut to get some extra yards, but yeah, just bad execution.
It was interesting how quickly France went onto that ball to get the move going again.
Urgency. They just want that ball. They want to be attacking. And Yannick's on now, so showtime. Unreal.
There he goes.
Unreal. I mean, Scotland will be annoyed by that they've given the outside and they've been caught so flat-footed. You can't give players of that calibre that space and time. He's just slowed the play down. Skip. See you later. 3-on-2. This time the link did trust his inside, and there was no comms to tell him to stay out. Yannick's having a blinder here.
Well, you say that he's one of those box office players, and he's having a box office performance so far.
Yeah, he is. We saw it with Wales and Dan Roberts in the mix this morning. Sometimes you've got those players that go lights out and just turn it on. And Yannick's doing it for France at the minute.
It's diving through.
What Scotland have got in their pods, in their setup, they've got quite a few experienced players, and some have played for BBR in the NTS, obviously not this year but previously, and they've had plenty of years at Scotland Mixed Open and different men's opens players. That was a shame that set kind of went to waste. Lewis Burns will be a little bit disappointed with that.
Heavy touch may have been called there. France start again, they're over the halfway.
Really strong, moving the way down to the line.
Towards the 7-metre now.
Looks to get himself into half. They're going to run that counties again, and good D from Scotland. Seems to be a little bit of a pet play for France at the minute that they're running those 33 counties. Not having a huge amount of joy with it. They run it again on the left hand side. Beautiful.
Oh, what a pass!
Wow,
what a pass!
Wow.
Inside to Thibaut Charrier, and France go 5-3 ahead. Just a beautiful, quick inside pass.
It's that counties again, 33 counties, but he looks to dive here, which makes the link step in, and then he tips off. A little bit of a no-look pass, and yeah, that was nice.
Remy Mello.
France have done well to wrestle this back and kind of get 2 scores ahead. Scotland will be a bit disappointed. They're falling 2 behind.
They want to try and get something from this drive from the tap off, and we head towards half time. It's been a phenomenally high quality match so far.
So Finley is going to run that counter, the link hole might be open, and he's seen it the play before, so that might be something they want to go back to. So because on the play previously, when Finley runs his plays from that left edge, obviously Scotland scored before with a huge pass over the top to the wing. The French winger this time is staying a little bit wider, preparing for the long ball, but that leaves the link hole open. And I think that's what Finley was trying to get back to. He wanted to run either a hammer or a counties and then exploit that link hole, and he's just not been able to do it. Good D from Scotland.
French attack breaks down.
We're looking for Scotland to pull one back here. I think they definitely can, and they're just being shut down a little bit. I tell you what, it's really impressive that Finley Lockhart's even playing. I spoke to him yesterday. He thinks he's pulled or torn his hip flexor, and
oh, it's an interception.
The amount of times that you're hammering your hips in touch, bending down, picking up, stepping off it, moving side to side and sprinting and pushing off it. The fact that he's even playing and throwing those types of passes is unbelievable. I don't know what painkillers he's on.
It's France on the attack again. Is there at the
They've got
7 metre
Scotland
drop
all
down?
over the place
This
here.
face
Great
out
pull
on the
over
wing.
top.
Oh, that's a good coverage.
Mega D. Yeah, that's ball to ground. It's either a forward pass or ball to ground. It's not nowhere near a score or anything like that.
Discussion between the officials.
Yeah. So it was great recovery.
James Pinkerton, it
Yeah,
was.
he's done really well there. As soon as the ball has bombed over the top, he's just ignored his inside, ignored the ball. He's just turned around to the corner. It was a really good effort from Jerome Mazals, and he just wasn't able to get it down. He was under too much pressure. Scotland have got a good little chance here. So obviously it's about 10 metres back from where you'd be running your tap-offs, but you should get a good strike on France's line here.
It's working it from right to the side. Come back in field now.
It's a bit of a waste of a touch that. France were up on their own then. I'd be looking to use that. Come back to a 4-on-3. Great defence. That's
Really
such
is.
good defence.
And it's turned back over to
Remy
France.
Malot's again. He's forced the Scotland player to step back into a 4-on-3 and then followed him. So it's just ended up being a 4-on-4 man-on situation. No real options for Scotland to hit, and looks like France will get the last attacking shot of this half.
30 seconds remaining in the half. As they come through now.
Gone straight through, wings open.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's 6-3 France.
Clinical. That's why they're top of the table. It didn't seem to be much of a panic when they went 2-1 down, and to come back and go 3 scores ahead at half time. Good feet, good speed, good execution. They've been the second 10 minutes of this half. They've been much more clinical.
They seem to be just exuding confidence as well. There's so much confidence going through.
You would be. I mean, you've knocked off the favourites. You've knocked off the favourites on day one, and then you've beaten what most people would put down as the second favourites, Ireland. Like, your confidence would be sky high, and I think it's great that even though they went 2-1 down, they remained. They stayed at that good level of confidence. They remained composed, and they just stick to the structures, and they've got 3 ahead. And yeah, that was really impressive, especially the second half of that first 20.
Right, thanks for the moment, Jordan. We are going to head back to the studio. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Jono. Welcome back to the studio, everybody. And France just getting their noses ahead in that game. Second half coming up very shortly. We thought we'd just give you a quick update on the mascot scenario here. As we said, it's day 3 of the European Championship. That means it's still a mascot. Every single team has their own mascot here, and there's a forfeit if you have yours stolen. It takes up to the office here, and there's fines, there's forfeits, there's all sorts going on. A little bit earlier we saw Spain's flamingo. Well, a couple more have been stolen as well. Right now we've got Singapore's bear here, so anybody watching from Singapore, you need to come up and claim your bear. We've also got Ireland's pink sheep as well. What is it about the colour pink today? What is it about that? We also had Scotland's big teddy bear come in as well. So anybody watching from those teams, come up. You need to get it back. We're going to have a lot more. And I'm hearing a rumour that one of the other Scottish teams has a giant octopus, which is literally the size of this table. We're going to see if we can get our hands on that too. Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentary team for the second half of this thriller between Scotland and France. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. So we're back in half time here. I think Scotland started off really, really well, and they'll still feel they can get something from this game.
Yeah, like we were talking about before, they've seen the table at the minute. Obviously, it seems to be. Oh, sorry, that's meant to be table. I was thinking Wire Island at the moment. Yeah, just going back to Scotland, like we said before, they've got a really good coaching set up at the minute. Gareth Revel, former Welsh mixed open player and coach, really experienced, and Robbie McKenzie's a former mixed open player. I played against him once upon a time, and then he moved into the mixed open coaching. He's a bronze medal winner at World Cup, which not many people in Europe can say, I think. Not many people in Europe can say, especially in the opens category. It's incredible to achieve something like that, and I think they'll be offering something in this half-time talk. I'd like to see them exploit this link channel on this near side. For me, I think Finlay off his left hand is dangerous. Finlay Lockhart is dangerous coming off counters, dangerous coming on a hammer, and the one time that he has got a good shot, he's bombed over the top, and they've been able to exploit it. I think what Scotland have got, they've got multiple threats in their pods, and it'd be nice to see them use those multiple threats and get France guessing a little bit. They had some really good joy with the middle channel and link channel early on, so it'd be interesting to see if they go back to that.
As for France, though, I mean, they certainly the second half of that first half, they were absolutely dominant. The fluency of their play going from defence to attack was just a sight to behold.
Yeah, they were great, and that's why they're top of the table. They were just so composed, and they were fine going behind. They didn't seem that rattled, and I think we're going to have a chat with the France captain later, Yannick, and I think it'd be really interesting to see how they've closed this gap, because like Ireland, for example, they've closed the gap a little bit more to England by flying over for NTSs. They played in the autumn internationals in Manchester last year. They've had multiple years of competitive touch at club and international level. France, we've not played France since the 2018 Euros. It's been 4 years since they played any high level touch. So I think it's incredibly impressive that they've been able to close the gap to this degree. And whether they win the whole thing, even if they don't, I'm still incredibly impressed that they've managed to get to this level.
Well, we shall see on Saturday. As
Beautiful. He's given forward on that side, but that's a really nice play that they haven't run the whole first half. So it's a 32 short with Yannick, so he'll come hard on this short angle. Normally he's going to attack outside or inside. This time, early release, he's got a 3-on-2, and then they've got to execute, and it's just gone forward. It's a really nice little addition to their playbook, and it's interesting that they've not really conditioned Scotland with a normal version of that move early on. It's interesting that they've just kind of come out all guns blazing. We're going to run this early release on you and see what happens. And really good start.
This is it. Scotland. First drive of the half as they come through now.
It was offside then, but Scotland trying to work their way for a fifth touch option. We've got a good little attacking pod on here. Sorry, that is 6. That's the turnover. That's great midfield team from France.
And we're going to take a short break in the commentary box. We're going to hand back over to the studio as Ian has a guest with him.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. I'm delighted to say we're joined by Hannah, one of the referees here. Now Hannah, you've come all the way from South Africa just for this tournament, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been quite a good experience so far. Looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
How has the first couple of days gone for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Working hard on some skills that I've been trying to get passed down, getting good feedback, and just really enjoying the different competition levels.
Now you're a former player, of course, and you've been reffing since 2019, and you said to me off air actually you prefer reffing, is that right?
Yeah, so when I started reffing like properly, I went in thinking, you know, I'll learn the rules so I can bend them, and then I realised that it was just so much better to ref, so yeah.
I love that. I love learning so I can bend them. Great. Look, how many games do you have to do then over the course of the week?
Probably about 15, but I'm fit, I'm strong, I'm young, so it'll be good.
Definitely. And when we come to the games, we see there's multiple refs, of course, out. You don't all just stay in position, do you? Rotate referee throughout the game. How does that work?
So we do a general consensus, you know, if there's an opportunity to change over, we do it just to keep us fresh. We've only got 2 subs, the teams have got about 10, so we want to just keep it rotating, catch our breath, grab some water.
Especially in the sun as well, because you'll be used to the sun, won't you? It's a bit unusual here in Nottingham. Hannah, enjoy the rest of the tournament. Thanks so much for coming up, really do appreciate it, and we'll see you later. I'm going to hand back to your commentary team for the rest of the second half.
Thanks very much to Ian and Hannah there. No further additions to the score here. We've seen a couple of really good drives from both teams. There's France on the ball at the moment.
That last transition from Scotland, it was a shame they didn't get anything from that. They got some space in. They ran so hard on touches 3 and 4. They were like sprinting into the France defence, and I would have liked to see Lewis Burns pick up and go short side on that one. He wanted to come back off his left and go 4 on 3, and it would have been nice to see him pick up and just go to the short side then.
It was very interesting listening to you actually. He was coaching away as the drive was going on.
Too giddy. I was getting too excited. But yeah, that's what Scotland have got, that in the locker, and that matches what France are doing, and it'd be good to see him turn up the heat a little bit on that subbing in transition a little bit more. But France have got a good chance to start closing this game out if Scotland don't be too careful, especially Yannick on
into the zone. Oh, that's brilliant.
That's really good. So they've kind of used Yannick as a bit of a foil now. So with him going down and looking for the ball back, so watch him he doesn't get it this time, and the half will just use him as a bit of a foil, go the other way against the grain. Scotland aren't prepared for it. They're expecting Yannick to get the ball back, and that's where the space has come from. And it's quite a simple play in the end.
Great play by Valentin Merlot to get into the end zone, and a great pass and a great take.
Scotland will try and reply here. They're trying to get Finlay on the hammer again, and it's broken down. And that was a shame. That it was a poor roll ball. Finlay looked really frustrated there.
France look to drive again, and they're driving so quickly and getting some great yards on all of their advances into Scotland's zone. And here they go again.
I think that was a touch pass. Referee's got it.
Injury on the play.
Down again.
It's just a slight hold up. There's an injured France player just by the try line.
Yeah, just while we've got this little break, I think hopefully we'll get Yannick up. A good maybe 5 or 10 minutes after this game to obviously recap this one, where at the minute it looks like France are going to win.
Just going to see what led to this. There was a push there.
A nudge in the back from Finlay, and call play on. But yeah, hopefully it'll be nice to see it. Like we said before, how France have managed to close the gap. and yeah, they've been really impressive. This middle portion of the game, they've just been so composed, and playing at high speed, and they've sort of got a little bit of space here. You've got to finish those. They created that 4-on-3, and Scotland have shut that down well. It could have been back to 1, but it ended up being good D.
And I think that's the thing, especially in this middle portion of the game, 10 minutes before half-time, since half-time, is how tight the French defence has been. They've not given Scotland a lot at all.
Giving them nothing, and then, like we said before, when Finley's at link, he wants to run that hammer play off his left hand, and even, that's poor. That's really poor from Scotland. They'll be really annoyed with that one. And we've seen 2 of those now where it's a bit of a nothing play, really. Not much is happening, and they're just getting to the outside way too easy.
Hugo Berriat going through there, making it 8-3 France, and the close game that we had in the first 10 minutes, France have absolutely accelerated away, and you've got to give them a massive amount of credit because they've been absolutely quality.
Definitely, yeah. I think like we said, I'd say 2 of the scores Scotland will be really annoyed with, and they come back to that hammer play, they get a penalty this time. So Scotland, for the first time in a while, get a full set of 6, and it looks like they're looking to run hammers off that right hand, and they're going to go back into a version of it. And I think the wing was free again. We've seen that a few times now, and hopefully they'll get comms that it was free. Cameron Livingston looking to come on that hammer again, off his right hand, pill over the top. It was the right option. It was the right option. The play before, he had a little look up after he was getting hit, after he was diving. He had a little look up to this left hand side and noticed how much space was free. And you could see that they were going to go back to it again. They did. It was just the execution.
There it goes again in France.
Coming
forward with such speed.
Space. France are overplaying a little bit too much there. I think they could have got a score off that. They slowed things down. Yannick on 5th. Ball's gone. Well recovered from Scotland. Recovered well.
I think it might have been forward anyway, but as it is, Scotland do have the ball on their own 7 metre.
Robin's just saying, yep, I've got that decision, don't worry. He's got from Yannick flicking it back. He's played so well in this game. Scotland returning with their quick transition. He's gone away. Ball's gone. Scotland score. Nice score as well. France are claiming they got the touch in time, but
it's given.
It looks like that ball had gone, and we've got a Scotland player down at the minute as well.
Yeah, it was Finley Lockhart who scored the try.
Yeah, that'll be devastating if he has to go off. But yeah, ball probably just gone.
I think he was just a little bit over exuberant in the dive and hurt himself through. But I think he's okay.
Yeah, it just looks like a finger, maybe forearm or wrist. Or his shoulder. Yeah, he's landed on his shoulder. And France reply. Roberts coming in with his decision. And that would say to me that it is a score yet. I'll tell you what, if you wanted a reason why France have been so good in this tournament, to accept that they've got scored on and then reply, they've just ripped Scotland's heart out there. Scotland think, I'm back in this game, I'm 3 scores down. Finley's playing well, and then it's like, cool, well, I'll make my way down the field and I'll just score on you in the corner.
Andrea Rosenbaum putting the ball down, a great take. And
I think Scotland will be a bit disappointed with their line defence in this game. We've seen some great scores from France, but
seen some great defence from them as well. But
inside, I don't know whether that was a planned play. If it was, that was a nice little play from Scotland, quite inventive. It was a version of a hammer with kind of a player at the back and a little bit of a screen, and they go straight back into a normal hammer. The space is at link again, the player's offside and they get a score back. they're having quite a bit of success with the hammers at the minute from Scotland, and especially with Charlie Brett and Finlay Lockhart. You've got it's quite good that you've got Finlay coming off his left hand, and you've got Charlie Brett coming off his right hand, and they're having quite a bit of joy with that. But to me, it's their midfield and their line D that's letting them down a little bit.
France come again from the tap off. Scotland seems to have tightened their defence.
Doesn't like the look of that, so he's going to go again, and he'll work back into a two-man play. Skip outside.
Oh, what a pass!
Oh. I think that could have been a touch pass for me, but if that ball's gone in time. So yeah, Scotland are quite loose in defence, and Yannick just spots a little space to the outside, skips to the outside. Oh, it's a tight call. That is a tight call. I think I would have gone touch pass on that one, but again, we've seen it a few times where France are static, Scotland are static, and Scotland just sat on their heels, and they're just getting beaten to the outside on dead plays, and it's quite a strange one. So they're going to work their way over to a counter with Lewis Burns off his right hand, gets it back. Oh.
It was off the French defender. It's not been given.
Is that not a score? It's either a score or France's ball then. Because that's back to one. Lewis has got it back. He scored anyway. Yeah. But yeah, that was an interesting one. Scotland have pulled one back anyway. Marshall getting over for one. And they've gone back to the same play with Lewis Burns on a counter. He's off his right hand, holds the play up well and hits hole one. France have been quite susceptible to that throughout the game. Just that middle and link channel just a little bit too loose. And straight back into those sweepers, and that's good defence from Scotland.
As they go back to the 7, but still France's ball.
Scotland have got to tighten up on this line D now. They go straight back into a sweep, but pick up against the grain with options on the left, and Scotland survive for the first time in a while.
And a rare loose pass from the French there as well. We've not seen. Well, I don't think we've seen it at all in the game so far.
That was smart from Scotland. A little bit like a rugby league hooker throwing into a man on the ground, but they've managed to get the decision from the refs, and they've given the ball up. That's poor.
5.5 minutes remaining. France 4 ahead, 10-6.
Heavy collision there.
And you have to feel, I think if France manage to score from this play, then that will probably seal it for them.
Yeah, they can put this game on ice now, and Starman's back on. And this time he's not able to get anything from it, but it is back to one. And they've given France number 8 a full set of 6.
And also the delay runs the clock down further. 5 minutes left now.
So Yannick into those 33 counters again. Inside, down. That's the top. He's done really well. So Scotland are in a bit of a pocket defence there, and he's exploited it really well. He's gone down on the aggressive middle that's coming up quite high. He's split outside of the pocket middle that's sitting back. Now that high middle's got a long way to get back on side, and that's why that middle channel is opened up for him. He's run nearly the perfect play to exploit that, and yeah, that's just so smart. Like I keep talking about how good he's been. Not only has he got the skills, the speed, he's like an on-field coach to just be able to execute and call those types of plays while you're out there. Yeah, that's why he's been so good and why France have been so good.
It's Scotland who have it at the 7 metre. It's only really going to be consolations for them now. But there is an opportunity here, and it's down, and Scotland do get a score back.
Yeah, brilliant.
Finlay Smith. Drop down here, and As the ball is put down, it comes over to the left-hand side, and Finley Smith has got quite a gap to go into, and he exploits it.
It's a nice play, that, and it's strange that they've only run that for the first time 36 minutes into this game. Lewis Burns likes to run counties, and what he's run there is a variation or a progression on a counties play. It's a counties relay. So he's got that ball back, stepped in field, and then he's ripped it to his other middle. That's why they're outside of their opposite players. That's why they got a 3-on-2, and it's just strange that they've left that for so late in the game. Those little progressions that obviously can cause France some problems, but
it's an interception.
I think France are doing really well at being so patient with what works for them. 33 counties has just worked so well for them all day, and they just seem happy to run quite simple plays. Running it again, the same move. Give that France half and just held his line a little bit. Bastien Vassar just held his line a little bit. That hole would have been open for him. And Scotland with some good transition.
Scotland, good drive here. Whistle's gone, and they're going to get a fresh set of 6.
There's been a little bit of back chat there from one of the French players. I think Scotland have got a set of 6 here. There's only 2 minutes to go, so they'll be looking to take something from it. They'll run a hammer. Charlie Brown, middle channel, straight open. That was quite interesting, that, because the hammer was actually run on the wrong middle. Don't know whether that was intentional or not. But yeah, when Charlie comes in on this hammer here, really this middle channel shouldn't be open. He's gone straight off his right foot. Yeah, he's got no business going through that channel, but France have left it open.
But that's twice in the last 2 drives where they've found them holes.
And it's the same move. It's the same move that they've been running all afternoon. And I think there's a few instances where that's good.
So again, it's Valentin Merlot again.
We said it before, but France are so good at just ripping your heart out. You score against them, and then Yannick just works his way up the field and delivers something that you've not seen all game. And this time it's a quickie QB, and it seems like they're just pulling moves out the bag that they can destroy you with.
And it's into the final minute. Scotland on the attack again, and he's
Burns on the counties.
30 seconds remaining, and it'll give Scotland a boost if they can get something out of this right at the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've had some good periods of this game, and they definitely started really strongly. The stuff that they can take from this, and over the top, pill over the top. Beautiful.
Oh, and they have got it.
Great little pill to finish the game.
James Pinkerton pops it down.
Always nice to see a good 4-on-3 pill. And Lewis has been looking at that for a while. He's got it off his right hand. Probably his pet play is to run that counties play, and steps in field, rips over the top. Good game.
It was a good game. I think France just stretched away, didn't they? Which meant Scotland were always chasing. But to be fair to them, 3 good tries right at the end, and that'll give France something to think about.
It will, yeah. And there's positives for both teams, there's negatives for both teams. I don't think you're never going to be fully satisfied with the performance, and we keep saying it, and we keep doubting them. We keep doubting this French men's Opens team, but they're the real deal.
7 out of 7.
They're the real deal. They're up there, and when England play France again, that's going to be outstanding. That's going to be outstanding.
Well, thanks a lot, Jordan. I know you've got to get over to the studio in a minute, but first we will head over there. Ian has got a guest with him.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. What a morning's play we've seen so far, and in that match I'm delighted to say I'm joined by women's 27 player from Scotland, Pam, because you just took down Spain, didn't you? It was quite a high scoring affair. How was it out there?
It was good. Really enjoyed it. weren't sure what to expect second time round because they've had a lot of really good results yesterday, so we were a bit nervous about what it was going to be like, but yeah, started flowing for us, and really pleased with the result.
Yeah, you must be pleased overall because you've played 6 games so far. I think you've won 5. There is a defeat in there, but you're nicely placed, aren't you?
Yeah, I think we're looking. Obviously, we were hoping to finish 1 or 2 in the table, and our aim obviously is to get to the final, and I think we're on track to do that.
Is that the expectation then in the team? Go all the way? I mean, that's obviously what you want to do, isn't it?
I think, we're obviously desperate to get to that final. Hopefully we can convert the chance, but yeah, the final's our aim, and if we keep going the way we're going, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get there.
Now, there's a lot of games to play, isn't there, over the course of the 5 days. How do you all cope with that? Is it just rotating? Is it resting? Is it just not being too silly? And in that last game against Spain, I'm asking you about 30 questions in this one, were you able to take your foot off the gas a little bit for the last 5 minutes or so?
I think, like you say, it's a lot of games, and we're getting old. We're getting on a bit.
Give up. I'm 37. You're not getting old.
Well, you know, most of us are over. A lot of us are over 35 actually in the team. So yeah, it's a lot of games. It's a long tournament, like 1 extra day. So it's a bit of rotation. We've got a couple of niggles. It's just resting people. So in that game, we had quite a lot of folks shuffled about.
Yeah.
So I got moved out. Wasn't expecting that. Folk got moved in from the wing. So yeah, I think it is just asking people to just do something there maybe wouldn't have done otherwise, but it's a long tour. I don't think we took the foot off the gas, but I think once we scored a couple we could relax a wee bit, and that allowed us to flow, and that's when we started racking up scores because everyone was just really calm, which is what we needed. What
is it like playing in the European Championships?
I'll probably cry. It's so it's so special. It is so special to be here.
It is special, yeah.
And it's been a long time, and it's been a long wait for people, and I think we're just so happy to be here, and it's lovely facilities and everybody's great, and I think for the 27 specifically, like having Switzerland back, having Spain in for the first time, it's so good, so nice to play everybody, it's so nice to see everybody, and I think especially for the seniors and for the women, like I think the standard is so high, and I think everybody's just been amazing, and I've just loved every minute of it.
How many more games left today for you? Is it just is it
2 more?
Ireland. This is your 3-day, is it?
Ireland at lunchtime, and then Switzerland in the evening.
Fantastic, Pam. Look, thanks so much for joining us. It really is a treat. I really do appreciate you coming up. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We will be watching, of course. I'll be keeping an eye on how you all do. Thank you so much. Have you got a message for anybody, by the way? Would you like to say a big hello, a wave to anybody? Anybody back home? Whereabouts in Scotland are you from?
I'm living in Glasgow at the moment, so hello to the Centurions.
There you go,
in Glasgow,
Centurions.
And the Leopards, who I used to play for up in Aberdeen. Thanks for your support. Hopefully you're watching.
Pam, thank you so much. I'll take that off you. I'll let you go. We really appreciate it. It's been a real treat. There you go. That's Pam from Scotland Women's 27 there. They defeated Spain a little bit earlier today. Now coming up next at about 12, we have a mixed open round robin game between Bulgaria and Italy. And of course, Bulgaria are one of the recent huge success stories. It's their debut here at the European Championships. It's a win, them even just being here. 4 games coming up for you in the next big bulk of the section. Another 8 games in total across the course of the day here on Field 1. I'm going to hand over to your commentator Chris, who's going to take you through the action between Bulgaria and Italy. Enjoy.
Players and officials, your 5-minute warning.
Thanks, Ian. And the sun is very much out here at the University of Nottingham, as you can see. And the temperature is heating up. It is a very pleasant summer's day, actually. It's low to mid-20s here in the East Midlands, although up in the commentary position we are in the shade with a bit of a breeze, and I think the breeze in particular is going to be very welcome for the players, especially on the fields that you can't see on the other side of the Vaughan Williams Pavilion here at the University of Nottingham's Highfields Sports Centre. As Ian said, it's Bulgaria's debut in the Mixed Open. It's Bulgaria's debut in the European Touch Championships, and it's not really a surprise that they've lost all 5 of the games that they've played so far, scoring 8 tries and conceding 72, which on the face of it seems like a massive battering, but the Bulgarian National Touch Association hasn't been around for that many years, and it's a very welcome sight to see them here in Nottingham at their first European Touch Championships. My name's Chris Wearmouth, and I'm joined in the commentary box for the next 40 minutes or so by Melissa Day, who will give us her insight as we carry on. Just give you a little bit of a rundown of the Italian team as well that we're about to see. So Italy, they've won one game, lost 3 and drawn the other, with their wins coming against, bear with me for 1 second, their wins coming against Switzerland, which was yesterday afternoon. They won that game 11-6, and they drew 11-all with Ireland, which is an outstanding result for them, losing to Jersey as well as England. And then their last game yesterday was against the Dutch team, which they lost 9-11. This is the first of their games today. They are obviously playing Bulgaria now, and then they're playing France again at 4:25. Meanwhile, Bulgaria's other game today is also here on field 1, which is against Ireland, and that's going to be an interesting game, as I said, given that Ireland drew with Italy, and those two teams are tied together. We've seen one outstanding mixed open game on field 1 this morning already, Mel, with England's almost the tournament classic so far against against Wales, where that was 12-11. Are you expecting something like that in terms of competitiveness? Not necessarily at the same standard, obviously, but are you expecting something in terms of competitiveness between these two teams today?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at these two teams and their results against some of the top flight clubs, the try difference between them has been fairly similar. So we're hoping for a really close contest with this one.
We will talk you through that in just a second, but I'm going to hand you back over to Ian and Ben, who've got a quick guest with them.
Hello everybody, welcome to the studio, and we've got another treat for you now. We're joined by Yannick, the captain of France in the men's open. Congratulations, Yannick, it was a great game. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a tough battle. The Scottish guys are very good, they run fast, they're good ball players, so it was a very good game.
It's been a very competitive tournament so far. Where has been the biggest strengths for France?
We've got young players, so they don't feel the pressure. I think that's a good thing for these Euros, because there's a lot of great team against us, so yeah, it cools down a bit the team, and it helps us being easy and play calm, and yeah, that's good to have young lads.
I think watching that, you look so calm when you're playing. Why are you so calm at the moment? Like, I've seen you play in the past, and what you've done over the last 3 years personally, you seem to have chilled out a bit. So what's been the outcome of that?
We've got the way that we play, it's a lot easier because we've got 3 lines that play, so it gives us the time to rest a bit in the box, and then we're calm and come on the pitch. A lot of pre-season training as well. Okay,
so talking about your training camp, we've not seen you for 3 years. Yeah. 2019, I wouldn't say it was a shock, but that first result against England Men's Open, no one expected it because we've not seen France play. What have you been doing for 3 years? Please tell us about what you've been up to, because for us, it's lovely to see. We want to know what you've been up to.
We've been watching the games a lot, the British games, like England and Scotland, Wales and Ireland. So yeah, that helped us a lot, like working hard and keeping the fitness level very high, so we can battle with you guys. So I think that was most of the pre-season training, like very hard fitness training, and then a lot of camps as well. Okay. Maybe like 10 a year. Okay.
And we're talking about the games that you've got coming up. Every team in the Men's Opens have got a 1-2 game day, and yours is actually on Saturday, whereas England and Ireland play each other in the first game of the day, and then potentially, depending on the results, you might play one of them, or if you go unbeaten, you then play someone else in the semi-final. Is that going to be a benefit to you in coming into Saturday?
The aim that we've got is to finish in the final 4. That's the only thing that we're looking at.
Taking that pressure off yourself.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Finish in the final 4, and then we'll find out later.
I tell you what, Ben, that's a very nice answer. However, let's put a bit of pressure. Do you personally, France going to go all the way?
We want to, but again, we need to keep those young guys very focused on the objective, and take game after game, and then we keep carry on like that, and we're going to do a great result, I'm sure.
Good fence sitting. Good fence sitting.
Yannick, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck for the tournament. Let's hand back to Chris and Mel for Bulgaria versus Italy.
And thanks, Ian. And as before we started this game, Mel, we were predicting whether or not this was going to be a competitive game, and we've already got that. 90 seconds into the game, and already it's 1-1.
It's almost as competitive as me and Ben Meakin trying to interview Yannick Bezek in the commentary box. Unfortunately, I've been shouldered out by Ben Meakin with my attempts to get a bit closer to Yannick, but Bulgaria with the great response, and Italy scoring first through Giacomo Ilaria. He's been the attacking weapon for Italy. He scored their first score, and I think that's his 12th score in what's now his 6 games with Italy, so definitely keep an eye on the number 20, Giacomo Ilaria. But Bulgaria hitting straight back, and with the intercept, running down that far wing. He doesn't look confident, he's pulling up.
But fair play to him, he's also realised that it was a 0 touch, but they're going to have to play with this now, Bulgaria. It's already been, they've kind of impressed, especially with that score that they had. Oh, this is turning into Intercept City. And we saw a lovely created try there from Snezhina Marinova on this near side, as Italy's defence just got caught being sucked into the Bulgarian player, and that was a lovely pass that was out there. So we've already seen that both teams have got the ability to cause each other problems, and they're very much on a similar level.
Yeah, absolutely. All credit to the number 7, Nikolai Lazev, just turning his back in defence there, but long ball to the wing.
Jordan Melling is not going to have a monopoly of the pills today.
What an absolute stunning try from Italy. You can see striked up here, Ilaria picking up, throwing long. You could see he could have scooped through and taken his time trying to find a support runner, but trusting his long ball there, and a great ball out to the number 7, Valeria Scalia. Looks like she might get a few of those today.
Especially if Giacomo Ilaria sends out pills like that, and proper fizz on that. I mean, to have to back yourself to do that, you don't necessarily see it that well with with teams that are not as good, should I say, or not as experienced. But both teams have shown the ability and the desire to bring their wingers into the game early.
Yeah, Ilaria, he's a weapon. He scores a lot as well. So to have a long ball on that, like that on him as well, it's pretty incredible. And one highlight of the mixed touch that we also saw in the England-Wales game is just the strength of the female links on both teams. In that England-Wales game, I thought the female links were absolutely on fire. Emily Ruck, one of the best female links running it. Kendall Fry on fire. I was talking to Josh Ingram, and it's just making this mixed competition so much harder in terms of the strength of the women, as Italy down the far sideline. No touch claimed. He's coming back in field, and he's in here.
Well, I think Bulgaria were saying that there was a touch, but then I think he then said, no, I haven't, and confusion reigns.
Yeah, a bit of a confused comms coming through there, and a little bit cat and mouse as the Italy player gets on the inside of his defender and goes straight in. Good chase by the number 7 from Italy, Scalia again.
I have to say, I'm going to go on the first beard watch now of the day, is that Bulgaria have brought on an absolute beard classic in Roberto Badola, who has got
what a great score.
He's got a stylish beard, but it's not as stylish as that score there from Bulgaria, and they have struck back as they needed to do after having conceded that confusing try at the other end.
Yep, Filip Minkov just getting around on the outside, little wraparound play through to the wing, showing up the beard and all for a great score on the outside. It's great competition so far, 3-2 to Italy.
There's great competitions for beards. There's great competition for headwear as well here at Highfields Sports Centre. I've seen a couple today. There's a fantastic lobster amongst one of the England Masters teams, and Belgium are already, though, are the king of the hats as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm liking the eyewear from the Bulgarian team as well. A few sets of sunnies out there when you're playing a game of touch at 12 and going on holidays at 1. That's how you rock up to the tournament. Good cornering here by the Bulgarian defence. Just unfortunately a missed touch there from Bulgaria, and Italy have gotten around on the outside for their 4th touch.
Yeah, it's not. They're not playing. Neither team's playing really complicated stuff, but they're not needing to, are they? I think it's the differences is when we're seeing the defensive breakdowns for both teams.
Yeah, for both teams, they've had quite a few tries scored against them in the pool games so far. But what that means is exciting touch here when they're facing each other, because we can see a lot of tries coming. But that said, if either team can really tighten up that defence, and there should hopefully be a 6 again.
Yeah, I think I saw Ray McFarlane call the 0 touch, and he's said there's another 0 touch there as well, saying that got played out by Italy. And now we've got Italy and Bulgaria on the field. We've heard from the French already so far just before this game. We're going to hear from Belgium now as well, as we transition from one European country to another. And let's pass over to Ian to hear some more.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the studio, and thanks Chris. It's not Belgium, we are with Victor from Spain. Victor, how's it been going out there for your team so far?
It has been absolutely fantastic. We just came with very little experience, and we just wanted to see how far we were from the rest of the European teams. It has been a pleasant surprise that we are competitive.
Yeah.
Which is basically was our main target.
It's what we need, isn't it? We were talking off air actually, and you were telling me the Spain team, you had 5 players in 2017, you've got 500 now people playing it in Spain. It's all about growth, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about growth, and it's all about trying to develop the sport. It has been quite a lot of initiatives. The last couple of years, we have got leagues in Catalonia and Madrid, which is a 10 to 12 team, which is more than ever, and there is another few pockets where all our players come from. We are developing, maybe as quickly as I would like, but that's life, I guess.
Now, a little story about you, Victor, before we hand back. You actually played for Scotland, haven't you, back in 2011?
Yeah, I played from 2008 to 2011 because I was living in Scotland. Well, I still do. I stay in Glasgow, and basically was a matter when Spanish Touch started to have teams, so I got engaged with them in helping them, and eventually they told me, do you want to go back to your country? I said, yeah, I'm delighted. So,
well, it seems you played a great role in helping the sport grow in Spain.
I'm trying my best.
Thank you so much, Victor. Thanks so much. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, and of course to your teammates as well. And I hope the whole of Spain ends up watching. Let's hand back to Chris and Mel for the resumption of Bulgaria and Italy.
Thanks for that, Ian. Of course, I'd seen the black, yellow and red of the hoodie, but rather than Belgium, it was Spain we were just hearing from, as we saw the women's 27s team play on field 1 earlier today. And while that interview was happening, Italy have extended their lead with a couple of other tries, Mel, and seem to be just accelerating. I think that the thing with Bulgaria is their defensive structures aren't as maybe as disciplined as they need to be, and we've seen players think that a decision needs to be made, and they're querying the referee instead of playing to the whistle.
Yeah, and I think in a foot race, Italy across the park just have some very, very quick players, and that is creating opportunities right through the field. But here they go, they've also got plenty of attacking options as well. Here they go, trying to make that strike dump on the 7 metres, which they've just done there. Stepping back here, long ball out to the wing.
Of course, that long ball, you need the winger to trust that the player on the inside has got the ability to fling it all the way out to the touchline, don't you? And on that situation, the player was maybe 3 or 4 metres further in than they needed to be.
Yeah, and to be fair, she was being marked by the Italian winger, who made a good read in defence there. But Italy will see their foot speed here. You can see them driving really directly, going to the box, maintaining that go forward. They do have some speedy people out there, Italy, as they've got their fresh legs coming on, some of their real key attacking weapons as well.
Bulgaria scrambling to get back to the 7 metres, which is a hard work at the best of times. But this time that's a mismatch which has been spotted by the Italians, finished by Andrea Albini. It's unfortunate there for Roberto Badola that he just got caught against somebody who was able to exploit the space on the outside of him.
Yeah, and not to take away from that line running from Italy as well, you could see that link play just getting on the outside of him and running that outside line, which definitely helped get through that hole. Oh, they're looking good. And Bulgaria, to their credit, as you say, a very, very new touch-playing country. I think just accredited this year. And
2019 they're accredited to FIT. We had a FIT had a like a Future of the Game symposium conference on the outskirts of Paris back in 2019, and Bulgaria had just joined, and they were there, you know, with England and Scotland and Wales and Australia and New Zealand and all the more established national touch associations, and they were just hoovering up every bit of knowledge that they could possibly get from all of us.
Unfortunately, just put down, they had an overlap of, had a queue of players on the right-hand wing lining up to score that, but just unfortunately putting it down. But Bulgaria responding very well with the nice drive down this.
Not using up too many touches. That's just unfortunate. Step on touch just as he was putting the ball down, Velin Lambov, number 9. And they weren't using up too many touches to get over to their box, which is something which can often happen. But now it gives Italy the perfect platform from the Bulgarian 10-metre line, and Annika Kozova is just hitting the deck because she thinks it's you can see perfectly well what she thinks has happened just there. She thinks that the Italian player has gone in using his shoulder first off.
Yeah, unfortunate there, and it's quite hard with touch. Sometimes we do have these clashes, and obviously in the opens division you will see, although it's minimal contact, when you've got attackers and defenders running very hard at each other, you are going to occasionally have this kind of contact. I don't think there's anything malicious in it at all, but it looks like she's recovered well, and a continuation. But
it also looks like there's a forced sub there coming from with Bulgaria's number 10. Stefan Dojcev looks like he's been forced subbed, and Italy have got a penalty coming as well. Wasn't the clearest of indications from the referee, but I think there was a little bit of back chat because of the questioning about that challenge, and he's got to work hard to get to the sub box before somebody else can come on.
Yeah, it looks like they're still playing with 5 players here. Bulgaria, unsure whether it is a forced sub. He hasn't gone down to the sin bin, so we'll keep an eye on this. But Italy taking advantage of it. Oh, great ball out to the right-hand wing. Solid score for Italy there. They've got some great passers who can ping it out there.
Yeah, and the wingers who are able to exploit the gap and to capitalise. I think they're staying with 5 players. We're just going to go and double check what's happened with that, because as you say, the indication wasn't clear. Yeah, so we're just going to double check what's happened there, because there's a little bit of confusion up here, because there wasn't a massively clear, as I say, a massively clear indication from the on-field referee in terms of what was going to happen there. But Bulgaria have just been on the back foot for the last, certainly 4 or 5 minutes. They've conceded tries, and they're just a little bit of disarray. But now they've got an opportunity to build from that penalty, but then the ball hits the deck, just rebounding off Filip Menkov.
Yeah, it's always hard when you get sent for a sin bin. A lot of players and a lot of new players won't exactly know the process for it. I remember when I first got sent for time and I had to be instructed into exactly what to do. Especially well-behaved players won't know what to do, whereas some other players, a lot of those men's open lot, they know the exact procedure to the T.
And your sweetness and light on the field, Mel.
It was definitely an incorrect call when I got sent for time, that was for sure.
Well, it wasn't me refereeing you, I can tell you that much.
No.
At Bulgaria, though, they've have restarted play close in their own half, and now they've got some period of time. Now, number 10 is back onto the field, Stefan Dojcev, and Bulgaria are still down to 5 players, though.
Yeah, Stefan Dojcev, their captain, very involved in Bulgarian touch and trying to grow the sport over there. This is obviously the mixed open division, and they do have a lot of older players who are actively trying to grow the sport in the country, which is amazing. And they live in such a beautiful country that once they start hosting some tournaments and travelling for some tournaments, you will see the quality of players and developing players come through, which is great for Bulgaria.
Yeah, it's going to be a great place to go in terms of the in terms of Eastern Europe, as you say, somewhere to go. Let's pass the microphone just over to Ian, who's been down to the touchline just to explain to us what's been going on.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I just nipped down to chat to the gentleman down there. It turns out Bulgaria, they haven't had a player sent off, but one of the female players has got injured and they don't have enough female players to replace her, so they're going to have to play for 5 for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much for that update. That is going to be tough.
Oh, I didn't even appreciate that about the sub box. Seeing that now, we can see that their sub box, they are missing a female player as Italy go through and score. So this is going to be a very tough rest of the game for Bulgaria. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate as a developing nation as well. Touch, traditionally being a rugby style sport, there's a lot more men that play, and sometimes a lot of mixed touch teams have limited women who are involved in the sport. So let's hope Bulgaria can use 5. Sometimes it's actually quite hard to defend against 5 players in terms of marking up and the plays that they run, but hopefully Bulgaria can get on top of this and start to limit this Italy attack, which is looking pretty free-flowing at the moment.
Yeah, Nikolai Stoyanov there, just losing control of the ball just at the roll ball there, the play the ball, and Bulgaria really going to have to cut that out and even keep it simple and just to trust their processes on that 3-man drive, but it's going to be in defence where they're going to be found out, as we've just seen there. That's where it's going to be really hard, and their defensive structure wasn't that hot to begin with.
No, but that said, they're not giving away easy scores. You can see this score here, a flick over their head, great hole hitting, really tough to score that, so Bulgaria are not making it easy for them.
So Bulgaria, we've got 2 minutes or so left to play in this first half. I think, the halftime hooter can't come quickly enough for them, and I don't think it's necessarily in terms of the physical side of this. All these teams have been playing multiple games per day. It's more about being able just to collect themselves, and we can see that discussion already starting to happen in the sub box just out of shot. Nikolai Stoyanov having a chat with plenty of other players around, and they're just going to need to stay, just work out what they're going to be doing. And this time Italy, they've sucked in the defence, they've kept their handling neat, they've kept their processes simple, and it's just creating space on the right wing, as we see just there.
That said, I think this is going to be called back for a forward pass, so it looked like a great ball out to the wing, but referee's on the spot in line with that ball, so forward pass.
Yeah, and it's a good let off for Bulgaria. That keeps the score at 10 for Italy and 2 for Bulgaria.
And it's so hard when you do have limited people and you're starting to fatigue a little bit. The key thing is to drive hard and direct, exactly what they're doing right now, and try and get as much field position as you can. That's going to limit the scoring opportunities for Italy and hopefully give you a bit of a rest. But unfortunately, a forward pass coming in there.
Yeah, Velen Lambov, I think, was touched before he passed it, and now we're seeing the Bulgaria defending tight with the 3 on that far side, but they're leaving a fair bit of space here on this side. And Italy, it's a good touch there coming in from Sive Jabar. Excuse me, I'll take the frog out of my throat. Jarabarov, sorry.
Yeah, it was a great touch from him, and here he goes again.
Yeah. Italy then, it looks uncomplicated, but it's quite difficult to execute that from Italy. And as you said, Mel, they're having to work for their scores. They're having to create their scores, even if the finishing is out of the top drawer.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that pass from Alberto Amore. Amore, name Amore in nature. Love that last pass. Absolutely excellent to finish the first half. It's going to be a grind this second half of Bulgaria, though, isn't it?
It is. They're playing into the little bit of a breeze. They're going to have a little bit of sun in their faces as well, and they are down to 5 players. Bulgaria trailing Italy 11-2 at half-time as we go through the first half. And we didn't have a chance necessarily to commentate on these tries as they went in because we were having a good number of guests from across Europe, from France and Spain.
Yeah, Giacomo Lara just straight through there. He's averaging 2 touchdowns a game.
And Bulgaria at this point was still playing some really neat stuff. It's we saw that with some great interplay from Roberto Badola, Stefan Deutschev there, and then Deutschev flinging the pass out off his left hand to Snezhina, Marinova.
And here we go again. these passes from the middle of the field from Italy, it's the kind of quality that you see in any mixed open side. Just great passes, really flat, really direct, and they've got wingers who can catch them as well. I think the Italian wingers have done an excellent job this game.
And this is the point now where it started to fall apart for Bulgaria. I think that was the point where the female player got injured because she was chasing back and maybe something went ping in one of her legs. So I mean, we don't know. We're not speaking to them. But I think that was the point. There was a little bit of there was disarray in the defence there. They thought that a touch had come in midfield and it hadn't. And then you start to see a couple of defensive breakdowns. And this now is where Italy start to cut loose.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-on-6. It's always going to be a tough little session. Alara again, just with the ball out to the wing. He's scored plenty of them himself, but I think he's probably got just as many assists on the board with passes like that. But at least Bulgaria now will going to have the chance to be in their box. We can see Stefan having a chat to the team as captain, just gaining some composure, and I'm sure they're going to come out full of confidence in the second half to really hopefully get a couple of scores on the board.
Yeah, you said in the game that sometimes it can be tough for the 6-on-5, for the 6 players to cut loose against the 5. Is that because, especially in mixed, is that because people start to be a little bit selfish, get some white line fever, and then think it's just going to come naturally?
Yeah, it's just quite tricky, and I've been in plenty of teams where we've had a player on our team subbed off for various infractions. Obviously not me, and it's quite often that we do score from it, because I just think it's quite hard to sometimes man up, and you can maybe get a little bit complacent, and everyone will think someone has a play because you've obviously got the 6-on-5, but Italy are looking very, very strong here, and I'm sure they're going to take this confidence into next round games.
Yeah, I think Italy have definitely had the style, and Bulgaria on the field. But Bulgaria, as I say, have got the stylish beard, and fair play to some of the fact that they've got players of all ages. It really shows that the mixed open is you've got the ability to have players of multiple ages playing with it, with Roberto Badola, Shivay Jabarov. Certainly on the elder statesman side.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Italy are playing France mixed open in their next game, so they do need to build a bit of confidence, because France have a very strong mixed side, strong across all divisions. France, they're a really strong touch country, so this is probably a really good setup for them.
Yeah, France have really stepped up. I mean, they were strong in the seniors and masters in 2018, but now they've certainly lower down. We've seen their men's open team beat England on day one. They beat Ireland yesterday in a bit of a feisty match. Nick van der Rit, the referee, doing his best Nigel Owens impression to put all the players in at one point to give them a certain talking to. And if there's one referee, though, you want to be able to give a talk to Ireland and France in their respective languages, it would be Nick van der Rit.
Yeah, that's true. We're going to have to upload a clip of that. Actually, it was quite impressive to see him clear the sub boxes just to have a little bit of a chat with them.
We see there, I commentated on their men's 40s yesterday, and they were on Tuesday, and they looked really, really good, really fit, really strong, and you can see France leaving Nottingham with more than one title this year, or at least it's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it's definitely going to go down to the wire. I saw a bit of the men's 40s, the France-England game out on the backfield, and those two teams are incredible rivals. France got it over them at the last Euros, and France, especially in the men's 40s, I think they've had 13 or 14 players come through kind of the 30s, 35s, 40s, and hold firm together. And you got the Silver Fox in there, Mark, who's just one of my favourite players to watch. So it's going to be an interesting matchup later on in the tournament.
And Jerome Denali, who you'd have played with at Galaxy London in the National Touch Series, he's another. He's as much of a silver fox as Mark Legis is.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably got a few more muscles than Mark, but not quite as many quickies, I don't think. Speaking
of muscles, it was a momentous occasion for Travis Kenny as becoming the first English male player after Carly Hutchison had become the first English player to reach 100 caps a few years ago. Travis became the second yesterday in that game. There's a lot of emotion riding on it. It was good that England, as you say, finished off with the win in that, but Travis was telling me yesterday afternoon that that's the first time they've beaten France in quite a while.
Yeah, as we see Bulgaria just killing it on the close side of the wing, and Italy starting to move towards their box. Yeah, it was a fantastic way to bring up his 100th. The fact that all the players got out to the field to clap them on, and the fact that they got up by one score in a really traditional derby, and the England and France players in the men's footies particularly very good friends with each other. So I think the occasion could have been more fitting for Travis to get his 100, as we see a great finish again by Italy on this close win, just creating those overlaps are just naturally going to happen, unfortunately, in a 5-on-6. But you do need the players here to finish them off, and Valeria Scalia, she's had a cracking day.
Yeah, that's made by Giulio Carraro, who kept his patience, didn't lose his cool when he's tripped over, just kept hold of the ball, didn't put it down unnecessarily, and then, as you say, just that driving game was just going through the middle of the Bulgarian team, and it's going to be the hardest thing for them to cope with. But Bulgaria just working through their driving game themselves, though that ball just slips agonisingly out of the grasp of Stefan Dojcev.
Yeah, Stefan Dojcev, he's been one of the stronger players for Bulgaria, obviously a leader of this team, and you can see why. He's just working non-stop out there, chasing down all these touches.
But Bulgaria getting stretched left and right now as Italy are combining their driving with really working the Bulgarians hard laterally as well as vertically, and here they come looking for another try. It goes out wide from Andrea Corcetto, and that is finished off really superbly by Benedetta Fabbri over in that left-hand corner for Italy, and they are playing this perfectly when it comes to having 6-on-5.
Yeah, they really are. Just that touching link, not getting back on side quite enough to pressure the defence, and just getting on his outside. A very, very tough day for Bulgaria.
To be fair to them, though, Bulgaria are rotating their players very, very quickly and doing exactly what they need to do with their with their pods of 3 players. They've got 3 pods of 3 male players with their wingers hugging the touchline, and it comes out wide from Stefan Dojcev out to Marinova. She scored first for Bulgaria, but this time the defence is there to shut things down. But at least Bulgaria is showing a willingness to go wide. It goes right this time from Dojcev, but it dies in the breeze.
Yeah, great to see them spreading the ball here. It's very tough with 5 people, but the fact that they're getting that ball from wing to wing, really testing the Italy defence, it says a lot for their ball handling skills as well.
Bulgaria were always going to be up against it in the second half, but so far, 4 minutes in, they've only conceded the 2 tries, although I suspect as the half wears on, that tally will increase quite considerably, and it starts right now with Italy. That's Carraro. He made their previous one. This time he spotted the mismatch, the overlap on this Italian right hand side through the link channel, and dots down.
Yeah, great work by Italy. And Bulgaria, their next match is against Ireland later on today. Ireland sitting kind of mid-table, so they're probably feeling quite lucky that they're not facing the likes of England or Wales in their second game today, while their third female player recovers. But the fact that they only had 3 female players on the field, the fact that those women have put in a massive shift without subs, it's just incredible the commitment that these players are showing to their country.
Yeah, it's hard enough from a one-day tournament, let alone if you're playing a 5-day tournament. And I know on a 1 day you've got games coming thick and fast. Every 20 minutes on, or half hour on, half hour off. Whereas these players are playing 2 games a day, maximum 3 games a day, but predominantly 2 games out of a 12-game period. And here come Italy, ghosting through again. And that's Andrea Corcetto again, just weaving his way to the line, just escaping Filip Minkoff. Desperate dive.
And any touch player will say when you're attacking you seem to have so much more energy, but I think the fitness of this Italy team, they're looking really, really well conditioned. There's no fatigue showing for any of them, and they're doing a lot of running in this game, and they're looking as sprightly as they did in the first couple of minutes.
As you said, they need to go into their game against France later today just with a bit of momentum, and they're doing this. They're going through, you sense there's a bit more to come potentially physically from the Italians in terms of pace, which they're going to need to show against the French. So, but at the same point, they need to know that they can create and finish their tries. And speaking of finishing their tries, it comes right again from Deutschev and just dies again in the wind, just heading over towards Anna Kukasova on that far side.
Deutschev, he's a great player, isn't he? He's just holding up this team, scooping through. The fact that he's scooping through on a 5-on-6 is just incredible. And then just creating that space as we see Italy just working through that midfield D and scoring. But the fact that he's able to scoot through, it speaks to, how good a player he is.
And also, as you say, it's that, they are committed to trying things. They're committed to wanting to play. They're not content just to stay quiet and to go meekly into their lunchtime. And Deutschev is staying on the field, having just done an attacking set and then a defensive set. But he's staying on, you can see, as Mel just says, his dedication and commitment. He's wanting to lead from the front, and Deutschev gets the ball back off the floor. And this time he is the scooper, he's the half. He's not going to be able to score.
Just creating these opportunities, the chases that he's making these Italian players do, is he gets the ball, striked up on the 7, splits out, gets the ball back again.
Feeds it left to Stefan Runoff. Vedran Lambov is also right in the middle of the play at the minute, but the ball comes to nothing, or the play comes to nothing. But Bulgaria is still trying stuff.
Yeah, they've been really inventive with their attack, and they're doing the plays that they need to, like the scoops and just running directly at that offside defender. And you know what, it says something about Italy that they're still being exploited on those scooping plays. They need to tighten up that defence, because if Bulgaria are doing it to them in a 5-on-6, it's going to happen with the high quality teams as well. So they really need to tighten up their D in that respect.
Italy, though, are over again. It's the spaces on the wings, and that's what's been exploited. This time it's Moira Tura on the long pass, just arcs around towards her left and then pings the ball out, and hey presto, Italy are over. And this time it's their female players who are sending the longer passes, as Italy are mixing and matching and trying a few things themselves. But in terms of the coaching aspect of things, who's going to be there? This is going to sound like an odd question potentially, with Bulgaria 15 tries down, but actually, would you say that they are potentially the slightly happier team?
Yeah, they've got a really good spirit amongst them. I met a couple of players at the captain's dinner on the first night and seen them wandering around the backfields, and they just seem like they're having fun with this opportunity and testing themselves. Like, you can see them here competing against the best in Europe, and it's just fantastic to see. Their sub box is still looking very positive. They're talking to each other.
It's also looking very tired. Understandably so. They are working ridiculously hard. As we say, it's harder, because Italy are trying to spread them left and right. And here we go, which is exactly what Italy are trying to do just now. It comes inside from Carraro. He gets the ball back off the deck to Fabri, one of the try scorers, and here goes Carraro, and this is only a matter of time, and so it proves. Italy going through their phases again, but again they're pulling Bulgaria to Bulgaria's left and then going to the right, and and if you've got the three, especially because the wingers have played every minute of every game so far, is that they're going to be really feeling it in their legs, and it's very difficult to stay tight and work as a 5 in defence in that regard.
Yeah, that's true. And in this division, in the mixed open division, over the last 3 days, the highest number of touchdowns scored by any one team is 18, which Italy has now equalled. And I think if you had a tenner in your back pocket, you're thinking they're going to head towards...
And here come Bulgaria, though. Oh, that's just such a shame. That was a lovely arcing run from Filip Minkov. finds Kosovo on that far wing, but unfortunately the pass inside just hits the deck.
Hasn't he been good, Minkov, for Bulgaria? Oh, nice little dummy from the Italian link as they come sweeping on again. They're still playing with the same intensity, Italy. Their fitness, their speed, it's just been incredible to watch. Little inside ball, space on the left-hand side, acres of space.
Bulgaria need to work hard to try and shut this down, and work hard they are, but Italy come left.
Oh,
have
great
that,
defence.
Yeah, fantastic defence there from Kosovo on that far side, with Nikolai Stoyanov as well. He was making some crucial touches in the midfield.
Oh, great little switch around from Bulgaria here.
Italy, though, Italy are also letting Bulgaria make meters. That's the second touch, third touch on halfway. That's great driving play from the Bulgarians to get those fresh legs on. And here comes Deutschev once again, their talisman.
Yep, going around for his winger. She'll pass back in. I think this will be fifth touch coming by the looks of it.
And here comes the scoop from Bulgaria. It's the long legs of Nikolai Langev. Long legs and sunglasses to match. He's in a very cool... It's almost like, I hope they've got a hammock or like big bean bags in their tent, because I think he'd fit right in.
Oh, and here come Italy. Fresh legs on again, straight through the middle. Good touch by Stefane. He's turned around, not quite there. You could see the Bulgarian winger shutting him, but just not quite enough to prevent that score.
Ball goes inside to Leon Prete, and then he finds Carraro for the score. They're just Italy's interplay, just being a little bit, you know, just this is where that extra player is starting to count, as Deutschev is just deceived by the 1-2. Nothing much he could do about that.
No, there wasn't. It was a good play made by the Bulgarian winger to shun him, but just not quite getting there in time to prevent the try.
And Bulgaria are really starting to struggle in terms of numbers now. Players starting to feel the heat, as we see Stoyanov is on his knees just outside the sub box, moving very gingerly, but on the field Bulgaria is still looking to stretch Italy left and right, but Italy's defence is staying pretty well structured, shutting things down, but Bulgaria is still trying things.
And with that score, Italy the highest score at this Euros, 19 scores.
And still with 6 minutes to play in this mixed open round robin. That's a lovely little touch in the back, and he does get penalised for a heavy touch on that far side. Just coming up in the next in this little segment of games, just before the next short break, at 1 o'clock we've got the mixed 30 round robin between England and France, and that's going to be an absolute kicker. I was watching the Lions, England Lions play against France before, and they came back to score a tying at 11-all. It was an absolute belter of a game.
Yeah, the England Lions have been incredibly impressive. As Italy, another score out. Fantastic wingers for Italy. Safe set of hands every single time that they've passed out to wing. But the England Lions, obviously in England's second team.
Oh, that's been given for a forward pass. Great hands, forward pass.
Oh, forward pass. Yeah, in England's second team to make that division viable. So the fact that those players have put their hand up, it's incredible of them to give their time, effort to come here, but it's great for the Lions to get visibility with the national coaches and to be seen on this kind of stage. So yeah, the Lions are taking it to a lot of teams, and the Lions have been competing with that England mixed open team very well.
It was 9-5 to England on day one, and then 8-7 to England yesterday against the Lions. And the Lions, as you say, is more of a scratch team.
Yeah, and even on day one, England Lions went into half time with a lead, and it was just in the second half that the senior mates got away with from them.
And then at 1:50 we've got the women's open game between Belgium and Scotland, and Belgium, I think, are going to Scotland are pretty strong in the women's open this year.
Very, very strong. Hannah Crisp, one of my favourite players, one of my favourite people. She's got an engine on her. She's just so quick, and captain of that team, and creates a lot of opportunities for that Scotland Women's Open.
And then at 2:40 we're back to the women's 27s. We saw Scotland's 27s take on Spain, and then Spain are staying in the opposition against a home nation's opposition as they play against Wales, and their talisman, or Talis player, should I say, Miriam Evans, who is, as Italy go over in that far corner again, to hit 20 with 3.5 minutes to play, and we can see that Bulgaria are really starting to struggle on that far side, as Italy are just scoring at will now.
Yeah, Miriam Evans, I believe this is her first Euros in the 27. She's been a Women's Open player for a very long time. I think one of the most capped Wales players of all time, which would be great to see. And the Spain team that we saw from this morning, it'll be great to see them, the likes of Elena Kanyara, compete with the Wales 27s team.
We've got 3 minutes and change to play in this mixed open game between Bulgaria in the green, playing from right to left. And if you've only just joined us, Bulgaria have played with 5 players for the last half an hour. Really, they lost their third female player. This is not down to a sending off or anything like that. It's purely down to injury. They've only got three female players in their 14-strong squad for this game, and one of them got injured, unfortunately, and that's left Bulgaria down to 5. But they've shown dogged determination to try and mix it up against Italy. But Italy, that extra player, they've been playing it superbly, and they've just scored particularly at will in this second half. It's 9-0 and counting in this in the 17 minutes alone as they go over. Touch coming in from Anna Kukuzova on that far side. Lovely defence.
You know what, every time Bulgaria hold out this 6-player Italy team, I think that's almost a win for them. We should almost notch down a try for them. Like, to have a defence that's keeping out 6 players and 6 quality players like they are, every time they do it, I just think it speaks so highly of the grit and determination of Bulgaria. Not to take away from Italy, they were very convincing when it was 6-on-6 earlier in this game, and with passes like that.
Yeah, they're keeping their wingers right on the touchline, and Valeria Scalia is the beneficiary this time. And I think that's the thing. If you know, we talked about things that Italy can work on in defence that they're going to have to tighten up on, but one of the things you can't take away is the finishing of the wingers, that even if passes have gone forward, they've still been caught. We've seen very, very little. In fact, I can hardly think of any balls that have gone to ground when they've gone out wide to the winger in the scoring positions.
Yeah, they've been exceptional, the Italian wingers, and yeah, especially the number 7, Scalia. She's been impeccable. I think she must have 4 or 5 on the board now, and she'll be very happy with that. And she's being peppered with balls, and she really is converting every single time.
The bearded Roberto Badola combines with the suave and sophisticated Nikolai Langev in the midfield, and the ball goes wide, and it's just a little bit too strong for Snezhina Marinova on this near side.
The last set of 6 for the game, potentially, with 30 seconds on the clock. Italy passing out to their sub box. Very good defence by Annika Kuzova. I think she's been one of my favourite players in this game. She has shown an incredible amount of physicality in this game and competitiveness. I think she's been outstanding, and she's prevented 3 or 4 scores on her, and you can see her just treading space there, making the right decisions, shutting in, preventing yet another score. Those kind of decision making skills from your winger is just incredible.
Here we go. Italy have one final play, but the ball hits, even though it's played at by Nikolai Langev. And you can see just how hard the Bulgarians have had to work over in the background as Stoyan Pishev, he just rolled over onto his back, taking a massive breather. There's great spirit between the two teams as they share handshakes and hugs coming off the field. But Mel, just, as we say, it's 21-2, but Bulgaria are still going to be, well, hopefully they're going to have a bit of a smile on their face coming off, because they did some really good stuff.
Yeah, they did. I thought their scoops were exceptional. They were getting through a 6-man Italy team purely on scoops, and their determination in that game was second to none. And as we say, that far-side winger Kosova, I thought she was exceptional in terms of her physicality. Italy, their wingers were absolutely outstanding today. They will just have to tighten up that defence, especially on those skipping plays, to prevent those future scores against quality opposition.
Well, coming up in just a couple of minutes' time, thanks very much to Mel for her insight over the last 40 minutes. And coming up in just a couple of minutes' time, we've got an absolute must-see game between England and France in the mixed 30s. To preview that, Ian is with Jordan.
Welcome back to the studio here. It's a tough afternoon there for Bulgaria, and probably the most unfortunate of events there, Jordan. Just to fill you in, what happened? Bulgaria played pretty much the entire match with 5 players as opposed to the 6, because one of the female players unfortunately got injured and it had no replacements. Now that's hard enough as itself, but if there's a Spirit of the Game award, it's got to go to the 2 female Bulgaria players, isn't it?
Has to. That's so tough. I mean, you kind of go into a bit of a despair mode when you've got a forced sub for 20 seconds. You have something, you're down to 5, and you go into a bit of a frantic mode during that. Just playing 5 for a whole game, that's brutal, especially on day 3 of a tournament. And that's going to be really tough, especially tomorrow. You're going to feel a little bit heavy in the legs, and after that, must have been tough to get through.
Bit of a baptism of fire for Bulgaria this week, but it's great to have them here, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing to have teams like that playing this tournament. Yeah, such a good learning experience for them as well.
Yeah. Now, we won't stay too much longer, but I know you want to have a quick look ahead at the next game coming up, the mixed 30 round robin game between England and France. It's going to be a good one.
Can't wait. Something you're going to see quite special now in the England's chant. They pick a different song every time rather than do England on 3, so it might be something to keep an eye on if we can, but I don't know if we're going to hear it from here, to be honest.
Oh, here we go.
Might get it.
Right,
might get it.
Try and hit. Here we go.
They're doing Avril Lavigne, I think.
They're singing a song.
They're doing Avril Lavigne as their 3-game chant rather than England on 3. I mean, this is going to be a great game. This was 5-5 yesterday. Going to be a really quick game. Someone to look out for. One of England Touch's greatest ever players. He's had a full knee reconstruction. Ryan Reemchek, he's number 6. He's decided to take my number. I think that's a tribute to me, so thank you, Ryan.
I'm sure.
But he's back playing after a short amount of time. Keep an eye out for his short game. It's going to be a great game, but if they play similar to yesterday, these two sides, it's going to be top.
Great, it's going to be a cracker. Let's hand over to your commentary team then. It's the mixed 30 round robin game, England versus France.
Thanks to Ian and Jordan. Welcome back to the commentary box here at the Highfields Sports Complex at the University of Nottingham. Mixed 30 action coming up. And it's a big game as England take on France. I'm delighted to say joining me in the commentary box is Ben Meakin.
Good afternoon, how are we doing?
I'm good.
Good.
I feel
Had some food.
Feel energised.
Back for a big game.
It is a big game, this one. Just a 4-team tournament. We've got England who are on field at the moment. There's the England Lions as well, France and Scotland. This is first against second in the group. And they have faced each other yesterday, and it was a 5-5 draw.
Yeah, so I got to watch that one actually. I was sat behind the England attacking try line, and I got to watch that one. It was a very good game. England were out on top to start with, and then France came back into it actually. So we're really interested to see how this game pans out, and I think they're going to play once more before the final series as well. So England are off, they're on the 7-metre line already, and they're going to run a screen. He's got out the back, and they've got the long ball, but it's actually gone forward. It's a really good setup play, their tap-off move. So they've taken 2 touches up, they've got to the 7-metre line. Sean and Ryan have both chopped in. The person that gave Sean the ball went round the back, and they had the overlap. Unfortunately, that ball went forward. So great start from both teams.
Yes, France who have their opportunity for their first drive of the game. They use their sub box, but not the smoothest of changes, to be fair.
No, I think it was a bit stutter stop, and yeah, you're right, absolutely right. England get the ball back just within the French half, so I think they'll look to strike again. Ryan Mimchek just makes a settle play here, and he's going to go forward to Sean Ferguson here. I think Jordan's just said in that prelim, number 6 Ryan Mimchek has had his fully knee reconstructed, and look at him run here, and he's going to dive in for that score. That is a brilliant score there. And just gets on the outside with a quickie play in. If anyone's watched Ryan in the Opens mixed grade and men's over the last probably 13, 14, even longer, yes, he is that old now, but he's been doing that for his whole career. He's well over 100 international scores, and he is just one of the best players we've ever seen at England touch.
I'm glad you put international scores at the end.
Yeah,
because the way he was talking.
I mean, if you count his club scores, he's definitely got over 1,000.
And France have turned it over again. So England with a chance to drive and try and make it too.
Cagey start from France here, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very much so. And you think they'd come into this with a bit of confidence. England top, but they managed to hold them to a draw yesterday. But
well, when I watched this game, this is how it started yesterday. And we've got to pick up 4-on-3 scoop. He's got the long ball. Can Megan Clayton get the ball down? He's made the touch. That's a great defensive touch from the French winger.
She closed the space down really, really quickly there. That was fantastic.
Yeah, she did. And what she did, as soon as that ball left the hands, they step back, and that winger goes. As soon as that ball goes long, she just doesn't care about the ball. She just chases out to that winger and makes that touch. It's a really good defensive read.
Charlie Macartan. Fabulous touch.
So French will look to try and get their 5th touch scoop better than they did last time here. It's a good hold-up play from the middles in England. They've got one more touch. They're going to try and scoop off this one. And the link's free. Yeah, that link hole was just free, so he went through it. It's just a nice little quickie out.
Lionel Tommaso.
So that's a set.
Brings it level.
Yeah, that's definitely a better finish to the French set than it was the couple before. And yeah, we've got a bit of a frantic start, and a really good start, should I say.
So 1-1. France, the first real serious drive of the game, and they managed to get a score from it.
Yeah, absolutely. No errors on that one, so, and they completed. So again, I think we've been watching touch long over the last couple of days to know if England got a score. No, number 12 from France, Romain Fremez, just makes that touch. He flicks it, gets back on side, and then makes the touch. So good.
England.
And England are on the outside now with the middle chasing the wings open. Is he going to get the ball down? That is a great finish.
Yes, they've given it.
And that is a great finish by Louise Carr on the wing.
It was Marie Jonard who made a really good dive, and I did wonder if she got the touch in before Louise Carr had got the ball down. If you watch here, I think she just got it down.
She definitely got the ball down in time. Yeah, absolutely. So England did something a bit different there. They went to a 32 long because the French defenders tucked underneath. They had a bit of space on the outside, and they exploited that. So that's very good score from England. Are we going to have a shootout like we've seen a lot of times this week in England? France are going to throw the ball to the wing, but nothing happening there.
It's England who start again from deep. Oh, it's an angling error, and this is a golden opportunity for France to bring the scores level once again.
It is, and it was a bit of a scrappy subbing pattern from England. They couldn't get the ball to hand, and it went to ground, but France trying to get some subs on. I think they've wasted 2 or 3 touches here. That's a pity. They should have been looking to get another score on the board with that free set essentially, but they're going backwards, so
yeah, unusual tactic. You would think they would have just left the 6 players on for this drive, and still might come to something. It's a good take actually by Marie Jonard, but France, I think they're going to get another set of 6, so we may see a good drive now.
That penalty was for just being offside, or not walking up, should I say. So I think French is going to run a quickie on the on the link, Ryan Mimchek, who's sat in the pocket. So if you look at the English defence here, they're going to send their high link in their high middle. You can see both of them there running to make the touch, and anything underneath, Ryan's going to tuck under. But that is the frailties of this defensive system, where the link tries to make the touch, get onside, and then tuck under when Ryan pops up, and France have exploited it there.
Romain for Ramez, exploiting the hole. A couple of gremlins in that replay system. We'll get that sorted for you as England look to come straight back, but not the greatest pass, and it's quite easy for the French defence. England look a little bit rattled here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 2-2 on the scoreboard. England have been in the attacking a bit more than the French, attacking side a bit more than the French have, and had probably 4 or 5 sets. 2 have gone to ground and 2 have scored, so they've got the ball now just inside the French half. This is probably going to be their 5th or 6th time, and at the moment they're 50%, so it looks like they should score on this set. But you're right, international touch, we can all get a bit confused at times, and we'll see what they can do here. So they're going to run a short here. Early release, no, the long ball is on.
Great take, fantastic take once again by Louise Carr, and she's in plenty of space to put that down.
Absolutely. So this is a nice little run. If we watch this replay when it comes up, that the Peter gets the ball, Peter Bauer, number 1, he gets the ball on a short. So we're going to watch this again. He gets the ball on a short. He just arcs his run, and what that does is cause the defence to just shut in and create that overlap. And then Louise Carr, having a good winger in mixed touch, is one of the most crucial things, and she's there to just put the ball down once she's caught it. And I say it's not just, it is one of the most important roles in the mixed touch.
Yeah, she's proved her worth with 2 of England's touchdowns out of the 3 they've scored so far.
So England are at 50% essentially of their defence, their attacking policy. They'd like to improve on that, but so far so good.
It's just a bit of a delay here.
Yeah, there's a tangle of legs, I think. I think the pass was forward from the ruck. The referee was showing that the pass was forward. So England have now got the ball, and we're all back to playing friendly touch again.
I love how simple this game is at times, but sometimes it can be so confusing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Commentator's nightmare, but it's England on the attack once again as they race towards the 7-metre. Good drive from them. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, that was unlucky. Unfortunately, when the middle scoop came, I think the player went the wrong way and he scooped towards the onside player. So actually there wasn't an overlap. It was a mix between the French defender, who was a female, and the male link, and Ryan just managed to get outside of inside of that, but he couldn't complete the pass. Good midfield touch there. France are looking to drive. They've got one more touch here, and ball goes to ground.
So England have the ball back. Having to make some adjustments.
It's a bit windy up on the gantry.
It's a bit windy and equipment is starting to blow around a bit, so we're just trying to commentate and make things safe as well. Oh, the joys. You think TV is so glamorous.
Yes, absolutely.
So it is France coming over halfway. Made some changes.
I think 5th is coming next. They'll try and set up a scoop play, I think. Yeah, 5th. There was actually no scooper there, so it looks like it's a man-on situation, and you're right. Looks like the referee said Peter Bauer went a bit too early, so he was offside. So French actually get a new set of 6. That's lucky from the French. They didn't really set much up. France get on the outside. They've got an overlap.
Oh, that's a great put down.
Yeah, Marie Jonard
once again.
It's all down this side of the field at the moment. On the England sub-box side, most of the scores have come down this side. So, if you're watching, make sure you keep an eye out this side. It's a good finish with an overlap.
Now Marie Jonard is limping a bit as she comes off. She's going to get some treatment. She looks like she's got a strapping on her knee as it is.
It looks like it's a big plaster, and if I know touch rugby and a winger, she's probably been diving quite a lot, and she's probably got a few scars. And I know when you open those up, it really does hurt. Yeah, it's like diving on concrete once you've already opened it up. So I do feel for her there. She will be able to run it off though.
Out, though. Looks like she is going to run
England
it
set
off.
up a sweeper play, and if that's not a penalty, I don't know what is. If you look at what the defender does here, he should allow the attacker to come in close to his body, but he actually extends his arms out fully, hence why the referee's given a penalty. And they send another sweeper, step back. Oh, it's a lovely step back by Tim Hughes.
Big hole opened up there, and he exploited it fully. England go back into the lead 4-3.
Yeah, so let's just digest this one and analyse it a bit more. So Dan Powell, he goes in, the toucher pulls a big corner, as you see the other middle doesn't tuck underneath, and there's a big hole that is created, and he's able to dive in. Didn't need the dive, but we'll say it was a very good dive.
I suppose it's one of those things that when you're down there and in that moment you just see the hole open and think, I've got to get it over the line.
Absolutely. Or he knows he's on field 1 and the cameras are rolling. Probably that, because I've done that as well.
Yeah, so I think I may have commentated on a few of your tracks.
I think you probably have. The French are bickering here. I think there was the referee saying that he went in with his shoulder when he made the touch and has turned that over. I didn't actually see it, so we'll have to leave that with the referee. Again, that's a really good touch. He's allowed the England attacker to come in really close. He then uses the body. He's then gone in to make the touch.
Oh, he's running through.
Okay.
I think was that 6 touch? Or?
No. It was actually touch and pass, as the referee's just shown with the hand signals. Just 2 scrappy sets, really.
And France have possession again, and they're going to use their sub box. New players coming on. Decent drive this by the French so far, bringing it back over to the left hand side.
So it's for a 32 dump. It's going to be a short. Is it going to be? No, it's not even a short. It's more of a long. And is the wing open?
Side.
The wing is in.
4 all.
It's a game.
Yeah. It's like every time England get ahead, France have brought it back.
Yeah, so I actually thought he was going to run a short, but he actually arcs his run out to make a long. Gets on the outside, and it's a good ball to the winger. So France are actually exploiting both edges here and making the English move quite laterally at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what England can do defensively to counteract this.
It's England who start again from the tap off.
So it's going to be the same one. Peter's going to run a short. He's gone hole 1, and this is what's great about mixed touch. We've got a mismatch, the male running around the female, but because we know it's mixed, the defending middle's tucked under and really chased that one down. So really good execution of the attacking mix.
Oh, is he down?
He is.
I think he dodged. He did.
So we've just seen 2 different exploitations of why mixed touch is so unique. That you're exploiting your mismatches, and this is what happens here. He actually gets the ball back, he fakes to go inside, it's a big powerful step, and he goes back short side. It's the uniqueness we've got in mixed touch.
Rob Grist going over, good dummy move there, and just had the speed to get over the line and avoid the touches. And France have to come from behind again, but they've done it 4 times.
They have. They've been behind every single. They've not had a lead yet. But if England can get 2 up, we'll see what happens. But they've not. The French haven't allowed them to yet.
We've still got 5 minutes to go of this first half as well. It's been a really close game. As it comes out to the wing again, this time it just isn't quite enough. and England will get possession back.
So France
will
have,
they? Oh,
no, France have got the ball back because there was an offside. I think the winger wasn't onside. So France currently have ran a couple of quickie plays. So mid, so the two middles in the middle of the park, they're normally going outwards, but this time they ran a QB, which is quickie back. So the ball went back to the person that was half, and that causes the defence to collapse in, and we've got the overlap. So that was a really good execution and a really good progression from what they've done. They've done it, run a QB again, but England have read it, and then...
Oh, he's not happy
Oh,
with
he's
that
not
touch.
happy, is he? He slammed the ball on the floor, Romain Fromez.
I don't think there was any aggression. I think he was just off balance as the touch was made, which caused him to go over. And
yeah,
the sideline referee's coming in now.
Bit of a conflabber, all good.
We're just continuing it. I can understand his frustration, but I think it was more the fact he was off balance rather than an aggressive touch.
Yeah, I think so. France have just ran a quickie scoop, and they gave the ball, but I think there was an offside again. So France have got one more set, and they're bringing on their attacking specialist here. If you look at France's number 9, Christophe Lafourchade, he is probably their best attacking player here. So he's going to look to set up. I would say he is the mixed 30s France's Silver Fox. You've got Silver Fox that plays for the French 40s, but this guy knows what he's doing as well. He's just setting it up. He's going to scoop short side. He steps back, and the hole is closed off.
Good defence by England that time.
Yes.
As they France retreat back.
He's going to run
now
it
they're going
short.
to drive in now,
and he goes through hole 1, but good defence there. Again, that hole was closed off by Cara Roberts. She knew where she needed to be, and she was in that pocket.
It's driven back again. Final touch. Can they make it happen? Touch is made.
Really good touch by Dan Powell here. He follows his man all the way and gets him just onto the 7 metre line. And England are just going to try and sub off now.
England making some changes, but they've turned the ball over.
Yeah, that wasn't over the mark. So if you just see the referee putting his arm in like an arc almost, it's over the mark motion. So France have had a couple of sets now. England defended really well, but they need to make this count. You can see the English box. They want to get on. You can see Ryan Meemchek organising, saying, "You're going to do this. You're going to do that." He probably wants the ball down for him, and he'll probably be able to do something. But they've got to defend this set out. Ball out to the wing, and that was a touch. And we've had a lot down this side so far, haven't we, Jono?
We certainly have, at both ends. But France knocking on the door again. They're not going away, are they?
No, they're trying to get back to that 5-all, and England are giving them opportunities. They're offside, not walking forwards, drop balls. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's they're over into the end zone. He needs to find someone, and the touch is made.
And that was dummy half court, Jono. So England get the ball back.
So England will look for a strong drive here. They're very deep in their own half. Yeah, they are going to use the sub box. It was quite a long defensive set there that they had to soak up the pressure, but they did really, really well. And now they're coming at the 7 metre line at speed. This is a really good drive. Down it goes. In the middle is the space. Diving in. Touch is claimed.
Was the touch made? The referee is pointing down. I don't know what it means.
Yes, he is going to give the try.
He does palm up. He blows for that score. So what I was saying, Ryan was in the box here. He was pointing at different people. He was the one that was going to set that last play up. He goes short side. He steps back, and Peter just dives in before that French link could make the touch.
So Peter Bowyer gives England a 2-point advantage. The first time we've had a 2-point stretch at any point in this game. And we're right at the end of the first half as well. It's been
a great time.
It's been a great first half.
It has. It really has. Yeah. I think French probably need to exploit the English high pocket, high middle here.
Yeah, the touch was made, and so England will go into half time with a 2-point lead. Some high quality touch rugby on show in that half.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the two different boxes. I don't know if you can see this. You can't, but I'm looking at the two different boxes here. You've got England that are really clapping each other, and the French are looking at, they're just standing still, and they're a bit disconsolate after that first half, I think.
they seem to be like sort of shoulders drooped, and England certainly look the happier, as they will be with 2 points ahead. But you've got to give credit to France, because they, up until right at the end, they never allowed England to get ahead. They was always pegging them back. Well, England would score one, then they come back and score up until 4-4, and then England just getting those 2 tries, which after England soaked up all that pressure as well with that last French set. Yeah, they'll be delighted.
Absolutely, and like I say, I watched the first game between England mixed 30s and the French mixed 30s, and England were up by 2 or 3. So the French shouldn't be too worried about this. They know they can come back from this. I think the second half is going to be a cracker.
Yeah, I think it is. As we just look at a few of the highlights or some of the tries from the first half here.
So this is one of the French scores here, and they just get on the outside and the long ball, and again a lot has come down this England sub-box side, and it's been some good scores.
Yeah, and that was the one for Marie Jeannard. She was limping a little bit after that one, but she has continued on. That was the hole that opened up for Team Hughes.
Parting of the ways there from France, and England exploited it. I think that the French need to start attacking England. They've had 2 scores where they've attacked England's pocket middle. So when we say that, I think I explained it earlier, they have a high link come up and a high middle, and they have someone in a pocket. And I think they can exploit that a bit more, and I think that's something that they'll be looking to do in this second half.
Yeah, right there, that was Rob Grist who scored, and then it was England who finally did get 2 ahead.
So this score, that one, but from Ryan, you know, we've said it before, where what Ryan's been through, and if you look at that right leg of his with the black sleeve on, he's actually got a metal knee in there, and he's able to slam into the ground, change direction, and then give that ball as well. What he's done over the last couple of months is quite impressive, and if anyone wants to come back from an injury, he's an inspiration to us all there.
Yeah, he is. So we await the start of the second half. Both teams still in their huddles. It's
trying to capture one of the other countries' mascots. We are on the 2-minute warning.
So 2 minutes until the second half starts. So let's have a bit of a more detailed look at the table. England at the top, 4 wins and a draw. France second, 2 wins, a loss and 2 draws. Then it's the England Lions with a 2-2 and 1. And then Scotland, who have lost all their 5 games. But if we look at some of the results, England A, 11 all against France in a game earlier today at 10:25.
Well, that England A side have got everything to play for, and I think that how this is set up with the Federation of International Touch, that England A side can't actually make a final, but they can compete, you know, and that just shows the depth that England Touch have got currently, that they can put 2 teams in and they can compete with the best in France, the best in Scotland, and do really well. They only lost to this England 1 side, should I say, the top England side, by 1 yesterday, and they've got something to play for, really. They want to prove that they should be in this England side and not in an England A side.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's going to give you a
underdog mentality.
Yeah, it's like, I should be there, and I'm going to show why I should be there.
Absolutely, yeah, and you want to beat them. I would want to beat them. And they ran them close, and they're running the other international teams close as well. So, from an England Touch perspective, it's a very impressive thing. It would just be nice to get a few more teams and a few more countries being able to play this division.
Yeah, a division of 4, and because obviously you've got 2 teams from the same federation, this won't form an overall European champion, but they are given test match status.
Yes, absolutely.
So we're just awaiting the start. There goes the hooter. So it's France with the tap off. They will be desperately wanting to score from this, won't they?
Yeah, if they can come back to 1, then potentially to draw it again, who knows what happens. What they will not want is England to score next. So Peter just corners there for that good quickie.
Yeah, Still there for France. It's going to come out long. It's Marie Jonard again, and she just can't quite take it with her.
No, so France have actually over the mark, or not incorrect roll ball. Kevin Hobbs, the referee, has said that that ball was rolled incorrectly. So England have now got their ball, and unfortunate for France there. Now if they'd have scored, they'd have been buzzing for that. So England now come on. They're about to go into the French into the French's half.
Yeah, good drive from England, but they're on final touch.
Just a little bit of a disappointing drive there from England. Personally, they should have gone forward, whereas they went sideways, and that doesn't give them the territory to pick up the right to get the right option off the scoop. So we've had 2 drives, great hands there by French's 13, Thomas Plaisance.
Yeah, it's France still driving. Driving through again, Thomas Plaisance there, known as Tutu. I was told at the captain's dinner.
Oh, apologies.
It's we do have a few notes written down here
I've obviously missed that page. Apologies.
For various no, it's not your fault at all. It's I said when I was talking to the French captain, and she was saying is it Thomas Plaisance? She says, well, he's known as Tutu, so they put that down.
I'll know that next time. So French are just going to try and set something up here. I'm not sure what they're looking to set up. The higher Sean makes the touch to go, an open side quick here. They're going to exploit that.
I think they're down.
Yeah, they've done. They have, like I said at half time here, John, that France just need to exploit. Oh, we've got a conflab between the referees.
Yes, it's real VAR here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they're calling it
but
back. They're going for consultation.
Whatever happens here, like so, the score has been given. Yeah. Apologies, Johnny. Whatever happens in that situation, like I said at half time, France need to exploit that England are playing a pocket, and they did that there. The high link came up, they went that side, and he couldn't make it onside, and the French female link just went through that hole.
So France back within 1. See if England can stretch it out again, but France are not going away at all, and you wouldn't bet against them coming back into this if England can't convert this latest drive. Touch is claimed and was made.
Yeah, but
Tim Hughes went diving through.
And not a walking forward penalty here, so England do have the ball back. This pod seems to favour the sweeper move, so you're going to see damp out, or you're going to get 13 going down, damp out being half, 14 going long, and it's a good touch.
Oliver Vieza.
Yeah, Tim Hughes thought he was quicker than everyone then. He ran across 2 people and nearly got in, but he was unfortunate there. So we wonder what England are going to set up here now. Dan Powell's just going to orchestrate this. Is he going to check it back in?
It's going to come wide on the right. It's touch is made.
Good defence there by the far female French link.
Down it goes. Looks like they're going to come to the left-hand side. Good speed there by Hughes, but the touch was made again.
Yeah, I think England are a little bit confused in what they're doing on this pattern. They were getting, we got an overlap. Oh, we had an overlap, but they couldn't get it. Sorry, I say we. I should be biased, but I wanted England to score there. Apologies.
Yeah, it was Cara Roberts. She was pointing as well as if she wanted the overlap there, and it didn't come for her. But England have got the ball back, and over by the French.
Yeah, and over the mark situation here. So England have now got another set, and hopefully they can set up for something a bit different, or let's see if they can organise something a bit better than they did last time. They're going to go on the girl link. Is he going to split out punish play? And Dan barrels over, but I think he's barreled onto the girl link there. Yep, she's holding her mid-drift. I don't think she was offside. I think she was offside as Dan jumped all over her. And they've got a penalty. So
First set of 6.
Yeah, they've got 3 sets now. So you'd look for them to, if they don't come away with the score here, they'd be disappointed. So they need to try and set something up.
Going along
Dan Powell with the sweep up.
Down it goes. Oh, it's the wrong. It's just behind. Such a shame.
It was the right call, but it was first or second touch, and you don't want to be giving the ball away on second touch. But great midfield defence by England there. They've all shot up. See if the French can get away from this.
And this is in the first half where England defended that huge set from France, where they had 3-4 penalties, and that was similar. And that'll give the French heart.
Yes, absolutely. So here we go. We've got on the outside. Good speed there shown by Arnaud Rayo of France. He got on the outside, but the two females, the female link and female wing here, couldn't get around them. So France have now got an opportunity here, and they'd be looking to go level if they score here.
Down it goes.
Oh, that's a big hit. That is a big hit.
Cara Roberts come flying in there.
Give her a contract here. That is a big hit.
There we go.
So what happens here is just a simple mid quick. He steps out. He then gets the ball back, and actually Cara's done the right thing. She's shot in. She has to, otherwise there's a big overlap, and they'd score. So she's done the right thing, but she's just put her big bumpers up, and she's taking him out, to be honest. And he's gone down. Number 8, Julien Carreno.
He's holding his knee actually, so I wonder if he twisted it as he went down.
Yeah, potentially.
Ball not taken there.
Penalty to France though, so that was first. They dropped it, but got lucky with the second bit. So there's a penalty. The referee's dancing while he's explaining what he's doing. So Christophe is going to look to lead this attack. He goes for an open side quick. He's going to exploit that.
Space on the left, but he has to check back in.
It's good England defence, but he's going to try and set up the second one. He's going to go do exactly the same thing.
It's there on the left-hand side again. Just diving to catch. It's just beyond, and another opportunity for France goes begging.
Felt very frantic that attacking set from France. Yes, they had the opportunity, and I think if they were 5% cooler, they would have scored that. It was a bit frantic, but they had the opportunity and couldn't take it. So they're still down by 1 here.
They look to go again, but bit of a static change there from England.
Yeah, England seem to go backwards in their subbing box pattern here. They're not getting many yards, and I think they need to go forwards. Ryan's just limping off. He's holding the back of his leg here. Nothing to do with his knee, so that'll be a big blow if he's gone down. So you're going to have to get a physio onto that. Again, physios are going to come into their own this day 3, day 4 tomorrow, and coming into Saturday.
It looks like he could be holding hamstring.
Hamstring, yeah. He's turned around to the camera, starting to show his bum off. Oh no, he's down on the ground. But that will be a big blow. Hopefully, it's not too problematic. But England come here. Peter's going to pick up. He's going to go short side. Can he go to Megan? Oh, she's kept it alive well.
Touches are getting just a little bit aggressive now, aren't they?
Well, the games are getting important, isn't it? We know how important this is. Oh, it's a great hole. Oh, she's dropped
Cara Roberts. It was a little bit in front of it. It would have been a fantastic take if she'd have gathered that one in.
It would have been, and I'm going to be hypercritical. If Cara had chopped through the hole instead of being stationary, she scores it. The ball is fantastic. She didn't expect it and didn't chop her hole, hence why she didn't catch it. But the set-up play was great, and the French are driving down here, and I think they're going to be able to get down the field.
France have turned the ball over. I wish we could have a camera up here, just pointing at Jordan. And Jordan now heading down to the bench.
I think he's just going to go check on Ryan so we can get an update for you.
And it's great up here. It really is. What a game. 6-5 it is.
How long we got left? We've got 10 minutes. There's so much to play for here. So England are going to run a 32 short. Early release. This should be a long pass on if we can get it over to Megan. The execution wasn't as good as they would have wanted.
It was big long pass, and the wind has dropped somewhat over the past 10 minutes or so.
Yes, it's definitely calmed down a bit. It's not as windy. I can take my jumper off because it was cold when that wind starts to blow towards you.
Yeah.
You know, the camera's swaying. Our TVs were blowing over earlier, but we're all good now.
It's France who are struggling to make some yards. They may do now. Final touch, so they've got to make something happen here. Good pass, but that's also good defence.
Yeah, good pass, but the French weren't chopping holes. If they chop holes, they score. So there's been a few times where chopping holes has not happened and there's been no scores. If they can just, instead of going away from the ball, run into the ball and through holes, there'll be a few more scores. So let's hope that both coaches can pick that up and we can see a few more scores, because it's been a bit of a stalemate the last 5-10 minutes. England are going to run a 32 short. Are they? Sean's going to get the ball. He's going to go short side. Can he get in? He can't. Ball's kept alive well though. They've got an overlap. Oh, he's stepped back into the man on.
There's a touch made. So
we've got another injury though, and that doesn't.
He just overstretched as he made the touch. It's Christophe Lafourcade who's down.
I tell you what, we're both playmakers from both teams are down, and
yeah, I think he just overstretched as he made the touch. He's being helped off.
I think he'll be okay. Well, hope he is, and hope everyone's okay. We don't want to see many injuries, but sometimes that's the nature of sport, unfortunately.
I think that's the thing as well, because it is a brutal schedule, isn't it, over 5 days?
Yeah, and you know, knees. What can I say about knees and touch rugby? Honestly, the amount of knee injuries that we see in this sport compared to others, it seems like there's so many, and it's the change of direction, it's the quick stopping, it's the quick moving. It does really get your joints moving in all sorts of directions. Unfortunately,
it's a lot of pressure on the ACL, isn't it, when you're moving direction so quickly.
So just a bit of an update on Ryan there. His hamstring looks to have gone. You can see him just holding that number 6 in the box. We'll hope that he can get some ice on that and be recovered for tomorrow and Saturday, because that's where he'll be needed most. And same with Christophe, the French number 9. He looks like he'll be back on, but yeah, let's hope that Ryan can get some ice and recovery for the rest.
He's got ice on it now, I can see.
He's going to be a big bloke.
Oh, the hole might open up here for the French. It has. Oh, it's not quite taken. Mylène Monnier.
So it really has been a stalemate the last 10-15 minutes, or 10 minutes, hasn't it, John? We have not seen many scores. We saw the French score at the start of this half, and then we've not seen much else. So
yeah, I think so much at stake as well. Both teams trying to cut out the errors, because I think an error could lead to a try for the other side.
Yeah, I think whoever makes the least amount of errors, I think I say that every time I commentate, but I think England are on the overlap. Have they got this? They've got a 32. Can they pick up a scoop?
Great running.
Oh, he's given the ball too early. He could have got into in goal. Good defence by France, though. They followed him all the way. If anyone could see Jordan up here, he's jumping up and down.
We need a static camera pointing.
We do. It was a great setup, but it was just the wrong option off that scoop. But again, England will be happy. They went all the way down the field. They had a strike option, and now they've just France have just given up the ball with a bit of a fumble in the ruck. And number 9, France's Christophe, has just come back onto the pitch. So it looks like that injury's not too severe.
Blacklock just coming back on, but it's England who have a fresh set of 6, and they're inside the French half. They've had opportunities this half. They've yet to take one.
So what are they going to set up here, England? I think they're going to set up a sweeper. So they're going to check back.
Down it goes. Quick passing.
Oh,
is he through?
What footwork!
Yes, the nod from the referee. England do go 2 ahead once again.
So
7-5.
When we look at this replay, England actually do something that they've not done all game. They actually send up a hammer, so it's just a 33 short. You can see that he just runs in. Everyone thinks he's going to go outside. He goes short side. He steps back. He gets a dot down. I actually think he gives a cheeky point to one of their defenders as well, which is very cheeky of him. England are back to 2 up, and we've now got a score each in the second half.
Brent McDougall, he really enjoyed that one as well. Big grin as he went down.
You know, that point is, you've been doing me dirty recently, I'm going to do you dirty, so that's what it was for.
France, work to do. They've only got 4 minutes. They're 2 behind once again.
I apologise if you can hear the Wigan voice of Jordan. He's shouting up here. He is going mental at times. It's like he's even playing.
I think he practically is.
I wish he was. And France have got an overlap. Are they going to get it? No.
Oh, great defence. It was closed down brilliantly.
Absolutely. So that pocket defence, that's what that pocket is supposed to do. That middle that's staying back. Anything that gets overlapped, he needs to chase underneath, and he does that really well. And stop to certain score, definitely. Oh, great driving there. And then we're not sure what's happening. Refs are signalling.
It's going back to England.
It's a roll ball. So that was a great drive. She got a bit lucky, I think, but this is going to give England a really good attacking opportunity with that really good drive from England there. So it's fifth. They should have set up a strike play, but it's very static now. They've got nothing, and you know, there was no communication, unfortunately, and Dan Powell throws that to ground. Wouldn't say that was anyone's fault, but I think it was a team error rather than a singular error.
3 minutes to go. France need 2.
I think they need to score here, Jono.
Yeah, they definitely do, and that will put a lot of pressure on England as well.
A good last 2 minutes if the French can score. They can't make any errors, and they've got to go forward. They go too laterally here. They can't go. Now they're going forward. Can they get a scoop? They're going to pick up the scoop. Oh, they actually look to punish the gill side link. Oh, have they got the ball away?
Great touch.
Oh, and everyone's tucked under. That was, I think the referee's given 7 touches here.
Yeah.
But I've just been told I can't count, so I'm probably wrong. But now, whether it's 6 or 7, England defend it out, so they're going to look to go up the field, and with only what? Is it 2 minutes left?
Couple of minutes left. So England with the drive, and they've made some good yards here. Goes back into the mirror.
Oh, she's done it again. England's number 10. She is smashing these drives. She's getting so many yards. It's going to be a short ball. Can Shaw give the ball? Sean's in!
He's down!
Oh, he's in!
I think Jordan enjoyed that one.
Jordan Melling enjoyed that one. He is very close to Sean. They both play at Wigan. So you can see that how excited Sean was when he scored this one. So we just break this one down. It goes for a 32 short. Sean just arcs. He actually gets on the outside of his defender, and you know what? That rugby league kind of style dive. He's got the ball under his arm, and he's put it up his jumper and scored.
Yeah, great. It's the stretch. Look at the eye. He gets it down.
He does actually stretch it out this time. Normally he doesn't.
So Sean McDonald takes it to 3, but France are going to come back to 2 straight away, I think.
The referee's pointing down. They've hit straight back, and this is the first time that France have ran this move, the same move that England did in the second half as well. France actually do a 33 short, something that we call a hammer. He then stepped back and thrown link hole, and the French female link has just gone straight through it and scored. It's hit back again.
86. I think England are going to hold on here with 45 seconds left, but what a game this has been.
I've really enjoyed this one. I think we've all enjoyed it up on the gantry, and I'm looking forward to seeing these two play again soon.
So 30 seconds remaining, and can England put the cherry on top of the icing on the cake? See if they can.
Well done from England there. Good patience. They were moving the ball around to try and manipulate the French defence. They get a penalty, and it looks like they're going to be able to stop this clock.
Down he goes. Oh, he's going.
Oh, here we go.
Pointing down, and they have put the cherry on top just as the buzzer goes. It's 9-6 final score, and you can see the joy between the England players. They really worked hard for that, and they really wanted that.
that second half was a grind, an absolute grind between both teams. You know, not as free flowing or free scoring as the first half, but it was a grind, and both teams worked really hard. France had their opportunities to come back into that one, couldn't get the scores that they needed, and England actually capitalised and got those scores. I think the biggest downside from that game is Ryan Mijek coming off injured. He'll need to look after himself leading into Saturday. You need him back.
Yeah. But what a great game, and credit to France as
absolutely.
well. I mean, it was so
so
close, pretty much all the way through towards the end. An absolutely great game of touch rugby in the mixed 30s. Many thanks to Ben. We are going to hand over to the studio. Ian is with a very happy Jordan Melling.
If you can shuffle back of your arse out, that'd be fantastic.
Right, I certainly think a very happy Jordan Melly. It's a bit of an understatement there. Jordan, you were jumping up and down, screaming, shouting there. You must be very happy and a proud man, right?
I feel like I've played.
Yeah.
That was
well, your face is as red as if you have been running around.
That was a great game. I think it was just good to see England pull away at the end a little bit there. I mean, top game. I think you'd probably say that might be the final on Saturday. So it'd be great to see those two sides meet each other again.
I don't know if they saw it on the on-pitch camera, but when the full-time hooter went, the England players were jumping on each other. They were hugging. It really means a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, they know that game was a big one, and I think they probably weren't overly overjoyed with how they played against them yesterday. So I think not only did they get the win, the manner in which they did it, up by 3, they got some really good scores as well. There was a really tough period in the middle of that game. So 1, they were able to pull away and finish it off. 2, they did it without Ryan, and I think that's a big plus as well. Obviously, it's tough to lose a player like that.
Well, we hope he's okay. We think it's his hamstring. He's got ice on it, so fingers crossed it's not too severe and he'll be back. But we did see from France when they were going on the attack a couple of drop balls, which cost them quite dearly.
Yeah, but that was a lot of pressure from England, and there was a little bit of a grind going on for a while. England were up by 1, and they were holding them off. They were keeping them at arm's length for a long time, and for a while England just couldn't convert scores on their side of the ball. But once they did, they just looked way more composed, and no, it was really good.
It was another physical game.
It was physical, yeah, it was physical. I think we're going to have Sean from Wigan up for interviewing, and then I think most of the physicality was down to him, so we're going to have a chat with him about it.
Great, well, we'll wait for him to come up before we do that, because the next game coming up, we have the Women's Open. It's Belgium going up against Scotland. Whilst we wait for Sean, we'll hand over to your commentators to take you through the start of that game. See you soon.
So thank you very much for the spectators that have moved back. Thank you very much for that. Players, announcement for players. After party tickets for this Saturday are on sale in the merchants' houses of Kent.
No, you want to interview.
So, players, it's an announcement for players. The advanced purchase of after party tickets are available in the merchant's tent. This is for players. They will go on to general sale tomorrow for everybody else. Please note, supporters, this is sale for players already today. Players, please obtain your tickets. Your officials, this is your 32nd morning. Please take to the field, ready to play. This is your 32nd morning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Around 50 seconds, please. 20 seconds away.
Welcome back to the Highfields Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham. And the action comes thick and fast. We've got a Women's Open match now as Belgium take on Scotland, and Ben is still with me. And This one is going to have a lot to live up to after the last game.
I need to have some. I've just had some sweets because I need some sugar after that game. We got into it a bit too much. It was a cracking game, but I'm really interested to see how Scotland bounce back after their defeat to England earlier today. And do they finish with start with a score? No, good touch between the two middles. I actually didn't know how Belgium did earlier today, John. Do we know, or are you just going to have a... Sorry, I've now put John under pressure, so apologies. As we look, Scotland are going to run an open side.
Belgium lost 14-1 to Wales. Scotland losing 11-1 to England in the games earlier today. England 6 out of 6 at the top of the table. Scotland in third place though with 4 wins and 2 losses, so they will want to win. They're level with France at the moment.
Okay, interesting. So there's a bit of confusion on field at the moment. Hannah Crisp ran an open side quickie. I don't really know what happened. I think the Belgian player didn't make the touch, and she said that she didn't. The referee thought she did, started to say 6th touch, but great honesty from the Belgian players here. They've said we didn't make the touch, and that's what we all love about this sport, that there's so much honesty. They all stood still and said, this should be a score, can you come and award it? And the referee did. So it's 1-0 to Scotland.
So Scotland in the lead already. Belgium look to try and get straight back with their first drive of the game, and they're looking very static, to be fair.
So they're going to send a sweeper. She's gone very wide, so I don't think there's any real threat here, but they do check it back. Oh, no.
Yeah, Belgium looking for their first win of the competition at the moment. As Scotland start again, we're going to hand back over to the studio. Ian has got a guest with him. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, John. I'm delighted to say we're joined by Sean from that thrilling game we've just seen, England-France. And Sean, first of all, congratulations, but it was quite a physical game out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was intense. We spoke about being disciplined. We've not hit the ground running yet. I think we're still at 60-65%, and we spoke about being a bit more intense. A few times, especially when we're attacking, we're a little bit lateral. Sometimes we're not, taking advantage. So we want to be a bit more up front, a bit more physical with them, and take it to them as well. Because we know when we get a roll on, normally teams can catch us in that roll, and we've got some pace that we to burn. So we just wanted to make sure we get on that front foot. And like I said, I don't mind a bit of a physicality game as well, getting a bit more into the mix than that.
Can you hear the crowd going wild? Because there was one man in particular who was screaming and shouting his way. A certain man from Wigan. Could you hear this man from up here?
Oh, good way, mate. You can hear him back home. I mean, it's a very distinct voice as well, isn't it? Let's face it. Those, but yeah. I mean, we're loving the support. Like I said, everyone's been amazing. Any team that's nearby, they're coming over and watching. Like I said, the support's fantastic. It really is. It lifts you as well. Lifts you, puts you in the right spirit.
Jordan.
It was sort of an individual question for you, Sean. Obviously, you're making your debut for England and your first Euros. How are you finding? Obviously we're 3 days in now. It might be a little bit. Obviously, we've played 2-day tournaments together, but day 3, day 4, day 5, that's when things will start changing for you. How are you finding it all so far?
At the moment not too bad. Body's touch wood, it's alright. Body's feeling good. I think it's just about getting hydrated afterwards. It's all the boring stuff in it, like you need to concentrate on. It is. It's what you get told. Drink water, stretch off, do all the cool downs, do your wipers. I just have Aussie's captain in there as well with those. So it's just about looking after yourself. Like I said, at the moment feeling good. I think we're all looking after ourselves, doing the right things, and at the moment it feels good. We're on a roll. We're undefeated still, and I think we've just got that momentum. And momentum's key in any sport, but especially now. If we can take this undefeated run, keep it going, we'll plough through to Saturday.
Something we noticed, and I've noticed a few times watching you over the past few days, you have quite a unique sort of pre-game chant. And it's correct me if I'm wrong, but it's unique to each game as well.
Yeah.
Basically, if you didn't catch it before, the Mixed 30s do a chant with a different song every time from your playlist. So on that theme, your question for today, and I think I might know what it is, but what's your karaoke song?
I mean, it's got to be Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way. Absolute unbelievable. You want to give us a little bit?
Please do.
Okay, need to end the ramadan. You are my fire, the one desire. Believe when I say I want it that way.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a high.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
Now, number 5.
I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
God, I've got to say, that was really good.
That was the best one. He's got a great voice, Sean.
Well, on to that note, and it was a very good note as well, we've got to hand back to John and Ben to catch back up with Scotland and Belgium.
How do we follow that?
Which way? So
I'm not singing. I really wouldn't want to inflict that on anybody listening to this.
I know Sean, and he loves a sing song. It's his wedding next year, and he is gonna be rocking the mic because it's his day, and he's got his day against that French team. As Scotland score another score back here.
Lucy Witherspoon, it's Scotland's day at the minute. They're
Yeah,
4
absolutely.
ahead. Really good try here. Seeing as it is worked over to the left-hand side. Acres of space for Lucy Witherspoon to pop it down. And Scotland are 4-0 ahead after just 6 minutes. And it's looking ominous for Belgium already.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. They're, in defence they're very tight, but because the Scotland girls can throw, the Scotland women can throw the ball quite a far distance, they're able to get on the outside. And in attack, Belgium are just a little bit behind where they need to be. They've got one. Oh, it was so close. They just seem a little bit unstructured, and hopefully over time, they're here to learn. Again, we spoke about, I think it was the Belarus team, was it? Did we speak about yesterday? Bulgaria. Apologies. They're here to learn, and they're here to gain as much experience as possible to take back to Belgium and improve their game, and that's what they'll do, and that's what they'll take out of this tournament.
And that's the thing for it's not only about winning. I mean, there are teams who have come specifically to try and win this tournament, but there are other teams here who want to learn, who want to get better, who want to develop.
Absolutely, everybody comes here for a different reason, and everyone's got an end goal and an end outcome. And Belgium's here will be, how do they learn? How do they get better? Who can they speak to make their touch in Belgium better? They'll be picking everybody's brains. You spoke to Peter Walters yesterday, Mr. Touches with Sweden this week, and he could, if 1 hour with them, they'll get so much more knowledge than they'll ever get by speaking to him and all the different coaches. Just being on this field with these girls from Scotland. They've got an intercept. Are we going all the way? I think we might. This might be Belgium's 4th score of the throw. Keep going.
She's sprinting away. She's gone away. Brilliant. Oh, and the joy on the sub box. They love that. A brilliant interception.
Best celebration of the day.
Let's look at the replay here.
And
brilliant.
The speed that she's got here. She just keeps going. She thinks, she doubts herself, and then she's in. What a score.
Just turns away. It was Stephanie Tulloch and Lucy Witherspoon who were pursuing her. But Sis Dazzler sprints away.
With a Bobby Dazzler of a score there. No, very well amazing. Thank you. I'm definitely clipping that one up for later. But no, we were speaking about Belgium and their goals, and something like that. We'll remember that now. She's been to a European Championship. She's caught an intercept at halfway, and she's gone that off the rest of the field to score. That is something that they're going to take away.
There's something like that is the lift it's going to give them as well, because you saw the reaction
the
on
smiles,
the bench,
the celebrations. That's what they're here for, and it's amazing. It's so good to see. Sometimes we take sport so serious, and actually we should look back at why we play the sport, and it's the enjoyment side, and that is the real reason.
And Scotland, who are pressing again, they're looking to get their 5th try of the game. Belgium tightened up a bit, and getting that score will give them a bit of confidence, and they've defended well here.
They're just going to run a normal quickie, regular quickie.
I think.
Yeah, and that was just a regular quickie, step back and dive in between the two middles. So again, maybe we just need the Belgians just to tighten up a bit more in defence. But again, that's something that they'll pick up over time.
So 5-1. That Scotland lead now. It's a good drop shoulder and put down by Hannah Smith. 10 minutes gone. 5-1 Scotland lead. Belgium from the tap off. Can they build on Sis Dazzler's breakaway try?
Unfortunately not. There was an over the mark there, so the referees pinged them for that, and Scotland have got a new set of 6. Started with Hannah Crisp. We've actually not spoken about Hannah Crisp currently at the moment. She's, the speed that she's got, she will really take this Scottish team forward.
Great MC skills as well.
Has she really?
Yeah, she was obviously at the opening ceremony.
Oh, was she? I missed that.
Yeah. And she goes bursting through this time. It's touched on the way through. I think it's still Scotland's ball.
Yeah, I think they've got Belgium have given away a penalty. So Hannah Crisp again started on their own try line, now on the Belgium 7-metre line. She'll look to set up. She's just going to run a regular quickie. She doesn't give the ball. She didn't get the setup she wants. I think she's definitely telling people that she didn't get the setup she wants. So she's now walked back. Is she taking over the space that we didn't need? Hannah didn't like that setup either. So they're just slowing it down a bit here. They just need to work on how they set up here. And they're going for a quickie play. Can they look at the right hole? Hannah gets the ball back. She's pointing where the ball should have gone. Again, the Scotland girls, the Scotland women have had a really tough day. They had a tough game against England. This is about them learning to get even better than they currently are. So, and Hannah picks up short side. She throws that ball long. She wanted it long last time. She's got it long this time.
And that all really came from Hannah Crisp. She was directing the play all the way through, and she got what she wanted.
Yeah,
ball goes out to the right hand side.
General comes to mind there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
She was ordering around the field. She picks up and goes, I'm going to do it instead, and goes long.
So Scotland have their 6. Belgium start again.
Belgium just drive in and they're going to pick up, they're going to go short, so they're going to go long side, apologies, and it was just a drop ball.
That's a shame because there was space opening up on the left hand side there, and I think that was where he was working towards. Scotland over halfway.
Yeah, the substitutes coming on now. They're going to drive in between the middles and look for a scoop, I believe, or they're going to go for a 32. They're actually going for a 32 option. It's going to be a long ball. Can they get on the outside? Good goose step, good pass.
Oh, great take.
Scotland number 4, Lucy Witherspoon.
Witherspoon again, pops the ball down, and that's her second of the game.
Great pass by Scotland's number 5, Hannah Smith. She gives the little goose step. She throws the long ball and then she substitutes off. It's not bad for her at the moment.
So 7-1 Scotland lead. Belgium look to tap off again. What is good to see is that they're in the sub box. They're talking to each other. Belgium. They're running through things. It's not as if they're just standing hands on hips and accepting their fate. They're communicating with each other to try and improve things each time they go out there.
Absolutely, and that's all they can do. They can talk about what they want to do and then try and execute that out on the pitch, and that's sometimes the most difficult thing. They actually know what they want to do, but they can't execute it because they've not played at this level or this speed before. But if they're not doing that, then they won't. They can't help themselves at all. So they're actually really trying to help themselves, and over time they'll understand that the speed of the speed that they need to play at, and they will get there.
Hannah Crisp is on again, and once again she's directing things. And now there's space again on the left-hand side, and once again it's Lucy Witherspoon who pops it down, and I think that's a hat-trick.
I think it is, and we're only 15 minutes into this game. I would put some money on that she's going to score again today, and especially in this game.
Let's see this one from...
Yeah, so Hannah Crisp just takes a dump on the link, splits naturally, and throws the ball to the wing for a dot down there.
Scotland dominating the game so far. Of course, Belgium down out on that interception try.
And so would I.
And I think their goal is going to be to just try and get another score on the board, isn't it?
Absolutely. Give themselves another opportunity to get that score. Again, their goals are as big as anyone's, but they might not be what we think they should be. Well, no, sorry, that's the wrong phrase. Their goals are massive, and they want to try and achieve that. And with Scotland dropping the ball now, they're going to try and get that extra score.
Yeah, good opportunity for them with a fresh set of 6. Gives them a chance to drive towards the line.
I'd like to see Belgium go forward a bit more here. They're going laterally a bit. So if they go forward now, which is what they are doing, if they scoop, can they throw the ball back? No, good dive, but good touch as well. But when Belgium do go forward, they give themselves an opportunity. When they go sideways, just a bit of a confusion here. The Belgium number 6 who had that great dive, Sistka, she dived at the line, but it was a turnover, so the referee got that one wrong.
So Scotland drive again. They bring players out of their sub box. Back into the middle now. 7 metres out.
It's a long ball again. Step back.
Lucy Witherspoon's there, but on the left-hand side, but not needed as they dive through the middle. And this time it's Carmen Crete who puts the ball down. Apologies, not Carmen Crete, was Hannah Smith.
Yeah.
No, I'm getting you. I saw the top bar, it looked like a 6.
No, I understand.
And that's my excuse.
No, absolutely. I think Hannah Smith's come on every single time, either scored or set up, and has run back off. I'm not sure she's done a defence set yet, but she keeps the scoring, so why change it?
Hannah Crisp puts the ball down. Oh, it's a handling error.
Yeah, an unforced one there. Scotland won't be happy with that.
Belgium coming through the middle.
This is better. So them going forward actually puts Scotland under a bit of pressure. They're now going to try and put the ball towards the wing.
Oh, nice.
And Lissy just makes the touch there.
Almost came off there. Just that little switch pass, a close pass in. This is much better from Belgium.
Yeah, I like how Belgium when they go forward, they put Scotland under a bit more pressure than they do when they go laterally. So it'd be nice to see if they could do that. Scotland is looking to get some subs on now, so they're just going to go towards their sub box. They'll run a nice play. It's 3rd coming up here. They'll be at halfway. It's probably a new set of 6. No one knows. The referee's not actually given it yet. So is it a new set of 6? We don't know. If it's 4, this is 5th. So they didn't get a fresh set of 6. So they've got to throw the ball. Unlucky.
Almost went out to Lucy Witherspoon once again. It's Belgium who have the ball. They're deep in their own half and 40 seconds remaining in the half. So they're going to have to work hard to try and get a scoring opportunity here. Touches to halfway.
So Belgium have done really nice here. They've gone forward all the way and they've got past halfway on 4. You know, if they just had a bit of a move through the 5th and they set something up.
And
No, that's it. But look at where they've started. They started on the 7 metre line. They've ended near the Scottish's 7 metre line. That is actually a really good outcome for them, and that's what they'll be looking to do more.
So 9-1 Scotland lead over Belgium as the hooter goes for half time. We are going to head back to the studio. Ian, over to you.
Thank you very much, John. And as you can see, we're going to give you a little bit of a mascot update. It's day 3 of the European Touch Championships, and that means we have quite a lot of fun. The rules are simple. Every team has their own mascot. It's up to the other team to steal it and bring it into the stadium. If you lose it, you're in charge of the mascot. If you lose it, there's penalties or all sorts of fines. You name it. It's decided by the team what you have to do. It could be a forfeit. Who knows? At the minute here, we have we have the Welsh dragon. There we go. Got it right, Mike. Now we have the Welsh dragon there. So Wales, we have the mascot. We also have another one for Scotland because there's multiple teams. Look at that. What a mascot that is! What an absolute cracker. That looks really, really good. Right, let's pop that down. Because I'm also getting reports that there is a giant octopus in round 2 as well. Yes, one of the other Scottish teams has a giant octopus. We're going to try and get our hands on that. But what a day we're having. Day 3 of the European Touch Championship here in Nottingham. The weather is playing its part. The atmosphere and the action on the field has been heating up, and it's only going to get hotter as we make our way through the afternoon. Let's hand back to your commentary team for the second half. Enjoy.
Many thanks, Ian, as we're waiting for the start of the second half. So Scotland in a very, very strong position, 9-1 ahead. But Belgium certainly can be not happy because they're down, but they can be happy with some of the things that they've done in the first half, mainly that breakaway try.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, we can see the field here, John. And the Belgian coach is actually trying to explain what they need to be doing, and he is really trying here. And you know, he's learning. The Belgians are learning. The Belgian players are learning, and they should be really happy with what they did in that first half. They didn't do much wrong. It's just literally the speed. They're not used to doing that at this speed. So I think there's a few things that they can fix up, but I think over time they'll get there.
2 minutes to go until we start the second half. Let's have a look at this women's open in a bit more depth. So England top 6 from 6. I mean, it's quite hard to sort of see anyone but them taking the title over, but you never know, especially when it comes to the knockouts.
Oh, absolutely. Touch footy when it's knockout is always a different game, right? If the bit of pressure comes on, because the pressure isn't on in England. They've not lost a game yet. Everyone expects them to win, including you, Jono. And you know, when that pressure is on, people can crack. And will they be able to handle that pressure? I think they can. I think they will. But we don't know. Wales can actually make a run for it here.
Yeah, I mean, Wales 3 from 3 wins, 3 losses. Scotland 4-2. That's likely to go to 5-2 after this game. France also 4-2. And we've seen how fluent the French are in all the categories that they played, and they'll pose a threat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the French are just doing what the French do very well. They enjoy their rugby, they want to get on the outside, they want to keep the ball alive, and then when the opportunity arises, they go back to playing touch, dump on the correct player, and set up a scoring opportunity. I think if it goes to a semi-final, I'm still going to back Wales over one of the other countries, maybe France or Scotland, just because of the experience they've got. But you know, that could be me calling it out, and I could be absolutely wrong. I think England are the favourites and probably will take it out. But again, finals footy, it's always hard to say.
It's Belgium here going to start off. We are going to see them on here later on today at 5:15, their final match as they take on Ireland. So it'd be interesting to see if they put anything into practice from here, so anything that they've learned into that game against the Irish.
Yeah, and it's the same for everything. Oh, they need to run a good shot there, but the ball was just behind the Belgium number 10, Jana Martins. They just got the timing wrong, but again, it was a good line. So I think if they start to connect, then they might be able to get a few scores here. I think like every other team here, they want to build from game 1 to game 10, 11 and 12 into Saturday, and then take away from what they can take away. So it'll be really interesting to see. It's just got to get the ball away. No, good touch by the Belgian winger number 2 there, Jean. So yeah, really good defensive set by Belgium.
So Belgium have the ball back just beyond their 7 metre. Just a slight delay at the moment.
I think it was a hard touch there, so Belgium get a new set of 6.
Goes to the wing. Oh, well taken.
Yeah, good hand.
Oh, confusion. Head in hands moment, and she knows that was the wrong option as players were going off.
No communication there, unfortunately. And I actually like how Belgium, apart from that mistake, which was unfortunate, the way they sub off, they've got that bit down to a T really. They take one up the middle, they then take one to the sideline, and then they take one direct drive, and they do that pretty much every single time. So they're obviously working on that from training, and then they just need to work on what they do. Oh, is that a good dive? That's a great touch by the touching middle there, number 1, Clara Drews. She actually, she made the touch. She turned her back on Hannah, unfortunately, which we don't advise doing. She's then got onside anyway and still made the touch from a diving Hannah Chris.
Chris has it again.
And just a conventional quickie. She's going to step back. Good ball to the wing.
Covered.
It was a man-on situation, so probably the wrong idea. But the ball was great. And next time she sets this up, she'll look to step back, I think.
Yeah, there she goes.
Now she's got the overlap. I can't connect this time either.
So Belgium will have the ball back, sucking up some Scottish pressure here, but coming out without conceding, which is they're going to look at as an improvement.
Well, absolutely. They've looked after their short side. So we talk about short side and open side as defensive policy. And anything short side you shouldn't concede on, and Belgium have just done that twice really well. So it's really good. I think they just need to look on their open side defence a bit more. This is the best drive I've seen Belgium do. They've got their hands away. Can they get on the outside? Go! Unlucky. The referee's intervened here with a touch and pass. Let's say he's been a bit harsh.
Scotland who have it again. They're going to go towards the sub boxes. They make changes. Stays on though, but she goes to the box now and gets the change. So new pod on for Scotland.
Good hands, good step there.
It's wind picking up again, starting to blow across the balcony.
Bit brisk when that wind comes.
It is. Here comes Scotland again. Oh, it's not completed, and Belgium will have the ball back.
Yeah, ball to ground. So we'll just watch what Belgium do here. I actually like how they sub off. So they get the first one, they go forwards. The second one to the winger. It's still going forwards. Is she going to go around the wing? No, she gets caught, but she makes a touch. Referee's going to come here for over the mark. I think it's very tough. But I think one of Belgium's strengths is their driving. They can go forward. They know what they're doing. I would just like to see what they do when they go over halfway. I think the referee was very harsh on that one.
So Scotland will have it back, and it's an opportunity for them to put another try on the board if they use it correctly. But Belgium defending very well so far.
Yeah, good sweeper play, but really good defence from the Belgian defender. She's looked after a short side and stayed man on, and then she's looked to make the touch with 2 hands and given a hard touch away. So all her hard work has been undone. Sweeper the other way for Scotland, get on the outside. Again, really good defence here from Belgium.
It is. They've really tightened up. They've not conceded this second half. They've really tightened up. So that's probably one thing that he was talking about here. We mentioned that the coach was talking to them in the half-time interval, and it's probably just about tightening up when Scotland are on the attack, and it seems to be working really well so far.
So the far wing actually came in, shut down that overlap, and they couldn't get the ball away. They've then drove to their own 10-metre line, got a hard touch penalty because they've put the Scottish defenders under some pressure, and they've got a penalty now, so they're just going to go try and get forward and see what they can do now.
That's their touch.
So I'd just like to see them go forward a bit more in the attacking half. If they go forward more, they'll create more options. We're in an overlap, intercept
it's an
here
interception. It's a zero touch. Scotland have it again. They're going to go to the sub boxes. That's the first touch, and that's the second, and they're over halfway. So you're looking better from an attacking perspective for the Scots. Just held up a little now. Belgium again allowing themselves to regroup. Belgium have it back.
Yeah, just an over the mark there again. I think it's so static that I think the referee can just allow play on, but you know, Belgium won't be arguing that. They've got the ball now, and they hopefully get into the Scottish half to attack at that line.
Here they come with Norch Martres.
Fifth touch. They've got a scoop. They've got an overlap. They got the ball away. Unfortunate.
And I think that's just maybe their lack of experience is they just seem to panic a little bit in that last and just tend to just throw it to the side, and it's more of a hit and hope than a structured passing.
So
pass.
If you look at their driving pattern, we'll talk through it again when they next get it, because I actually backed them to not let Scotland score in this set because the defence has been so. Watch me jinx it. But as Scotland scoop through. And I have jinxed it, haven't I? I apologise, Belgium.
Yeah, Hannah Chris goes through and puts the ball down. Good move.
Oh no, I haven't jinxed it. It was a forward pass. And I'm sorry, Scotland, I'm celebrating because I didn't want to jinx Belgium. So if we watch Belgium's drive here, they always go forward on number one, and that's a brilliant skill to have. Number two, they're always going forward. Number three, can they go forward again? They are. So then they're halfway now on third touch. You know, I'd just like them to go forward a bit more on four, and then when they set up this touch for five, they go forward instead of sideways, and I think that is just the experience that they haven't got, or are they dumping on the correct player? So we look to scoop on a player that's offside, whereas at the moment Belgium are going towards a player that is 7 metres back and is onside. So I think that is the experience side, but on the positive side, they're getting up the field, and that's really impressive to see. And the defence has been brilliant in the second half, by the way.
It's been absolutely superb. Yeah, you see, they almost did there, but there was a forward pass.
I don't think it was a hint, just missed.
And is a little bit of frustration maybe creeping into Scotland there.
Maybe tiredness as well. You know, we're in the second half, day 3. It's hard out there. You know, the ground's getting harder. It's hot. It's breezy. You know, you've got relentless Belgians running at you. You know, lucky a bit of confusion there. Yeah, so there's definitely a bit of confusion and a bit of tiredness there. They're not running as hard as they were in the first half, and maybe that's because they've got that big lead now.
Yeah, so I suppose in a competition like this, where you are playing several games a day over multiple days, games where you can maybe reserve a little in the tank are really important for further on in the competition.
Absolutely. So Scotland have come out in the first half and really put a score on Belgium, and hopefully they can just tick over now. They don't need to score any because they're not really under any pressure if they score another one here. Oh, she caught it!
No.
Oh, we need to see a replay of that one. I think. What a dive! Oh, she's so unfortunate to not score this one. Was it forward? I think the pass was forward, but I want to see if she would have scored this. The sweeper comes round, the ball goes forward, but look at this, Superman in the air. Oh, she's dropped it, but it is a great effort.
Fabulous effort. We'll see it from behind here.
Oh, what a view this is going to be. Just need some music on the back of that one, don't you? I'm not going to do it though. Need Sean from the England Mixed 30s back to do some tunes for that.
Yeah, it's a great view from behind the goal, and it was so close for Scotland. I tell you what, if it had been taken, it would have been a spectacular try.
It would have been up there with Toby Phillips's dive over the French defence yesterday in the mixed open division. I think that's a try of the tournament for me so far, because it was so spectacular, whereas that would have been up there.
A somersault from an almost standing start. It's going to be tough to beat.
Yes, absolutely. And it was a game. England only had 5 players. France had 6 as well. And Toby is. I don't know what he's done there. I've
heard he might dine out on that one for a while.
Yeah, I think he is dining out on it, unfortunately. If I know Toby, he's going to be wearing a shirt with that picture on Saturday night. Girls, look at me, he says.
Here comes Scotland again as they reach the 7-metre line. Good speed here. Oh, she's down. And they do finally have a score.
Yeah, that was Hannah Smith again. So we said in the first half she just came on, attacked and then ran off. Looks like she's going to do something similar here. They just ran a simple switch play really. The link chopped in, Hannah Smith went round and she got on the outside of the link. Belgium have been defending so tight, so well this second half that they're probably a bit tired and they got on the outside and the crack was open, the hole was open.
Almost 12 minutes they managed in this second half.
And again, we spoke about those small wins for Belgium. It's not even a small win. That's huge for them. They should be so proud of what they've just done there, because that is their goal. They don't want to concede every 2 minutes like they have done in some games, and that is a massive win for Belgium. I'm really impressed at how they've conducted themselves in this second half and how they've driven forward and given the Scotland something to think about.
Yes, certainly they have. Belgium at the 7-metre. Now there's space out. There was space out on the right hand side. And I suppose that's going to be their goal now. Is try and work and get that second try.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I've been saying it all half. They've done so well to get up the other end of the field and give opportunities. And they had an opportunity there. It doesn't matter about the outcome of that, of whether they score or not. It's about whether they actually set that up. And they had that opportunity to scoop short side. Everyone shut in. The winger was open. Unfortunately, the execution wasn't there. But that's okay, because you're doing the right thing. If you keep working on that in training and in games, that execution comes. You can't do it if you're not trying it and executing the right thing. So yeah, fair play to Belgium here. They're really putting in an effort, and they're not even allowing Scotland to go all the way down the field now. They're beating them in the midfield defence as well.
Belgium on the ball again, looking for another deep drive. Going to make the change here. Final touch as they get fresh legs on, but it's turned back over to Scotland.
Good midfield defence there by Scotland. I think they'll look to try and get another score. If you look in their sub box, they've got their sub players ready to go on. They're priming themselves, going, get off, I want to get on. So you can see the 4 of them walking up and down that sub box. There'll be 4 coming on now. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Straight drive, winger gets the ball back, she goes forward. Lost a bit of momentum, but the last subbing player comes on. They're going to run a 32 player, 32 short. Is the wrapper on? They're looking to go scoop. And they've got a long ball.
Space on the left hand side, but not taken this time.
So
Lucy Witherspoon, and that, in the first half we saw how superb she was on the wing. Just unfortunately not able to grab the ball that time for yet another try for her.
No, but Scotland, really good drive, really good set-up play from their transition. Again, a bit like that one from Belgium. It doesn't matter about whether they scored it or not. it's about that they're doing the right thing pre-touch, pre that scoop. So it was a good drive.
Scotland start again, 10 metres in from the halfway line.
Oh, nearly got another intercept there. It was Belgium's number 6 who nearly got that intercept, and imagine if they got 2 intercept scores in the game.
Dazzler, she got the first one as well.
Oh, she did.
Imagine if she'd have got.
Oh, she'd have been dancing off the field.
So into the final 5 minutes now. Scotland certainly not had things all their own way this second half. They probably did in the first, but just the one score they've got to show in this second 20 minutes. And that's credit to the work that Belgium have put in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Belgium on the ball again. Again, it's another fair drive from them. Final touch.
They just needed to know what the touch count was.
I think that's something as well, that they just seem to be losing the count as they're going, especially when they're getting to sort of towards 4 and 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right there, John. They're working so hard. Oh, that was a touch pass, was it? Or ball down at least anyway. So the outcome was the same for Belgium. They've got the ball back. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that point there, John. They're working so hard and to get up the field that they're forgetting the touch count. So sometimes what happens in all grades when that's happening is you would like your sub box or someone in the sub box or even your wingers to shout what count it is, because you're working so hard. When you're running so hard, you lose the ability to think for yourself. So if someone's shouting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then someone knows it's 5th touch and we can set up a scoop. So potentially that's something that can work. You can now see Belgium number 10, Jana Martins, putting her hand up. It was 5th, so she's just done it, and they got it was just again. But so this is what the same thing that happened last time. Jana Martins was like, it's 5th touch coming, so they've set up a strike play, so they actually know when it is 5th touch what to do. It's just they need to make sure that they know it's 5th touch each time. So potentially they have their wingers in the future counting the touch count, and potentially that will help them on that 5th touch strike done.
And Scotland driving ahead, but again, this Belgian defence has been excellent.
It really has. It really has. Scotland have gone laterally a lot more. They haven't gone as forward. I think it's the same thing that Belgium did really in the first half. They went laterally and instead of going forward.
Good through. She's the half she needs. Somebody open, and she finds Stephanie Tulloch, who puts the ball down.
Yeah, and this one's just a great step from Scotland's number 7, Leah Gladding. She just steps off her left foot, she goes right into goal, and you can see the number 6 of Belgium just saying, everybody stay on your man, she can't score. Unfortunately they get free and they get that score.
So 11-1 Scotland lead, but when you consider that Scotland were 9-1 ahead at half time, Belgium are going to take great heart from this second half performance.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You'd be coming off that pitch saying, I've had a really good second half here, and I'm going to take a lot from that, and I'm going to take that into the next game against, I think it's Ireland that you said Belgium are playing next. And I if they play like this and they carry on going forward and work on that 5th touch, I think the 5th touch is their biggest work on. And if they can work on that, then I see them scoring more tries. And that was just another score by Scotland there.
Yeah, it's Carmen Cree.
Yeah,
going over.
That was Hannah Smith just setting that scoop up. So Hannah Smith has done quite a lot of work in attack this game, and they've set up try number 3 for this half.
So Belgium will start again with the tap off. 40 seconds to go in the game. Probably be the last drive of the game.
Interesting now, John, I don't know if you can hear it, but the Belgians are now shouting. I don't know, I'm not saying it's me, but they are starting to shout. So this is 4th. So hopefully they can set something up for 5. I'd love to see another score here. Then they can't get touched now though, so they've got to keep the ball alive. They keep it alive. Can they do something? Oh, unlucky.
Touched on the way through. That is the final whistle. So it does finish 12-1 to Scotland. But Belgium are going to be heartened by their second half performance. Really tightened up defensively and did not make it easy for Scotland in that second 20 minutes.
Absolutely not, and they should take a lot of credit out of that second half. They went forward, they defended so much better. They went forward, they got momentum, they created opportunities. They worried the Scotland defence, so yeah, they should be very happy with that.
Well, many thanks, Ben, for the last couple of games. We will be back very, very shortly. We've got the women's 27 round robin game. It's Wales against Spain. Do stay with us for that. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back to the Highfields Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham. And the action still coming thick and fast. It's a women's 27 round robin game as Wales take on Spain. I'm delighted to say Mel Day is joining me once again.
Good to be here. Hopefully it's a closer game than the last one I commentated on Field 1. A bit of a walk over the last one, but these two teams fairly close on the table with each other, so
and they have played before in the round robin, and it finishes a 5-5 draw. So on that basis, it should be quite a close game.
Very, very, very promising. So, yeah, exciting to watch his Spanish team. Keep an eye on number 6, Sarah Diaz-Guzman. She's been having an absolute cracker this tournament. And for Wales, Carol James, the number 10, and number 9, Miriam Evans, just a class player. And a turnover straight off the tap-off. We can see Greg Taylor, the control referee, in the middle of the game. It's his 100th international cap, so congratulations to Greg.
100 caps. That's some going, really, isn't it?
That's a lot of blows of the whistle, Jono.
Both teams making errors to start this one. Spain have the ball back.
A few nerves coming into it for both teams. Probably very conscious of their 5-5 draw last time and wanting to come out strong, just putting a bit of pressure on themselves. But third touch, good drive up the box side by Spain. Oh, nice dummy.
Yeah, this is.
She's through, I think. Oh,
down it goes. Speed coming through, and there it is. It's there for Spain, I think. Is it?
I think it definitely should be. I think all those defenders were offside with that. Great,
yes, it is given. And it's first blood to Spain. Ana Maria Hernandez getting the ball down as we see this replay here again. It's nicely made open, and we're going to take a quick break in the commentary box, and we're going to throw over to Ian in the studio. Ian, over to you.
22 degrees.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio balcony. I'd like to say we're joined by Jana, the captain of the Belgian team. Jana, you've just finished up your game. I appreciate you coming upstairs. Probably need to catch your breath for a little bit, but how's the tournament been going so far for Belgium?
It's a learning process. We're a very young and experienced team, so we have a lot to learn and we have to grow throughout the tournament. I think we have made progression, but it's not there yet, so we keep working on it, and for every score, really, I'm very happy.
We saw a great score, actually. I think it was at the start of the second half. The camaraderie between the team and the atmosphere in the camp, is it good?
Yeah, it's very good, especially when we score. We're getting a bit tired, but it's good. And in the evening as well, it's very good. There's not a lot of back chat, so I'm happy with it.
Fantastic, Ben.
And obviously, I've just commentated on the game. You'll hear the commentary back. What was the learnings that you took out of that game? I mean, for me personally, I'll tell you what I thought. You know, that first half it was tough. Scotland were very good, but what you did in the second half in terms of compacting your defence and then looking to go forward, what do you think you'll take from that game today and this tournament in general?
Well, today I asked them, especially in the second half, to just drive forward and get the movement going. So I think we did it a bit more.
Absolutely.
I hope we did. And more talking. We get tired. It's like the third, fourth day, I don't know anymore.
Third, I think. Two to go.
Two to go. But we're getting tired, and we need to get the communication level up. So I think that's the thing we need to work on, and the speed.
And for Belgium in general, what is it you're looking to get out of this tournament, and you know, hopefully build on through the future? Are you looking to gain more participants? What is it you're trying to get from Touch Belgium?
We're trying to get more players, more experience, more clubs building up. So we have no competition in Belgium, so we just have like the Belgium competition, but that's it. I also play 15s. I play every 2 weeks, but it's not the same for touch. So I really would like some more players so we can build up a bigger team.
So I think this is a shout out to anyone in Belgium. If you want to come and play some touch, hit the Touch Belgium's up.
I think the real question is why are you not already playing it if you're watching this from Belgium? Come on.
Yes, absolutely. So 2 more days. You know, what is it you're trying to get out of this now? And you know, your men's team, how have they gone so far? We've not actually seen them yet. We'll get them up here. What are you looking to get from them?
I saw the men's 30 played against France. Okay. I watched it for like 50 minutes and then tried 3 times.
Amazing.
I was very happy. Shout out to Trent because you played very good.
Perfect.
Good stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, Jana. Best of luck to Belgium for the rest of the tournament. But let's get back to the action with Jono and Mel.
Thanks very much, guys. Welcome back to the commentary box. There has been a score while we've been away with that interview. Miriam Evans equalising for Wales. And so we've got a really good close game here, Mel, which is just what we was hoping for.
Yeah, really good to see Wales straight back. Miriam Evans, one of the most capped players out there, scored on an impeccable dive. I think she's got one of the best dives out there in the women's game. There's been end-to-end in this game. It's fantastic to see the drives and ball control in this game. Each team is generally making it to the opposition try line. So Spain driving off their 7-metre line. Great to have these interviews mid-game as well.
Yeah.
Great to have all these guests from different countries, Bulgaria, Portugal.
Well, it was great to have the captain of the Belgian women's team there, because myself and Ben were talking in commentary about what will they be hoping for, what will be their goals throughout the competition. We were saying they must have been delighted to restrict Scotland to only 3 tries in that second half after conceding 9 in the first. So it's great to have them come up and then answer those questions, and we can actually hear straight from them. So in that respect, it's excellent, and it gives a great insight for everyone watching at home as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Wales back on the attack now. Unfortunate little pass inside just didn't quite make. I think that last pass might have been forward as well, which is what I think the referee is signalling here. That's right. So Spain, they made it down to the Wales line before. Guzman has been outstanding, the number 6. She's just subbing off now, and new attackers coming in.
And so Spain look to attack the line, and they got the player over here. Is there enough room? Cheers in the sub-box below us. Is the try going to be given, or was the touch made?
No,
the try is given, so Spain go back into the lead. And it's number 10, Raquel Sebastia Pujol. We'll see it from the behind camera here.
These angles are great. Just look at the pace. Taking her on the outside, can't quite go with her. Draws that wing defender in. Great score by Spain.
So, Spain back in the lead 2-1. Work for Wales to do. Towards the 7. And again, I think they're down. They've struck straight back. The touch is claimed. But I think the try is going to be given. There's a consultation with the side referee.
Sideline is signalling a touch. So, yeah, touch signalled by the sideline referee. Unlucky Miriam there. The usual suspect. We can see a replay here. Miriam dumping here, getting it from the short runner who'll pass out to the right.
Ooh.
Very, very, very close there. But she's back, throwing long to the wing, to the 16, just a small fumble.
Gwen Lynch. You know what, I've been watching that on replay, and I know we're up here, and the referees are down there, but I'm not so sure.
Do you fancy your level 3 badge already, John?
But I've got my level 2, so I'm going for that level 3.
We always welcome more people into the referee family, so...
Unfortunately, I'm busy enough.
I think the diplomatic way we can say is she was unlucky.
Yes, and let's leave it at that.
But just an incredible player. Just in that last minute play, Miriam Evans, that left to right ball as well. Absolute bullet. She's just such a classy player, and even a better person off the pitch. I was added to a WhatsApp group with her actually yesterday, because even on England player Ali Hogg for cocktails and chat, so looking forward to that.
Oh, great burst through.
Oh,
Bethan Watkins turning on the burners and going down in the corner.
and you know what? Fantastic with that sort of play. You could see the control referee kind of coming forward here, expecting a touch to be made. Kind of, you can see him running forward, expecting that turnover, but she's just put on the afterburners, showed him, no, there's going to be no touch here, and gone straight in for the score.
You can see it's a fabulous response by Wales to going behind as well. They dominated the place and Spain went 2-1 ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had a couple of scoring opportunities. I think they're driving the ball a lot better, but Spain, they'll definitely be wanting one back, and I like the look of this number 13 with the yellow boots on, Marta Rezio. She's been very strong in some of their early games. You can see her calling for the ball, running an outside line here. Good to see wearing the bright yellow boots on field 1, so we can identify her very easily. Goes really well with the kit as well.
You already mentioned earlier today how much you like the Spanish kit.
I love the Spanish kit. I think it's definitely one of the best out there. I think Sweden are up there for best kit.
Yeah, we've not seen Sweden on pitch 1 yet. I think we get that pleasure tomorrow.
I think so. I was speaking to Pete Walters at the back, and one of the Swedish men's 30s players who has a Kiwi accent, which must have been from somewhere in rural Sweden, but yeah, they're excited to come on the show pitch and show what they've got, as Wales have a overlap here.
And down it goes.
Oh.
Karen Davis gives Wales the lead, but it was a great break. And Davis did really well to get into space here.
She really did, and I think they had a couple of options out here, but she's gone long, which I think is exactly what she needed to do, and Davies puts it down nice and safely. No need for the dive. Always happy if you can avoid a dive.
So Spain. Spain attacking again as they look to get back on level terms. So Wales leading for the first time in the game.
One of my favourite people has just entered the commentary box, Eddie from Scotland, and Hannah Crisp, my favourite player. If you've heard the bagpipes during a Scotland game, it'll normally be Eddie.
We did earlier, I think, when Scotland were playing, we heard the bagpipes over on the far side, which was great to hear.
I think he'll definitely be the culprit, and Hannah Crisp, one of the fastest women in the game.
Okay, we're going to hand over to the studio, Ian, with several guests. Over to you, Ian.
Thanks, John. As you can see, we've got two very special guests of us now. We've got Eddie and Hannah from Scotland. Eddie, as you're sitting next to me, let's start with you. How's the tournament been going?
Loving it. It's really good. Really different dynamic this time with so many streamed games and a round robin format. We play each other twice. There's a lot more strategy involved, tournament strategy, which makes things really different and adds an extra level of spice.
Yeah, it certainly does. We've seen some of the games get quite physical as well. Hannah, let's come to you. What's the atmosphere like in the camp?
Atmosphere is really good. Yeah, we're feeling really positive. Thanks, I'm involved in this too. Watching me feel flow. Yeah, atmosphere is really, really good. Positive in camp. We've got a kind of I don't know if I'm allowed. What, can I use bad language? Probably not. Only be a nice person in camp.
Very well said. Very well said.
Only be a nice person in camp, and yeah. It's making everything really enjoyable, and girls get on really well, and we've had some really, really good results the last few days, so very positive, very happy.
Superb. Jordan?
Yeah, I'll go with you for this one, I think, Edward.
Must be an intelligent question then.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
So, us three originally came through playing mixed. So
2008, was that your first final?
2007. We're old now. You're older.
Well, we won that, but anyway.
Yeah, you won them all. What's your thoughts, feelings on how the past few years European touch has sort of followed Australia and New Zealand in being more dominant on the men's and women's game rather than the mixed stuff, which is what we originally started on?
I think it's excellent, first and foremost. And we needed to make that change to develop the strength and depth. We didn't have a strength and depth before, and that's mixed worked in that respect, where you could have 8 strong guys and 6 strong girls, but now for the game to grow and develop, we need to push the boat out more there and develop more talent, more people.
Yeah. And then final one before we go back, I'll start with you, Hannah, first for this one, then I'll come over to you.
Ice scrunch, that's not the question, is it?
Oh, it's worse than that.
If you could replace all the grass in the world What would you replace it with?
Spaghetti.
You know, like crocodile tang fastics.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're my favourites.
Brilliant.
Yeah, they'd be everywhere.
You'd be walking on them.
But they're comfy.
Yeah.
They're squidgy.
Spongy.
Like,
Squidgy.
What would you run on? Because you got no go forward.
You just have to work harder.
I really feel like we might be
In the middle,
overthinking
yeah.
this a little bit. I'm not so sure it's
You
going to
can-
happen
you
anytime
can't
soon.
overthink this. This is an important question.
This
Great
is how our
question.
team meetings often go.
Great question. I can see why the atmosphere is so good in the camp. We're going to get back to the on-field action. Let's hand back over to John OML. Thanks, guys.
Right. Thank you very much, Ian. I'm not sure about Sweets' footwear, Mel. What's your feelings on that one?
I don't know whether it was he was replacing the actual grass with it. Which, if you're running on Tang Fastics, did I say that right?
Yeah.
I was really nervous. I swore in that word somewhere. Yeah, not quite sure about that. I think I would turn into a definite cow if that happened.
If you're replacing grass with Tanfastics, I will become a touch rugby player and I will be diving all the time.
That would be my one incentive to dive. And speaking of diving, Karen Davies went across for Wales' fourth score with an amazing dive, putting herself on the line over on that far side. She didn't need to dive on her first one, but for the second, body on the line, and she scored a great try and very close of Spain to look to be getting their third, but just
Colette
touched.
Laborde just diving over, but the touch was made. Yeah, Karen Davis, 2 tries in this game, both one on the left wing, one on the right wing. So Wales lead 4-2, and while the interview was going on there, we had a quick look at the table, didn't we? And Wales with just the one draw to show so far from their matches, so they desperately need a win.
Yeah, I think a touch was in earlier. It looked like she might have got her ponytail, but yeah, Wales just with the one draw against their current opposition, so they'll definitely want the win from this game, and they've definitely started in a positive way.
But from Spain's point of view as well, they've had the draw and another win. Another win for them does put them in a strong position as we're in day 3, and we're looking at sort of semi-final positions.
Yeah, absolutely. The final structure for this division, the women's 27s, we have a 5th and 6th playoff, and then it goes straight into the semis for 1st to 4th. So yeah, Spain will definitely be wanting to consolidate that 4th position to make the semis, and then hopefully get another couple of wins on the board to hopefully overtake Switzerland, because I don't think any teams in this division want to face England in their semi-final.
Yeah.
I don't think they particularly want to face England in the final either, but I think that might.
Yeah, we've seen already, haven't we, how strong England are in this competition. But you never know, when it comes to the knockout stages, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've seen Spain play a couple of games, and I think they've stepped it up a couple of big levels from the opening games. I think England have come out very strong, but I think all the other teams are taking it to that next level and could definitely rival them. Great strike done by Miriam Evans.
Good touch.
Oh, fantastic pace of some of these Wales ladies.
There is indeed. I think both teams, there's quite a lot of pace in there. But Spain making some changes in their sub box, new players on, but they're not getting much forward momentum. They may do now with some good yards made.
Yeah, good touches made here by Kaylee Tom-Jones with the visor. She's going to have to fight back here.
Now. And Massa Paredo goes over, and the try is given, so they pulled it back within 1.
Unfortunately, the Wales defender making this touch and then just getting caught behind the ruck. You can see the touch being made here, getting caught behind the ruck, and from here she's running behind that attacker. Overlap easily happening, and a simple case of ball down by and a massive Pareto.
So Spain within 1, and we're in the final throes of this first half, so that'll give them a massive boost going into the half-time interval.
Fastest 20 minutes of my life.
It really has gone quickly. We have had a couple of interviews we've had to throw to though, so that's
This is true. This is true. We'll blame it on the interviews. I'm sure it wasn't so short for the players out there in the midday sun, but I think Spain are going to be very relieved to get one back just before half time and make the score fall through.
So here are the highlights of the first half. And
great camera angles. They've done this a couple of times. They did it on their most recent score, but just very strong dives, that scoop, getting those defenders sometimes behind them, so offside, and then just driving through. Here we have Miriam Evans. Oh, classy all around the pitch. One of my favourite players. So good to watch her play. She's just so fluid in her running and diving. And then Spain hit back fairly quickly. Good dump there. So hard to control that dump when a player is making a very firm touch in front of you. And
this may be the first Karen Davis try. No, this is the first Karen Davis try.
She scored a few, so betting mania, more than likely, just tapping it over the scoreline, but then she follows it up with an absolute belter on the far wing, which I think we'll see now.
It's easy. Dumps it
Good
down
split
and then gets some space.
Oh, fantastic finishing.
Attempt of a flying touch, and then Spain in the final few seconds of the first half, and a massive parade out going over. So that is 4-3 that Wales lead in what is an important game for both sides. As we've just been saying, Wales yet to get a win, so they will really be determined to try and get the victory out of this one. But Spain, who have their own ambitions for reaching the semi-final stage, they need a win to sort of consolidate that position.
Yeah, day 3 of a 5-day tournament. Starting to get a bit long. Jono, I need a bit of excitement. Do you want to have a little wager? Outcome of this game?
What are the terms then? What outcome of this game then? Go on then. What are you going to say?
I'm going to say bag of squashies on the line. Actually, no, a frothy, a beer.
Go on then.
All right.
Let's go with that one.
Okay, a beer, and I'm going to go... Oh, I'm tossing up between a draw and a Wales win. I actually think Wales are going to come over the top here. I think they're really desperate to get a win on the board, and I think attacking-wise they do have another gear to go through. I'm going to go Wales by 1.
Wales by 1. I think Spain are going to come back. Now, do I go for the draw? Are they going to... No, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to say Spain take it by 2.
Oh, you really want to get me drunk, don't you, Jono?
And remember, at home, when the fun stops, stop.
Now, it sounds like a good bet, good bet. And you know what? I'm a fair woman. Wales are already 1 ahead, so I'll give you the draw as well.
Okay, I'll take that.
Done.
You have been.
I'll tell you what, I'm thirsty as well. I'm pretty thirsty. Does the bar open after this game, by the way?
I'm driving, so it will have to be an alcohol-free one.
Oh, okay. I'll drink yours. I'm just stumbling back up to the university halls. It's great to be here at Nottingham. You can see some of the university campus when they do their wide shots in the background.
Yeah.
It's just a fabulous facility. So many teams are staying over there and just strolling over for the morning. It's been a great place to stay.
I have the benefit of living here in the north of the city, so I travel in every morning through the rush hour traffic. So I don't get the chance of a nice, relaxing walk across the road. It is a beautiful part of the city. A fabulous campus with a lot of great facilities and some beautiful old buildings, of course. The University, founded by Jessie Boot, the founder of Boots the Chemist, which is just behind us as well.
Fun fact.
So yeah, well, I used to work there, so that's why, that's why I know quite a lot about it. Back in a previous life.
So seeing a lot of pills getting thrown up your street as well.
I was more on the personal care side more than anything.
You can tell me more about that when we're off air, but Wales, unfortunately, I think maybe not quite square hips by the looks of it, and a roll ball restart by Spain. Unfortunate from Wales, because I'm pretty sure during their halftime talk they would have been saying they really do want the first score from this half, and tap off gives you the best opportunity to do that, but they're defending very well in their midfield.
Spain.
Giving Spain a bit of room to just compose and play with the ball a little bit. That was fifth touch.
There's a bit of space now. Good switch play. Touch miss, and now she's through. Now, was the touch made? I don't think it was. And yeah, it's given.
This was nice. As you say, lovely switch, I should say, run, and she's already scored once today, but Anna Massa-Paredo, she's everywhere, isn't she? She's one of their players to watch.
Spain draw it level right at the start of the second half after getting with their arm right at the end of the first, and that's going to be a hammer blow to Wales, they could have gone in to the half-time 2 ahead, and now very early in the second half they found themselves all square.
Yeah, and a great score from some really dynamic play. Usually we see, scores from them running outsides and running scoops. It's really good to see them start to run those cuts. It's exciting to watch and very successful.
Indeed it was. Spain have the ball back. Very deep in their own half, so good drive required if they to get a scoring opportunity. They're going to come towards their sub box, maybe get some changes. It really is a good drive, and they're over halfway now as fresh legs come on. Good speed shown by the Spanish here.
Fantastic work, Marta Rosio picking up from half, coming right. I think she's through, looking for a support player. There is one and a score. Great score by Marta Bodosajona.
Yes, and Spain go ahead 5-4.
They are going to be absolutely stoked. Going into half time, 1 down, and they've just put 2 on the board very, very quickly. Nice scores too. That scoop through. They are just finding these holes that, even in the commentary box, it doesn't look like there's any space there, and they are just finding them and going straight through.
I think you've got number 7, Melania Kibasaramas there, which she was like, pass me, I'm wide open. I think if that had not come off, I don't think she would have been too happy, because she was wide open on the right-hand side there.
It's very easy to forgive as long as there's a score on the end of it, for sure. Bit of an overly physical touch here from the Spanish ladies.
So Wales with a fresh set of 6. A chance for them to bring the scores level again. Go back to the 7 metre.
You know what, I'm loving this defence by the winger on this side from Spain, Raquel Sebastia Pujol. You can see her really pushing up. Sometimes you see those female wingers just a little bit hesitant, but she's coming right up with her link, giving her lots of confidence to come up and really target that Welsh attack. And they've gone the other side, long ball out to the wing, who's cut back in. Potential to go through the hands a little bit, but great Spain defence.
It really was. And you can see you've got Karen Davis, you won't see it on camera, but she's over on this left hand side, just waiting for an opportunity to get the ball over, but might not need it as Shannon Leckie dives in.
6 touches.
But it is 6 touch, so it was the touch, and Wales don't manage to get level.
Driving towards the box, making good yards here. Second touch. Lovely passes in. You can see the Wales defence up and the Spanish player just chopping back in.
That's fifth touch, so it's good defence by Wales, but this is good yards made. Oh, she almost went through. In the end, it was the touch from Cara James that just stopped Spain in their tracks there. But Spain's at the point now where they're starting to look threatening every time they go forward.
Honestly, in that first half, I thought Wales were unlucky not to be 3 or 4 ahead. I thought they looked like the stronger team, but now it looks like Spain deserve to be a couple more scores ahead. I think they look fabulous in this half. Look at that energy. Great defence coming right up at such speed that these Wales players aren't checking off to those support players, because those Spanish defenders are just right up there instantly.
Yeah, new impetus from Spain here is that they've gone into the lead after being 2 down in the first half. And it's almost like someone's flicked a switch with them.
Yeah, Concepcion Kelly putting a body on the line and controlling that roll ball amazingly. She got a bit hurt in the first game, so it's great to see her back running very, very well and skipping from half the number 11.
I think she was touched on the way through. That's why the referee blew his whistle. So,
I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but I interpret that as the defender was offside, sir. But referee's not hearing a bar of it and calling the touch as Wales drive towards their box. Good pass off here. A couple of extra metres made. Miriam Evans driving the ball once again. Very good dump.
Down we go. No chance where it was looking for Karen Davis on this left-hand side, but the ball didn't quite make it to her, and Spain have it again. Plenty of time left, still 13 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, wee touch pass in there from Wales. Oh, this game is flying. Already 7 minutes
Oh,
to
great
go.
bit of speed.
Oh, she's straight through.
Elena Lopez Cañara bursting through down the wing.
Cañara, she's amazing.
So Spain do have a 2-point lead now. Can stay like this, do they?
I was just about to say, you've called it early, Jono. But yeah, I don't think any of us are in doubt that there's going to be a few more scores on the board, but I don't doubt that Spain definitely have the upper hand in this. This is a cracker for field 1 from the 227s ladies, and definitely living up to their 5-all draw earlier in the rounds.
There's work for Wales to do here. They now find themselves behind by 2. We saw Spain battle into it. Wales going to have to do the same here.
Unfortunately, it was a little bit early in the touch count. I think they were just feeling a bit of hesitancy with those initial drives, Wales, and throwing the ball around a little bit. We've got a bit of a physical touch in here. I don't think there was anything in this personally. I think the defender was quite still and standing their ground, and it's just one of those unfortunate collisions that's happened.
You'll see the collision here. Ooh.
I mean, I think the defender was standing very still. Attacker's gone in, unfortunately, quite upright. I don't think there was anything there.
Oh,
so
no intention at all. It was just a complete accident. It just looked. It just looked quite bad the way that they came together. Quick pass is not taken, and that's going to give Wales the ball back.
I mean, it's a great sport to play. We talk about touch rugby and expect it to be just little taps and things like that, but when you're in the middle of these rucks, you are putting your body on the line. And
it's not like that at all, and you see a lot of these teams now, as we're in day 3, they're coming on this strapping on the legs, strapping on the arms and shoulders. I was saying to Ben in the last game, it is a really brutal schedule.
It's really tough. 5 days, brutal for the players, brutal for the refs, even for the commentators. Larynx is feeling a bit tired on the 3rd day, but these players would have trained for this. A lot of them have regular training camps across various weekends, and Tap there by the Wales player. I think perhaps the mark just hadn't been given, so Wales tapping again from their 7-metre line.
They are indeed. So, good opportunity for Wales here. Bring it back towards the middle, touch made, down it goes. Good defence by Spain so far.
And even if she hadn't been given the mark there, it was good of Miriam just going and throwing that dive, because it does attract defenders to her when they know that she can pull off those incredible dives.
Has she
I think
done
the
it?
ball was down there. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Try is going to be given. Wales are within one again.
What an incredible score. I think this is Linus Honeybun, the number 1.
Yeah, she was down. Yeah, it was Linus Honeybun, number 1.
Linus
for Wales.
Honeybun. I think that's my new favourite player name. Fabulous player name to be calling out, and what a great score. Can't shout that name loud enough after a fabulous diving try
Spain
like
coming
that.
straight back. Oh, good touch.
I think it might have overtaken Jefferson Cruz, which was my previous favourite player name.
Spain going along the line. They've worked it out to the left. Comes down now. They'll probably work it back into the middle, but the whistle has gone.
Looks like an offside here from Wales. Either just not making their line or perhaps not moving forward. When teams move it quite laterally like that, the temptation is to drop early, ready for a touch. So Spain 6 more touches.
Down they go. Coming back to the right hand side now. Back into the middle, and then they work it out left.
Great defence so far from Wales. You can see them all moving together as a group, not creating any space for this Spanish attack. Little cut.
Back inside, and there was some real aggression as she put the ball down there. I don't think she was happy. And in the end, the play goes dead, and Wales have the ball once again.
Yeah, they need a good, strong drive here, Wales. First touch, they need to start going forward. Have some strong dumps. Great work there from Louise Cox. Excellent drive, continuing on down that sideline. I think that's 4th touch. I think there may have been a little bit of a touch early. You really need people to call those touches early. Sometimes if you don't feel them, you do just keep on running, but I think that's 4th touch. So I think Wales will have a strike dump. They're just centering the ball for that. Good dump down. Nice pace.
Oh,
She's
great through. Brilliantly done. Bevan Siddle-Allen taking the ball, but it was a fabulous pass to find her. And Wales are all square. They have worked it back.
Look at the depth that Beth is running from here. Really, really deep. She's getting a pace up, just puts on the accelerator straight into that hole. Just incredible, incredible. We talk about off the ball play, your movement, your acceleration, your depth, all those things. Yeah, Beth Siddle-Allen, absolute cracking run.
And all credit to Wales, because Spain were looking really strong at the start of this half. They managed to get 2 ahead. Wales worked really hard to get it back, and we're all level once again.
Get thirsty, Jonathan.
This is anybody's game. I still have the draw, remember?
I'm regretting that slightly. That was on the back of very good line D from Wales, and they're trying to hold it here. Very good movement, moving across as a pack, supporting each other.
I thought she may have just taken that. Unfortunately, deflected off the fingertips, and Wales have it back again.
Oh, she connected with that. Just looked like an incredible hole.
So there are 5.5 minutes remaining. We're all level. we are in for a blockbuster end to this game, and it has been a great game as well.
Picking up from half again, ball out to the link. I think we've got an overlap here. She passes it out.
Whistle has gone though, I think.
Might have been a wee touch pass in here. Yep. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought Wales were in there over on that far side.
They've worked it across the right hand side really, really well. Unfortunately, the infringement had been made, and Spain have the ball again, and they work it towards their sub box. Something they've been doing really, really well all game. And fresh legs on, and they're coming at pace. It's a great drive by Spain here.
Yeah. Eleanor Lopez-Cañara, she's just driving so hard. Ball out to the wing. Touch in.
You know what, that didn't look like that pass was on, or she was going to grab. It was a great take, to be fair, from Melina Cuba Aramas. But unfortunately, the ball is back with Wales.
And I agree with you completely in terms of those Spanish drives, like those check-offs that they're getting, so beneficial for the Spanish at the moment. The ladies are doing so well.
They are indeed. It's Wales' turn as they go towards their sub-box, and they've got a bit of space to drive into now. They're at halfway. Good speed showing down the right-hand side. They're going to come into the middle now.
Fifth touch, they're going to have to do something here. Unfortunately, 6 touches.
It's become very, very cagey. They know that not long is left in this game.
You can feel the tension in both sub-boxes. They're both right on the edge of the sub-boxes. Nice little pass off by Spain here. Centering that ball.
Not as smooth as some of the Spanish changes have been, that one, but they've got away with it, and they're coming at speed again. Oh, it's a handling error, but I think there may have been an infringement before. Is this going back to Spain?
I think
so. It is.
I think that skipper, she was targeting that offside defender, and I think that defender just impeded the attack as she was running through there. So a penalty just when they need it, with 3 minutes left on the clock.
6 touches for Spain from the 7 metre. One used up. Good defence by Wales. They're not leaving any holes. They're going to make the Spanish work for it. There's another whistle, and
I believe this might be for obstruction, potentially. I think that attacker just inadvertently ran behind someone on her team and just impeded the defence there. So letting Wales off the hook.
2.5 minutes remaining. We're still all square at 6-6.
Games like this, they're just incredible for building a rivalry with another team. And after 2 games like this, I'm sure these teams don't want to see each other again.
Yeah, straight through. Has she got the speed? She gets it. Oh, no. Lorna Buxton, I thought she was going to put the burners on and go through. She opted to go to the left-hand side to Sarah Barrett. Unfortunately, the pass not quite completed, and Spain are going to be breathing a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, Lorna Buxton, she's got really good pace. Formerly in the England setup, used to play regional touch with her at South East Sharks. She's a great teammate. Bossing the defence right now, Lorna Buxton.
Oh, I think there was a touch.
It's going to be interesting here. I'm not sure whether he's going to judge that the Wales... he's talking to the Spanish player here and saying yes. I think the Wales defenders did make it on side, so touch was in. Yeah.
90 seconds remaining. So it really is a crucial part of the game. Strap in, folks. We're going to have a great final few seconds here.
Oh, Wales are going to be so desperate to get a score. This is going to be one of their last chances with the ball. 5th touch coming. They've got Miriam Evans on the field. This is 5th touch. Taking off from half.
Space on the right-hand side. Comes back in again, but they've used all their 6 touches. We've got 50 seconds left.
And just as desperate for the win will be Spain. Less than 1 minute on the clock. A little bit of a stuttering drive, but they get some momentum here.
Another touch made 30 seconds remaining. Whistle goes.
Just redirecting them to the mark. I think she just took another couple of steps.
20 seconds remaining. Another touch.
She's lucky not to getting over the mark there. They're just taking another couple of steps after the touch, but good yards here down that far wing. Fifth touch.
There goes the hooter. This is the last play, and the touch made. It's going to be another draw between these two.
Jono is celebrating beside me in the commentary box. I'll have to buy my own beers, unfortunately. I'll go and see the German team to see if they'll get me a stein, but I think the right result, actually.
Yeah, absolutely great game. A really cracking game. And I suppose a draw won't suit either side, but I think in the context of the game, it was the right result. And two good comebacks from both sides. Wales 2 ahead early on, Spain coming back, Spain going 2 ahead, Wales coming back. Just a really close, hard-fought game, no quarter given, and I think anyone watching that will have enjoyed it.
I hope so. I definitely enjoyed it from the commentary box, and I think one of the great things about that game is the error rate was so incredibly low.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, each team, it was just end-to-end touch, teams using their full set of 6, plenty of attacks on the line. It was just awesome to watch, and it's great. We can see both teams over together on the pitch. I think they're both going to be really happy. They're taking a team photo at the moment all together, and it's great, these Euros. Like, some of the best memories you get are from like these competitions with great teams, and you could just tell on the field the spirit in which that game was played. Really tough, but really fair. Yeah, fantastic to see, and great to see Greg Taylor in the photo as a little memento for his 100th game.
All the plays from his 100th game, there's something for him to remember, and more photographers running on in order to take a photo. Well, Mel, I know you've got to go to the studio, so I will let you go over to Ian, just over on the left-hand side. So we have got coming up next Bulgaria against Ireland in the mixed open round robin. Chris is going to have the call on that one, but for now, let's head over to the studio, and Ian and Mel are together. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Jono. Well, what a game that was. I'm joined by Mel, who's just been a commentator. You said you're a little bit emotional there. Spain and Wales just can't be separated, can they?
Yeah, I get really emotional watching Great Touch, and you could just see the effort that both teams were putting on, the passion that they were playing with. It's just fantastic, and I know quite a few girls out in the field, and I just thought it was such a great game, and this is what Women's 27's Touch is about. Really high skill level and a great spirit to the game.
I could almost feel the tension in the atmosphere those last couple of minutes. Both sides so desperate to score. But is that when little mistakes can creep in?
They can, but I was saying on a commentary, I think the error rate in that game was just so low, and that's what Great Touch is about, especially for everyone watching at home. End-to-end stuff. To commentate, it was just so exciting, and I'm just gutted I don't get a beer. I was hoping that there was going to be score at the end.
There's going to be a beer tent put up somewhere here in Nottingham, so that could work out quite nicely for us, wouldn't it? Now, I've got a couple of questions for you. We've seen quite a lot of touch over the last few days, haven't we? We're going to have a look at the Men's Open, the Women's Open and the Mixed Open. Let's start with the Men's Open. Is there a team that's impressed you the most so far?
Yeah, I had a bet with my co-commentators, Mix and Jordan, and I was really liking the look of the Irish team. I think they've had a couple of really tough games yesterday. I think England have really turned it on. I think from a tough start against France, I think they looked very good. Louis Triers, I thought in that game on Field 1 earlier today, he was an absolute superstar. So I think England might have the edge, but it's going to be good to see France take it up another level. Yannick Bezek, I think he's still got more in the bag.
Well, yes, certainly. We caught up with Yannick a little bit earlier, didn't we? And very cool, very calm, collected, isn't he? What about the Women's Open then? Who's impressed you the most so far?
Definitely England. I think without a doubt they looked very impressive. I was out on one of the backfields watching them play before this game, and once again they just looked incredibly strong in their pods. They've got club mates from different clubs, from London Eagles, London Scorpions, London Galaxy, and I think in different pods they have attacking firepower everywhere. I really like Hannah Crisp. I think Scotland Women's Open have a little bit left in the tank and could rival them as well as Wales. So it'll be interesting.
We spoke to Hannah a little bit earlier as well. Funnily enough, good atmosphere in the Scottish camp. Let's have a look at the mixed open teams then. Who's doing it for you so far?
Oh, mixed open.
On the spot.
I do represent England, but I really think Wales can definitely take it. I think they were unlucky to go down by 1 in that game, but in that mixed open game, England-Wales on field 1 earlier, I was so impressed with the female links.
Yeah.
I just thought the female links in that game, you saw Amberley Ruck for Wales, Kendall Fry for England. I just think some of those girls were scoring excellent tries, and I was talking to Josh Ingram, the England captain. I think you had him in the commentary box as well.
Yeah, we did. We had Josh earlier. Yeah.
And
well, this is great. We're name dropping and we've interviewed them all. This is fantastic.
I mean, the strength of these female players is just changing the plays that you run, and these ladies can run very strong quickie plays on their respective links, and it's just fantastic to see.
Look, coming up next, we've got Bulgaria and Ireland in the mixed open. Am I right thinking you did the Bulgaria-Italy game a little bit earlier? Now, they were very unfortunate, weren't they, to have one of their female players go off injured. They didn't have a replacement. How do you manage that sort of situation? Because if there's an award for spirit of the game, it's got to go to the 2 Bulgarian ladies, isn't it?
Just incredible. And the fact that they were playing their initial games just with 3 players, so with no subs, when we're seeing games where normally teams would play with at least 5 female players. I think just the grit shown by those Bulgarian women is amazing. We're looking down in their sub box and it looks like they've got their 3rd woman back, so hopefully they'll be able to field 6. But you know, the way the rest of the team stepped up, especially their captain Stefan, I just thought was so impressive and really inspirational.
You know, I didn't let the heads drop. They stayed in it, didn't they? Okay, they did end up losing the game, but that was to be expected. But they bring something so nice, don't they? It's their debut tournament. We've mentioned it a few times now, but it's growth. It's good for the game. It's another country into the mix, and they're certainly a pleasure to have here. We're hopefully going to grab Stefan a little bit later too. Mel,
so.
Look, I'm going to let you go, have a bit of a rest now. Go relax. Thanks for joining us. It's always
just realised I wore my towel hat on the camera.
Do you know,
as
I've
well.
noticed your towel hat all day, and it's a fantastic hat.
Class.
My towel hat. Right, so I think it's time to hand back to our commentary team. We do have the mixed open round robin round. It's Bulgaria taking on Ireland. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian, and I'm very glad to say that Bulgaria are lining up with 6 players to start this game. We had them on field 1 earlier in the day, and they lost one of their female players. They only had 3 female players in their match day 14 or their match 14. One of whom got injured. By the way, that other voice is Ben Meakin, who was a couple of feet to my right, and one of them got injured after about 7 minutes. And they had to play half an hour against Italy. Succumbing 21-2 was the final score. But
with 5 players?
With 5 players for a half hour. And it was absolutely brutal for them. But they kept on playing, and especially sorry, bear with me for 1 second while I just bring up the team sheets. But especially Stefan Deutschev, who is lining up in the mids as we start.
Number 10, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, as well as Nikolai Lanshev. He's the very tall and svelte number 7 with the shades. The pair of mids, kept on playing. They kept on looking to spread the Italians left and right. And they really put in a shift. I mean, by the end, they were absolutely wiped out. So to see everybody back on their feet, the only player who we can see who's not playing from that first game is Snezhnina Marinova, who has got a cardigan on this near side, or it looks to be a cardigan. Anyway, she was one of their try scorers early doors in that game against Italy, but seems to be sitting this one out. Anyway, we'll just have a quick look at Ireland as well just before they start, because earlier in the day out on field 2 they beat Jersey at 10-5. That's moved Ireland up a couple of Ireland and Jersey swap places with that, but they were leapfrogged by Italy's massive win against Bulgaria, and Bulgaria still sit bottom of the table with 6 losses to their name. But as we say, plenty of credit, to their spirit and their dedication and their attitude, as well as no little aptitude. They do spread the ball left and right. So with this one, it's all about proving a point now for Bulgaria, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously after that tiring performance they had against Italy, that they're going to have to put in another big shift here against a talented Ireland team, and they're going to want to try and put a few scores on the board. And I'm sure they've set a few goals for this game, and I'm sure they're going to achieve them.
We have, I'm a fine one to say, but we had the Irish player who's about to tap off, but I haven't seen his number, but he is Mr. Mullet. He came up here as part of Grab a Mascot. Did Ireland's number 17, Alexander Cassidy, and he's just taken the touch again.
It's impressive, really, isn't it?
Oh, it's worse.
I hope his touchability is as good as his mullet.
And he spreads it.
Oh,
left.
he is. He's in. It's not mullet, but he is the one that's dummy half to pass the ball.
Slick skills from Cassidy there to open the scoring for Ireland. Fergus Flood, the beneficiary.
And this was just a simple sweeper play. They got on the link. The defending link couldn't get underneath, and the Irish attacker got on the outside and scored with a nice dive.
Bulgaria keep most of the same players on to start this time, and here comes the tall, lanky legs of Lanchev and their talisman Deutschev. Now gets the ball back, and the pair of them are combining well in the mids. And what a show and go from Lanchev to tie things up for Bulgaria.
You called it. You started at the start of the game. You said the two players that played so well against Italy got down the field. They ran an open side quickie, but the pocket middle didn't pop up as much as he should. And number 7 from Bulgaria just dots the ball down. What a great start we've got here.
Yeah, they'd played in separate pods in that previous game, but they brought them together for this, and obviously it's paid dividends. Whether that carries on being the case as this game continues, because those combinations are all important.
Absolutely, and if you've got a combination, keep running it, because it is so hard to get them. As Ireland get another one. We've got 3 back-to-back scores between the two teams here.
Darren Curran this time outpacing the Bulgarian female link.
And that's one of the unique things here about the touch, and mixed touch especially, as we see this replay. They just make the touch on the on the female link, and it was a mismatch in gender, and they get on the outside here, and it's now 2-1 to Ireland.
Vasela Dobreva, the unfortunate player on the receiving end of that looping run from the Irish, who go back in front. But here come Bulgaria again, spreading the ball wide to the right. Annika Kazova, she put in an absolute shift, particularly in defence against Italy. And here we are seeing her attacking skills.
For anyone that doesn't know, playing half an hour without any subs is like trying to run a 10-kilometre race at a 100-metre pace. It is one of the tiring things if you haven't got any substitutes, and doing it at international level, I don't think I've ever seen it done. So fair play.
And we've yet to see them so far in this game, but there are a couple of the elder statesmen of Bulgaria. The Roberto Bedola, he of the fantastic beard and camouflage cap, as well as some sunnies. I think did he park his 18-wheeler out the back? Did you see that on the way in?
Probably did.
But both him and Shive Jirabarov have yet to see action, and I can really empathise with those guys, because they seem to be of a similar age, if not older to myself, and certainly we have similar figures. And against this young Irish team, they're not exactly going to be relishing this. But Ireland, here they come, because they're spreading the play. Is that a final touch? Yes, it is.
I think it was a forward pass as well, or a touch and pass at the touch and pass is the referee's decision there. So good scramble in defence by Bulgaria.
Emma Curran missing out as that pass from Oislor goes drifts forward. Bulgaria having escaped that time, and here comes the big man, Roberto Bedola, and he's just not going to get a chance to play the ball off the deck there, because that ball's gone loose. It is an impressive beard, that, Ben, isn't it?
It really, really is. I mean, I wish I could grow a beard in general, but that is very impressive.
It's having to work back in defence as Ireland stick down the right mid-channel.
And Ireland just run a simple quickie play.
And that's a forward pass again. That's another try that's been ruled out. Tyg Brennan this time was about 1.5 meters in front of the half.
Yeah, what's happening in that one, especially the dumpers split forward, which he should do, but the dummy half needs to do a bit more work to ensure that ball is put forward and then passed backwards. So the the splitter is put onside by the dummy half, and the half has just not done enough work to get that ball backwards.
Bulgaria's dangerous duo of Deutschev and Lanchev are back on. Deutschev set things up for Lanchev in their first attack. This time the ball hits the deck, and Ireland again just playing a little bit with that pass off the floor, but this time there's plenty of pace to go away. Bulgaria are not going to catch that. That is saving their energy, and that is just all about outright pace.
Yeah, Ireland just got on the outside with their transition. The wingers couldn't get in or out, should I say, quick enough, and they just got on the outside.
Ireland extend their lead to 3-1, and here we go with that long range, and all that was just a case of just spotting that extra metre on the outside and then absolutely just going for it.
Yeah, and that's also Bulgaria are down numbers. They've had a few injuries, as we alluded to at the start of this game, and when you've got a couple of substitutes, you're down a couple of substitutes, that can cause. And what have we got here? I think it's a bit of a forward pass again. We'll see. We'll look at the referee's signal to give you that.
I think it is. I think that was another. Yeah, it's another forward pass.
Yeah. So going back to my point on substitutes, if you haven't got a full complement of 8 substitutes, the game's hard. The game's hard with 8 substitutes. When you haven't got them all, it's really hard. And Ireland, looking at their box, they've got a full contingent of substitutes, so they're obviously going to be looking to use them and get up the field quickly.
Acknowledgement from Filip Menkov that he made a serious mistake there. He put the ball down to play it without having been touched, and that was a penalty restart for Ireland. And it was a shame there for Bulgaria that the opportunity was wasted, because Ireland now are building play once again, now deeper and deeper into the Bulgarian half. This time the pass goes backwards. This time Ireland are over the whitewash, and they are up to 4 on the board. That's Fergus Flood, the scorer.
Yeah, we'll just look at the replay here and just work on that. So we get the scooper, he just goes in behind the offside player. The Bulgarian defence just shut in a bit, and they complete a simple 2-on-1 to get their 4th score.
It's all about the simple rugby skills, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether you're playing Union, League or touch. You know, it's having a 2-on-1 and exploiting it.
Everything we do in touch is about creating an overlap, whether it's a 5-on-6 or a 2-on-1. And if you can complete every single one of those options, then you'll be very good in this sport. And it's all about working on those key skills. They've got an overlap though here. If they can pass the ball, good step inside.
But they've got a penalty.
Yeah, they have.
This is echoing what we saw in the Italy game. Is Bulgaria are absolutely determined to play. This time, that's Miglena Vasileva, who was just denied by the touch. Deutschev and Lanchev again are really dictating things for the Bulgarians.
Yeah, I think they're trying to do an open side quickie here. They're trying to get on the play that they make the touch on and go on the outside, which they've done here. If they step back, they should have the same play. Oh, unlucky. So if Bulgaria's number 10, Stefan Deutschev, just stayed in his hold, he would have been in. But it's a really good setup play. They're going to try and do the same thing, whereas they go the opposite, say, and they look to go long. I think I just heard the referee shout forward, though. I can hear it from up here, so good communication from the referee. It was a forward pass, and Ireland have got a penalty.
Yeah, some decent setup play from the Bulgarians. Again, they're just intent to play, and they're going to get another ideal opportunity to build some pressure in the Ireland half. Ireland are error-ridden so far. We've seen 3 forward passes. That's a fumble at the breakdown, at the play the ball, and Bulgaria now are going to have the chance to go through the phases a little bit. Little bit of
indecision coming on.
Yeah. And that's really not helped their team at all. This is the one thing that, again, we saw against Italy, was a little lack of cohesion. Just, obviously it's understandable, this being the first tournament at this level.
Yeah, and time playing together as well. You've got to be playing together all the time to ensure that you know what each other's doing. And when you don't, that obviously causes confusion, which we saw there. And Ireland's number 4 is Cunningham, sorry, I missed that. Yes, she went round her winger there. Great footwork to get round and great speed to finish that score off. And is that try number 5 there? It's 5-1 now.
Yeah, 5-1 midway through this first half, and that's the second time that Ireland have just been able to exploit that outright pace on that left hand, on their left wing. It's just feeling a little bit sorry for Annika Kozova, because, as I say, she put in a hell of a shift in the first game. Maybe she's a bit heavy-legged coming into this one after having had a couple of hours to cool down and then warm up. And here comes the big man, Roberto Badola, and now taking the touch, Velen Lambov, and back to Badola, and he finds Minkoff. Is that a fresh set of 6? Yes, it is.
I think it is. It was a bit of a desperate lunge from the right defending middle from Ireland, and with that touch, Belarus get Bulgaria. Sorry, I'm having a shocker of the bees here. They get an extra set of 6, so it would look to put another score on the board here.
It's a thing where Bulgaria really would need their magic duo of Langev and Deutschev in that situation. But unfortunately that pair are in the sub box getting a breather.
Yeah.
Is it one of those things where now that you would kind of, when you've got that fresh set of 6, would be just to slow the game down and get your key playmakers on in that situation?
If you're Bulgaria, absolutely. They've got 2 players that have scored a fair few over the last 3 days, and I'd be looking to try and get them onto the field and set up a few. But then it does give an opportunity for others, and that's good footwork here by the winger from Bulgaria. Ireland, you're right, Ireland do keep, and they've got on the outside.
Just a touch coming in on Miglena Vasileva.
She's got great footwork.
Yeah, she missed out on that game against Italy, and has come in and is showing lightness of foot that Kozova hasn't had on the other side, unfortunately, which shows the value of not being involved in a game. And here come Ireland again, looking to put some pace down in front of their own sub box, and they're really working that pair of Badola and Kozova on that far side.
Yeah, they're always going towards that sub box, their own sub box, and they are making the Bulgarians pay on that outside, and now they're spreading the ball from left to right. This is a really nice move. They've actually gone back to the short side. It's a long ball, and it's a good finish on from Emma Curran on this near side wing as we look at it.
Not a lot that Bulgaria could really do about that, because as soon as Ireland put the pedal to the metal, the defensive line was absolutely dismantled.
Yeah, so we've seen a tale of 2 stories from Ireland so far. Every time that they complete 5 to 6 touches, they actually score. But when they don't, and they in their own half, they're making mistakes, and that's allowing Bulgaria to have a go at the line. I think if they can just take 5% off the pace and complete more, then they'd get even more scores.
If you're their coach, are you pulling your hair out, or are you just trying to remain calm?
If I'm the Irish coach, I would be a bit of both, really. I would ask them to do their subbing off pattern just 5% slower. They're always going to get up the pitch because of the opposition that they're playing, and that's no slight on Bulgaria. They've obviously had a really tough match earlier. I would look them to just do 5% slower and make sure that you're doing the right things at the right time. And they're doing this now, so they're going. They're into the Bulgarian half. They're spreading the ball, and just like that one there, if you initiate the touch, you keep that flow. They've stopped that flow. It's allowed Bulgaria to reset, and if you just initiate that touch, you then. And same again there. I think initiating the touches and not overstepping the mark is going to be key.
Ball is away as the touch was coming in, and Ireland are up to 7. And it's interesting now with Bulgaria is that they've got 3 female players on, but they haven't got any female substitutes. So those 3 players are putting in again a hell of a shift, and it's interesting that Bulgaria are now rotating around the female player who's playing the link and the wing on this near side, and they're also keeping those players on this near side to try and protect them from the pace of the Ireland team as they come from the sub box. So it's intelligent setup play from Bulgaria.
It is. They're obviously wanting to ensure that those players are not getting injured, because if they get one more injury and in their female contingent, then that's going to be a real struggle over the next couple of days.
Especially because they've got to play England.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And they've still got 2 days of touch to go, so they're going to look after those females.
Yeah, because Ireland play England, and both of these teams have got to play England tomorrow, as it happens. We saw England's thrilling 12-11 win against Wales earlier on, and here they come on this near side. Just unfortunate touch just coming in from there. So you've got to say with England that it's, with the greatest of respect to Bulgaria and Ireland, it's not going to be the most challenging of days really for England tomorrow as they go for a top two finish in that in the pool table.
They've got both Ireland and Bulgaria tomorrow, do they? Yeah. So for England, it's about making sure, is that ball gone backward? That's great hands. Can the winger get there? Oh, it's a great ball back inside. The referee's taking a few steps back. He's going to turn his hand to the sky and give a score.
Barbarian style touch coming in from Ireland there. Lovely interplay on this near side. And we've seen Emma Curran, it is, on this near side, score a couple, be on the receiving end, and this time she shows great awareness to find
Fergus
Flood on the inside, number 25. But also it gives, having a quick chat to Gabe Pennington earlier on, and here comes, lovely step and
unlucky,
go from Deutschev. If he just had that extra, just almost to back himself to dive in, I think he'd have been over.
If you could just watch how he holds the ball, he actually holds the ball in a passing position always. He's got the ball close to his chest, he's got his really close footwork, and he's always looking to pass the ball, which then puts a bit of uncertainty into the Irish defence, and that was very close. If he had a dive, he would have scored there for sure.
Yeah, and you think that after that game this morning, both, as I say, I was chatting to Gabe Pennington, England's assistant coach earlier, Wales and England are going to be very mindful of how they manage their resources going into finals day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about looking after the bodies. Ireland just going to get on the outside again, and all passes have gone backwards, and we've got another score for Ireland here.
Yeah, that's Emma Curran once again.
I think a lot is coming down to this near side as we're looking at it, and Emma Curran's got a fair few already.
Yeah, they've identified that. We're talking before about Bulgaria, how they've kept their female players on this near side from them. But obviously, as the game goes on, we've got 3 minutes and change to go until the hooter. It's lots of running up and running down. It's a lot of meters going into their legs, and it's just going to start to take. Well, it's already taken its toll.
Yeah, it's taking its toll, and it is hard. We've all been there.
What a dive! What a dive coming
Robin
in.
Bud's just having a word with Ireland number 19.
What a pity.
He's explaining this call.
Fergus Leach there was on the receiving end of a Robin Budd telling off, which is not anything that people particularly want to be on.
No, I've been there. I've seen it.
Once or many times.
I think we're into triple digits, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, that's Velin Lambov was denied by the touch coming in from an onside player, but referee Robin was doing the right kind of thing there. It's just keeping a lid on the situation, keeping things calm. And here come Ireland. The spaces are opening up on both the left and the right. Bulgaria still crowding through the middle, but Bulgaria now looking to this good handling coming in from the Irish, and that is Darren Curran finding Jamie Marr, and he gives the scoring pass, and the gap just opened up in front of him.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a dummy half court then, but he managed to get the ball away, and they managed to get into a hole and dotted that ball down.
Little show and go, and David Glenn's the beneficiary as Ireland hit double figures, and we've not even got to half time yet.
Yeah, coming back to your point about Gabe Pennington and the England mixed open, looking after their bodies, and it's the same for any team really now. They've got some big games coming up. We're now coming into the most important part of this tournament, and looking after your body. We've got an intercept here for Ireland. Looking after your body and the team's body, should we say, is so crucial. I know England might be running one of their females in the middle to try and give a few of the males a break, and give some more opportunities to people that might not get the opportunity in the middle, maybe put a winger link, and then making sure that everyone's fresh coming into the finals day, as Ireland dot over for another score on their far side this time.
But Ireland are showing again in this first half. I mean, that's now up to 11 in the final 30 seconds of this first half. Ireland are showing that much as we're saying that England, have got a slightly easier day tomorrow, but Ireland are showing that they need to be taken seriously, just in terms of the shape of their game and just how they're looking to mix and match things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at the results so far, Ireland know what they're doing. They've been here, done it before, as the hooter goes for half time. Ireland have done this before. They know what they're doing. It looks like they've got some fairly new players and looking to build on that. I think they've probably not played at this pace before, so that's something that they need to learn, and England probably will come over the top of them just due down to that pace, but Ireland will take a lot out of playing the likes of England.
Well, Ireland are using this first half now using this game to go through just go through the phases, to build up some momentum. But here we are. But Bulgaria have asked some questions. It's even better when you see it from the back. It's Nikolai Lanchev. He just froze the defence just with a little dummy and the ball in two hands.
He did.
That's just a fantastic finish. But unfortunately, that was as good as it got for Bulgaria, because Ireland then turned on the pace and turned on the style and turned on the handling just to rack up a further 10 tries unanswered.
So from the Bulgaria sort of point at the side of it, like, if they can come to the next European Championships with a full contingent of players that are fit, and they build on with some of the players that they've got here, they're definitely going to compete a little bit more, and that's what they're here for. I guess they want to learn what the European Championships is about, hopefully promote the game up back home and bring in some more players, and then in next year, I think it's the European Championships again, that they're able to compete there.
And also to play in the likes of Gif, to come over and play in some of the competitions we have in England, or the Touch Berlin, the big competitions in Europe. And, and that will, even though they'd be playing as a national team against club teams, when the likes of Rebels, who you play for, NQ Rebels, but when you've got yourselves, Galaxy, Scorpions, the big Hurricanes from France, the big European club
Roosters,
teams.
Do you know what, we as an English team, we do that. We go over to Australia because we want to make ourselves better. We go and play Australian club teams because they're so much more advanced in terms of where they are in their development, and we want to make sure that we get there, so we go and do that. So them coming over to our club tournaments and going to Gif and going to Berlin would definitely be a benefit to them, and it's something that I highly recommend moving forward.
The other thing that if you're Bulgaria as well, is to try and find some way to get hydration into their female players who are on the pitch the whole time. They've not been able to stop and take a drink, and especially, even if you've refueled after the previous game, and they've got a couple of players who didn't play against Italy, is that as the half goes on in sun like this, and the breeze has come up, but it's really warm when you get out in the sun, you need to be able to get the electrolytes on, the fuel on board, and to keep them being able to go.
We're at that part of the day where they've already played today, and obviously it was a very tough game, and if they're not doing the right thing, then when they're coming off at half time, then they are going to struggle into the second half. But I think they've all had a good drink, and I'm sure they're going to try and do their best in the second half.
Plenty of encouragement coming from Stefan Deutschev to Annika Kotova.
I saw that. Are we allowed that on international streaming?
I don't know, in which case then, when you're playing with your partner Alice,
don't go near her. Don't go near her, because I get told off so much. I always say the wrong thing. It feels like Stefan's just said the right thing then. I definitely say the wrong thing.
I think when we saw from the way that they were
canoodling.
But the entire team coming out from the huddle.
Sorry, not the whole team canoodling.
Not the whole team canoodling. No, that they're able to come out from the huddle with a with their spirits still up. I mean, as you said, they've come here with a positive attitude. I was chatting to Melde earlier on the co-com for the Italy game. Bulgaria had just affiliated in 2019 to Federation of International Touch. And they came into a conference that was organised by FIT in Paris, and were just you know, they were just a sponge, wanting to pull together information from everybody who was there. And you know, we had, you know, England were there, we had Scotland, New Zealand, Australia. They'd all come, and they were just sitting down with the likes of, you know, myself and Jamie O'Connor from TFA, from Touch Football Australia, and just finding out how we do things. And they really wanted to develop, and the fact that they've used the pandemic to grow, you know, that lockdown, that they didn't come to. I think they were thinking of coming to 2020, but you know, they've certainly built over the you know, the 3-year period. And you know, and it's great to, as you said in the first half, it's really fantastic to see them here in their debut European Touch Championships, even though they are now having conceded now 104 tries during their 7 games so far, unfortunately.
You had to rub that one in, didn't you, unfortunately?
I did. You have to mention it, but
I commentated on the Belgium women's game earlier, and I said something similar. Obviously, I know Belgium have been around, affiliated to fit for a lot longer. As Stefan Deutschik goes towards the line, one thing I can say about Stefan Deutschik, he's going to the line so well. I'd like him to work on his slide dive. If he can look at his slide dive, I think he scores a lot more. And I hope coming away. Oh, good footwork again. She has got really good footwork.
Miglena Vasileva there, she's got the dancing feet.
Yeah, absolutely. So go back to the Belgian point. I know they've been affiliated for a lot longer, but they're going to come here and take so much out because they're just going to want the information from everyone. They're going to want how we game players, how we do fitness, how we do skills, how do we run leagues, and that's what the captain of Belgian Women's Open said, that they wanted to. They want to know how to run leagues because they don't have their own league yet, and they want to get more players. So they're like a sponge as well, and the same with the Bulgarians. They're going to want all the information so they can grow their sport domestically.
And it's we've got 17 nations here, and it's a big European family, and everybody looks to help everybody else. Just in terms of what's coming up next, though, we've got 3 more games still here at Highfields on this Field 1 live stream for you, and Field 1 live stream, or if you're watching us on the quad box and you're watching outside the fields as well. Coming up, speaking of one of the developing nations, Netherlands are taking on Wales in the mixed open, and that's at 4:25, followed at 5:15 by Women's Open, as we see Bulgaria once again, through their dynamic duo of Deutschef and Landchef, ask questions of the Dutch defence. That's a Women's Open round robin game between Belgium, who you've just been talking about, and Ireland, and then the day rounds off with a men's 40 round robin game between Belgium and France, who we saw yesterday, and we commentated on that, and they were very, very impressive. So stick around for that. Keep us as your second screen, whether you're on the quad box or on the live or on the Field 1 live stream. Just relax and enjoy Ireland as they go through their phases once again. And Darren Curran, this time they've not gone wide, so they've just gone through the middle, and it's a disappointing score for Bulgaria, having kept their players on, Deutschef and Landchef et al. Throughout that defensive set after having done the attacking set, and Ireland just make them pay with fresh legs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at that point Ireland, every single score has gone very much out wide, so this time maybe the Bulgarians thought they were going to spread the ball. This time they didn't. It's a game of chess at times. They've gone through the middle instead, and that's obviously against a tiring defensive line there.
Bulgaria mix and match their playmakers there. They bring Vesela Dobreva, who had been on the wing for a period. She's went from link into mid, giving her that opportunity to be part of a setup, but unfortunately Bulgaria can't make the most of it, although they are making the most of the opportunity to test themselves against Europe's best teams here in Nottingham. And the youth of Ireland, and they've brought a very young mixed open team, and Tyke Brennan is over for another try for his personal tally. That's just down to footwork, this.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, he's got the ball. He's always looking to pass it as well. So he gets good footwork to start with, but now he's looking to pass it. So he plans to pass it. He's got the ball in one hand, so he could just offload it if needs be, but that then causes indecision, and he goes through the middle. Roberto
Bedolla bites like a barracuda chasing a smaller fish on the end of a line.
Absolutely.
To say as I say, I'm an older, larger fella, and being stepped by a young, light on his feet lad happens quite a lot when I'm on the touch field.
I mean, I'm 31 and it happens to me, so happens to all of us.
Not as often as it happens to me, my friend. But anyway, it's so we can sympathise with Bulgaria, but here come Ireland, and they're getting both fresh legs on, but they're also driving really hard at Bulgaria. But this time the ball hits the deck. Clara Sexton not able to bring in the pill, and Bulgaria now start on the halfway line, and it's a great opportunity for them. But Ireland's defence, as Bulgaria bring players and start to bring the play up to their right hand side as they look to shape.
Yeah, Bulgaria just went sideways for a first couple of touches there, so they've had to lose a couple of touches. Good defence there from Ireland. I'd just like to see Bulgaria go forward to see if they can do something. Good footwork. There's fifth touch play. No one's at half. I'd like to see Bulgaria just close it down in their own half. That means Ireland have to go a long way to get to their own sub box.
Bulgaria, similarly to their game against Italy, they really, by the looks of it, don't care what the score is. They're just trying to. They're continuing to go through. To put their game plan together to try and develop things, to try things out. Scooping, spreading the play, making female players involved through the middle channel. It's really great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they've got to keep trying. They've got to keep trying the things, because it is going to. I think we've got one of our tired Bulgarian wingers, unfortunately, and she just got on the outside and she didn't have the energy to really chase, so it's a bit unfortunate, but she'll regroup and I'm sure she'll go again.
Yeah, I think she was disappointed at the other end of the field, and you can see she's needing to keep her spirits up. That's the first time we've really seen the Bulgarian shoulders drop, as we say, but as we say, they've been doing their best to keep their spirits up all the way through the last games that we've seen them here on field one today. And here she comes back into the play.
That's brilliant.
Dobreva.
She's just got the ball. She's just driven in. She's gone forward. That's all you can ask for after the day that they've had so far. And she wants the ball again. That's great to see. If she gets on the outside, unlucky.
Yeah, Bulgaria looking to mix and match, and as I say, they're really bringing her into the play, Dobreva, and this time there's a dummy sold by Ireland, Darren Curran, I think. That's 27, Darren Curran.
That mullet is great.
This time it's just straight out pace from Fergus Flood, who's over again. But Ireland now are really, the players are on for one set of six, and then they're going straight off again. Yeah. They're managing their resources.
I was
now.
just about to say that. You said about England mixed open looking to manage their resources. This is all you want to do. Nothing stupid. No direct sets. No double sets. On, off. Make sure you get loads of fluid in between each set, and make sure that you're ready to go again tomorrow. We're all good. Looks like we're back on our feet now.
He's building up a bit of a head of steam on that far link channel, is Roberto Badola. And here comes Lanchef, though.
They've got a score! Oh, get out the way!
I know we're not supposed to boo, but I'm going to boo that, because that was a lovely pass from Lanchef coming inside to Velin Lambroff, and just unfortunate that Joe Balance was there just to snaffle up the interception.
I don't think he needed the dive or the flick pass back either, but I actually really like the setup from Bulgaria. So what they did, I don't know. Yeah, so they went against the pocket middle. So they dump on the middle. They step back, and the pocket middle just gets the ball in time. If they just get that ball away just a fraction of a second earlier, they get their second score. I think that's their way here. They need to get another score, and that is how they're going to do it. And Robin Budd puts his hands in the air. He gestures as an offside. He's not listening. The left link for Ireland is not listening to the sideline ref Gareth. So Bulgaria have got a penalty.
And once again, they're bringing female players into the middle. Miglena Vasileva, number 11. They're getting her involved as well. They're mixing and matching. They're giving players opportunities to get the ball in their hands. This time, that's been shut down. There's the attempted shutdown from Sive Jaravarov, but Ireland are now playing in and around that. and the ball hits the deck, or is this going to be a late pass? We'll see.
Be a touch and pass.
It'll be a late pass. Midway through the second half, and Ireland have added 5 to their half-time tally, and you can see them adding another 5 and at least another 5 in the final 10 minutes.
I think so, yeah. Gareth just called an over the mark, which was the right call. Ireland wanted to go quick, but I think Gareth's just allowing the Bulgarians to get on and get some substitutes and get 6, I wouldn't say fresh players, but refreshed players on the pitch.
Yeah, we saw Stefan Hranov come on, and Lanchev now has got his sunglasses back, but it's not enough to stop Bulgaria biting in and having the space over, and Emma Curran, who has stayed over on this flank, so she was playing on their right wing in the first half and the left wing in the second.
I think we've seen that quite a lot, Fergus, to Emma here on this far side, on this near side, sorry, quite a lot this game, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, and the good thing from Ireland's perspective is that, you know, they've brought their wingers into play a lot, and again the passes have been sticking.
Yeah, I think I spoke in the last game that I commentated on. Having wingers that can control the ball, control the play, can have the right timing is one of the most crucial things in touch. People sometimes just think a winger's just a spare part, but actually, you know.
Oh
yes, yes! Give the score! Give the score!
Oh no!
Oh,
no!
This footwork, we've been saying it all game here, haven't we, Chris?
Oh,
she
absolutely skinned Emma Curran there.
Migalena Vasileva, her footwork is incredible. We've literally just been saying how good Emma's been playing, and she really has. But this time she just sits on her heels, and she literally gets skinned this time, unfortunately. But what a cut diving tackle. I really wish the score was. The whole crowd was booing, I was booing, and I think even Robin was booing himself.
That is one of those ones. When I was originally trained to be a rugby referee many years ago, one of the assessors said to me, "You never apologise for a decision." But in that one, you do look at the player and say, you know what, sorry, I've got to give the touch.
I think it was the right call. It was the right call, but it wasn't the right call.
But well, what a magic moment there from Migalena Vasileva, and I know Ireland has scored at the other end. But it's these things that Bulgaria, as I said, you know, Bulgaria have the ability to threaten, and it's the thing now where it's about numbers of personnel being able to rotate around, just getting up their experience, getting up their fitness levels generally, building up their base of players to be able to play at this kind of level. You know, and they're going to, you know, you can see there's a massive amount of potential there.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the things that they've done are good. Step back, there's a whole one, yeah, we got a score!
Lanchev is over for his second. The guns are out, the shades are on, the guns are out, and he's over for another try. Stefan Deutschev and Lanchev combining superbly there to create that hole.
And it's the same score that they did in the first half, actually. I think it's role reverse this time, though. They go short side, they step back, the Irish defence was a bit tiring and not shutting in, and the big hole opened, and we've got their second score of this game. And I actually think it should be the third, but second right score.
Alexander Cassidy's mullet may be magnificent, but his defence wasn't there.
No,
I think
absolutely
he got caught ball watching and not player watching, and it opened the hole up for Lanchev to exploit, and Deutschev as well. But here come Ireland. They are exploiting the space on this left wing, and Emma Curran, the try machine, is over once again as Ireland keeps spreading the play.
They do, and that was a nice. They've actually just done something different this time. They've done a 32 counted play, so most of the time when a 32 happens, the player who dumps it splits away from the ball. Actually, he splits infield, and he throws the ball to the Irish link, who's running on the out, and Emma's just there to catch that ball and dot it down. I say just, it's one of the most important things, so apologies for that, Emma.
It's Bulgaria's defence was staying tight then.
Yeah, and that's because a few they've gone through the middle, so they've had to change it up. We've got some more good footwork. I want to see her do it again. I do.
Yeah, she's got magic. She's almost like the French 44 in the men's 40s that we saw yesterday. The ability
we've got a runaway. We've got a runaway here.
Yeah, and here come Ireland again. It's their second long-range breakaway, bringing it up to 19. And fair play to Anna Kutsova. She's not had the opportunity to get the ball in her hands this half, as the play stayed mainly on Bulgaria's right, and there's nothing she can do about that, even though she chases all the way.
Yeah, she just gets done with some footwork and she just goes on the outside, and it's some good speed by the Irish. I think it's
Kian Cunningham.
Yeah.
Lanchev, he's got 2 tries to his name and he's on again. And Bulgaria are still playing that middle, just that middle interplay. This time it's with Verin Lambov.
Last touch, you can't get caught. Can they get on the outside? Unlucky.
Yeah, they were just in the face of player to player Irish defence. And here comes Alexander Cassidy, he of the aforementioned magnificent mullet. And he gets Ireland onto the front foot, and they're now coming onto third touch. Well, the touch was called before. I think he must have hit her ponytail.
Yeah, you can't always feel the touch, but we have a great honesty policy here. If a player calls touch, then we have to honour that, and we have to go back to it. So it's good that we all understand that.
And Ireland are setting up for another strike play here deep in the Bulgarian territory, and this time we saw Cassidy bite in at the other end of the field, and this time it's Lambov who's done exactly the same. 2 players going for the same attacker, leaves a hole for Ireland to score. Just one quick thing about Ireland, and also you look at a lot of the opens teams, mixed opens teams, they're all very young, which sets this up to be a really competitive division in years to come.
Absolutely, yeah. I know if you look at most of the teams here, they've decided to really focus on the future of their touch development in the mixed open division. And if they're looking at, in another 4 years' time, if all these players stay together and build those relationships that cause a good touch team, then yeah, I think we're in for a really good division in 3 or 4 years' time. There's another runaway.
More desperate Bulgarian defence. They are not giving up, but again, it's too much pace coming from the Irish, and they are now up to 20 with 3 minutes to play.
It's 21, I think, 21-2. But as we said, Bulgaria aren't here to win. Their goals are completely different, and I think they've achieved them already, and we're only on day 3, so I think they've got 2 more days to really build on those goals and set even new ones.
Here comes Deutschev. It's been one of their playmakers. In fact, he has been their playmaker. Lanchev has capitalised, but Deutschev has been the absolute integral key in the cog, and here he goes again, diving in this time, and has a 5th touch. Or has another touch on the 7. I think it's the 5th touch. Thought I saw the arm in the air. It's just another intercept. It's good anticipation from the Irish. Another nice handling, drawing the defender and passing there. This time from Lalo.
The one thing that the Irish always have is good handling and ball skills. A lot of them do come from. Robin Budge just picked that one up. It wasn't over the mark. Ireland always come from, a lot of the time come from a rugby background, so their handling skills and their passing skills are very good. And what we've just seen there, sometimes they need to work on their touch skills. So she thought that he was getting through and was caught over the mark because that player didn't slow down in time. So it's something that they probably just need to work on. As you said earlier, they are a young developing team.
Just a quick one, just as we come into the dying minutes of this game. It's been Grab a Mascot Day here. On a completely friendly. It's the friendly games midway through, but you keep an it's the friendly games here. I know we've got the friendly games going up the road at the other end of the M69 the other end of the M42 in Birmingham. But these are the friendly games as well. But one of the friendly bantery things is Grab a Mascot Day. Which has been your favourite that's come up here to the control room today?
I've never seen a pink sheep before. I've seen a mini pink sheep. I've never seen one, so I'm going with that. I'd love to see more pink sheep. Please don't go around painting sheep pink. But it has been brilliant.
We've also had a very big fluffy unicorn as the ball just hits the Briva in the face. And
what some people use as a mascot, I would say a mascot is a toy or an animal, but we've got shields, we've got headwear, we've got a bit of everything really.
Yeah, we've also had, as well as a big pink fluffy unicorn, that's one of the Scottish teams. One of the other Scottish teams has got a bear that you can wear as a backpack. It's massive, and it was brought up by one of the
How do you steal that?
German supporters.
Did you bring the player with it as well? Oh, great dummy.
Lovely hands.
Great dummy, keep the ball alive, go, go, go!
Oh, it's a pity there for... So this is written in Cyrillic. I have no idea how you pronounce that. I'm terribly sorry. The name's in Cyrillic. And unfortunately Bulgaria end the game on the front foot, but they don't end the game with the score. Thanks very much to Ben Meakin, who's going to have a quick summary of the game and a chat with Ian. And just coming up, as I say, we've got a mixed open round robin game against the Netherlands and Wales, and that kicks off at 4:25. Don't go anywhere, but make sure you take your second screen just to watch this chat. So just over to Ian.
So that brings up the end of the game. We have everything going on at home. Everyone's
Yeah. Hello everybody, welcome back to the studio. Comprehensive win there for Ireland, but it's great to have Bulgaria. Great scenes there when they managed to get over the line, Ben. You enjoyed that?
Oh, absolutely. Bulgaria have given me so much joy today in that game. Like what they've managed to achieve as a new fit registered team, they've just given so much joy. So I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they're learning, and some of their footwork and everything was brilliant. So yeah, really impressive.
Superb. Now, as you can see, we're joined by a very special guest. We've got Matthias here, a referee from the USA, of course, originally from Argentina. How's it been going out there this week?
Oh, it's been wonderful. The culture has been great. The people have been unreal, very respectful. It's just astonished by this.
How did you get into refereeing? How did you get into touch?
Injury, to tell you the truth.
It's either coaching or reffing.
I couldn't quite make the team, and the best I could provide for my team was to become a referee for them down in Seattle.
Oh, superb. What's the touch scene like then down in Seattle?
Oh, it's been great. We've been playing some old school rules, but we're developing more into fit rules, and that culture's now growing for the Nationals in the U.S. We're looking to put in 3 teams this year.
Oh, wow. So have you come all the way over just for this tournament?
Yes, of course. I actually was invited originally by Bulgaria to be a representative of them as a ref. So it was a great opportunity. I thought I would take it.
Superb, Ben.
Is this your first European Championships?
Oh, absolutely.
So what are you going to take home? Obviously, we're only on day 3. You've got 2 more days to go. What are you going to take back to Seattle with you?
Just the knowledge and the coaching I've been provided by the staff and everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with that, are you the referees out there, are you looking to try and build on their knowledge as well?
Absolutely. I'm currently trying to develop in the area in Seattle as our referees are coming up, and we're building on that because the foundation always seems to be the referees, and the next step, it's the players just develop from that.
And World Cup 2024, you in?
Absolutely.
Before we let you go, I understand you've got a very special shirt you want to show us. Look at this. Why?
Amazing.
What's the inspiration behind this?
So there's a good team called the Pizza Cats that showed up in Spain. It was our first European tournament, and one of our rules is always be catting, the ABCs of Pizza Cats.
Amazing. I feel like that should be a mascot. Someone's going to try and get that off you today.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'm really glad to have you over from the States as well. What a treat.
Thank you.
That is. Thank you very much. Right, Ben, I think it's almost time to get going, is it, for the next game? So I'm going to hand over to your commentators. We've got Jono, and Jordan is now in the box for this one too.
Thanks very much, Ian and Ben. And Jordan is with me for this mixed open game. It's the Netherlands taking on Wales. And Jordan, were you just saying this is the time we've seen Netherlands?
I think they're our favourite team. I've really enjoyed watching their games. We had them against Ireland on day one. I think we had Switzerland yesterday, if I remember. A loss against the Irish, and then they beat Switzerland yesterday. I think we've got Fons on us from Netherlands up for an interview after this one. She's currently in at link. She has been playing wing, and she's been an excellent finisher for the Netherlands, and so far. But at the minute, she's starting link. They've got a little bit of an interesting tap-off move set up here in Netherlands. They've actually got a guy on the wing, 2 boys in the middle, 2 girls at link. So let's see what they go into here, because they've obviously got something set up.
Here we go.
Good yards on one. They'll work their way up the box here, so they're just using that as a little bit of a set-up play to go into their attacking strike move, and it's a 32 short. Good start from Netherlands. That is awesome. I tell you what, that's how you start a game. They've got a tap-off move. They ran it. They scored off it. Yeah. Perfect start.
Perfect start for them. And Wales second in the table behind England. Netherlands fifth. And we're on day 3. It's getting to the important part of the competition now, with regards to qualifying for the semi-finals on Saturday. Netherlands will want to try and get something out of this game to keep the pressure on, because they're just outside that top 4 at the minute. Yeah, I think obviously we saw Wales this morning. Good dive, great, really good dive. So we saw Wales this morning against England, and you'd probably say that they're the top 2 teams. On the other field behind us, actually, we've got England mixed open against France, and they're probably the other 2 in that top 3 bracket. I think, like you said, you'd like to see Netherlands push Wales a little bit and see what they can do. Well, it's 1-1 here as Wales scored straight from the tap off, but we're going to head over to the studio, and Ian has got a guest with him.
Thank you, Jono. Now we continue. Maybe the European Championships. We're actually going around the world. We've just been to Seattle in the United States, and I'm delighted to say we got to Berg here, all the way from New Zealand. And you're a top elite referee, aren't you?
Yeah, mate. I've been very fortunate to be able to take this opportunity to come over to the Euros. I'm part of the FIT, or Federation of International Touch Commission, part of the referees panel group, and we're just taking this opportunity to come over here and develop our referees and also our referee coaches within the tournament.
So you're playing a vital role in making sure everybody's following the correct guidelines, giving that correct coaching. What's the standard been like here this week?
Oh, I tell you what, I've just been totally impressed with this level and the standard of the referee group here, and I've certainly made that mention to a lot of the referees that you guys are doing fantastic. I've been really impressed by the development that has occurred over the last few years. It's come along in leaps and bounds, and a lot of these referees, the European referees will do well at our next World Cup.
How long have you been involved with touch?
It's probably a bit too long, actually, to tell you the truth. My path as a referee started back in let's say 98, and since that time I've refereed at New Zealand and at nationals, but also continued to internationals as well, and now I look to using that skill set as a referee into the referee coaching. In a way that journey's become full circle. So from as a referee now to a referee coach, and with that being able to pass on their knowledge to our referees.
So if I was watching this and think, I fancy giving this a go, how would I get involved with refereeing?
Oh, that's absolutely simple, and it's something that we need a lot more. Going to your local provinces or counties within your country, speaking to the right people there within your national touch organisation, and go down to your local park or your local affiliate, talking to the people down there and just getting involved. A lot of the people that we see are ex-players that have, let's say, completed their playing career but still want to be involved in the game, taking that opportunity to pick up the whistle.
Fantastic. Well, look, we really appreciate you coming all the way from New Zealand. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, won't you? We're going to hand back to your commentators for the rest of this game.
Thanks a lot, Ian. Cheers.
Welcome back. It's Wales who are now in the lead, and after the great start by the Netherlands, Wales have struck back with 2 tries of their own, and they are narrowly in front, and they have the ball again on their own 7-metre line.
Yeah, Wales just looking a little bit more composed. Probably the more experienced team of the two. We've got a good transition towards the box now, and they can work their way into 4 and 5 now.
And they're coming up
Here
now.
comes 5th touch. Middle scoop. Loss of possession at the roll ball. Referee's missed it. Wasn't looking at the roll ball.
Oh, great pass.
Netherlands a bit disappointed with that.
Emilio Grattarola putting the ball over, but it was a great back out pass.
Yeah, it's a shame one of the sideline refs didn't pick that up, because that's a loss of control. That's not a roll ball. The referee wasn't looking at the play. Middle cut though. It's a lovely middle cut, and Netherlands middle just biting a little bit too hard on that. And they'll probably try and break into that tap off move that they've had a little bit of joy with, and get a 32 short there, and they'll break back into their 2-man plays, and it's a little pick up to the short side, but Wales have got that covered. Good defence from Wales.
Yeah, so Wales taking control of the game after Netherlands had the really fast start, and in the context of how this tournament is set up, Wales currently in 2nd place in the table, Netherlands 5th, and we were saying earlier that Netherlands are really going to be looking to get something out of this game if they want to try and get into those semi-finals on
Yeah,
Saturday.
definitely, yeah. Oh, that's a nice play. Big pill from Roberts. We saw that this morning. He's got a great right to left pill, and that's a beautiful pass.
Rachel Thomas-Evans popping the ball down, but yeah, it was all about the pass from the middle there.
Yeah,
and
really
we'll see
nice.
it again here.
It's I think it was a 32 short with an early release, and that's so nice, right to left. Clinical from Roberts. And when we talk about box office players, he's it for the Welsh Mixed Open.
Indeed, we saw it earlier today.
So now Netherlands will go into that tap-off move that they had a bit of joy with, the 32 short, and they'll go short side again. See, that's what they scored off on the opening play. Their only score at the minute, and they've tried to run the same thing. It probably wasn't the right option that time. They're a little bit too far right to actually run it there. Quickie play, a bit too tight in that corner there, and the referee's going to call obstruction. Just ran behind his own player there.
Wales start again. Once again, they're very deep.
Wait for the mark.
Little chat with the officials there. 7 minutes gone.
Oh, so Netherlands will get possession back. Not too sure what that was for.
I'm sure Netherlands won't complain. They've got a fresh set of 6 from the 7 metre.
Yeah, that was an interesting call, that, but good defence from Wales. The middle's up, getting up and advancing. Oh, that hole was on. That was a tough one. That I think Lindsay Schrader's got to tip that one on. So they'll go back to the 2-man plays, and both Wales links really deep. And they try the quickie on the other side. Good feet.
I think
I
he's
thought he
down.
stood up really well, but the referee's called touch.
No.
Really nice feet. He stood up.
Reagan Kirk, yeah, just turning really quickly.
So they go back to the other side, quickie play, same again. They create that hole is really loose for Wales. That hole between the middle and the link, it's really loose. And I think if I'm Netherlands, I'm going to look to exploit that. Good tip on. Wales will work the way to the box. Good D, good pressure from Netherlands. Oh, good yards.
Because we saw the game earlier, and it was an astonishing game this morning between England and Wales. 12-11 finished to England.
Yeah, just going back to that one, I think it probably was my favourite game of of the week so far. Yeah, a joy to watch, and just prime time players going back and forth. It's great to be a part of that. One of those games you want to be involved in. Tip on there. Netherlands trying to get over to their box, but Wales retaliating with a good bit of midfield D. Fonsonger's just taking that in, and that's a knock on at the roll ball. The referees missed it again. A few errors at the roll ball from both teams here that they're getting away with.
It's coming through now, and that is definitely a roll ball.
Yeah, that was one. It's a shame that for Netherlands. They were making a good few yards and they just lost the touch count a little bit. Got to press that. They've got a guy on their own. I'd be looking for a little bit more pressure from Netherlands there in midfield. You've got to shut that down. If there's one player on his own, stranded, you've got to put that pressure on and chase him down. Dan Roberts back on for Wales. Doggies on the far side link. There's your space. Good defence from the Netherlands. Nice and tight on that sweeper coming round. I'm not sure what the count is here. It looks like it's last. They go middle cut again. Good defence from the Netherlands, but it's back to one. That's a killer.
Yeah.
That's a killer. And you've just given one of the best players in mixed touch, Dan Roberts, a full set of 6.
Taking it patiently so far.
They'll go back to that punish.
They're going to go down through the hole, and I think that is going to be down. Yes, it is.
Really nice. To tell you what, we saw it this morning, but I think it's Owen Carroll, number 8. He's got such a good dive, and Dan Roberts can kind of direct him around. You kind of see him drift off to middle and let that play unfold, and he can kind of coach his way through that little section, especially when the defence on that side's quite loose. And if you can utilise one of his teammates' skills, which is Carroll's dive, you might as well. Netherlands back into a quickie play and trying to get both middles up. They do. Ball down. Referee's got that. Referees give it. Good score.
So Netherlands are back within 3. The second score of the half.
First time they've had a little bit of joy with that. They've tried it a few times. Just a standard quickie play in the middle, split to the outside, step back in the middle, and we've seen it a few times from Wales now, but it's not been exploited, where they're just a little bit loose in defence, whether it's between that middle channel, middle link. It's just opening up a little bit, and Netherlands haven't been able to exploit it. That's the first time they have. Into a sweeper. Roberts feeds.
Wales coming back this space here.
Great ball. And
quick hands.
Been given as a forward pass. It's a really nice play, that.
But no try given. So Netherlands have the ball again. But Wales looking threatening when they come forward.
They do, yeah. And the thing is, if you think back to that game this morning, I don't want to say they only looked threatening when Roberts was picking up, but they looked a lot more threatening when Dan Roberts was picking up from half and running counties. So we'll probably only see if Wales think they're under pressure or if they think they need scores when Roberts starts doing that. If Wales feel comfortable, then you'll probably only see Dan Roberts setting up sweepers and feeding. They don't want to be using him and sort of exerting him on day 3 when they don't really have to.
It's important now about
great ball. What a kill that is. Off his left hand, link hole. You love to see a link hole score, and if we go back to this play, it's a 33 scoop, so we're going to drive straight in for James Enyon. He's going to go to his left, come off his left foot, and now he's got a 4-on-3 to pick from. Right option, link hits the hole well. Great score, great touch score.
It's a 6-2 Wales lead. And what you're saying there about Dan Roberts is they're not going to want to overexert him, and in day 3 of a tournament like this out of 5, it becomes important now about conserving energy, doesn't it? But with the games to come, because you don't want to enter those sort of knockout phases and be absolutely beat.
Definitely, yeah, and you don't we're talking about it on day one. You want to be on Saturday as good as you were on Tuesday. I know you're not going to be, but that's kind of what you want to be thinking. And especially, you know who your strike players are, you know who your star players are. Touch is quite similar to basketball in that way, that you've got your big players, that you know, your Michael Jordans and
your LeBron James.
But then you have your supporting cast, and you know who you know your role. People have got roles and they want to perfect it, but
you need your Scottie Pippins and Dennis
you
Rodmans
do,
as well.
yeah. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
A great score to Netherlands.
Good score.
Back within
I had a
3.
bit of joy off that quickie play. But yeah, like going back to that, and let's have a look at this score. So quickie to the outside, step back to the middle. We talked about it before. That middle to link hole, that first gate. It's not being closed by Wales, and it's the first time Netherlands have exploited it. I think I'd really be looking at hammering that if I'm Netherlands. But yeah, just going back to resting players and sort of looking after your star players, it's something you've got to do. It's part of the game. Good D from Netherlands, really good D. And you know, you can see down from here. I'm sure he won't mind me picking up on this, but he's got strapping around his knee, and people like that. You'll see that more on Friday, Saturday. Players will start having a little bit more taping and little niggles that they've picked up on throughout the week, pre-existing injuries that they've brought into the tournaments that are starting to grate on them, and it's just part of the game. And you've got to conserve yourself. Counties Roberts over the top. Good feet, but he's not been able to score off that one. It's good D from Netherlands. I think Roberts might have noticed that the wing was open here. Rachel Thomas-Evans is in a little bit of space, and he goes back to the same play. He looks to the relay. Good play from Wales. Good
superb.
Score. Good execution. That's a great score. So it's a good variation of the play he ran previously. It's a counties play. So Roberts is going to be live on this one. So he's going to step infield. He gets a 4-on-3 and he rips straight to his middle. Now he's got a 3-on-2 and Wales execute it well. And Netherlands just a little bit slow to assignments on that one and not been able to put it under enough pressure.
You know, I thought that was a great play by Amberley Rook though, because she could quite easily have gone over the line herself, but she thought, no, I'm going to make sure we actually get the score here, and passed it out left to Amy Rees.
You're dead right. It was, you know, but we talked the other day about transferable skills from touch to league to union, and ball
It's
on the
gone
top.
wide.
And
Touch claim.
like completing a 2-on-1, that's as transferable as it gets, and that's awesome. I believe I might be correct for this one, but I believe Amberley Rook has played rugby union at quite a high level, and I could be corrected on that later, but yeah, I believe she has, and you could see it there. It's really good skills, and when she comes on, she ball in two hands, she works hard, she runs hard, and really nice.
Wales.
So they go back to that middle play, and it's working well for them. That middle cut straight through. Look for your mirror. Amberley Rook's got 3, but that's good D from the Netherlands, and they'll get a repeat set of 6. Will Wales, and he's not happy with that. So just over 2 minutes to half time. Wales.
Yeah, Amberley Rook played for Wales.
Yeah, I thought she did. Yeah.
Don't you just love having the internet on your phone?
No, we remembered that. We knew it. James Enyon then, once he looks back on this, he'll realise the space was to his left. It's nice coming off your left foot, big hard step, and then throwing 4-on-3, but that counties relay then, that could have been a carbon copy of Wales' previous score. They go 32 long with Enyon again. He comes off his left. Link hole
great.
Wide open.
Into the space.
He's made me eat my words there, because he's done what I didn't think he should have done the play before. So they've run a little bit of a different play, but he's looking for the same result. 32 short. Enyon's looking to catch the ball and come outside of his opposing middle. He's come hard off his left foot and created a little bit of a 4-on-3 opportunity, and he's picked his holes so well. I mean, Netherlands on that far side, they're not putting too much pressure on the Wales ball players to throw 4-on-3 at the minute. So if I'm Wales, I'd be wanting to go back to that league channel as much as possible. 32 short from Netherlands, but nothing on. And a bit of a dead touch there. So
final minute of the first half, and it's looking comfortable for Wales at the moment. But we saw in their game earlier today where they were where Wales themselves were 4 down at half time, and came right back into it. And you know, the Netherlands have got the quality where they could do exactly the same.
Yeah, no, like we said, we keep saying it with tap-offs in the second half, but if Netherlands can just put them under a bit of pressure and turn the ball over, yeah, we could definitely see a good second half. But Wales look really strong here. They look composed. They know what they want to run, and they're executing well. Roberts from half picks up, throws a passive line at the back. Ooh, that could have been interesting.
Almost an interception.
That could have took us into the second half with a bit to think about. But Wales will probably have one play here.
Yeah, shame it didn't come off, because if you think Netherlands then sprint the length of the pitch and put that down, the momentum that gives them going into half time.
Definitely, yeah, good D from the Netherlands. The reset and the up top.
And that is half time.
Yeah, interesting first half. I think I don't think Wales had to dig too much, and like we said before, with Dan Roberts, you can kind of get a sense of where Wales are at in the game, because they've not had to dig too much into their playbook, and especially when he's on with his pod, and James Enyon's pod, it seems to be their other strike player. He's a big fan of coming off his left foot and throwing left to right, and he's reading which holes are open really well at the minute, and it's that foul link hole against Netherlands. And if I'm Wales, I'd hammer that home in the second half.
This is the 7th game for all the teams, and of course this is the biggest competition in the European Championships. 10 teams in the round robin, so each team will play 9 games. They're only going to have 2 games tomorrow, before they go into the playoffs and semis on Saturday. So looking at it now, we have Bulgaria against Ireland earlier, which Ireland won, which started round 7. We've got 3 games happening now, and then at 5:15 on field for Scotland against Switzerland. Looking at the table, England 6 from 6, and you've got to say they are probably nailed on favourites to make the semis and probably the final as well.
Yeah, I think that's who I'd be looking at as my favourites, my team to beat. I mean, after this morning, I think I'm going to try and see if we can find the England v France score. But at the minute, I think a Wales-England final, we'd love that. Especially if we can see a repeat of the game this morning. But yeah, no, it's been an interesting division, the mix so far. I think England up until this morning weren't under a great deal of pressure, and now.
Well, Wales are in second place, and that loss, 1 point loss against England, is their only loss of the competition so far. But if you look at the tries scored, tries against England, 78 tries scored, 30 conceded. Wales 79 scored and 35 conceded, so their records are very, very similar.
Yeah, it's just been those single games, and no, I think you're right though, especially with some of the experience in the England team. That's a great score. That's such a good read, but it'd be really nice to see England and Wales meet each other again Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, and it's that sort of thing from the round robin where you sort of look at that and you've got 2 teams who have got a gap to the rest, and you would look at that and say, well, they're the 2 teams who really do deserve to be there. But this is sport. It's going to be knockout sport. Anything could happen in them knockout games, because different mentality, different mindset, and teams could be going into that. Well, what have we got to lose coming into this? But I think England Wales probably the most likely final in this competition. But then you've got to look at Scotland. Scotland have won the last 4 European Championships at mixed. And they're not going to want to let that title go without a fight.
No, and unfortunately, I spent most of my England mixed career on the end of being beaten by Scotland in finals. So at some point, it'd be nice to watch an England gold at the Mixed Open. I think Scotland have changed things around a little bit this year. We spoke to Eddie Sandman before about the women's Open coach about how European touch is now focused a little bit more on men's and women's, and in Scotland especially, they've gone really heavy with the men's Open. So a lot of their experienced mixed boys have actually moved over to the men's. So I think it'll be a while. If that stays how it is, I think it'll be a while before Scotland are able to compete at that level again. I think, I keep saying it, but I think it's England's to lose this year. I think Wales and France are their best competition, and judging off this morning, we'd love to see that again. England vs France is going on right now, just behind us. I'm just trying and get the score for it. Can't seem to find it. I might just have to do the run over and ask somebody.
So Jordan's just going to see if he can get a score from the England-France game, which is going on right now. Wales almost getting the perfect start to the second half there with a try. Just came out of the hands though, and Netherlands can start again. It's a drive towards their sub box, but 2 touches used already, and that's the third as they approach halfway. Good handling. 4th touch now. Comes back inside. Got some good yards here, but that is 5th touch. They need something to happen here. Oh, and there's a bit of space. Come out! He was down, but unfortunately the touch came in. Great play by Pam Grafflin.
Sorry, they are playing France. I've made that up. They are playing behind us anyway, so it'll be interesting to find out, because obviously two top of the table teams are going at it at the same time.
Wales coming through again.
Fly move.
Oh, and it's
that's something we didn't see this morning off Wales' transition, was that fly. I can't remember seeing it too much. So if that's something that Wales are just keeping in the bag a little bit for Saturday, that'll be interesting to see.
It's Netherlands who come over halfway, almost scoring on their last drive.
Good hands.
Good take, but I think that's all 6. And Wales have the ball back, but they're starting from quite deep.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Good start for Wales, and maybe a little bit early to start saying that they can slow down a little bit, but
Wales just getting to the 10-metre line now. We have a score update.
Yeah, so it's 3-2 to England at the minute. They're playing Jersey on field 2, so good hands, unbelievable. What a finish! Oh,
really well. It was a great take, but then the little bit of speed to find the hole and make sure she got that down.
That was so nice. Pick up from half, move to the left, 4 on 3. There's your hole. Great pill, great hands, unbelievable. Just like a wide receiver, taking out of the air, plucking out of the sky, 2 hands, and then bringing it in for the score. That was awesome. Great score.
So 10 for Wales, and Netherlands need to work really hard if they're going to get back in. This is 7 deficit as they dive through, but unfortunately I think the touch had been made. It was Theobald Bailey.
What Wales do quite well on line D is they have their links really deep. That's a good ball, left to right. Yeah, if you notice Wales on line defence, their both middles go up really high, really fast, and put their opposition under as much pressure as possible. but the Welsh links are really deep. England exploited that this morning a little bit. Netherlands haven't been able to do that yet, or haven't looked to do it, and it was kind of similar to when we watched them on day one against Ireland. Ireland were running a pocket style defence and they just weren't able to recognise and exploit it too early. So Wales back into their sweeper plays now, and they'll give it QB right to left over the top. Pill forward, I think the referee's going to give forward, but she's given offside against the Netherlands, so it wasn't given because it's a forward pass, but Netherlands were offside.
So fresh set of 6
fresh
for
set of
Wales.
6, yeah. That was a nice play, really well set up, little progression on those sweepers that they've been running. Kind of the next sort of phase on that sweeper play, it's giving it straight back to the half, and they'll go into sweepers again. This time they'll run the sweeper. Good D from Netherlands. So they were looking for that set back. James Enyon's coming off his right foot this time, and he's looking to hit that first hole. And it was just closed quite quickly from the Netherlands defence and forced the error. That was a good little bit of D from Netherlands, and they'll work their way to the box now.
Yes, the Netherlands get a fresh set on.
Third touch, but they're stuck in their own half now, and they've not come on quick enough there, and now they're stuck. They're going to have to drive hard, generate a bit of momentum and speed. They've got to go forward here. Can't be going sideways. Can't get caught here. That's fifth. Oh, I think the referee's given an extra touch here.
There is a touch.
Yeah, a little bit of a stunted set then.
Bradley Bonifacio, who has scored a try for Netherlands in the game, but he just ran out of options there.
Yeah, just slowed down a little bit. Wales, good midfield D. I think they've obviously looked back on the England game this morning. If they could have put England under a bit more pressure, just like they did then, they might have got the win. Dan Roberts happy to just hand the ball over there and get caught from dummy half. No need to exert a great deal of speed as he's trying to get through there at the minute. Wales can kind of slow it down a little bit. For now, Netherlands will just be looking to get something from this game, I think.
Running through, but stopped in their tracks. They still have the ball. Reagan Kirk gets it back now.
It's a little bit of a pet hate of mine, that when you're on fourth touch and a player is trying to beat their opposite player or trying to run round somebody or not get the ball down, but then when they get caught, that's fifth touch and you've got no momentum and you're trying to generate momentum from a static play. Good defence. So what you want to be looking to do on fourth touch is generate momentum for fifth touch. So your fifth touch, especially off your sub-in, your fifth touch is then a middle scoop or a play that is threatening and catching your opposition on the back foot. When you get to fourth, you don't want to be looking to run something rogue where you're trying to run around somebody or getting flicked on the back and then having to bring it back, and it just slows everything down. And you kind of notice that the better teams, that rarely happens. It is a little bit of an error. I would class it as a mistake, really.
Wales again, who got good yards there, getting towards the 7-metre line. Down it goes now.
That's good D from the Netherlands. I mean, the winger.
The wings were covered really well as well.
The wings covered on this side, the short side. If he's able to throw 4-on-3 off to his right, it's a tough pass. But that's the reason we give it. That's the reason we allow that space to be open, because the pass is so tough. And yeah, that was good D from the Netherlands. They're closing the two first gates quite quickly though. But Wales happy to go back into quickies.
Diving in.
So that middle channel is too loose for me. If I'm the non-touching Netherlands middle, you've got to get tighter, you've got to get under. It's a little bit too loose at the minute. 4-on-3 Amberley Rook. I think that was touch pass, but very threatening play. It's nice that, really good to see that you'll notice the better teams, the top level teams, and in mixed, I suppose, for the European Championships, England, France, Wales, they use their girl links in line attack because it's essentially like playing with 4 boys, and that's what separates the good teams, really. That's nice, good little tip on. We'll get those extra yards. Just moving the ball up the field. Good play from Netherlands. So they'll break into their line attack now. Quickie to start. Pick up, short side, comes back. I thought that was going to the link on the far side. I thought Stoic was in, hitting that hole then. Good feet, extra yards. Netherlands are having to turn and come back. Hamler up, dries up the sideline.
Wales, patient build up so far as they get 10 metres into the Netherlands half.
Back to the middle.
7 metre.
QB, right to left maybe? Forward
there.
I thought he was going to throw it on that first little pump off his right hand. I don't think he needed to pump it twice. I think straight away, if he'd have ripped over the top, that would have been a nice little play. Wales are loving running those sweeper QBs at the minute. We didn't see them too much this morning against England. Maybe they didn't see anything in running that against England, but they're having a little bit of joy with it at the minute. They're just not able to execute.
Netherlands at halfway. The final touch. And they're just not taking on the wing, and Wales have the ball back. It's not been as high scoring in this second half. Both defences tightened up somewhat.
It feels like Wales have probably slowed down a little bit. They just seem like they've slowed down a touch and happy to sort of drag out their sets as long as possible, just get to a 33 scoop and short side are open. And that's happened a few times now, and I don't think they'll be that disappointed with it. I think they might look at points difference. I'm not sure how close they are with France, but that could be one to look at. I suppose they might play them again, but
they'll go minus after this game. Netherlands, where it will be a big boost to Wales' points difference, especially as you say, it's it was 3-2 to England, so if that stays close, that's going to give Wales a really good advantage.
And might be one to look at. It doesn't seem that there's too much energy going into the Wales rucking at the minute. It's just back and forth. I don't think we've heard a ref blow a whistle for a while. It's we've just seen. It seems like when you're in training and both you're just practicing your subbing against each other. One team's having one transition, and the other team the space on the left here. Through for the first time in a while. Good
well
score. That's great. Beauty.
Patient play.
Beauty.
And he didn't panic when he got into the end zone either.
No, that's good experience. He's got through. So what you want to do here as a scooper, get through as quick as possible, get to the edge of the in goal, then you can look for your mates, get free, get low. What they've done well as well there, the pass could have been lower to the floor, but it was a nice low pass, so the scorer didn't have loads to do. So he could literally dive as he was catching, and it was really nice.
Stephen Prother there putting the ball over.
For a while, Netherlands were doing well to defend that, and they just couldn't do it for long enough. Good D from Wales, and the ball's free. Ooh, offside. Yeah, it's going to be a call offside there.
Fresh set of 6 for Netherlands, a chance for them to get their first score of the second half. So fresh set of 6. 5 touches left as Bonifacio goes through. Touch was claimed, so they'll have to go back to 7.
I think I'd just be looking at that link hole if I'm Netherlands. If he comes up, Bonifacio comes off his left foot here. That link hole is quite loose, but she's given ball down. Good score, good score. I think Netherlands are really enjoying those quickie plays, and they've got 4 scores from them. I think if they can add a few more attacking weapons or threats to their arsenal, I think they could be a real threat. And we spoke about it yesterday. I think it was with the Belgian women's team, in that a lot of it is a learning process, and what they think for Netherlands. Obviously, we mentioned that they weren't at the Euros last time, I don't think.
Let's see.
In the mixed open?
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. And it's great to see them back at the Euros, because I was so used to playing them in mixed open, and they've got there's a good club scene in Netherlands as well. Like when we play at GIF in Paris every year, there's a good 3, maybe 4. There's at least 2 teams, 2 or 3 teams that enter that tournament, and they're always good teams. So it's good to see them back. I think what you'd want to see now from this Netherlands side is to progress for the rest of this cycle towards World Cup. So for the core group of this team to stay together for next Euros, they'll take so much from this. And I've said it yesterday, but the issues come is when people drop off next year and it's replaced with a new team and a new bunch of faces. If they can keep this group together, learn, progress, get better for next year, then you've got that experience as well. And the World Cup the year after, you know, we're in the middle of this current cycle, and it's all about preparing for the World Cup, and that's what you want to see from these teams.
So is it the World Cup 23 or 24?
24. So we've got Euros again next year. It was pushed back because of COVID. World Cup was pushed back because of COVID, and they've put an extra Euros in there, which I think is a good idea, because it's going to give teams like Netherlands, it gives everyone more game time. That's what we want. We want more game time against good opposition in Europe. We want to improve each other, but not only that, improve ourselves for when we get to World Cup and we play against New Zealand, we play against Australia. That's what we want. We want European touch to be up there, and that's what the aim of these tournaments is.
Indeed it is.
Counties from Dan Roberts, step inside, come off his right hand, big pill.
I think that's forward.
Yeah, sideline ref got it. Dan won't be happy with that one. Gives a little hand to say sorry to his teammates.
3.5 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, they'll be happy to just put this game on ice now. Wales have been good. I think I wouldn't say they've been clinical or ruthless. Maybe they feel like they don't really have to be. Get the win, ease off a little bit, rest up tonight, come back tomorrow and we go again. Because like we said this morning, Friday, Saturday, that's when you start feeling sore, that's when you start feeling those little niggles. So yeah, Wales will be happy with this. They've got the win, they've not had to, you're on the live stream, so you don't want to show too much, because England will review this game. England will have a look at it, and Justin Conway and Gabriel Pennington will have a look and see if there's anything else that they've ran. I've been really impressed with Amber Rupp. The way she moves upfield with the ball in 2 hands, she just skips around people and gains a good extra 5-10 metres for when they come on for attack, and that's a great pill over the top. What a pill. Left hand, great finish.
Great pass, great take. Saren Carson puts the ball down.
Carson's done so well there, just dots it down. So, yeah, it's just a pick up against the grain. Left hand throw, over the top. Carson takes it, dots it down. Beautiful.
Despairing dive.
Yeah, just trying to put them under that pressure, and they'll go back into that tap-off move for Netherlands. Heavy little touch there. Referee's happy with it. Interesting. So we'll just work their way back at the box, and the tap-off move we saw early on, it's a 32 short, but they're way too far out for it to be effective. So they go straight into a 33 scoop, and that's fifth touch. Again, you're kind of caught static on fifth, and it's always tough to get anything from it. I'd be relatively happy with this if I'm Wales. I think they could have been a little bit more ruthless, maybe. And like I said, they've not been able to. They've not had to show too much. I spoke about it before. You'll know when Wales are feeling under the cosh. Nice. Back to one. Is that good? You know when Wales will be under the cosh because Dan Roberts is going to have to pull a few more things out of the bag, and he'll start picking up from half on those sweepers, and he's
similar to what happened this morning against England.
No, he's not had to do that, and we spoke about it in the England-Ireland game yesterday. I don't think either team opened their playbook or went too deep into their playbook yet. I think we're going to see a lot more on Saturday, and for teams like Wales, England, France in the mixed open, maybe even Scotland as well, I think they might be holding a few things back. And when you know your opposition's watching, Amber Rock on counties, right hand. Good bit of defence from Netherlands, but the wing was open there. 20
seconds remain, so this is going to be a
nice little play to finish.
Yeah.
Could be a counties relay, I think. No, we're going to go 32. Nope. I think there's a bit of miscomms. Amber Rock. What a... Oh, that was a shame.
James Enyon racing through into the hole, but he just couldn't quite grab the ball.
That was nice. That was a really nice little play. Really nice little play. Oh, what a shame.
So, at the end, it is a very good victory for Wales. They finish the game 13-4, and they'll be happy with that, because that could have been a potential banana skin for them.
Could have been, yeah. Like we've seen Netherlands 3 times now, and they seem like they've improved every time. So yeah, I'd be happy with that from Wales. I think Netherlands will be disappointed that they let the game get away from them so quickly. It would have been nice to stay in that arm wrestle for a little bit longer. I think we're going to have Fawn Summers up from Netherlands in a little bit to have a chat about how she thinks the tournament's going so far. So that'll be interesting to get her thoughts on this game.
Well, coming up next, we've got the women's open round robin between Belgium and Ireland, and Belgium, who were, of course, on here earlier. So we will see what they can do against the Irish, but we are going to head back to the studio where Ian, I believe, has got a mascot update.
Yeah, thanks, Jono. I certainly do. First of all, congratulations to Wales. A fantastic performance. Now, today is the 3rd day of the European Championships. That means it's Capture the Mascot Day. A few times we've done this throughout the course of the day. We've had a pink flamingo, we've had a pink sheep, we've had a giant unicorn as well. What it means is every single team has their own mascot. Capture the Mascot means anybody can go around and steal that mascot, bring it up to the pavilion, and there might be a forfeit for the person who's lost that mascot. Now, as you can see in front of me, I have 2 lions, not 3 lions, 2 lions. You may be forgiven for thinking both of them are from England, but they're not. This one is England, that one's England. However, this one here is actually the French mascot. I don't know whether it's done intentionally. As we know, we normally associate the lion with England, don't we? But this is the French mascot. This is the England one here. So if anybody is watching from either of those teams, your mascots are here. So come and get them at the pavilion. A little bit of fun we like to have here at the European Championships. Right, it is now time for our next match, the Women's Open Round Robin. It's Belgium and Ireland. Let's hand over to your commentators. It's Jono and Mel. Enjoy.
So as we approach the 1 minute warning, we have 2 lanes up here for mascots. We've got 2 lanes, and one is English, one is French. If you're missing your mascot, or you've got the French and English mascot lane, up here in control. Players and officials, 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
Welcome back to the Highfields Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham. It's the penultimate game of the day, a women's open round robin game. Belgium taking on Ireland. Of course, we saw Belgium on this pitch earlier in a 12-1 defeat to Scotland, but they improved greatly in the second half of that, and we said at the time, will they take anything from that? Take any learnings into this game? Well, we're about to see, and I'm delighted to say, to call this one with me, it's Mel Day.
Good to be here. Two of my favourite women's teams, actually. I love Belgium as well.
Yeah, they really improved in the game against Scotland. They looked a bit under the cosh as they got to half time, but they managed to get a great breakaway score from an interception. And then they really tightened it up in the second half and allowed Scotland very, very little. They did score a couple of late tries, but it was a much improved second half performance from Belgium. And we'll see if they can take that momentum into this game against Ireland.
Yeah, well, I think this is their one of their best chances for a really strong performance. Ireland are sitting just one place above them on the table. Ireland, a very good team. They've had some unlucky results. They've had a couple of draws. Ireland are a team that can definitely score. They've got, great attacking players in their team, but unfortunately they've just let through quite a few tries and had these results that they've just been, 1 or 2 tries difference, but they're looking forward to a game to close out what's been a beautiful day.
It has been a great day. These two teams did face each other yesterday early on, and Ireland coming away with a 10-2 victory from that. So I suppose from Belgium's point of view, is if they can improve on that, they'll take that as a win.
Yeah, they would have talked about their defence a lot after that game, I think, and you can see really good shifting of the defence over to the right-hand side with the momentum of the attack. Very, very good defence from Belgium here, and forcing the error. That was very good. I know I keep on talking about kit, but I like this Belgium kit. I love the stripes on the one leg of the shorts and everything like that, and they've got a penalty there for a hard touch, but yeah, if they tighten up their defence, move across as a unit, when that happens, I would just be saying to the team, no scores in the middle. If teams want to throw long to the wing, let those scores happen, but just stop those scores through the middle and just stay really tight there. But really good driving here. They're taking advantage of this penalty, giving them very good field position. Just centering the ball here for the 5th touch and going from half.
Just stopped in their tracks there as they ran out of touches, and Ireland start again. They're very, very deep. Now that was interesting. I just saw some dust come up as they sprinted through. First time I've seen that on this pitch.
Yeah, this pitch is holding up very, very well, but because it's been so hot and so windy over the last couple of days, there are a few little dusty patches that, yeah, a spot of rain would definitely help. But great switch here from the Irish. Oh, I'll tell you what, scrambled Belgium defence. That was an incredible defensive play.
Jana Martens there, getting the touch in just in time.
Oh, you look at this, and you can just see.
Oh, Belgium are through here.
Oh,
They're just through. They're going to score. Jeanne Delfontaine, it's a breakaway try for the Belgians, and they take the lead here.
Delfontaine, she has just opened them up on this drive.
Here we go, it's
just out to the wing. Beating them on numbers, just getting on the outside of her winger, and she's got some great pace down the wing. Loses a hat, no break in stride. Oh, that's fantastic from Belgium.
We'll see it from behind here. Loses her cap. But look at the way she's looking over her shoulder, just looking where the Irish defender is. And she actually gets further ahead as she gets to the line.
Fabulous ball skills for the opening try of the game.
Yeah, so Jane Delafontaine with the try, very similar to the one that Sitz Dassler scored against Scotland earlier today. That was another length run down the field. Belgium will be delighted. They've taken the lead.
They really will be, and coming past the winger like that as they were boxing it, it's going to mean the Irish winger is going to be very aware of her outside channel as they go driving down this far wing. Once again, incredible speed by the Belgium team. Bring it to the middle, but this box side winger now, when they're subbing, she will stand quite wide to try and cut off that option. It means potentially some holes could open up for the Belgian team as they are driving towards their sub box.
Ireland have the ball again, so they are going to take advantage of their sub box and bring a new pod on. Working it down the left hand side, coming in field now.
Great check off there.
Oh, that's a great pass, and there was space open on the right hand side if they look for it, and the Belgian defence is just caught a bit bunched up at the minute, and now there's space on the left, and Ireland are down. Superb try. Ellie Boyce bursting through and putting the ball down.
Ellie Boyce has been spectacular. She's their top try scorer, I think, by some margin, alongside Rachel Duggan, one of the girls I know from Old Wesley. I've been giving Old Wesley plenty of plugs, but their club contributing a lot of plays to this Women's Open, and as a club really driving development of touch in Ireland, and you can see it from their men's and women's results at this tournament. I made the Old Wesley Instagram page actually yesterday.
Fantastic.
Yep, it was one of my moans from a very classy Irish try, and I think I mispronounced the name of one of the girls, but no, nice to get on Instagram pages every now and then.
I don't use Instagram that much. You can probably tell, but I think I've only made 12 posts, and 2 of them have been in the past week.
It's okay, John, I'm following you. That's all that counts. Started following you at this tournament, so gave you a follow and boosted your follower count by 10%.
Yeah, it's not a social media I use very often, unfortunately.
Great subbing by the Belgium team. They're getting some attacking players on, and these girls are subbing off and sprinting off at top speed. I always like to see that in a team. I think the nature in which you sub tells a lot about your team. If you do that with intensity, with purpose. Great little step on number 8 from Belgium.
So
Meta Hazinga.
5th touch, so they're going to try and make something happen, but good diving touch. Good defence by Ireland, and they have the ball again. So we're all square, 7 minutes played. I think Belgium are going to be really happy with the way they've started this game. They've got a try on the board. They've restricted Ireland to 1. They're very much in the game.
Yeah, and it's that restriction of the scores. I think their defence has been very, very good. A couple of really good defensive diving touches and shifting across with each other. It's been very, very good, and they're really getting up into that Irish line, and you can see a couple of drop balls that are quite uncharacteristic of this Irish team. And Ireland following a Pistons D, so you can see 2 or 3 girls coming up for each touch, trying to limit those check-off options of Belgium as they force the pass wide. But good hands by this Belgian winger.
Down it goes, and they're coming back in field. Just looking for their holes in the Irish D. That's 5th touch. There may be some space opening up on the left-hand side. It's a great pass, and there's still space on the left-hand side.
I thought all she had to do was put it down. She looks so close to the line there.
I wonder if they maybe called it forward.
Oh, possibly.
Because she stopped. She stopped, and the play was called dead, so I wonder if it was a forward pass.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether she realised how close she was for the line, because it looked like she was trying for an inside ball instead of just looking down. But aren't they creating some good opportunities, Belgium? I think their hands in passing, hopefully don't put the knocker on them, has been very good this game as well. Ireland are coming up and pressuring them, and they're forcing some long balls from Belgium, and Belgium are throwing them, but they're like executing them very well. Look at that. Centering this ball into the midfield. Taking Ireland on the outside, a couple of quick passes, but...
Good touch. Charlotte Nichols getting the touch in.
Yeah, they don't lack for pace, the Irish girls. Sometimes lack for a tan, but we'll forgive them for that. But definitely not for pace. Very, very good. Running skills, and their ball and passing skills are just great on this Irish team. This will be third touch over the halfway. This is great driving by Ireland, but unfortunately I think that's just a hips not straight, which can happen sometimes when you're subbing off. You'll be desperate to go to the sub box and you'll just unfortunately skew that roll ball and get an advantage to get off the field a lot faster. So Belgium, unfortunately, just putting the ball down. We've got Rachel Duggan with the ball now. Her boyfriend is in the Irish men's open team, James O'Donnell.
So, and it's that sort of sport, very sort of family partner orientated. You get like whole families or partners playing in various teams throughout.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, great Belgian defence. And then a lot of people meet their partners through touch. Stephen Troy, another Old Wesley men's open player, has actually started to go out with a friend of mine, Peggy, who's playing for the English Lions team. I set them up. Very successful setup on my part, as Belgium, once again, excellent defence. They're going to be absolutely stoked, and their whole sub-box is cheering every shutout that they make of this Irish attack.
It was a feature of the game against Scotland earlier, where as they really celebrated the try that they scored, but also every time that they did stop Scotland from scoring throughout that second half, you could see the confidence and the way that they was really enjoying it, and the momentum was going with them, and they've taken it over into this game. I mean, it is a much better performance. There's much more flowing attacks here from Belgium than there was certainly in the first half against Scotland, and I think that's the great thing what they've done. They've learned, they've taken things that probably weren't so great in that Scotland game, and they've looked to improve it in this game, and so far they are doing that.
Yeah, it's a great demonstration of women's touch. I'm stoked. It feels like this is my second really strong game of women's touch in a row. Oh, pass goes out. Belgian player didn't have her arms out, but was in that passing channel. So 6 again from Ireland. But we'll check out this Belgian defence again. You can see their two middle players very close together. And that's what you really look for. Those two middle players, they're not creating any gaps between themselves. Their links are supporting them. And you really force these long balls. And on a breezy day like today, those long balls are very hard to execute well. And the error coming from Ireland, unfortunately, they're in the middle. But Belgium, once again, excellent defence. Considering they've had numerous score lines with double-digit scores against them, they've just come into this game with confidence in loads.
And it's clearly something that they've endeavoured to work on, because this is now, after the Scotland game, the second half there, the first half here, where the defence has really tightened up and has looked really good. And are they through?
She'll get the offside penalty here, so good running from half, good heads up. I think she was listening to the referee there and taking advantage of that.
So Jana Martins going through, but has drawn the penalty, so a fresh set of 6 for Belgium. They're just outside the 7, they're going to pop down now, coming back in field.
Yeah, Mathilde Canel's passing from half here.
And they've got space out on this left hand side if they can work it out here. And it looks like they've got another set of 6.
They've just got to be patient here and use the 6. Sometimes time in possession will just build confidence. Just burning a few touches, getting a lot of time on the ball, it's just going to make you so much more confidence, and the scores will just naturally come from that. Taking their time, pulling the Irish defenders out.
Ireland keeping their defence tight. Now there's a chance of an attack. Oh, and it's...
Jana Martens picking up from half, and she went right. I think if she continued that way, there was space out there.
Yeah, there was a couple of players out there. And I think she looked back and then got caught in 2 minds. And that broke the move down, unfortunately. But this has been much better from Belgium. If they can just get a little more fluency in their attacking play, I think they'll be very dangerous when they get to the 7-metre line.
Yeah, it's that confidence as well. If you choose to go one way, go it with all that gusto. And this is 5th touch. Once again, Belgian defence holding strong. But as I say that, the number 16 straight through from Ireland, Eileen Russell.
Yeah, it's just exploiting just a little tiny gap that opened up. There wasn't much there.
Pass out to her, and she just catches the ball, little subtle dummy, and just straight through those middle players. Belgium are going to be disappointed with that defence on that try, but they've got a chance with a tap off to come back.
Yeah, so Ireland lead 2-1. So it's the first time they led in the game after Belgium took the lead. They get into position, and then it's almost as if they sort of get caught in 2 minds about what to do. Oh, nice switch play.
Oh, ball down.
I think it is down. Yes, it is. It's a great reply from Belgium, and they've equalised.
I think that's
Sitz Dazzler. Yeah, let's watch this again.
Look at that, running with purpose. Quick flick behind her. Fabulous try by Belgium.
Sitz Dazzler puts the ball down. 2-2. That's Ireland driving from the tap off themselves, and they're diving through, but I think that was covered. Good defensive play there by May Huizinga. Ireland still have it though on the 7-metre.
Moving as a unit, Belgium.
Final touch. Well, but the space has opened up here. Oh wow, that was excellent. Oh no, it wasn't. It was great defence in the end. I thought the ball had gone down.
Fantastic attack, fantastic defence. Literally inches between tries and no tries. And Belgium coming out to their sub box now. Jana Martens with the ball now. Passing off, guiding play. She's going to go from half here. It's 5th touch.
Just looking where to go. Nobody that way for Sitz Dazzler, so unfortunately ball goes back and Ireland start again. 2.5 minutes to go in this half. It's all square at 2. Belgium will be delighted with this first half performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And they won't want to let it in try, but Rachel Duggan taking off from half. She's got so much speed on her, Rachel Duggan. She's through, passing the ball. And I think she's just touched that dead ball line there. She's so incredibly fast, Rachel. Incredible stride length. Whenever I see her sprint, she's like this gazelle running across the field. Here she comes, coming up high, making this touch, but no one going up with her, and Belgium taking advantage of that to take a few metres up the field. Love seeing these players coming on. They're all screaming for the ball, all desperately want the ball.
It's great to see that They're getting on and they want to be involved. And now here's an opportunity.
Oh, she
Just
needs
needs somebody. But the touch was made.
Oh, I thought there was a support runner coming through on her outside there as well, unfortunately. You know what, it's 2-2, but I think both teams are leaving a few scores out there at the moment.
There's a minute left in the first half. It's Ireland on the drive, but they on last touch. Oh, they managed to get
through! What a score to close out the half. Alana Byrne.
Superb speed.
Burning the defenders.
Well, watch it here. It was final touch as well. And she got the ball back and then from a standing start absolutely turns on the burners and gets to the try line and pops it down. Ireland lead 3-2.
That's exactly what they needed. Closing out the half. They'll want to defend that to go into half-time with a lead, but what an incredible turn of pace. Exactly what you say, from a standing start to outpace that defender.
Ireland have the ball back now, but we've only got 10 seconds left before the hooter goes. It may go any time now. Well, that wasn't bad.
Last play, they're trying to make something happen. Oh,
touch made. So at the end of the first half of this Women's Open game, it is Ireland who have the slender advantage. They lead by 3 touchdowns to 2, but Belgium are going to be really happy with their efforts in that first 20 minutes.
I think they're going to be so happy. Looking at their previous scores before this, it seemed like they were lacking in a bit of attacking firepower. Most games they've only scored kind of 1 try. The fact that they've put 2 tries on in 1 half of touch, they'll be so happy. And, you know, they've had a few double-digit score lines, and restricting a very strong Irish team to just the 3 tries, they'll be really happy. And Ireland, they just seemed a little bit hesitant in that half. I think in terms of the tries that they have let through, a lot of them are just not coming that one step off their line. They'll feel a little bit, you know, unlucky on, you know, one of those scores that they just had to take one step off their line. But you know what's fantastic with these European Championships, especially if people are watching, you might see some lopsided score lines at times, but teams that come here, they rarely play at this level, and coming here and having a 5-day tournament, it's about progressing and what you get to from day 1 to day 5. And we've just seen Belgium, you know, improve in the space of 3 days to be this quality, exciting team that we're playing now, and this is what European touch is all about.
And there was the try that put Belgium ahead. This was a great try.
We've got Josh Ingram, the mixed open captain, in the commentary box, trying to distract us both with his shirt off. Jono, focus on the touch, focus on the field. We're trying not to be distracted by the absolute rig that's standing beside us.
I'm just jealous. That's there's both teams in their huddle.
By the look of Josh's nipples, it's a bit cold in the commentary box. It's been a bit nippy all day, hasn't it?
It is. It's very cold. Yeah, it's a beautiful day out there, and it's very warm in the sunshine. I've been out a couple of times. They do let me out of the building
to defrost.
Yeah, and essentially that was, I managed to get out in the sun just to warm up, because we are in a bit of a wind tunnel. The wind is blowing across in it, and the first time this week it has been quite cold, because Tuesday was horribly humid and close. Yesterday was a lot nicer, quite fresh, but it was still quite warm. Today, although it is warm in the sunshine, it's not too warm in the shade, and I certainly will be bringing a 3rd layer tomorrow.
No, absolutely, it's very fresh today. I'm sure the girls have just done 20 minutes of touch. I don't think it's too cold though.
No, I mean the pitch is bathed in sunshine. I know we was talking about a little bit of dust coming up, but if you look at the pitch, considering the number of games it's had on it, it's still very lush, very green. Wonderfully looked after pitches here at the University of Nottingham.
Yeah, they're stunning, and they're so consistent across all 9 fields that we have here at Nottingham. It's not a facility where if you're on the field 5 or 6, you rue it because it's a bad field. They're all very, very nice.
So 1 minute until we tap off again, and it's Ireland who'll have the tap off. 1 ahead, and they're really going to want to try and get a score from this tap off, aren't they? Because 2 ahead, it gives them a massive advantage.
They really, really will, and for that purpose, they've got number 10 on there, Ellie Boyce, who has just been one of their superstar players. She's already scored this game. She's just got incredible pace and really, really good ball skills. And that's the thing with this Irish team. I think the majority of these girls will have a rugby background, so their passing and everything is so crisp, and on both hands as well. That they do play some incredible touch. I've been on the receiving end of the quality of some of these Irish girls' touch. No, wasn't pretty. They're probably wishing I was there right now, out there with them.
These Ireland who do start off as the one really starts to pick up now.
Oh, nice. Here we can go. Ellie Boyce wrapping around behind the ruck there, but a pick up there. Great work by Ireland.
Victoria Dolgaruki puts the ball down, and it is the start that Ireland wanted. They do go 4-2 ahead.
And I was watching Ellie Boyce sweep around the back here, but they've gone for a sweeper pickup. Quick pass out to Victoria, and great dive in there for first try of the half, sorry.
So work for Belgium to do now. They need to drive deep from the tap off themselves, or that's unfortunate. And one thing that Belgium have done is really cut out the errors, so that is a rare error for them today.
Yeah, they've been very good otherwise in terms of their passing. They have taken chances with their passing. As I said, the Irish defence is so strong that they do force teams to throw these cutout balls, which Belgium have done very successfully in the first half. And here go Ireland again, going in with some very strong momentum. Ball going out to Rachel Duggan at link.
Down it goes. Oh, it's just beyond the grasp there. Oh, that looked very likely that it could have been a second Irish try of this second half.
Yeah, it looks very good as a set up for a score. Oh, very good defence by the Irish winger. Number 8, Rachel Spear. Getting up, just cutting off this sub-box completely, Rachel Spear. And fifth touch.
Yeah, fifth touch it is.
Unfortunately, she was just on her own there and about to get touched, so just throwing a speculator into the middle, but like with most speculators, not quite coming off, unfortunately.
Down it goes again. And then look towards the halfway line. 10 metres in.
This is nice driving.
It really is a good drive, and now they're going to try and work it left. They've got players over here. Nice switch pass, and it's a good touch in the end.
Ellie Boyce and Alana Byrne, the 10 and the 11. Oh, nice little pop pass. She just looks dangerous every time she's on the field, Ellie Boyce.
It's Belgium who have the ball. They're going to have to drive from very deep, but
I think they were just caught in the ruck there, the Irish team.
So Belgium start again. Getting towards the sub box. They may bring fresh legs on here.
Yeah, just that little jink went off the mark there.
Yeah, there just seemed to be some hesitancy. They've been quite fluid in their changes, but not that time. It was a little bit static. Does Ireland come again, diving through.
Very good touch. I think that was Josephine Fallon in the middle.
Oh, it's been given.
It's been given. Here we go.
Has it?
A little bit of a discussion. No,
it's not been given.
Forward pass. A forward pass going into that. I was going to say, I thought Josephine Fallon was a bit unlucky. It did look like she was up off her line here. A little quickie.
Difficult to say from here and from an angle whether it was forward or not, but the referee's in a great position, of course, out there, so we shall trust their experience and judgment.
Absolutely. Part of team ref already, Jono.
Level 4 now.
Oh, very good hands by Ireland. Great pace. I think that's their first touch over the halfway line. Oh, great pass back in.
They need to get support from the sub-box, though. It was a little hesitant, and that has brought the drive to a halt somewhat. They're still at 7 metre now, though, so they can take full advantage. Oh, and they've just not managed it.
Okay, and Belgium are going to be driving from their 7 metres. They just going to bring that composure and confidence that they just had in that first half. A little bit of a stutter at half there, but passing out to the wing now. Delafontaine, try scorer in the first half with the ball. Here they go. It's going to be fifth touch coming. They've got a scooper going through, but
they take it back, so Belgium still have the ball.
They are very successful when they do scoop to catch these defenders offside. And those defenders are so close to each other that they are getting caught to be judged to be impeding that defence. As they go to the middle, sweeper play with that sweeper coming around the back of the ruck, going the outsides. She's quite fast, isn't she?
She's very quick.
Karis, here she goes, passing it back in. Just a little bit short.
So Ireland have it again. Once again starting from deep, so first job getting over to the sub box.
Oh, excellent work there by Ireland. They come sweeping on now. Feels like it's definitely the errors that are the difference in the second half. Ireland just consistently good, not making too many mistakes, and Belgium handling errors, just laying them down. They go the outsides, and I think they'll get a 6 again here.
Was the final touch, and they will get another 6. Just being told to go back. They go again now. They're going to. Thought they was going to use the left-hand side, but Ali Boyce decided to try and go through herself. Has to come back to the 7.
Yep, she's got Shannon Gill as her link on this side. I think it was very early in the touch count. She thought she'd just play it safe, but here she goes, going from half. Little pass in. Great hands.
Good juggling there by Faye St Ledger, but I think the touch had come in. They will start again from 7 though.
Using Shannon Gill now. Shannon Gill with a little quickie. Their winger is free on the outside. Rachel Spear has acres of space out here, but I think they're going to give the score.
I think there's going to be a consultation. Referees still discussing.
Making sure they get the right decision, which is good, and they're going to go with a penalty to Ireland, which I think is a fair result. So 6 more touches. Oh, she's been caught at half. Oh, yeah, they got lucky there with the half call.
Goes down again, but once again they have to go back.
Ellie Boyce sweeping around, picking up, throwing left.
Oh, it's just beyond the grasp of Shannon Gill. And Belgium, to be fair to Belgium, their defence has put under a lot of pressure there and they cope with it really well.
Yeah, they really did. And sometimes when you get a couple of bad calls, it can impact your defence, but it looks like they've just used that for motivation instead, and they looked very, very solid in that set.
Singing on the balcony.
I think it's only third touch coming by the looks. A little quickie on the outside. Oh, I think she's through there. Great dive by Alex McGuinness. I get thirsty every time I say that name. But Alex McGuinness, what a score.
So Ireland go 5-2 ahead. And they're just starting to pull away now.
It's quite hard at this time of the day. Sometimes you can just lose focus of where that try line is, and we can see, I think the defence just retreated a little bit behind that try line, but Alex McGuinness straight in. Yeah, fantastic heads-up play by her.
I think the defender just went across, I think, to cover the wing, but probably didn't realise she was already covered, and that left a great hole for Alex McGuinness to go into and put the ball down. So Ireland lead 5-2. We've got 10 minutes left in the game.
And the wind is blowing straight in our faces, and we can see when Belgium are throwing right to left, a lot of their passes are just coming short of their attacker. I think they just need to compensate for that wind and put a little bit more spice on those passes just to make sure that they do connect, because when they're coming this way they don't seem to have a problem with their passes. And
no.
But a couple of times they are just having a couple of handling errors. Nice pass in. Oh, great run down the wing.
They ran out of touches, but Matia Zenga again. She just looks to have some real jinking skill and speed. And use the opportunity to make some changes from their sub box.
Oh, great
fresh
speed.
set coming on. It's a good drive, but this is final touch.
Alana Byrne passing it out. Oh, I almost think that pass was intended to go.
I think
for
it
the
was,
wing.
yeah.
And the Lynx just knifed it out of the air. They'll be able to laugh about it afterwards if they maintain this 3-score lead.
Only be Ireland's second win of the competition if they do manage to hold on. The first one was also against Belgium by a much bigger scoreline of 10-2. So I suppose by looking at that, if Belgium manage to get another score or restrict Ireland, that they're going to take that as a massive improvement from yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately just some errors creeping in here. I thought the first one looked over the mark, and the second one was obviously a bit questionable as well. So unfortunately they're just giving away this field position, and we can see when Belgium get up to the line they can score, but they're just not quite making it there with these errors in their midfield.
It's Ireland driving again.
Alex McGuinness with the dive again. I think she's got another one on the board. 2 pints for Alex McGuinness.
I think she has, yeah. Try given. Alex McGuinness with her second of the game. And Ireland are 6-2 up.
Oh, she's got a fantastic dive, doesn't she?
Yeah, great reach there to go beyond the defensive touch. And Ireland are ahead by 4.
Oh,
Great speed again.
Herzinger, she's got some pace, doesn't she? And she's finding those holes in the attack. She's moved into that mid channel now. We'll see her get the ball now, passing it along, creating some space. Lovely ball out to the wing. Oh!
Good diving touch there, though. Good defence by Ireland. Belgium will probably look to bring this back in field towards the right-hand side.
Fifth touch, skipping from fifth. Little flick pass out the back. You know, I think they'll be happy with that set. They drove the ball up there, they held it, they created some good opportunities up there.
Ireland driving through, and we are going to hand over to Ian and Jordan in the studio there with Netherlands player Fon Summers. Over to you, Ian.
Hello everybody, welcome to the studio. We're joined by Fon from the Netherlands team here. Fon, how's it been going out there this week?
Yeah, yesterday we had 3 wins. I think that was a really great day for us. At the start we were a bit nervous and we had a huge competition to start with. I think on a more personal level, our team is quite old compared to all the other mixed teams, so it is quite hard for us to compare our fitness, but I think mentally we're really in the game, and yesterday really showed with 3 games in a row that we could really keep it up with the young guys.
We're getting towards the end of day 3 then. Do you think that fatigue might creep in as we go to 4 and 5?
Definitely, but I think it is like a mental barrier that you have to overcome, and I think we prepare ourselves daily. We go to bed early, and tomorrow we get an ice bath, so that's nice.
Oh, that's the best bit. That is the best bit.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Can't beat it. I've got a couple of questions for you. The first one, I'll go on a bit of an individual one for you. So I noticed yesterday you were playing wing. I think were you box side wing yesterday? Is there a reason that you've moved to link in that game then, or? If you just want to talk us through that a little bit.
I think normally I play link.
Okay.
That's my preferred position. I don't normally play wing at all, but the thing is, most of our girls on the team are central players. We're playing full girls, and I think the reason why we have to do wingers is because the whole team is a strong team, and we have everybody capable of every position. And it's just rotation basis. Everybody's gone on the wing, everybody has a chance at link, and then now we're down a player as well, so you have to switch around.
Just a little bit of a change up.
Yeah.
And then just touching on Netherlands touch as a whole, I started playing mixed open in 2007, and I was quite used to Netherlands being in that mixed open category, and obviously you weren't there in 2018. It's obviously it's great to see you back. What's it looking like moving forward for you? During this cycle for the next World Cup in 2024, is that something that you're training for now?
Yeah.
Are you looking for this squad to remain together? And because obviously there's a good few club teams in Netherlands, and is that something that you're working towards consciously?
I think we are making a bigger step to go into that direction. I think this team that we have now is a really solid team. We do have a couple older players. I mean, I'm the youngest player and I'm 23, so that's, I think, is saying a lot. I do think that the squad that we have now is quite a solid squad. We are filtering in some new people, but this is the main group that's been really committed and really focused and has stayed for a long time.
Cool. Awesome.
Thank you so much. I feel old listening to that. But let's get back to the action, shall we? Belgium and Ireland, second half. Let's hand back to your commentators.
Thanks very much, Ian. And a couple of tries for Ireland since we was last with you.
Some great long balls. Here's another one out to the 8. She's already scored 1. Rachel Spearty scored 1 during our interview crossover, and Charlotte Nichols the other one on the other wing. And Alex McGuinness, she's demonstrated she's not only got a fabulous drive, but an impeccable left to right to set up that second score for Charlotte Nichols. She's on fire in this second half.
She really is. She had a great game.
I don't remember mentioning her name much during the first half, but this second half she has just turned on the lights. Is that even a phrase?
I'll go with it.
We'll run with it.
Ireland going towards their sub box as they look to make changes once again. A new pod is on, and they're coming at some speed now. Seem to have a fresh impetus. They've hit the try line a few times and stretched away, and they may stretch away again. Good passing, but good touch as well. They're on 5th touch, so have to start from
Alex
static.
McGuinness passing out.
Doesn't quite find its mark that time, so Belgium will have the ball well into the final minute. 8-2 Ireland lead, so if it stays like this, it is an improvement for Belgium on the 10-2 that Ireland won yesterday. But in that respect, I think they're going to be disappointed that they let Ireland score a few tries when they were still holding quite firm well into this second half.
Yeah, they will be, but I think the biggest takeaway for Belgium is that in that first half, and we spoke about at half-time, there weren't many errors by either team. Handling was very good, ball skills were very good. In this second half, it just feels like Belgium have been let down a little bit with some passing and handling errors, and that has just given Ireland a platform where they can bring out these attacking weapons. Your Ellie Boyces, your Alana Burns, your one of your favourite player, Alex McGuinness's, and that's where Ireland scored off a platform where they were getting the ball kind of on the halfway line. So Belgium, if they could just reduce those handling errors and get better field position, I have no doubt that just like the first half, they can mix it with Ireland and draw and potentially win some of these games. So I'm actually I'd be really pleased if I was their coach with that performance. And watching the game, I thought they played very well.
Yeah, they certainly are improving as the tournament goes on. So they will be happy in that respect. Ireland will be delighted with getting their second win of the group stages.
And great to see the Belgian team clapping the ladies off. It's lovely to see all these national teams coming out and supporting each other. We've got 30 or 40 of the men's players clapping off the ladies, and the ladies, massive smiles on their faces. They've got so much to take away from this game, and it was really a pleasure to watch them today.
It was indeed, and we've seen Belgium again in the final game of the day. That's in the men's 40 round robin tournament as Belgium take on France. That's coming up next. Do join us for that. Mel, many thanks for being with us again.
Thank you, and yeah, great work by Ireland. Shout out to all those players. Alex McGuinness, hopefully you owe me one for dropping your name more times than I dropped my wallet.
Thanks, Mel. We will be back very, very shortly.
Belgium versus England.
Welcome back to the University of Nottingham. We're going to shock you. Jono's not here. It's me and Mel Day. Sorry.
Jono had a personal care emergency.
But the reason me and Mel Day are taking care of this game is because Mel Day has a keen interest in this one. Not only has she got a keen interest in men's over 40s in general, the general public of 40-year-old men.
Accurate.
To be fair, we both have a keen interest in the Silver Fox that plays for France. Mel, do you want to touch touch on him. Touch on.
I would love to get a bit of touch on the Silver Fox, but we can see him striding onto the field now towards halfway. We'll get some vision for you shortly, but his crop of silver hair.
It's getting better by the year.
Oh my gosh, he is like a fine wine.
Unbelievable.
A fine wine. I'd like to have a very large glass of the Silver Fox.
Agree.
Number 6 is
you know, I'd have a bath in it.
You and me both, Jordan. Maybe we can make it a nudge at 12.
We can make that happen, yeah. I think you gave me a thumbs up then.
You're looking for the number 6 jersey at home, folks.
That's your highlight. That's your highlight for this final game of the day. Final 40 minutes, and I'll tell you what. There's a really nice. It's adding a really nice touch to his silver hair. The setting sun, just dipping down to our left. It's really highlighting his lovely silver locks, and we'll get to see him wander down the field.
Oh, and hopefully this sun will be setting on some absolute slick moves by the Silver Fox in this game. He plays for Free Touch Squirrels in France. He's a stalwart for that club. I think he's scored on absolutely everyone. I reckon he's got around you a time or two, Jordan Melling.
Wouldn't be surprised, and I'd be more than happy to let him do that to me.
Yeah, he's got around me a few times. Got through me a couple more. He's just a fabulous player, an absolute stalwart of European touch.
God.
He just brings so much class to the game, unlike us two.
yeah, we're being the opposite of class at the minute. We need to rein it in.
We will try. And the Belgium team as well. The Belgium ladies played before this, and they put on an absolute class of touch in their first half, and improved massively, so hopefully the men will emulate their performance.
Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, so we've got the Fox on the ball now. He's looking to run a little quickie play, great feet, off his left foot. Good D from Belgium. Really good start. So go back into those two-man plays again, and nothing too crazy to begin with. He switched to his right this time. Oh, beautiful! You know what I love? The fact that he didn't even look at the referee, whether that was forward or not, or whether the touch was made. He just threads that ball off his left hand and then wheels away, knowing full well it is a score. Watch this.
Doesn't need to look.
Holds the play up, threads it there. See you later. I'm off.
Rumour has it he's a level 13 referee himself, so he's judged it. Ball down.
And a level 14 lover.
Oh. And shout out to his wife Nadia.
We're past the watershed now, aren't we?
I think we might have.
It's 9 o'clock now, isn't it? We're good.
Yeah, shout out to his wife Nadia. She's a class touch player in her own right, playing for France. She's playing France Women's Open, but she might still be playing in that division. Nadia, hopefully you take this as a compliment.
Good yards from the French. They're just finding the way up the box there. That's touch 3, so they'll come on now. Touches 4 and 5. Probably try and work their way back to the middle, maybe. No. So 5 coming. You probably work your way back to the middle for a 33 scoop. And they do that round the back. Oh, this is getting better by the minute. I think that might have been forward, but what a shame.
That could have made the highlights package of the day.
Laurent Boutet has just picked that ball up. One hand, picks it up like a peanut, puts it around his back, and then works his way to the left-hand corner and delivers a pill to the. Oh, that would have been beautiful. That. I wish the ref had just let that in.
Oh, I know.
Surely anything goes after the watershed. If me and Mel can say whatever we want, then forward passes are allowed.
That was a bit of Toby Phillips. Who? Men's Open. What? Come to the men's 40s for the entertainment.
Oh yeah.
I always do. Oh, here they go. Belgium, great strike dump through the middle, picking up from half, taking them on the outsides. Here he goes, flick inside.
That was a shame then. I think because I think the subbing broke down a little bit for Belgium, so they actually had 5 on. But it's good to see that they did create a little bit of space off that transition.
Yeah. I've been talking about the Belgium kit. You weren't a massive fan of the Belgium kit, were you?
It's all right. Yeah, it's fine. I really like the French kit.
Classic.
Particularly the number 6.
Oh, the number 6 jersey.
So it's all right. He'll come back in for a 33 pick up here. Straight through. Looks for his winger. Picks him off. Right, he's gone dead here. Mel, I genuinely don't know. What is the ruling there?
Then it's a turnover on the 7 metres.
So France get the ball back?
No, Belgium will...
yeah, but the Belgian player's gone dead.
Oh, the Belgian player went dead, then yes. It'll be a France roll ball as we see on the 7 metres. Oh, unlucky. That was a good little snipe by the...
It was, yeah. The winger disrupted it. 32 long. Silver Fox threads the same hole again. They're having so much joy with that. I'll tell you what he does really well, and it's something that I try and do quite a bit. Just because the Silver Fox does it. But watch him with the left, off his left hand here. He holds the ball up. He's looking at the hole for ages, and then holds the ball up and just threads a lovely ball. And he's able to put his link over. That's really nice.
And we talk about the Silver Fox a lot, but credit to Jean-Michel Moridas. He's hitting some class holes on the outside of the Fox.
That's what you want from your outside players, especially if you're looking for players to be hitting holes, and good little pill outside there.
Yeah, but you've been prescribing a few of those today, I've heard from...
I am not afraid to prescribe multiple pills. Yeah, I've been known to do that. So I tell you what, if anybody's at home right now, if you could go back through every bit of footage over the past 3 days and clip every time I've shouted pill and put it into a compilation, that'd be great, because I don't want to do it. So Belgium get the first full set of 6 on the France line here. Be good to see what they've got in the locker.
They look like they've got some good skills, Belgium. They've been pretty close to scoring a couple of times as they spread it out to little mid-play here.
And what was that signal, Mel?
I think that was an incorrect roll ball by the looks of it.
You're the ref. You shouldn't say think. You should know.
Well, I've upgraded Jono to a level 3 referee.
Have you really? Oh,
yeah.
That's great. Good on him.
He's had a sterling effort. As we talk about referees,
what's he paid you to get that?
Well, I owe him a beer actually after a prediction gone awry earlier in the.
Oh, did you have a bet?
Day. Yeah.
Nice. I need to do that.
We'll have to do it at half time actually. But speaking of referees, we've got Greg Taylor on the field, closest to the screen. He's jogging down. He's now in his 101st game. Wow. Greg Taylor. Those games are weighing heavy on those shoulders, coming over from Australia to help us referee, but a class effort from Greg, and a real leader in the referee bunch, and a bit of a character as well. Oh, nice ball out to the wing, Belgium.
You see that, Chris? That winger's not happy with the comms then. Shaking his head. He's fuming.
He's definitely fuming. Yeah, I think we could both feel that coming. It was just a little bit of confusion on this wing, and they're going to be disappointed because they've put France in ideal position.
And guess who's coming on? You can't give players like that a full kind of... Jesus. You get not a full set of 6, but he's going to get probably 2 shots on the Belgium line here, and I think he's going to look for a 32. No, he's not. He'll slow the play down, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back into what was working before, which was those little 33 counties, and he's looking to manipulate both those middles. He's actually got a penalty for dropping early there, so he's giving himself even more shots on the Belgium line, and that's a bit of a killer. I think one of the Belgian players got his hand on his knees at the minute. He knows what's coming.
Tell you what, it's almost like we've been
Fox
a dairy.
Looking for a sweeper. He might pick up. He doesn't. He feeds the sweeper to the outside, and that's good defence from Belgium.
I thought that link hole was on there if he just released that ball.
Yeah, I thought they were looking for that again. This time the Belgian players have kind of trusted their inside man, and he'll look for a quick. He's got space on the left if he can pill from the Silver Fox. Come on. After the watershed as well.
Oh.
Unreal. Can you ask for more than that?
Are we officially after the watershed?
Yeah.
Can I loosen the tongue a little bit?
I don't know. It's 6:15. Silver Fox throwing pills. That's unreal. Oh.
Just amazing. You know what? These men's 40s, most of them in the French team, like 45 plus, but they've just been together for so long.
You know what? Somebody said that. I think it was Ben. Actually, sorry, it was Ben Meakin. We went for a cheeky pint last night.
Oh, thanks for the invite.
Yeah, you were doing the wrap up. We were chatting about.
Oh.
We were chatting about a few of these teams that are in the seniors categories. One of them was the England women's 35s, and I think you spoke about them the other day.
Very, very highly, yes.
A lot of them have been playing together for a while, and if they've not been playing together for a while, a lot of them have played a good level of opens. Probably only 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
People like Marnie and players like that.
Yeah.
And then the other one was the French men's 40s. The fact that, like you said, a lot of these guys will have played maybe not opens, but definitely 30s together, and done well in that category not long ago. And you can just see it, can't you?
Yeah,
Good
and
hands.
then they're eligible for that step up in terms of age, but they want
Yeah.
to play against these 40-year-olds to really challenge themselves, and you can see why they're cleaning the floor with them. And number 3.
Oh, I think that might have just been a touch. But that was a beautiful bit of French flair.
Yeah, definitely touch there. Stéphane Collignon. Hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. Great touch there. I think the dive was needed. We need a bit of champagne.
I would have
touch, but
loved an
unfortunately
NRL finish in the corner, but I think not to. This isn't a slight to the men's 40s category. I don't know if we're going to get a one-handed dive off the field. What would you think?
Not until the final, I don't
Until
think.
the final. Save the area. To be fair, I don't dive but I don't dive anymore at all.
Well, we expect the final to be between France and England. They had a one-try differential between them in the last round, and seeing as Eric Williams plays in the England men's 40s, in terms of rugby league finishes, they won't come from him.
You're well up on your men's 40s. Touch the category at touch.
Of all kinds, touch of all kinds. I'm very, very well educated. Oh, he's
Silver
got to throw it
Fox.
long again. Oh.
Silver Fox is just dealing pills at the minute, and it's legal.
Oh, it shouldn't be. Belgium are going to appeal the legality of these. What an absolute superstar. Look at
Off his
this.
right hand again. Pumps,
You know what?
throws. That space there. We were talking about it yesterday with, I think it was the French Women's Opens, and it's one thing to have players that recognise where the space is. It's another thing to have a player that can execute. And at this point, and I think the good teams have one or two of these where they're essentially a player coach and they're like quarterbacks on the field, where they kind of roll up to the line, run the plays, and that they recognise where the space is. They pick the right option, and it's so nice to watch.
I mean, his conversion rate must be
Really
incredible, the
appreciate it.
Silver Fox. He's got a
Yeah.
higher conversion rate than me, that's for sure.
Correct.
That's not
Yeah.
saying much, to be honest,
Yeah.
if you've seen me on a night out, but still.
I think I'm going to model my game a little bit more after the Silver Fox.
Do you reckon you're up for it?
I reckon. Yeah, I don't. Maybe not the hair. I think my hair's on the way out rather than turning grey, silver.
I think you might have to rebrand. Silver Fox, maybe you could be the ginger dog.
Ginger.
The ginger weasel.
The ginger squirrel, red squirrel.
And I think foxes.
Big right hand.
Foxes eat squirrels for breakfast, Jordan, so just be careful. And here we go, Belgium. Fifth touch. They're going to have to create something from nothing here. But unfortunately.
They'll smartly kill it in that corner, so France have to work all the way over to their box now.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't guess that these men are 40, would you?
Nah, not at all.
I'm jotting down these team sheets for the after party.
I bet you are.
Oh, what pace. Look at this driving. Oh, this
Really
puts the men's open to shame. The pace that these guys are coming
Back to
in
the
on.
middle. This is unreal. What a transition. Back to a short side screw. This is going to be a great score. What a score. What a score. That is just champagne. Put your glasses down. That would be a great score at any division of touch. The transition, working the way to a short side scoop, losing your mirror, dotting it down, finishing. That's class. Keep saying it, but class is the word that keeps coming to me when France are in a bit of a groove.
Yeah, just amazing. And something you don't see very often, the Silver Fox in defence. Normally he scores and subs off.
That's what I've modelled my game after. I've been doing that for years.
And Belgium, unfortunately, not a lot happening there. But
Belgium look good when they get the tails up in transition. I think it'd be good if they can. But the thing is that they've obviously got to D a set out to get into that transition, and that's what they're struggling with, because when France are in a groove like they are now, they're just getting to 33 scoops like with ease, and they're straight through again. Up in the middle. Can he hit the winger? Blink instead.
Olivier Noel certainly singing carols out there, just cutting through the defence and passing through to his supporting player, Russell Barry.
Stops on a dime. Just comes back on himself. Space isn't there. I'll go to my left. I'll find my link.
Russell Barry, I feel like I know him quite well. Or we've been Facebook friends for 8 years without speaking. Yeah, Russell Barry, I think he does a lot of organisation of touch in France.
Oh.
Or I've been stalking him at some stage.
Yeah.
Great to see him get a score in.
Belgium find a little bit of space and a little bit frantic there from Belgium. I think when France are able to put them under a bit of pressure, it probably is just that, touch experience. Obviously these gentlemen have plenty of life experience, but that game time on the field, it looks like the French have just got that in abundance at the minute, and Belgium are struggling to carve out any opportunities.
Yeah, but this is exactly what they need. Turnover after the halfway line. This is going to be third touch coming. They've got plenty of touches up their sleeve. They need to try and construct an attacking opportunity. They're moving the ball to the middle of the field. Looks like it's
Look at that. They're just like shutting players down. That's better. Get up to the 7. That's fifth. Play off that. Move to the side. You've got space on the right. And they should. Fresh at 6. So this will be good to see from Belgium. Let's hope they use all the touches and work their way through the progressions. They have run a few quickie plays, and when they do run them well, they do look threatening. But this is good from France. They just pressure you so well. The Silver Fox is sat in the pocket. He can chill, he can relax, and that's ball. That's a
ball down by the hooks.
Also, they've wasted that set of 6, and
I was just about to put a bet on that Belgium were going to score during that set of 6.
I was thinking about it.
Here we go.
France going into 4-man driving.
Yeah, Belgium needs to win some of these rucks. Belgium aren't getting in front and getting physical in these rucks. You can kind of see they're making it to the side, not really getting in front. And I think they just need to insert a bit of physicality into this game.
Yep.
Obviously with minimum force.
Just like you said it before, that it's unbelievable that it's a men's 40s team. It's day 3 and it's 6 o'clock, and the French forces then just coming up to half time, 6-0 up, going to 4-man driving up the field. That's can I say ballsy? I've said it.
Yeah, I didn't see the men's open double shift.
No, I don't. I haven't seen many teams today just go for it and go up the guts and go 4-man driving, and that was impressive.
Yeah, it's just class. But one thing I know is men's 40s do have a lot of stamina, and they're definitely demonstrating on field 1 today. And here they go. Good dump.
Feet again. Wow. I think the touch was in there. Great feet. Olivier Noel again. He's so light on his feet.
Singing songs out there.
He'll go back to the quickie plays. Counties this time.
Great.
Right to left, maybe. Oh! So, surely that's a touch pass, Mel?
The only thing I can think about is whether the defender didn't call the touch.
What?
Oh! There's your rugby league finish, going begging on that left wing. Unfortunately, it looks like it was going to be a forward pass anyway, so it's probably a good thing he didn't get.
I hope we get to see that again. That was unreal. What a pill over the top. That's so impressive. Like, to be able to get static, stand on one foot, twist your body, and just flick over to the left-hand side. That was so good. This is such a good team to watch.
Yeah, and Belgium are making them work hard for it as well.
I know,
This Belgium team, they're not looking phased.
Nah.
They're running
Good
very,
yards.
very hard now.
Good
Great
yards.
driving.
That's
Oh,
They've got to play off this.
go you good
Use
thing.
it. And they've got a penalty off it. 30 seconds, boys. 30 seconds.
You can do it, Belgium. All right, I'm a betting woman, and I'm going to say they're going to score here.
20 seconds. Let's have a couple of plays, strike plays to finish this half off.
Taking their time. That's it, boys.
Last play of the half. I wouldn't be taking my time too much. Let's run off this. They go into a little bit of a counties, and he's caught from half. Can you end on half court, Mel?
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
Well,
It's not a penalty.
let's end on half court then.
Yeah.
He's made the right decision.
Oh.
Enjoy that?
Yeah, and then some. I think I need a
bath.
I need a breather and a
cold
cigarette.
shower. Cold shower. That's great.
Oh, and we're going to move to the studio to the man I've dethroned in the chief commentator's position. Over to Jono.
But we wanted to show you his wonderful face as well.
Now they'll know why they only hear my voice.
Give over, I don't want to hear that. Jono, what a job you've been doing all week. You've called all but I think 4 games so far this week. It's an awful lot of work. How's the voice?
It's holding up at the moment. It was struggling this morning. I woke up this morning and had a bit of a sore throat, but thankfully a couple of cups of coffee and I was raring to go again.
Get the old Strepsils out. I'm sure other throat softening sweets are available as well. Now, I know you've got a message you want to say thank you to a few people.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just me, obviously, commentating on several games a day. There's all the camera crew out here, so Jack, Dan, we've got Zelo out there with Lubo, we've got Tom. They've all been on the cameras on the far pitches as well, so they've all done a fantastic job, and you know they've done great work, and they've been allowing you to see all the footage from here. Chris back at the office as well, who's been doing all the replays. It's a big team effort to bring this many streams to people, so you know it's not just those that you hear and those that you see. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that make this all happen as well.
Now, of course, you're the man who's going to be calling those 3 big finals on Saturday, aren't you? The men's, women's and mixed open championships. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, very much so. Still waiting to see what the shake-up is, and of course we've got the semi-finals before that, so we do not know who is going to be in those finals. But yeah, very much looking forward to it. We're going to be resting the voice as much as I can, and you know, Strepsils, probably other throat sweets are available, honey and lemon, and anything that can keep my voice going. And very much looking forward to those finals on Saturday afternoon.
Good stuff, Jono. Thanks for joining us. Go and have the next 20 minutes off, because Mel and Jordan are waiting in. I'm not used to saying that. They're waiting in the wings, ready to go. Second half.
Thanks, guys.
France coming up. Let's hand back. Enjoy.
Yeah, Jono with all those thank yous to everyone, but we'd like to say thank you to Jono. We're so grateful that I've just taken over his seat as chief commentator for the final game.
It's a shame that was your last day, Jono, because Mel's got Friday and Saturday now.
And Jono, great to see you.
Unreal effort.
Great to see you in front of the camera, Jono. I think you look fantastic. I've been told I've got a face for commentary, online commentary, so I don't think Jono has anything to worry about. Didn't you say that to me, Jordan Melly?
Yeah, that was me, yeah. And that was in 2015 as well, so 7 years ago.
That's before I broke my nose and got older.
No, I was waving to Belgium box then. They've just been ignored. I like that the number 6 in the Belgian box is doing plyo lunges. That's class.
Yeah, quite a few of them with their shirts up as well. And I'll tell you what, some great
Some
rigs.
decent rigs knocking about, yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what number is that with the blue Lucasade?
Number 2.
Number 2 from Belgium. Shout out to Richard Horn. Horn like name, Horn like nature. He's looking sharp, Richard Horn.
Dickie Horn.
You said we passed the watershed.
This is getting worse by the minute.
He is looking fit. And it is incredible. And credit to these 40-year-olds. When my dad was 40, he was not wrestling with my mum anymore, I don't think. He was a proper 40-year-old. These 40-year-olds out here, they are just in impeccable shape. And you know what? This is just such a great advertisement for touch. The fact that you've got these 40-year-olds playing great sport. Jordan, this is going to be you in 2 years.
Looking good doing it.
This is going to be you in 2 years, Jordan.
Oh, God. I was going to say, yeah, it's a bit depressing. I mean, Richard Horn's in better shape than me, so...
incredible.
Is what it is.
As we
So
wait
20 minutes to round off day 3 of the Euros.
I only learnt what a thirst trap was recently
what?
as well. A thirst trap.
Talk me through it.
Apparently that's when you post a photo.
Oh, yeah.
And you post a photo looking to appeal to someone, like a bit of a sexy photo, I've been told.
Right.
And I think this whole field one is a thirst trap.
I thought Jono was just coming to pull you off the mic then.
I might get sent to the sin bin for day 4, I think.
We're not coming back tomorrow. We're going to get sacked.
We might get sent for time. Sent for time. Might be like the men's Open England Ireland game. Both of us going to the box. And the French players getting told to move out. Good dump
Space
by
on the left.
Belgium. Ping it.
In that way, goal! Ball down. Give
there.
that, sir.
Surely. Give it.
What?
Oh.
What's the call there?
I think that might just be touch
Did
made.
the wing make the touch? I don't think. That was a weird one, that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
Well constructed
What a shame.
opportunity. I think that is unlucky as well. I thought ball was down.
Yeah, I did.
And a couple of opportunities. I think he could have thrown one of those pills to the wing as well.
Yeah, I thought he'd seen that space on the left hand side, and yeah.
They were lining up like they were at Waffle House, the Belgium team, to score that one.
Fox is back on. Foxy.
Here he goes. He's going to pick up from half a minute. He's
Fifth
going to
touch,
scoop here.
33
There
scoop.
he goes.
Goes to his short side.
Oh, the
skips
pace.
around the middle and the link.
Comes
Wheels back round the end of the in goal. What is going on? What on earth? Oh my God! Silver Fox!
Just incredible. That's a Balthazar of champagne touch.
That's Balthazar. What on earth have we just seen? He's just wheeling around the back of the in goal, just looking for those options, cool as you like. Winger gets free as well. That was it. Oh, I think one of the Belgian players just took one to the face. Laurent Bondon, I think, could be related to 2 of the mixed open young boys. I think the Bondon brothers. It could have been the men's open. Thinking about it, I might be corrected for that. It was definitely the opens category. There's 2 young brothers, the Bondon brothers, were playing for Belgium, definitely on day 1. I can't remember if it was mixed or men's, but Laurent, number 1 for Belgium, Could be their dad, maybe. Pill to the left.
I think that was ball down.
I think it is ball down, and
not for any lack of trying. I thought this defensive effort by the Belgian winger was so good.
I tell you what, it's like today we've upped the ante with the pills. There's been a lot more than yesterday or day one. People are turning it on, and the Nottingham Seagulls are arriving on the left hand side. Is that ominous?
I thought that was a touch team.
Yeah, they've got training at 7. Come on, lads. I'll forget.
Chris Simon lining them up for
Kick to the Seagulls. Kick to the Seagulls. That's where the space is.
Oh, Jono Harding, control ref. Jono Harding, probably on the sunny side of 40 himself, and a quality ref. Great banter. Controlling things and giving Belgium another set of 6. They've used one over in that link channel, but they're bringing it back now. Little short runner there.
Ball's gone down.
Bit of a miscommunication there, but the two boys giving each other the thumbs up.
There's a famous Aussie Rugby League coach who used to say "kick to the Seagulls." And I'm trying to think who the Aussie Rugby League coach would be.
If it's vintage, it's got to be someone like Tommy Radonicus.
It's something like that. And if I get the name later, it'll kill me. But his thought process used to be at the SCG. The Seagulls would be in the space that no players were. So if you kick the ball to the Seagulls, then that's where the space will be. Fox has got
The only other player I've seen try to execute a play like that is Eric Williams, and it's never come off for him, and unfortunately Silver Fox falling to the same. Great speculator though.
You know what, if you're watching this game now, there's 15 minutes left. I know it's 8-0, but there will be something like that that's going to happen in the next 15 minutes. France, they're in a bit of a mood here that says to me that they're happy to maybe throw the ball about a little bit. Look at that!
Great defense.
Good deed. So yeah, I think if you're thinking about tuning off and you're thinking about going having your tea, just stay tuned in, because you're going to get something. You're going to be rewarded.
Yep, just keep
and
it.
If not, you'll hear me and Mel talking absolute rubbish about Seagulls.
Agree. Keep the butter pie in the fridge for now. And stay in front of your TV.
Don't put a butter pie in the fridge. Just goes to the right side. Big pill off his right hand. Toss it down. Sydney Harbour Bridge pass. Maybe you should be delivering that line. It doesn't sound that good coming from me. Great pick up, right hand, loops it over the top, dots it down. I think it was Jerome Denal that dotted it down. But I tell you what, how is this a men's 40s game?
How? Just incredible skills. And the great thing about these age grades is what they lack in a tiny bit of pace, they just make up for in great touch.
Sorry to stop you there now. I think Jono's wrestling with people.
Jono, who's just turned 40 yesterday.
Jono's on the floor, pointing at his head with holding the ball.
I think Jono wants to be this men's 40 section as well.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, good touch.
Sorry, the crew have just ensured me that it's only Jono.
Okay.
So that must mean that they can do whatever they want with him.
Jono, who's been encouraging Steal a Mascot Day. Unfortunately, that went awry because I saw a toddler crying on the sideline. I think someone's mistaken.
Because he was stolen.
I think someone's mistaken his stuffed toy for a mascot. Kids crying.
I thought you were saying that the child had been stolen, separated from his parents because he'd been confused with the mascot.
No, I think his stuffed toy got mistaken for a mascot.
Jono's just got the first aid kit out because he's been wrestling. The whole day has gone to pot because me and Mel are on commentary.
I was going to say, maybe it's so we can bandage our mouths up. And
Silver Fox was running a punish on this link. It's fifth touch, so he's going to have to get something from a static play. This could be interesting. Pump to his right. Off to your left. See you later. Oh, God.
nothing happening. He's worked out that play on the size of a postage stamp on this wing.
The amount of times I've said today that people have had to generate something from nothing on fifth touch. If there's a person that's going to do it, it's this guy. Big dummy, 2-on-1, and then just dishes it off his right hand to his winger.
One-handed flick. I can't pass that far successfully with 2 hands and 5 minutes of preparation time. Look at him go. That might be why I got dropped by the women's 35s.
You've been harping on that quite a bit all week, haven't you?
Very salty. Yeah, my coach, Ed Budge, said...
oh, you're going back to it? You're carrying on?
I'm not over it yet.
You're not stopping?
He said people might think he was a bad person for dropping me, and I'm like, too right.
Too right, yeah.
And the problem?
Yeah.
Oh, good defence by Belgium.
SH1T bloke.
And you can see how tight they are in the middle. The problem is, France just have these epic long balls. Oh, yep. Recycling ball.
Belgium are doing well to stay nice and tight, but like you said, that's better defence from Belgium. Like you picked up on there, Belgium are staying quite tight, and that stops anything going through the middle in terms of diving or hole 1 or even hole 2. But because France have got players that can execute those big Yoru passes over to the wing, that's what, you know. Sometimes you kind of say that you're happy to give players like that, but you know, you're leaving it up to them to execute it, and France are just doing that.
Yeah, I think Belgium are used to playing the likes of Eric Williams, who doesn't really have much of a long ball, and so France.
You got what's Eric Gunsey this week? Who hurt you?
I was meant to slate him a bit in his game, and I thought I was pretty kind with him, so I thought I'd throw in a few.
Do it now. Throw him a few strays.
I wish someone would throw me a couple. And here you go, France. But it's going to be great to see France.
I said strays, not strange.
Oh, sorry. It's going to be good to see this matchup again with England. Your Ruiz Juranis, your Dougie Benzis, some, you know, legends of
the sport. Dougie Benzi's a legend. Beautiful. That's outstanding. Comes off his left foot, finds a little bit of space, the link hole's open. We talked about it before. This time Belgium are looking, so the wingers are holding out a little bit for that long ball off the left hand, and that just leaves the link hole open.
It's hard because they are tailoring their
I don't know how
defence
to work the iPad in front of me to find the fixtures. Do you know off the top of your head when England and France play each other? Oh, there you go. Well done.
Look at me go.
Men's 40s.
Techie. Oh, yeah, men's 40s.
We're being very informal here, aren't we? We're letting people behind the curtain. People listening to this think that we know every fixture off by heart, but we're letting them behind the curtain here.
We are. So
Sorry.
Whoever comes top of this...
We've ruined the magic.
Whoever comes top of this division, they get a free ride through the quarterfinals. So I don't think France and England are going to meet again until if they make the grand final.
Wow, so they've already played each other.
Yeah, and it was a 10-9, I think.
8-7.
8-7.
8-7. Oh, see that again. What just happened?
The Silver Fox burrowing through like it was a garden fence. We see plenty of this in southwest London, and Silver Fox has just demonstrated it on a touch where you can see him just get the ball just a little quick. Sees
That's
the touch
so
nice.
So nice. We're seeing a lot of... I wouldn't say it's a new thing in touch over the past year, but a lot of teams, especially... That's half court. Oh,
yeah.
Referee's not seen it.
France appealing for it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more, especially in the men's open category, a little bit in the mix of a lot more punished plays, and all we mean by that is a link on link quickie, working to that 23 kind of platform. So it's great to see Silver Fox running it. Great ball! Good defence from the French. And for it to be being run in the men's 40s division is it just shows you how good this division is, like regardless of the age. Like I think it is amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's been such an entertaining game.
Yeah, I've noticed that over this week. Like you kind of always look. So you look at some of the scores and you think, 14, 15-0 or 16-1 or whatever, and you kind of think it's a little bit of a dull game, or maybe the standard's not up there. But you still watch some of these games and you can take so much from it. I think Belgium will be looking to learn a lot from this. It's a nice 32 long and skips to the outside. I think that score's given.
Yeah, definitely.
That was number 2, Laurent Boutet. He received a nice little long on the outside and just skips round. Good speed, but Belgium will want to learn from this as much as possible now. And we've seen loads of teams over the week that are still there's loads of developing nations here, and I think up until 5 or 6 years ago, you could probably say England was still a developing nation. Even though they're one of the better teams in Europe compared to Australia and New Zealand, which is who we want to be comparing ourselves to, we're still a developing nation. And tournaments like this for teams like Belgium are so invaluable, but you need to stay together, especially during we're in touch terms, we're in a cycle now building towards 2024 World Cup, and the damage it kind of comes undone when new faces are put in for next Euros wow, great tip on. They've done it again as well.
No, you're exactly right. We were talking about with the Belgian women's team just before this, and the improvement that team has made between their first game on day 1 to this game. These European Championships are just so important for emerging countries like your Belgians, like your Luxembourgs, like your Swedens.
Yeah, and it's so good that they're learning over the week, but then the work's got to be put in post Euros after this one and pre next Euros, and that's when you start getting the rewards from it. And obviously, every other nation is going to improve as well, but because the sport's getting bigger all the time, more teams will be added next year, and you never know, more divisions. Belgium with a little bit of space, but they're a man down on the left-hand side. It's interesting that the far winger had subbed on that play, and it just left them a man short.
Yeah, Vincent Le Buc had a great scoop there, the number 8. I think he's been one of the standout players for Belgium, but you're right. And the great thing about Belgium, they're hosting a lot of tournaments now. I think they hosted a men's tournament this year, a men's championship. So, as a country, they're starting to host tournaments, and they're just incredible because they'll get players stick around, coach, and that's where you see the improvement come. As France feeding it back into the middle here, space on the left.
France are just playing with so much class, and 32 long. Again, they're looking to get to the outside. He comes back the other way, doesn't like it. Cut. Let's hit those holes, boys. Good D from Belgium, and the Belgian box love that one.
Russell Barry.
Well done. That's just like 4 minutes left, 13-0 down, chasing a hard cut on fifth touch. That is just attitude and effort. On day 3, that is everything you want in a teammate to do that. And the box, I just absolutely love that. The box in front of us, they've got a penalty as well, and it'll be great to see if Belgium can get over for a score here in the last 4 minutes. I'd love to see that.
Oh, they definitely deserve it. They've been fingertips away from about 3 or 4 scores during this game. They're definitely matching it with this French team. Potential gold medalists, and Belgium are leaving absolutely nothing on the field. Great drives coming into this fifth touch. They've got a strike dump ready to set up. They're pulling the French defenders out from their try line. Little short runner coming through.
Little caught! I think the touch was in. I think the touch was just in, and the referee's called it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Laurent Bondin structuring that play, just grabbing his shoulder a little bit there, but knowing the grip with these 40s plays, he's going to stay out there.
Was that offside, that, Mel?
I think so. I think they were playing the advantage through.
We've had this a few times where Belgium haven't used this whole set of 6 now, and I really love it if they use the whole set. So they'll go into a link sweeper doggies play, and that's ball down.
I think he's appealing that there was maybe a French hand in that.
Yeah, it did look like he'd gone for the dive, Laurent Bondon, and it maybe looked like a little bit of a loose carry, or it maybe knocked into the French link's knee. Couldn't really tell, but that's tough. It would have been. So that's good. So we've got 2 minutes left. I'd love it if Belgium could get over here.
Yeah, they're playing some great touch, pressuring the French.
Me and Mel are going to go mental if Belgium score.
Oh, tell you what.
Tops off.
Waffles and beers for everyone if they get across this line. Oh, we've got Horn, the number 2, who we were checking out in the sub box earlier.
Oh, Horn wasn't happy with that. Oh, here we go. So we got 1 set. We've got time for a full set of 6.
Oh, a quick tap there, but I think the referee hadn't given the mark. Unfortunately, the quick taps there, they want the referee to give the mark. You can probably hear the wind on our microphones.
It's freezing up
blustery up here.
Silver Fox doing well, so they've got to get both middles up.
They're
just sat
creating a
back in the
lot of
pocket. He's going to go for the line, bit of space. He's
Got
played
space
it,
on the left.
3 out, and they've got another penalty.
One more and there'll be a player
45 seconds.
excluded.
Come on, boys.
Silver Fox having a chat to the referee, telling him he's a qualified level 2 referee and what he got wrong. But
Come on, you Red Devils.
okay, they need to get a move on here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Just got to watch their roll balls here.
Yeah, I
Belgium.
don't think he stepped over that. But they'll go into a little bit of a sweeper.
Oh, I think that's ball down.
Oh!
That's a score, surely.
The sideline ref's just come in, I think.
Oh.
So, Mel, right, there's no knock-ons in touch. So you can't have first knock-on, technically.
We're
Is
bringing
that right?
up a replay. Yeah. I think the question is, did it come forward off the Belgian player into the French player? But if he didn't play it, I question if it comes off his body, whether it was a knock-on. I think that's unlucky.
Can you give ball to ground on that? But
he caught it again, then he scored it. I reckon they got a little bit unlucky, but we've got the benefit of slow-mo up here in the commentary box. But great last play from Belgium, turning it on during that last 2 minutes with some great touch themselves. Absolutely cracking men's balls.
That was great to watch. And if ever you want a great example of not like how inclusive touch is, or these categories, these divisions, like that was a men's 40s game, and that was just top level. So
yeah,
good.
I'm getting voices in my ear that we need to throw to the commentary box, but Jordan,
apologies for if you had to
do-
listen to me and Mel for 40 minutes.
Before we do, what was your highlight
Jono
of
was
the day?
wrestling.
What was your highlight of the day before we go?
That highlight of the day. I'm gonna go. To be fair, all the days are merging into one at the minute. England Wales. This morning, wasn't it?
It was.
Pretty sure it was.
Oh no, that was yesterday.
Was it?
Oh no, England Wales
No,
this
it's
morning.
today,
This
wasn't
morning.
it? Yeah.
10,
England
11.
Wales mixed open. That was my highlight. Top game. Top pills. Yeah, really good.
I think my highlight was Bulgaria touch, playing with 5 players for half an hour of the game, showing absolute grit. First time at Euros, and showing us what determination looks like. And here we go, throwing over to the commentary box from the 2 professional commentators here.
Well, a huge thank you to our dynamic duo there of Mel and Jordan, entertaining us for the last 40 minutes through the match of Belgium and France. But what a day it's been. Day 3 draws to a close. Can you believe that already? Day 3 is now done and dusted. But don't worry, we've got all of day 4 action to bring you as well. The finals that take place this Saturday, as do the semi-finals. We've got a number of round-robin matches tomorrow. We do have one quarter-final as well. We're going to bring you all of the action on field 1. It's been such a great day, full of atmosphere, full of intensity. The touch rugby has been sensational. We're going to go get ourselves a bit of rest now before we're up early doors. Live tomorrow from 8:30 a.m. Thanks for watching and have a safe evening. Thank you.